Popularity comes with distress. Konoha Village. Ninja Academy. Within one of the classroom settings, a Chunin instructor stood beside a podium, holding a sheet of paper. Next, Hatake Fuyue. As the Chunin's voice resonated, a boy with silver hair approached the stage with remarkable composure, his fingers deftly weaving through hand seals before him. Boom! With a sudden eruption of white smoke, a shadow clone that mirrored Fuyue's demeanor appeared to his left. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from several girls in the classroom, not merely for the successful execution of a shadow clone technique, but also due to Fuyue's striking appearance, which ranked among the finest in the class. 95 points. Not bad, the Chunin teacher acknowledged with a slight nod, jotting down the score. Achieving success on the first attempt with minimal flaws positioned him among the top 10 in class. Yet the teacher's gaze did not reveal significant approval. The reason was simple. Fuyue had a younger brother named Hatake Kakashi, who had applied for early graduation at the age of 5 and succeeded, becoming a Chunin by 6. His extraordinary talent had garnered acclaim throughout Konoha, with many viewing him as a genius who inherited the will of the White Fang of Konoha. In contrast, Hatake Fuyue appeared rather ordinary. Though he excelled academically, without comparison, one could hardly perceive his achievements as remarkable. At 8 years old, he was still diligently progressing through the Ninja Academy, devoid of the breathtaking talent that Kakashi had exhibited. However, the Chunin remained non-committal, and the whispers of admiration began to circulate. Fuyue, you're amazing. 95 points. That must be the highest score. Numerous girls gazed at the stage with twinkling eyes. Having traversed into this world and inheriting the bloodline of the White Fang, Fuyue resembled Kakashi closely, yet he preferred not to wear a mask and lacked Kakashi's aloof demeanor, making him the focal point for many of his female classmates. Returning to his seat, Fuyue smiled at the nearby Yuhi Kurenai and remarked, "It's nothing. The shadow clone technique isn't particularly difficult with focus. Anyone can achieve it." He had arrived in this world 2 years prior, becoming Kakashi's elder brother, albeit arriving slightly too late to prevent the demise of Kakashi's father, Hatake Sakomo, the revered White Fang of Konoha. This incident had profoundly impacted Kakashi, prompting him to apply for early graduation within a month. As a bona fide transmigrator, endowed with the lineage of the White Fang, Fuyue certainly did not consider himself inferior to Kakashi. However, he believed that seeking early graduation was a foolish endeavor, holding it in contempt. Why rush? Isn't it more beneficial to diligently cultivate one's skills within the Ninja Academy, steadily enhancing one's abilities? Moreover, it was the year 42 of Konoha, if memory served correctly. The Third Great Ninja War would truly commence the following year, and the world of ninjas was currently rife with turmoil that in times of peace, graduating early to become a genin might not be regarded as remarkable typically. Such individuals undertake mundane tasks. However, during this tumultuous period preceding war, even genin are frequently assigned perilous combat missions. Kakashi graduated at the tender age of 5 and ascended to the rank of Chunin at 6, which may appear astonishing, yet to Kid, it seems merely reckless. Setting aside the inherent dangers of the tasks he would undertake as a Chunin, the mere display of such extraordinary talent would undoubtedly attract the attention of rival villages. We find ourselves amidst turmoil. The villages of Kimogakure, Kirigakure, Tsunade, and Awagakure have all been making moves against Kanagakure. A prodigy like Kakashi would surely be under the scrutiny of adversarial factions, a situation that is far from advantageous. If only I possessed Jonin-level strength, then early graduation would not pose such a concern. Kid mused quietly to himself. Regrettably, he currently lacks the prowess of a Jonin. Although he considers himself capable of besting his brother Kakashi, he is at best at the level of an elite Chunin, and that is with the aid of a unique ability. At the age of 8, one's body is still in a developmental stage. For ninjas, true maturation and stability are typically reached after the age of 16. But it is worth mentioning the special ability he possesses. This ability was an unexpected discovery upon his arrival in this world, manifesting as a colossal, ethereal clock image within his mind's eye, visible whenever he closes his eyes. This ethereal clock bears a resemblance to the Kaketsu of the world of Data Live, yet thus far, he has only unlocked a singular capability: time acceleration. It is akin to the inherent time manipulation scene in the Fate universe. This ability accelerates time solely for himself. In the state of time acceleration, all his actions become swifter, encompassing taijutsu and hand-sealing techniques, which is one of the reasons he can overpower Kakashi. Currently, he can utilize a twofold time acceleration, meaning his speed in this state is twice that of his normal condition. Keed, I brought 2 bento boxes today. Would you like to share one with me? Just as Keed was lost in thought, a girl seated in the front row turned to him, her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke. This remark immediately incited the ire of other girls nearby, including Yugao, who glanced over with a frown, and the atmosphere grew charged with tension. Seeing this, Keed sighed in resignation. He could somewhat comprehend why Kakashi wears a mask, perhaps it was to avoid such situations. However, this also reflects the fragile temperament of the other boys in their class. Though this class boasts a formidable roster, including the future shadowy figure of the ninja world, Obito Uchiha, along with Rin Noara, Yugao, and Asuma Sertobika actors well known from the original story Obito, is currently lagging behind, and the others, like Asuma, are of average appearance and performance. It will be several years before Itachi Uchiha advances in his studies, and while Shursui Uchiha has already graduated, he is 2 grades below Keed and not in the same class thus. There are few capable individuals. Had Kakashi not graduated early, he might have garnered a fraction of the attention. Alas, to be excessively popular can indeed be a burden. Fengye sighed inwardly once. He had envied such scenes immensely, but after experiencing it firsthand, he could only lament silently. Yet, to be fair, the precociousness of the young girls in the world of Naruto surpassed his expectations. Observing those girls, merely 8 or 9 years of age, already embroiled in jealousy and rivalry, elucidated his thoughts. In comparison to the girls, the boys exhibited a similar maturity. The atmosphere around Fengye had attracted envious glances from many in the class, with an unmistakable flicker of resentment igniting within some, their fists clenched tightly. That bastard. How infuriating. I just want to give him a good beating. But you wouldn't stand a chance against him. Shut up. Among the boys, some were gritting their teeth, fists clenched, including Uchiha Obito, as Rin Noara was also one of the girls gathered around Fengye. Fengye paid little mind to the others in his class. His primary concern lay solely with Guy and Uchiha Obito. However, his focus was on the darker incarnation of Obito, for the Obito before his descent into darkness posed little Thrida, mere burden, trailing behind. Chapter 2. Triple speed. As the chaos within the classroom escalated, tensions began to rise among the girls, and the boys seemed on the brink of confrontation. The middle-ranking teacher, unable to tolerate the disorder any longer, bellowed, "Silence." Next, Uchiha Obito. The authority of the instructor was palpable, and the class swiftly fell into silence. Glancing indignantly at Keed, Obito approached the podium. After a fleeting look at Noara Rin, he inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and silently steeled himself, determined to surpass Keed in this examination. With a resounding thud, he formed hand seals, and white smoke enveloped the room. A clone appeared beside Obito, albeit somewhat askew, while it could technically be deemed a clone. It was glaringly evident that it was a mere illusion. 50 points, the teacher remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Obito. The Uchiha clan, renowned as a bastion of genius, typically boasted members among the top echelon of the school, yet Obito was an anomaly. I'll try again. Unwilling to accept a score of 50. Obito promptly attempted to cast the technique once more. However, overwhelmed by frustration, his second attempt faltered completely. The third attempt yielded little improvement, culminating in a dismal score of 55, still below the passing mark. He'd observed this spectacle, his thoughts crystallizing into a singular notion: the transformation was utterly absurd. Witnessing Rin's demise had catalyzed Obito's descent into darkness, prompting him to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan and unleash one of the most formidable abilities known as Kamui. His fighting experience and character had undergone a profound and jarring reversal. Before long, he would unleash chaos upon Konoha, releasing the Nine Tails and indirectly causing the demise of one of the legendary figures, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It was simply outrageous. Were it not for his familiarity with the original storyline, he could scarcely fathom how Obito, who struggled so with a mere clone jutsu, could evolve into one of the future antagonists of the ninja world. Shaking his head, Keed withdrew his gaze. He held no particular sentiments towards Obito, after all. Uchiha Madara was the true mastermind lurking in the shadows. Even in Obito's absence, Madara would undoubtedly fabricate another Uchiha. Be it Obito or others like Uchiha Kakashi or Uchiha Izuna. What truly mattered was his own strength. After all, the Third Great Ninja War was imminent, and during wartime. Graduation assessments were non-existent. By the age of 9, he would be compelled to graduate, meaning he could only remain in school for another year. He pondered whether he could attain the prowess of a Jonin within that span. In the Third Great Ninja War, both Jinin and Chunin were often mere fodder. Fortunately, he was in Konoha. Had he been in another village, even Jonin would become expendable, especially with the presence of Minato. A veritable anomaly capable of vanquishing 50 Jonin in a heartbeat. If he could unlock additional temporal abilities, he could dominate the ninja world solely through the power of time. Alas, at present, he could only utilize the singular time acceleration corresponding to 1 point. He still had to rely on ninjutsu and physical techniques. While Fongyi was deep in thought, a clear, melodious ding echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a clock striking a certain hour. Fongyi uttered softly. A flicker of delight flashing in his eyes as he promptly closed them. Upon shutting his eyes, a vast, silvery clock emerged in the darkness, ethereal in its presence. With golden hour and minute hands clearly visible, the hour hand remained stationary, steadfastly pointing at 1 o'clock. In the center of this fantastical clock's face, there was a mechanical dial that seemed to record time, though it did not indicate the date, but rather the multiplier for time acceleration. He had not unlocked any new abilities, but Fongyi pondered momentarily. With a click, as he concentrated, the mechanical dial emitted a distinct sound, shifting from the numeral 0 to 1, then to 2, and finally resting at 3. Indeed, he could now enter a state of threefold acceleration. Upon seeing the numbers on the dial, Fongyi exhaled softly. When he first traversed into this world, his ability to manipulate time acceleration was limited to between 1 and 1.5 times. About a year later, the familiar ding resonated in his ears, and the upper limit for time acceleration increased to 2 times. Now, it had escalated to 3 times. It seemed this enhancement occurred around the same time last year. Perhaps every year, the limit for my time acceleration could be raised once? A thought flickered through Fongyi's mind. Though unconfirmed, it appeared to be a pattern. The truth of it would become clear by this time next year. A slight regret lingered, as he still had not acquired any other abilities. He wondered when the capability corresponding to the 2 o'clock marker would be unlocked. Nevertheless, the current time acceleration was immensely powerful in itself. In this accelerated state, the world around him felt several times slower. Both his speed and reaction time experienced a harmonious enhancement. If an ordinary Chunin could elevate the flow of time to 5 times, they could easily contend with a Jonin. Conversely, if a Jonin could achieve a 5-fold acceleration, even the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages would struggle to prevail. This held true for Fongyi as well, provided he maintained Chunin-level strength. He could face off against Jonin, and wielding Jonin-level power would place him among the elite in the ninja realm. This premise was merely based on 5-fold acceleration. Should the ethereal clock allow for a 10-fold or even greater speed, the sheer velocity would manifest as an extraordinarily formidable ability. How powerful would the 8 gates be at 10-fold acceleration? Fongyi envisioned a scene, a colossal air cannon exceeding 10 times the size of the setting sun, piercing through the clouds and obliterating the moon created by the Sage of 6 Paths in space, shattering it into countless fragments. Contemplating this, Fongyi involuntarily drew a breath, taking several seconds to reorient himself. The concept of achieving 10-fold speed alongside the 8 gates of Duanjia seems somewhat distant. However, it is indeed worth contemplating the 8 gates, as it represents one of the most harmonious abilities with time acceleration. As for other techniques, the ninjutsu unleashed will not be influenced by the time acceleration, thus not enhancing their flight trajectory. The realm of time acceleration is confined solely to one's own body. Nevertheless, the speed of hand seals and the release velocity are also amplified, yielding significant effects. It is crucial to acknowledge that the speed of releasing a ninjutsu plays a vital role, akin to the formidable Flying Thunder God technique that sends tremors throughout the ninja world, renowned for its lack of hand seal and release delay. Currently, he has attained a 3-fold speed. In his previous 2-fold state, He could easily overpower Kakashi, who had already become a Chunin. Now, in his threefold state, he should be able to effortlessly defeat ordinary elite Chunin, although there remains a slight gap when it comes to Chunin. Is he approaching the level of a special Chunin? After assessing his current prowess, Fenya believes he still falls short of that rank, yet by this time next year, attaining the status of special Chunin should pose no challenge. In the ninja world, one must reach the level of special Chunin to be considered a powerful entity. Chunin and Chunin are typically mere cannon fodder in warfare. Above special Chunin, there exist classifications of Chunin and elite Chunin, with the pinnacle being the Kage. However, this world lacks the designation of Kage. Thus, in terms of ninja ranks, elite Chunin stands as the apex. Yet, in Fenya's perspective, individuals like Konoha's White Fang and Danzo, whose strength surpasses that of ordinary elite Chunin, could aptly be termed Kage level for the sake of distinction. Chapter 3. The reluctance of Obito. The actions of Fenya remained under Obito's vigilant observation. When he noticed Fenya closing his eyes, seemingly ignoring him while his eyelids twitched as if in deliberate provocation, Obito could not suppress the clenching of his fists. How infuriating. What is there to be so arrogant about? A man cast aside by his own younger brother. Obito ground his teeth in frustration. Yet, Kakashi was equally insufferable. Although he graduated early, having spent less than half a year in the academy, both brothers were equally vexing in their own ways. It was rumored that Kakashi had recently completed an A-rank mission alongside a Chunin. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Kakashi was undeniably impressive. Having already advanced to the rank of Chunin last year, it was likely that he would soon attain the status of Chunin. Upon overhearing Obito's remarks, someone deliberately interjected. Fenya consistently ranked within the top 10 of his class and occasionally even secured first place. Finding a suitable reason to mock Fenya based on his academic performance was a challenge, yet comparing him to Kakashi conveniently served to undermine Fenya. After all, juxtaposing him with Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, instantly overshadowed Fenya's brilliance, making it difficult to draw any comparisons. The onlookers quickly grasped his intent. Casting a sidelong glance at Fenya, one casually remarked, "Though it's hard to admit, that guy is indeed a genius." Compared to him, some individuals hardly seem worthy of the title older brother. Before Fenya could respond, a girl seated in front of him, Yamanaka Inoka, stood up, glaring angrily at the speaker, Inuzuka Kiba, and exclaimed, "Hey, what are you saying?" Kiba, undeterred by her fierce gaze, defiantly retorted, "What's wrong? Am I wrong in what I said?" Inoka, exasperated, struggled to find words to counter him. Fenya opened his eyes, glancing at Inoka, and nonchalantly smiled. "It's true that Kakashi is a genius. It's quite difficult for an ordinary person to compare with him." Inoka nodded in agreement. Yes, Fenya, you don't need to pay him any mind. A ninja like your brother is rare to come by. There's no need to compare with Kakashi." Yui Karina also nodded in agreement. As long as Fenya was not compared to a monster like Kakashi, he was already considered an outstanding talent in this class, devoid of any blemishes. Fenya's words were abruptly interrupted, and he shrugged innocently, opting not to further argue, merely sharing a smile with Yui Karina. Observing that Fenya was disinclined to debate, and the girls had reached a consensus, Kiba could only grumble a few words before averting his gaze. Yui Karina looked at Fenya, her beautiful eyes shimmering slightly, and softly remarked, "Having a brother like Kakashi must be quite the pressure." "No," Fenya replied, glancing at Yui Karina with a smile. "Why should there be pressure? The stronger my brother is, the better, right? It's not like we're from the Hyuga clan." Yui Karina blinked and inquired, "What's wrong with the Hyuga clan?" "Oh, you don't know?" Fenya briefly spoke about the matters concerning the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan, leaving Hinata Kurenai quite astonished. She cast a glance toward a figure nestled in the corner of the classroom, silently reflecting, "I never imagined the illustrious Hyuga family was like this." The individual in the corner, known as Hyuga Hayashi, is a member of the branch family and a nephew of the clan leader, Hyuga Hisashi. As a scion of the prestigious Hyuga lineage, he harbors a sense of pride that befits his status. He regards Fenya, often surrounded by adoring girls, with disdain. His academic performance consistently ranks at the top of the class, with only Kakashi standing as his rival. He could easily graduate early if he chose. Yet the elders of his family have advised him against it, suggesting a steady approach to his training, which he dutifully follows. Upon faintly overhearing Fingye mention the Hyuga clan, Hayashi turned his gaze toward him, slightly furrowing his brow, unable to discern the specifics of Fingye's words. Though the details eluded him, he could surmise that Fingye had broached the subject of the Hyuga family, causing a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Perhaps he has grown a tad too arrogant, he mused. While he found the adulation from the girls somewhat irksome, it was the mention of the Hyuga clan that truly piqued his interest. Should he warn him after class? Hayashi's eyes glimmered with contemplation. After all, Fingye was not Kakashi. In his eyes, only Kakashi among his peers could surpass him. As Hayashi pondered, the last student completed the clone technique test. The Chunin instructor noted the final results and, glancing at the score sheet, announced, "Today's test has concluded. Those who did not pass include Uchiha Obito, Yamanaka Ino, and the rest of you need to intensify your practice after class." He continued, "There will be another simulated test tomorrow, so prepare yourselves. The formal advancement assessment is in 4 days. Those who fail will remain at school during the winter break for remedial lessons until they can pass." With the instructor's words, many students sighed in relief. For those like Uchiha Obito, who did not pass, their expressions darkened. No one wished to endure winter break tutoring, especially not at the cost of their dignity. "That will be all for today. You may leave early," the Chunin teacher stated, placing the score sheet into a folder and organizing it before addressing the class. Hearing this, the students promptly stood, bowing respectfully to the instructor. Once he nodded and exited the classroom, they dispersed in a rush. Using the excuse of "I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave," Fingye swiftly departed from Kurenai and Yamanaka Ino, returning home. Watching those precocious 8- and 9-year-old girls compete for attention was amusing, yet Fingye had more pressing matters at hand, namely, to swiftly adapt to a state of triple speed. This triple speed corresponds to double speed, representing a further enhancement in his agility. After a light dinner, Fingye retreated to the backyard, entering his triple speed state, and began training by striking the specialized wooden posts set up in the yard. In order to facilitate swifter growth, Fengyi not only activates his accelerated state during exercise, but also engages it while sleeping. This causes his physical cells to divide and his metabolism to accelerate, rendering a single day for others equivalent to nearly 2 for him. Thus, despite being merely 8 years old, the accelerated dream state of the past 2 years has resulted in his physical age being nearly 9. If he were to maintain this accelerated state consistently, his growth would indeed be further expedited. However, the monotony of such a constant state makes it rather tedious. Attending classes feels akin to playing at half speed, with every intonation of the teacher's voice elongated, triggering his compulsive tendencies. Moreover, to appear normal while in an accelerated state, he must deliberately slow down his speech and actions, which proves to be quite cumbersome. Therefore, during his time at school, Fengyi typically opts for a normal state. Chapter 4. Exercising for 72 hours daily. Thud. 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 Fengyi's fist relentlessly struck the wooden post, producing a dull sound, with distinct indentations marking the resilient, specially crafted wood. His dedication to the practice of physical techniques was unwavering. The ability to accelerate time offered him 2 remarkable advantages. Firstly, it granted him a foundational speed that surpassed that of ordinary individuals by multiple times, allowing for endless stacking. The second advantage was the enhancement of his training speed, or rather, the extension of his training duration. While cultivating in a state of time acceleration, 3 hours of his training equated to merely 1 hour in the outside world. It is worth noting that, whether in combat or training, the apparent enhancement of speed brought about by time acceleration also encompassed strength. According to Newton's second law, force equals mass multiplied by acceleration, a principle that remains valid even in the world of ninjas. Fengyi vaguely recalled a character from another realm proclaiming, "Speed is power." Have you ever been struck by the speed of light? If, under time acceleration, speed could indeed reach the speed of light, then the force of a single strike would likely be cataclysmic. Shadow Clone Technique. After a brief acclimatization to the tripled speed, Fengyi halted his movements and swiftly formed hand seals, employing the Shadow Clone Technique. Boom, boom. As smoke enveloped the area, Two identical Feng Yes materialized, one to the left and one to the right. The shadow clone technique, hailed as the most formidable training aid among ninjutsu, was not something Feng Yi could overlook. He had obtained its training method from Kakashi long ago. Should he employ this technique within the confines of the academy, it would undoubtedly leave his peers astounded. For the shadow clone technique is a B-rank ninjutsu, significantly surpassing the E-rank ordinary clone technique by 3 tiers. Even some Chunin might struggle to master it proficiently. Just the adept execution of this technique alone would be sufficient to overshadow the majority of students, allowing him to graduate from the ninja academy early. Whoosh! Whoosh! Once the two shadow clones emerged, they dashed towards opposite sides of the courtyard. One of the shadow clones seized a short blade placed on the left side of the yard. It was the legendary White Fang, a ninja blade bequeathed to him by his father, Hokage Sakumo. Feng Yi had diligently practiced the renowned Hokage swordsmanship, as it seamlessly integrated chakra with physical techniques, rendering it highly compatible with his time acceleration capability. It could be said that if he were to master Hokage swordsmanship to the level of Konoha's White Fang, dominating the ninja world would be well within his grasp. In a state of accelerated time, he could even contend with beings surpassing the level of Kage. The other shadow clone occupied a different corner of the courtyard, focusing chakra into the palm, condensing it into a spherical form. Yes, it was the Rasengan. The essence of the Rasengan lies in the transformation of chakra, and since it is a close-range ninjutsu, it too aligns harmoniously with the power of time acceleration. Most importantly, practicing the Rasengan aids in enhancing chakra control. At present, Feng Yi had already surpassed the rudimentary exercises of tree climbing and water walking. To further enhance his chakra control, training the Rasengan undoubtedly serves as an excellent method. However, due to his chakra reserves being far less extraordinary than Naruto's, the progress in mastering the Rasengan has been rather slow. After several months, he has only managed to complete half of it. With the benefit of a triple speed state, it is anticipated that in about a month, his body will mature to roughly 10 years old, thereby barely meeting the prerequisites for training in the 8 gates of Duinjia. As Feng Yi practices, he contemplates his future direction. The 8 gates are of great significance to him, as the side effects are considerable, making it unsuitable for someone of his tender age. Thus, he refrains from attempting to secretly learn from Might Guy. Nevertheless, acquiring the training methods for the 8 gates remains imperative, as their efficacy is beyond question despite the severe repercussions. Feng Yi is acutely aware that the core of his training lies in the comprehensive enhancement of his abilities. In this manner, under the accelerated time condition, he could potentially unleash strengths thrice or even quintuple his normal capabilities. After all, for him, the illusory clock presents an almost side effect-free, perpetually active intrinsic time manipulation, akin to a more advanced version of the powers found in the Holy Grail world. Swish, 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 with a shadow clone wielding the ninja blade, White Fang. He continuously brandishes the chakra short blade on the eastern side of the courtyard. Although shadow clones cannot benefit from the accelerated time state, this does not hinder Feng Yi from utilizing them for training. He merely requires the experience and proficiency in the training of the Kiki swordsmanship. Simultaneously, another shadow clone gathers strands of chakra in its palm, causing these energies to swirl and form a hazy, spherical halo. Puff, puff. After a period of training, the two shadow clones exhaust their chakra and dissipate into white smoke. Feng Yi pauses, sensing the experience and memories from the shadow clones flooding into his mind, which he swiftly absorbs and integrates. Taking a deep breath, he once again forms the hand seals. Bang, bang. 2 more shadow clones emerge. Upon casting the shadow clone technique for the second time, a bead of sweat appears on Feng Yi's forehead. He can distinctly feel his chakra reserves waning. The quantity of chakra remains a persistent concern. Feng Yi sighs inwardly. Naruto's ability to utilize dozens, if not hundreds, of shadow clones for training is indeed extraordinary. A true anomaly bordering on the absurd. After all, he possesses the lineage of the Uzumaki clan and the power of the Ninetales, endowing him with an immense chakra capacity that is nearly impossible to replicate. After training for a short while, the 2 shadow clones once again transform into white smoke and vanish. Feng Yi refrains from creating more shadow clones, as his main body has been focusing on physical training. leading to chakra depletion. Having already utilized the technique twice, summoning 2 clones each time is practically his limit. 1377, 1378. Continuously executing side kicks against the characteristic wooden post, Feng mutters the count in his mind until he feels his body nearing its limits, prompting him to cease. Without deactivating the accelerated time state, Feng maintains it as he walks to one side of the courtyard, slowly picks up a cup of water, takes a sip, and consumes 2 pieces of biscuit. In a state of accelerated time, recovery occurs at a swifter pace. Should the triple time acceleration remain perpetually activated for Feng Yi, each day would equate to an astonishing 72 hours. Throughout this duration, he must consume 9 meals and indulge in 3 periods of slumber. Whether one can still practice amidst full-body fractures and a fever soaring to 49 degrees remains a mystery to me. However, it is indeed feasible to engage in over 25 hours of training each day. Feng Yi silently scoffed at this notion. Chapter 5, Kakashi's challenge. Just as Feng Yi was about to continue his training, he suddenly sensed something and looked up towards the upper part of the outer wall of the courtyard, remarking, "It seems you have developed a habit of avoiding the front door." There appeared a familiar silhouette on the outer wall, with silver hair and a mask. Indeed, it was Hokage Kakashi. "No, I merely happened to return from that direction," Kakashi replied as he leapt down from the wall and landed gracefully in the courtyard. Standing side by side, the differences between Kakashi and Feng Yi were still quite noticeable. Kakashi's hair was slightly longer, he wore a mask, and his stature was evidently smaller than Feng Yi's. Kakashi addressed Feng Yi. "As you predicted, the friction between the villages has intensified. Our recent missions have mostly involved mutual ambushes and investigations." "I see," Feng Yi replied, unfazed. After all, since his arrival in this world, aside from making minor alterations during his time in the Ninja Academy, he had not influenced the course of events. Given the prevailing circumstances, it was inevitable that the Third Great Ninja War would erupt the following year. "Are you not planning to graduate?" "Remaining in the academy." "You must have learned all you can by now," Kakashi observed. Others might not be aware, but he understood well the strength of his elder brother. Thus far, he had never won a duel against Feng Yi. It was noteworthy that he had already been promoted to Chunin the previous year, and despite seeking to challenge Feng Yi afterward, he still couldn't claim victory. Feng Yi's speed was almost unnatural. Moreover, not only was Feng Yi powerful in combat, but his mental fortitude was equally formidable, despite being only a year older. His judgments regarding many situations were nearly on par with those of an adult. Feng Yi smiled at Kakashi and replied, "Indeed, there is little left to learn from the teacher. However, remaining in the academy allows for more time to train independently. Speaking of which, have you had the chance to explore the techniques I mentioned?" Given that Kakashi was already a Chunin, he had access to far more jutsu than Feng Yi could at present. Feng Yi had learned many techniques from Kakashi, and he encouraged him to focus on 2 particular jutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique and the 8 Gates. The 8 Gates were essential, undoubtedly a technique worth acquiring. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, it was worth attempting to cultivate. Mastering it would provide a life-saving skill, and if he failed to master it, it would not be a significant loss, for to him, who could manipulate time, the importance of space-time ninjutsu was not paramount. Those techniques are sealed within the Forbidden Scroll. They are not so easily accessible. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Though he was a Chunin and could access many jutsu, techniques like the Flying Thunder God and the 8 Gates, which fell under the category of forbidden arts, were still not readily available. "There will be opportunities," Feng Yi reassured him. Unconcerned. Once Kakashi became a Chunin, accessing such techniques would be far less challenging. Nevertheless, considering Kakashi had become a Chunin at the age of 12, it was possible that Feng Yi might surpass him in speed. After all, next year, he will inevitably graduate, and then the Ninja World War will commence. In the midst of war, there is no room for concealment. Faced with countless dangers, one must give their utmost. Kakashi shook his head, remarking, "I can't believe you can endure it." After his father succumbed to the villagers' scorn and took his own life, he was profoundly affected, unwilling to be subjected to such peculiar gazes. Thus, he revealed his extraordinary talents, graduating at 5 and being promoted to Chunin at 6, achieving a status that made others no longer regard him with disdain. In stark contrast, Kiryura continued to study diligently at the Ninja Academy, highlighting the disparity between them. As during that time, whispers permeated the village. Kakashi was acutely aware that Kiryura's abilities surpassed his own. Yet, Kid remained unfazed, ignoring the criticism entirely. Calmly attending classes without ever mentioning the desire to graduate early. Sighing, Kid remarked, "You still don't understand." The renowned Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, who had made remarkable contributions during the Second Great Ninja War, was he truly driven to suicide solely due to a single mission? Nonsense. Perhaps in his past life. Kid was uncertain, but having arrived in this world and experienced this incident, he comprehended the underlying developments. It was undoubtedly influenced by the higher-ups in Konoha. At the very least, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, had never intervened in this matter. Otherwise, suppressing the fallout from a failed mission would have required little more than a few words, especially since the failure stemmed from rescuing a comrade. Although Kid could not ascertain the precise circumstances, he could surmise that Danzo was involved, as Tsukumo Hatake posed a threat to Danzo's position. With his formidable strength and accomplishments, barring any unforeseen events, Tsukumo was poised to succeed as the fourth Hokage, which may have been Danzo's motive. Given that Tsukumo's demise was entwined with Danzo, both he and Kakashi were under the scrutiny of the higher-ups. Kakashi's extraordinary talent was manageable, but if Kid were to exhibit remarkable abilities as well, the situation would change drastically. Understanding Danzo's character, Kid knew he could devise countless reasons to persuade Hiruzen to allow either him or Kakashi to join Root. Naturally, Kid would never join Root. After all, Kakashi was his brother, and he would not permit Kakashi to undergo Danzo's indoctrination. What do you understand? Kakashi looked at Kid, puzzled. Kid shook his head, unwilling to explain these matters to Kakashi. He was still too young, and his impulsive nature warranted keeping the darker aspects of Konoha hidden. However, it was about time a contemplative expression crossed Kid's face. The tension preceding the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War was palpable. In this climate, even if he revealed his strength, there would be no repercussions. Danzo was too preoccupied with other villages to concern himself with expanding Root at this juncture. The Third Great Ninja War serves as both a crisis and an opportunity. Kakashi shall ascend to the rank of Jonin amidst the tumult of war. And once both he and his counterpart attain this esteemed status, they will be liberated from Danzo's shadow. Even after the war concludes, Danzo would possess no justification to arbitrarily manipulate the official Jonin of the village, a transgression that Hiruzen Sarutobi would undoubtedly not tolerate. Moreover, it is not outside the realm of possibility for one to cultivate their skills during the Third Great Ninja War, surpassing the rank of Jonin and attaining prowess that rivals the Kage level, especially considering the possession of the illusory clock, which grants the ability to manipulate time itself. Conversely, I find myself curious about your recent training, dear brother. Kakashi glanced at the wooden posts arranged in the courtyard before abruptly turning his gaze towards Fenya, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. Despite never having triumphed over Fenya thus far, he has never relinquished the ambition to best him. Particularly in light of his recent battles, Kakashi feels that his strength has significantly increased. Should Fenya neglect his training, perhaps this time victory could be within reach. After all, since becoming a ninja, he has never succumbed to idleness, tirelessly honing his skills through countless real battles and blood-soaked conflicts, with his abilities steadily advancing. Fenya raised an eyebrow, understanding Kakashi's implication even before he completed his thought. I, too, am eager to witness how much you have progressed recently. Chapter 6. Bloodline Limits in the Tranquil Mountains behind Konoha Village. Kakashi, now a Ch-nin, faced off against Fenya, whose prowess surpassed that of a typical Ch-nin. It was evident that their duel could not take place within the confines of a small courtyard, as such a setting would restrict their abilities. Are you prepared? Kakashi inquired, standing in an open area, each hand gripping a kunai as he gazed intently at Fenya, his body slightly leaning forward, signaling his readiness for combat. Fenya, in contrast, stood firm, wielding his chakra-infused short sword, Baya, calmly meeting Kakashi's gaze. Come at me, he replied. In an instant, with Fenya's words barely fading, Kakashi surged forward. The two kunai became mere blurs, darting left and right in a flurry of strikes aimed at Fenya. Unfazed, Fengye skillfully maneuvered his chakra blade, parrying each of Kakashi's attacks with measured precision. Clang! After exchanging several blows, a spark ignited in Fengye's eyes as he brought his chakra blade down with ferocity, shattering Kakashi's defense and swiftly slicing across his chest. Kakashi's figure dissolved into smoke. Shadow clone. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A voice erupted from behind Fengye, accompanied by an intense heat wave as a colossal fireball surged toward his back. Maintaining his composure, Fengye planted his foot firmly on the ground and propelled himself away, narrowly evading the brunt of the fireball's assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next heartbeat, several shurikens spiraled out from within the flames, laced with fire and completely obstructing Fengye's escape. The seamless integration of ninjutsu and shuriken demonstrated Kakashi's formidable skill. A brief smile crossed Fengye's lips as he transformed Baya into a mere phantom, exhibiting an uncanny speed that traced lines through the air. With deft movements, he countered the fiery shuriken, deflecting them effortlessly. Just as Fengye neutralized the shuriken, Kakashi emerged from beneath the ground, less than a meter behind him, thrusting his kunai toward Fengye's back, halting just shy of contact. "I have won," Kakashi declared, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. His eyes gleaming with triumph, this marked the first time he had bested Fengye in their sparring sessions. Yet, at that moment, Fengye turned his head, casting a faint smile in Kakashi's direction. "Do you truly believe that?" he mused. Boom. As Fengye's words echoed, he deliberately collided with Kakashi's kunai, his form suddenly dissipating into smoke, vanishing from sight. Kakashi stood momentarily frozen, disbelief etched across his face. A clone? How was that possible? Before he could fully process the situation, a gust of wind swept past him from behind. Kakashi swiftly turned, raising his arm to defend himself, only to be met with a powerful kick that struck his side. The force was overwhelming, sending him staggering back several steps before he managed to regain his balance. Was that a shadow clone? Kakashi gazed at Fengye in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the turn of events. Throughout the entire process, he evidently did not witness Fengye employing the shadow clone technique, and how could such a technique possibly be executed without a sound, completely undetected? No. Fengye shook his head and remarked, "That was merely an ordinary clone." Kakashi, taken aback, responded in disbelief, "Impossible. Clones lack offensive capabilities. How could they possibly intercept my fire-style, fireball jutsu? It was the original that blocked it." Fengye smiled faintly and said, "You might not comprehend it through mere words. See for yourself." As his words fell, Fengye gripped the hilt of his white fang sword with one hand, while with astonishing speed, akin to an afterimage, he completed the hand seals for two techniques almost in an instant. Clone technique. Substitution technique. Kakashi was momentarily speechless. He too was familiar with both the clone and substitution techniques, as they are fundamental ninja arts taught in the academy, which should not evoke astonishment. What rendered him incredulous was the speed at which Fengye executed the hand seals, single-handedly performing the seals at a pace surpassing that of the traditional two-handed method. Although he had long acknowledged that Fengye's speed was far superior to his own, this time, the rapidity of Fengye's finger movements was absurdly beyond belief, almost imperceptible to the eye. "What is going on with your fingers? That speed cannot possibly belong to an ordinary human," Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Fengye was not taken aback by Kakashi's reaction. After all, he had utilized a threefold speed. Even double speed might still seem plausible. But a threefold speed appeared utterly abnormal from a normal perspective, bordering on the grotesque. Who knows? Fengye shrugged. "Perhaps my motor neurons are simply extraordinary." Kakashi gazed at Fengye with an expression that conveyed, "Are you joking?" Regardless of how exceptional one's motor skills might be, it was implausible to exhibit such exaggerated speed as observed moments ago. "I recall you weren't this fast a long time ago. It seems you have been getting faster since about 2 years ago." Kakashi pondered, recalling some peculiar instances he had witnessed involving Fengye, and furrowed his brow in contemplation. This situation is clearly abnormal. It is approaching the realm of bloodline limits. If you can become even faster. Bloodline limits. This term is well known among ninjas, as there exists a multitude of bloodline limits throughout the world. The most common include elemental chakra transformations that result in techniques such as lava release, scorch release, and so forth, alongside others like the Sharingan, Byakugan, and Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku. The speed exhibited by Fengye, while not particularly remarkable in the presence of a Jonin, appeared distinctly unnatural. It was as if he existed within a state of acceleration, presenting a disconnection from the world around him. The only conceivable explanation was the bloodline limit. The Hokage clan has historically inherited only the Hokage sword techniques, having never manifested a bloodline limit. Yet there are numerous instances of ordinary ninjas awakening such abilities within the ninja world. The peculiar state manifested by Fengye may not yet qualify as a bloodline limit, but if it were to accelerate even further, it would undoubtedly become a unique bloodline limit. It indeed seems that way. Fengye pondered aloud, contemplating the ethereal clock. The bloodline limit serves as a fitting explanation. In the world of Naruto, where abilities are bizarre and varied, even the forbidden technique of Izanagi, which is akin to a glitch, exists. Therefore, it would not be surprising to introduce a bloodline limit that enhances speed. Kakashi observed Fengye's contemplation and remarked, "If you believe that to be the case, then it must be correct. However, I have no recollection of any records pertaining to such a bloodline limit, nor do I have any similar impressions." Fengye stroked his chin and replied, "If there are no records, then I must be the first to awaken it. In that case, let us name it Bloodline of the Demon. A demonic escape, you say?" Kakashi responded, "That extraordinary speed, reminiscent of a specter, indeed aligns with the image. In truth, I was thinking of demonic cruelty," Fengye silently scoffed. "Nonetheless, whether it be a specter or demonic cruelty, they are merely superficial disguises. If this ability were to be considered a bloodline limit, it ought to be designated as temporal bloodline." Chapter 7. Kakashi and Might Guy. "This is quite unfair," Kakashi remarked, casting a vacant stare at Fengye. "No wonder I can never win against you. Utilizing the bloodline limit is tantamount to cheating, is it not?" Fengye chuckled lightly and responded, "Since when has it been deemed cheating for a ninja to employ their bloodline limit in battle? Nevertheless, if you feel that way, I shall forego this ability and engage you in another match." Kakashi was indeed a prodigy. Although Fengye shared the same lineage as the Konoha White Fang, his aptitude in ninjutsu did not quite rival Kakashi's. Yet this did not hinder him from being stronger, for he had devoted far more time to training than Kakashi. The effects of time acceleration manifested not only in combat, but also in training. Since his arrival, Fengye's training duration had been at least double that of Kakashi's. On second thought, Kakashi mused, shaking his head, "The bloodline limit is an inherent ability of a ninja and cannot be considered cheating. Even if I were to defeat you without employing your bloodline limit, it wouldn't signify much. The ninja world has never entertained the notion of restricting others from using their bloodline limits. However, possessing a bloodline limit does not guarantee perpetual superiority. With a stroke of luck, I might just surpass you." Kakashi observed Fengye without displaying any hint of discouragement. After all, in the ninja world, bloodline limits were not synonymous with invincibility. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lacked a bloodline limit yet commanded respect throughout the shinobi realm, even regarded by the ninjas of Konoha as the mightiest among the 5 Kages. "I shall await your surpassing of me," Fengye said with a smile, reaching out to ruffle Kakashi's hair, only for Kakashi to frown and evade. Just as Kakashi was about to comment on Fengye's childlike gesture, a vibrant voice suddenly resonated from nearby. "Ah, Kakashi, there you are. I've been searching for you for ages." Fengye turned to see a boy clad in a green jumpsuit bursting forth from the bushes, instantly recognizable. "Might Guy?" Guy disregarded Fengye, leaping directly towards Kakashi, launching a powerful kick. "Let us settle this. Take this. Konoha Hurricane." Kakashi regarded Guy with a look devoid of ambition, bemusedly raising his arm to block the attack and retaliating with a side kick. Guy absorbed Kakashi's counterattack as if an endless vigor surged within him. "This time, I shall win, Kakashi. Prepare yourself." Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Guy and Kakashi were embroiled in fierce combat. Just as in the original tale, Guy had regarded Kakashi as his rival since their academy days, tirelessly striving to challenge him. Fengye observed the spirited clash between Guy and Kakashi with a shrug, leaping to a tree to watch the spectacle with detached interest. A Kai, capable of mastering the 8th gate of the 8 inner gates, undoubtedly possesses remarkable talent in physical techniques. However, he has yet to learn the 8 inner gates. While he can overpower Kakashi in pure physical combat, the moment Kakashi resorts to ninjutsu or other tactics, the outcome becomes unmistakably clear. With a crackle, Kakashi, feeling disheartened after his defeat by Kid, engaged Akai in a few exchanges before unleashing a lightning technique. The jutsu struck Akai, sending him flying backward with a yelp, his hair standing on end, emitting a burnt odor. Yet, despite being down not far away and aware of his defeat, Akai refused to concede. With smoke rising from his mouth, he declared, "Next time, I shall prevail." Kakashi, arms crossed over his chest, looked at Akai and shook his head, saying, "You should consider yielding. Your chances of defeating me are even less likely than my victory over Kid." "Thank you for your encouragement." Akai rose from the ground, giving Kakashi a thumbs up. However, he hesitated momentarily, reflecting on Kakashi's words. "Kakashi, what did you just say?" "Nothing," Kakashi replied, shaking his head. Akai furrowed his brow, casting a doubtful glance towards Kid, who perched on a nearby treetop. Kakashi's remarks seemed to imply that he could not defeat Kid, although Kid is Kakashi's elder brother. Akai had never contemplated who was stronger between them. The comparison seemed futile, considering Kakashi graduated at 5 and became a nin at 6, while Kid merely ranked well in their class. Perhaps he misheard. Kakashi must have meant that Akai's aspiration to defeat him was even less credible than Kid's chances of triumphing over Kakashi. As he pondered this, Akai's furrowed brow relaxed. With a swift motion, Kid leapt down from the tree, addressing Kakashi and Akai, "Are you two planning to continue training, or shall we have something to eat?" Given Akai's frequent challenges to Kakashi and their shared training sessions, Kid had become quite familiar with him. Despite Akai and Might Guy's eccentricities attracting curious glances wherever they went, he bore no inclination to mock them. One had unleashed the 8 inner gates, leaving the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist in disarray, instilling a psychological trauma in the few survivors like Suigetsu. The other had, without question, utilized the 8 inner gates to deliver a resounding blow to Madara, nearly causing Kaguya to be unable to rise from her coffin. Ironically, he had always harbored aspirations regarding the 8 inner gates himself. Nonetheless, the 8 inner gates technique is paradoxically arduous yet accessible. Virtually any ninja can initiate the practice, as it is a quintessentially simple and brute force-based technique. However, to master it to its fullest extent demands an arduous regimen of relentless, almost torturous training over many years. It is precisely for this reason that only individuals like Might Guy and Might Due possess the fortitude to endure the monotonous rigor required to perfect such an arduous technique. Having just suffered defeat at the hands of Kakashi, I resolved to complete 3,000 squats before indulging in a meal. Upon hearing Fengye's words, Akai immediately commenced his squats in the arena, completely oblivious to Kakashi's bemused gaze. However, witnessing Akai's fervent dedication to training, Kakashi shook his head and remarked to Fengye, "I am not yet hungry. I must continue my training." His motivation was not influenced by Akai, but rather sparked by Fengye's remarkable prowess. The disparity in their abilities, particularly with Fengye possessing a bloodline limit, had widened significantly. If he did not exert himself in relentless training, he risked being left far behind, a notion he could not abide. "Very well, I shall take my leave for a meal. You may continue your practice." Fengye remained unfazed. The typical schedule of an ordinary person was utterly incompatible with his own, for he possessed the ability to accelerate time. Consequently, he required at least 5 meals a day, and his actual training hours likely surpassed the combined total of Akai and Kakashi's efforts. Chapter 8, Class Assignment in the Hokage's Office. A dossier detailing recent missions and actions of Kakashi lay upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Kakashi had found himself in conflict with his new teams for the 3rd time, rendering effective task execution nearly impossible. Danzo, leaning heavily on his cane, stood before Hiruzen's desk and spoke in a grave tone. "It seems you are unable to find a suitable position for that child, Hiruzen. If so, why not entrust him to me?" Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, shot Danzo a sidelong glance and replied, "You intend to mold Shikaku's child into an emotionless tool?" Danzo's expression remained impassive as he stated, "Leave his training to me. He will not repeat the mistakes of Shikaku and will rise to become an exceptional ninja, surpassing his father." With a dismissive snort, Hiruzen rose from his seat, retorting, "Do not tell me you sought me out solely for this matter, Danzo." Danzo fixed Hiruzen with a penetrating gaze and clarified, "No, I happened to hear about Kakashi's situation. I came to inquire about your stance on the Mist Village. Are you prepared for war? Or?" Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. He stood and approached the window, gazing into the distant sky. After a brief pause, he spoke solemnly, "We shall adopt a strategy of deterrence. Their recent provocations have been excessive. I entrust this matter to you." "Very well." Danzo nodded and made his way toward the office exit, adding, "Hiruzen, do not squander that child's talent." Kakashi, the son of Hokage Shikaku, was indeed a point of concern for Danzo, particularly due to the potential he exhibited, which warranted mention. However, with Hiruzen's disapproval, Danzo lacked the time to specifically address such issues. Hiruzen remained silent until Danzo departed, then turned to glance at the direction Danzo had vanished. He shook his head, the image of Hokage Shikaku flooding his mind, and sighed. Shikaku's death had significantly impacted Konoha. The other ninja villages were now frequently testing Konoha's resolve, partly due to the loss of White Fang, a formidable asset. Kakashi, too, was affected by Shikaku's demise. Regardless of the team he was assigned to, conflicts with his seniors ensued. Over the past 2 years since his graduation, he had yet to find a suitable team. Danzo's suggestion held merit. "Your child is an exceptional ninja, Shikaku, but he is still rather immature in handling interpersonal relations." Hiruzen pondered. Among Shikaku's 2 children, if Ki could be deemed excellent, then Kakashi was undoubtedly a prodigy, seemingly inheriting Shikaku's talent, perhaps destined to become the next White Fang of Konoha. The question of how to properly place Kakashi remained, as Hiruzen had attempted several team arrangements for him, yet each had ended prematurely with Kakashi returning to him in turmoil. Entrusting Kakashi to Danzo was not a viable option. Although the root organization is indeed well suited for Kakashi, it would be a disservice to the late Shiboku to proceed in that manner. During his lifetime, Shiboka had a significant discord with Danzo, and would undoubtedly be averse to witnessing his son transformed into a mere tool by the root. After contemplating numerous thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately made a decision and quietly called out to the empty rooftop, requesting Minato's presence. It is challenging for ordinary Jonin to maintain control over Kakashi, and the few candidates he previously considered were incompatible with him. Thus, the final choice remained the illustrious Namikaze Minato. Following Shiboka's demise, the most suitable candidate to succeed the 4th Hokage was one of the legendary Sannin. Among them, Jiraiya and Tsunade had no inclination towards the Hokage position. However, Jiraiya's disciple, Minato, was an exceptional choice. Should Minato be entrusted with the mantle of the 4th Hokage, it would indeed be essential for him to cultivate his own elite cadre. Handing over the prodigious Kakashi for Minato's mentorship would be entirely appropriate. The dark-clad Umbu on the rooftop acknowledged and swiftly vanished. Upon returning to his seat, Sarutobi took another puff from his cigarette and shook his head, remarking, "I never imagined I would ultimately have to trouble Minato." Given the tense state of the shinobi world, Minato was required in numerous locations, and though he had considered him early on, he hesitated to make a decision, only to return to him again after much deliberation. He felt no apprehension in entrusting Minato with this responsibility, as he was his preferred successor for the 4th Hokage. Mentoring a gifted youth was a trivial task for him. While pondering, Sarutobi retrieved a document detailing information about the current students from the Ninja Academy, organized according to their relationship with Kakashi. At the top was the personal information of Kid, yet Sarutobi merely glanced at it before setting it aside. It would be inappropriate to place siblings in the same team, especially since Minato was a candidate for the 4th Hokage. If Kid possessed talent akin to Kakashi's, it might warrant overlooking such matters for the sake of nurturing exceptional young talent. But the sentiments within the village must also be taken into account. Might Guy Uchiha Obito no Eren Sarutobi contemplated for a moment before making his choice. First, he decided on Uchiha Obito. Assigning this member of the Uchiha clan to Minato would likely quell any significant opposition from the clan regarding Minato's succession as Hokage. He would then select a child from the civilian sector, ruling out Guy due to his gender. Noera Rin emerged as the perfect candidate, striking a balance across various aspects. After finalizing his selections, Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, momentarily chuckling to himself. The esteemed Hokage found himself deeply engrossed in deliberating the placement of a single ninja, even intervening in the class assignments for next year's graduating students from the Ninja Academy. However, Kakashi's exceptional talent certainly warranted such attention. And with Minato personally deciding on the candidates, there was little cause for concern. It was unlikely to result in any issues. After resolving the issue of Kakashi's class assignment, Hiruzen Sarutobi found little interest in the other students, relegating the information files regarding individuals like Kurenai and others to his side, no longer inclined to peruse them. He hoped that Danzo's actions would bring some semblance of stability to the hidden mist village. Sarutobi raised his gaze to the ceiling and exhaled a cloud of smoke. His true concern lay with the precarious state of the ninja world, where friction among the major ninja villages was incessant, primarily revolving around Konoha. The reason was simple. The Land of Fire was the most resource-rich nation, and Konoha had emerged victorious in the Second Great Ninja War, claiming a substantial share of the spoils. This was why all villages turned their attention towards Konoha. However, he could not afford to yield in matters of interest. In the realm of ninjas, a concession once would inevitably lead to another. It was imperative to counter external covetousness with resolute measures to maintain peace, a truth Sarutobi understood all too well. Thus, if the situation could not be restored to stability and a third great ninja war was indeed on the horizon, Konoha would have no choice but to engage fully, letting the battlefield speak for itself. Contemplating this, a glint of cold determination flickered in Sarutobi's eyes. Having acquired abundant resources during the Second War, Konoha's core strength remained robust and formidable. Although they had lost the legendary White Fang, his disciples, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, had matured into formidable ninjas in their own right. While rising talents like Minato Namikaze also emerged as exceptional figures. Should war truly break out, Konoha would not cower before the other villages. Chapter 9. Obito and Shursui at the Ninja Academy. Before the morning class had commenced, the playground was alive with a cacophony of youthful exuberance. A multitude of boys of varying heights congregated, with a chaotic brawl erupting at the center of the throng. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. One boy, forming hand seals, unleashed a small flame towards a few others, startling them, yet only managing to produce a mere flicker. After a brief moment of astonishment, the boys opposing him erupted into laughter. Is this even ninjutsu? Come on, take him down. Approximately 7 or 8 boys were engaged in the fray, seemingly all lower-grade students with little knowledge of true ninjutsu, resorting instead to mere fisticuffs. Among them were a couple of slightly older boys, exhibiting more refined combat skills, showcasing techniques such as the shadow clone technique and other jutsu. The onlookers included enthusiastic cheerers and those reveling in the chaos, creating an atmosphere of disorder, particularly since it was early and no Chunin instructors were present to intervene. What are you all watching? Appeared Fengyi, who strolled a few steps closer after casting a glance at the tumult. He gently tapped a figure on the shoulder at the periphery of the crowd. Why hi Kurenai? Startled, turned to see Fengyi and immediately sighed in relief. Good morning, Fengyi. Good morning, Fengyi replied with a smile. Let us head to the classroom. He had little interest in observing the altercation among the children. Kurenai glanced at the center of the melee, hesitating before speaking. What is it? Fengyi inquired. Kurenai, somewhat resigned, said, Why hi is over there. He seems to be getting beaten up. Fengyi, puzzled, responded, Why hi? Kurenai pointed to one of the boys in the midst of the brawl. That's him. Why hi why, my cousin from my uncle's side. I haven't heard of him. Fengyi shrugged, displaying no interest in a character who barely registered as a background figure. It's quite normal for boys to fight. You girls should refrain from getting involved. The Chunin instructors are surely keeping an eye on this, so there's no need to worry. But Kurenai felt a bit helpless, torn between her instincts to intervene and the lack of justification for doing so. Observing her internal struggle, Fengyi smirked, took a step forward, and performed a simple hand sign, gently pressing down on the ground. Earth style? Earthquake technique. Wait, what? Kurenai exclaimed, initially shocked, then feeling the ground tremble beneath her feet. She managed to maintain her balance, having anticipated the action. However, the crowd on the playground was thrown into disarray. The boys in the brawl momentarily disrupted by the sudden quake. Feng Yi, you. Kurenai steadied herself, but before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Feng Yi placing a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet, as he smiled and softly said, "All right, this should put an end to the fighting. Let us go." The multitude of students, swaying precariously, were momentarily bewildered, mistaking the tremor for an earthquake, resulting in a state of disarray, abruptly halting the previous chaos. However, not all students succumbed to confusion. Among the crowd, one student furrowed his brow as he gazed in the direction of Feng Ye, evidently cognizant that the recent disturbance was a result of Feng Ye's ninjutsu. How reckless! The youth shook his head. He appeared slightly younger than Kakashi, clad in attire emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's insignia. Although he blended into the crowd inconspicuously, his name carried significant weight: Uchiha Shursui. Unlike Uchiha Obito, Shursui was a prodigy nearly rivaling Uchiha Itachi, having already carved out a formidable reputation on the battlefield of the mist even before awakening his Manjiki Sharingan. Upon its activation, he gained the renowned Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, hailed as the most potent illusion. Not only Shursui and Yuhi Kurenai noticed Feng Ye's use of the seismic technique, also present on the playground. With her attention directed at Feng Ye from the outset, was Nora Rin. "Feng Ye, you've truly gone overboard." Rin approached from a distance, muttering to Feng Ye. "But Feng Ye, you're incredible. The seismic technique seems to be a C-rank Doton ninjutsu, right?" Unaware that Rin was also present, Feng Ye gestured for her to keep quiet. Chuckling as he replied, "I picked it up from Kakashi, just a little trick." Uchiha Shursui observed the scene, smirking, and decided against intervening, turning to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he halted. Not far off, another youth donned in Uchiha attire, sporting goggles, stood before Feng Ye, raising a fist towards him, exclaiming, "Hey, Feng Ye, let us settle this." The challenger was none other than Uchiha Obito. Today, he had miraculously avoided mishaps on his way to school, arriving punctually. Upon reaching the playground, his eyes immediately fell upon Feng Ye and Rin engaged in laughter, causing his mood to sour. The atmosphere on the playground seemed conducive to conflict, prompting Uchiha Obito to approach Feng Ye, fists clenched in indignation. Bored, Feng Ye cast a glance at Obito. He held little interest in the pre-darkness version of Obito, who was, in fact, a kind-hearted, sunny youth. Feng Ye had no intention of bullying a child. "Damn it, stop right there." However, upon seeing Feng Ye's reluctance to engage, Obito could no longer contain himself and leaped in front of Feng Ye. Swish! Obito launched a clumsy attack. Feng Ye sighed, sidestepping Obito's strike, placing a hand on his shoulder, and with a gentle pull, sent Obito tumbling off balance, flipping through the air before landing awkwardly behind him. Witnessing this, Rin covered her forehead in exasperation. Yuhi Kurenai was momentarily rendered speechless. Is Obito truly a member of the Uchiha clan? The prestigious name of the Uchiha appears somewhat contradictory. My recollection of the clan evokes a sense of reverence, as the Uchiha are renowned for their exceptional lineage, and its members are universally acknowledged as prodigies, consistently excelling in their respective classes. However, the stark contrast presented by Obito is rather disheartening. Just as Kurenai's words faded, a voice emerged from the side. Such remarks could not simply be overlooked. Uchiha Shursui had approached, observing Kurenai with a calm demeanor. Although Obito shares the Uchiha heritage, their connection is rather tenuous, and thus he paid little heed. Yet, when the Uchiha clan is mentioned, he cannot turn a blind eye. "You are." Kurenai glanced at Shursui, momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Shursui. The name Uchiha Shursui resonates profoundly within the Ninja Academy, as he consistently ranks first in all subjects and recently triumphed over a lower-ranking ninja. This level of prowess undoubtedly qualifies him for early graduation. In the eyes of many, Shursui stands as the singular talent of this generation, with a gift that nearly rivals Kakashi's. Chapter 10. The shock of Shursui noticing the commotion from Hinata Sakura's side. Feng Ye turned his head, and the moment he laid eyes on Shursui, he instantly recognized his identity. Tilting his head, he remarked, "Sakura likely does not harbor any doubts about the prestige of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, to question a renowned family based solely on personal opinion seems rather one-sided." The Uchiha clan is still home to numerous geniuses. Upon hearing Fengya's words, Shizue's expression softened. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself in Fengya's matters, deeming it unnecessary to instigate a pointless conflict. He merely intended to caution the other party after overhearing Sakura's slightly overstepping remarks. However, in the next heartbeat, Shizue's pupils dilated in shock. A hand had silently rested upon his shoulder, causing his body to stiffen momentarily. This hand belonged to Fengya. How could this be? Shizue's pupils constricted violently, a glimmer of disbelief flashing through them. Fengya flashed Shizue an innocuous smile, withdrew his hand without uttering a word, and walked towards the classroom. Meanwhile, the Fengya who had been conversing with Shizue just moments ago instantly dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. A clone. The figure left behind was merely a clone. In that fleeting instant, Fengya had created a clone at the spot, while his true self had swiftly arrived beside Shizue. As a genius, Shizue comprehended what had transpired in an instant. Yet even with this understanding, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The shadow clone technique and the body flicker technique? How could it be so fast? Fengya's true self transforming into a clone and appearing beside him was nothing short of astonishing. This implied that had they been engaged in combat just now, he would have been instantaneously defeated by Fengya, without even grasping the situation. Sakura and Noera Rin were momentarily stunned as well. They too were unable to react immediately, or rather, they simply could not discern how Fengya had left a clone behind while his true self appeared next to Uchiha Shizue with such swiftness. The two girls exchanged glances, both reflecting a trace of shock in their eyes. After regaining their composure, they glanced back at the still-dazed Shizue, then promptly pursued the direction Fengya had taken. Shizue inhaled deeply, striving to quell the turmoil within his heart, and turned his gaze toward Fengya's departing figure, still harboring a hint of tremor in his eyes. Kakashi's reputation as a genius was known far and wide, while Fengya had been labeled with terms such as average, mediocre, and lacking talent. In this moment, Shizue could only respond to these assessments with one word: blind. Though he remained uncertain of Kakashi's true abilities, based solely on Fengya's recent display, Shizue was confident that Fengya was hardly inferior to Kakashi, if not stronger. Such power could not have been acquired overnight. That individual had been concealing his true potential all along, never deliberately showcasing his extraordinary talents, and remained unfazed by the criticisms. Shizue mused quietly to himself. At this moment, his judgment of Fengya was fearsome. In contrast to the youthful exuberance of Kakashi, his elder brother, Kageyama Furu, possesses not only formidable strength, but also a calm, composed, and mature demeanor. Undoubtedly, such a person is more powerful than Kakashi. Shizue inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of the title genius he bore suddenly become considerably heavier. The young Uchiha Shizue should not be inferior to Itachi. However, it remains unclear when he awakened his Manjiki Sharingan and acquired the ability of Kodo Amatsukami. Upon returning to the classroom, Furu pondered with his chin in hand. Being one of the geniuses from the original narrative, Uchiha Shisue's somewhat arrogant attitude towards Yukaheim caused him to employ a slight tactic, curious to see if this future instantaneous Shirsa could catch on, though it appeared he fell short. Furu, you just... As Furu entered the classroom, Yukaheim and others hurried in after him, and as soon as they sat beside him, they could not help but inquire. While unsure of what transpired, it was evident that Furu had startled Uchiha Shizue, whose demeanor and gaze had stiffened noticeably. "Oh, I merely greeted Uchiha Shizue. There's no need to dwell on it," Furu replied with a smile. After all, the tensions preceding the Third Great Ninja War were palpable, and revealing a modicum of strength was not problematic. Yukaheim gazed at Furu with wide eyes, saying, "But he was clearly frightened by you." Furu retrieved his textbook and placed it on the desk, contemplating. "Well, I suppose so. After all, I possess 2 years more experience in ninjutsu than he does." Despite the simplicity of Furu's words, Yukaheim understood that what had just occurred was anything but simple. Uchiha Shizue was renowned throughout the school as a genius. To frighten Uchiha Shizue was certainly something to boast about. Yet, Furu seemed unaffected, maintaining his usual cheerful demeanor, which only deepened Yukaheim's admiration for him. In contrast to those boys who flaunted their accolades at the slightest opportunity, Fura's personal charm was undoubtedly at its peak. Noticing Yukahime's gaze, Fura sighed inwardly. Her eyes seemed to convey intentions of bearing his children. Perhaps he should temper his demeanor a bit, though he felt he had done nothing excessively out of line. Ah, youth is a splendid thing. Fura longed to seamlessly integrate into the life of the ninja school within the Naruto universe, to relish the carefree, sunlit days of youth devoid of pressure. This was his intention from the outset. Yet, regrettably, he found it impossible to do so, no matter how deliberately he tried to forget. Thoughts of the Third Great Ninja War, the Nine Tails invasion, and Pain's obliteration of Konoha would occasionally resurface. This was a perilous world, one where sufficient strength was necessary to enjoy peace. Leaning back in his chair, Fura stretched and murmured towards the window. How wonderful it would be if this were a slice-of-life world. Yukahime tilted her head in curiosity, asking, "What did you say, Fura?" "Nothing. Just pondering a little," he replied, shaking his head, followed by a chuckle. Even if one were to truly traverse into a realm akin to that of Kagayaheim, various pressures would undoubtedly propel one forward, unless one were to exist at the pinnacle from birth. To arrive in this world endowed with the ability of time manipulation, particularly before the tumult of the Third Shinobi World War and within the relatively tranquil confines of Konoha, could be deemed as an entry of moderate difficulty. However, if one were to find oneself amidst the bloody atmosphere of the hidden mist village, where peers are compelled to engage in lethal confrontations during their formative years, even slaying comrades, and were to discard the ability of time manipulation, it would undoubtedly pose an infernal challenge. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Keed waited for the day's test, while refining the chakra flowing within his body. It occurred to him that the training method for the 8 gates might not be exceedingly arduous. Contemplating deeply, he began to manipulate the chakra within, attempting to explore the precise locations of the 8 gates, as recalled from memory. He wished to ascertain whether he could independently discover the training methods for the 8 gates. The true difficulty of this forbidden technique lies in the gradual mastery of each gate through years of relentless practice, rather than in its initial development. Otherwise, Might Guy would not have been able to uncover it on his own. In simpler terms, the 8 gates could be likened to the repetitive act of inscribing a character. With unwavering determination and perseverance, one could master it through countless repetitions. In contrast, techniques such as the Corpse Demon Seal and Flying Thunder God resemble world-class mathematical conjectures, which are insurmountable without innate talent. Chapter 11. The flow of chakra. Though the 8 gates technique is relatively straightforward to learn, even accessible to lower-ranking ninjas, it is not something that Fengyue could completely deduce in just a fleeting moment. He had indeed identified the 8 corresponding locations within his body. Yet the true essence of the 8 gates lies in the ability to cultivate their flexibility and control their opening and closing. This necessitates diligent practice and experimentation. Fengyue pondered deeply, contemplating whether to take a shortcut by consulting Might Guy. It would be prudent to seek guidance from Might Guy, for despite its simplicity, this technique is classified as a forbidden art, and one might encounter various risks during its development. The morning's evaluation focused on the integration of physical techniques, comprising various combinations such as tree climbing and weighted running. However, these challenges posed little difficulty for the students of the Ninja Academy, and even Obito managed to pass the tests with ease. Once the evaluation concluded, Fengyue returned home. After a brief organization and a meal, he set out once more, searching for Might Guy and Might Dai within the village. Unfortunately, it appeared that Might Dai had gone on a mission, leaving only Might Guy practicing in his usual training spot. Without finding Might Dai, Fengyue could not orchestrate an accidental meeting to seek advice. However, he remained unperturbed and returned to his dwelling, where he grasped the chakra blade, White Fang, and made his way toward the village's rear mountains. This time, it should suffice. Upon arriving at his usual training ground, Fengyue held the chakra blade, White Fang, took a deep breath, and instead of producing shadow clones, he engaged in training with his true self. Following his battle with Kakashi yesterday, while honing his mastery of the Konoha blade technique at home, he felt he was on the cusp of grasping the threshold of chakra flow. The Konoha White Fang's renowned blade technique consists of 2 phases. The pivotal core of the first phase is the flow of chakra. Chakra flow refers to the ability to channel one's internal chakra in a flowing manner, thereby augmenting the sharpness and offensive capabilities of the weapon. Once this ability is mastered, the potency of the Konoha blade technique surges dramatically. The core of the second phase, on the other hand, represents an advanced version of chakra flow, the transformation of chakra's form. This allows the flowing chakra to solidify, inherently possessing a sharp form, which further amplifies its power when utilizing the Konoha blade technique, regardless of the practitioner's current strength level. Mastering the first phase guarantees one possesses the abilities of a Chunin, while mastering the second phase ensures one reaches the level of a Chunin. As for further advancement, that relies on individual talent. It is a misconception to regard the Konoha blade technique as ordinary merely because full mastery equates to Chunin strength. In reality, techniques that surpass the Konoha blade technique are predominantly classified as forbidden arts or supreme techniques, akin to the Flying Thunder God technique, which is beyond the grasp of the average individual. Feng Yi has never relaxed in his practice of the Konoha blade technique. This technique, with its profound manipulation of chakra, serves as a formidable means of control. Moreover, it does not conflict with most taijutsu. Even in the state of the 8 gates released or sage mode, one can still proficiently employ the Konoha blade technique. Swoosh, swoosh. Feng Yi continuously swung his blade, the white fang glimmering with a radiant white light, trembling as it moved and tracing arcs in the air. This training persisted for several hours before Feng Yi paused. After returning to the village for a meal, he returned to continue his practice. 7 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours. In a state of triple time acceleration, Feng Yi diligently engaged in the fundamental exercises of the Konoha blade technique, integrating the flow of chakra that had become somewhat foreign to him. As time elapsed, his roughness gradually smoothed into finesse, and awkwardness transformed into proficiency. At a certain moment, Feng Yi suddenly swung his blade. Sensing that the chakra flowing along the edge had achieved a perfect alignment with the direction of the strike, he then ceased his movements. Indeed, a glimmer of light flashed in Feng Yi's eyes as he carefully contemplated the state he had just experienced. He then swung forward once more, achieving yet another flawless strike. After attempting this numerous times and confirming that his proficiency had finally reached the desired level, Feng Yi let out a long breath, allowing his body to relax slightly. The first phase of the Konoha blade technique was complete. Curious about its power, once Feng Yi calmed his emotions, he approached a wooden post. With a swift movement, he stepped forward and swung the chakra blade in his hand, a white light slicing through the air. Swoosh! The wooden post, about as thick as a person's embrace, was effortlessly pierced by Feng Yi's strike, akin to cutting through tofu, as half of the wood silently slid down from the right. Truly impressive. With the white Fang chakra blade, he could undoubtedly sever the kunai of an opponent who has not mastered chakra flow. Feng Yi gazed at the power of his strike, mumbling a quiet evaluation. The white Fang's effectiveness was unquestionable. With the completion of the first phase of the Konoha blade technique, he indeed possessed the strength of a Chunin, and he might even hold an advantage over an average Chunin. Feng Yi's prowess had long since reached the Chunin level through ninjutsu and taijutsu, and now, having mastered the first phase of the Konoha blade technique, he could be regarded as an elite Chunin even in a normal state. Next, the accelerated state. After taking a breath, a spark of light flickered in Feng Yi's eyes. The earlier strike that severed a corner of the wooden post was executed in a normal state. In the accelerated condition, the Konoha blade technique would undoubtedly unleash even greater power. Silently, Feng Yi entered the triple speed state. To an observer from a distance, it would appear as though Feng Yi had entered a peculiar fast-forward mode, his actions and even breathing rhythm seeming abnormal. In this state, Feng Yi grasped the chakra blade, white fang, and unleashed a surge of chakra, swiftly striking towards the wooden post ahead. Whoosh! In a state of threefold speed. The blow was so swift that it left behind an afterimage. In an instant, one could perceive a white arc, reminiscent of a blade's gleam, fleetingly slicing through the robust wooden post. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Feng Yi's eyes. In the accelerated state, the range of his strike had astonishingly extended beyond the blade's edge, delivering a cut nearly a foot long. This was a feat achievable only by the second stage of the flagwood sword technique. Suppressing the shock within, Feng Ye circled around to the rear of the post, clearly observing a line that cleaved the wooden structure in two, leaving a mark upon the ground. While the power may not rival that of a true second-stage flagwood sword technique, the combination of accelerated time, chakra flow, and the technique indeed allowed for an extended strike range. After taking a breath, Feng Ye garnered a sense of his own prowess. Special Jonin. A special Jonin adept in speed. While he may find it challenging against those who excel in illusions or possess forbidden techniques, against ordinary Chunin or even elite Chunin, his remarkable speed could suffice to eliminate opponents in a matter of moments. Moreover, the strength derived from his swiftness lies in a reduced fear of facing multiple adversaries. Generally, those proficient in illusions or wielding certain forbidden techniques may struggle against a unified front of 3 or 4 elite Chunin, but in his case, even if he cannot swiftly dispatch his foes, his speed would enable him to maneuver in and out with ease. Chapter 12. Setting a modest goal. The enhancement of one's prowess undeniably brings forth a sense of elation. However, this joy was ephemeral, gradually subdued by Feng Ye. For he recognized that although the special Jonin bore the title of Jonin, they found themselves in a rather precarious position, due to an imbalance in various abilities. They fell short of achieving the true level of a Jonin, resulting in significantly diminished self-preservation capabilities in combat compared to a genuine Jonin. The lack of endurance remained a glaring deficiency. Feng Ye pondered deeply. Lacking the physique of the Uzumaki clan and devoid of a tailed beast sealed within, his chakra level could only be deemed as barely reaching the standard of an elite Chunin, with a considerable chasm separating him from the Jonin tier. As for physical stamina, what could a 10-year-old body possess? Under the accelerated passage of time, stamina was consumed at an even swifter rate. If he were to learn the 8 Gates technique, he would undoubtedly become a fleeting figure in battle. A hint of resignation crossed Feng Ye's features as he contemplated this. Until he attained the sage body, stamina and chakra would likely remain his Achilles heel, and the sage body was not a consideration for him at this juncture. However, upon further reflection, if he could unleash a formidable strength in a fleeting moment, then the lack of endurance would be inconsequential. Much like the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who could decimate 50 Jonin in the blink of an eye, even with chakra as a weakness, his golden flash became legendary in the ninja world. It appeared that my future combat style would revolve around resolving battles in an instant, Feng Ye mused silently. Regardless of whether endurance was a shortcoming, it was imperative to practice the 8 Gates technique. With the combination of the 8 Gates in the time acceleration state, he would truly have the means to resolve battles with the speed of light. If his velocity reached its zenith, what did endurance matter? The duration of combat would be minimal. In his current state, he should not be inferior to an elite Chunin. With a triple speed state, he could be considered a special Jonin. To advance further, 3 avenues lay before him, Feng Ye contemplated. The first path of improvement was the most conventional, to methodically train in taijutsu, cultivate chakra, and utilize the time acceleration to facilitate rapid physical growth. Once his body matured to around 12 or 13 years of age, he would likely possess the chakra and taijutsu commensurate with a Jonin. Additionally, learning a standard Jonin-level ninjutsu would render him a quintessential Jonin in his regular state. The second path involved further honing the Konoha blade technique. If he could achieve the second stage of this technique, even with deficiencies in chakra and taijutsu, he could still wield the might of White Fang to attain Jonin-level strength. Lastly, the third path was the 8 Gates technique. It was prudent to pursue all 3 directions concurrently, Feng Ye concluded. For an ordinary individual, selecting a singular path of improvement would be the sound course of action, as they lacked the time to pursue all 3 simultaneously. This would likely lead to a dilution of effort, resulting in mediocrity across the board. Yet, he was different. With the ability to accelerate time, he possessed ample opportunity for cultivation. In the future, as the capabilities of the illusory clock continue to enhance, it may even achieve speeds of 4-fold or 5-fold. At that point, he would undoubtedly possess the qualifications to traverse 3 distinct paths. Let us set a modest goal, to become a Chunin in 6 months. Feng Ye clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Chunin. Here, the term refers to possessing the strength of a Chunin under normal circumstances. If he can maintain such strength, then at 3-fold, or even 4-fold or 5-fold acceleration, he might be able to eliminate Chunin with the ease of slicing vegetables. Much like the legendary Minato Namikaze. Only by reaching such a level can he secure a measure of self-preservation when the Third Ninja World War erupts, ensuring that he does not simply perish due to unforeseen circumstances. Departing from his training grounds, Fengyi returned to the village. The state of vigilance had escalated somewhat. Compared to the previous days, the number of patrolling ninjas on the streets today was noticeably greater, and the frequency of their patrols had also increased. This was merely the visible aspect. Behind the scenes, the Konoha Umbu, the inspection unit directly under Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, was likely closely monitoring various corners of the village, searching for potential spies from enemy villages who may have infiltrated. Fengyi sensed to gaze upon him, as if he were being scrutinized. Only after it was confirmed that he posed no threat did that feeling of being watched gradually fade away. Such clandestine surveillance was undoubtedly uncomfortable. However, during this tense period leading up to the Ninja World War, it was an unavoidable reality, as each village dispatched spies to extract intelligence by any means necessary. Due to the accelerated training time, the ingredients in his refrigerator were depleting rapidly, necessitating replenishment every couple of days. Thus, Fengyi made his way to the marketplace for supplies. After only a few steps, a somewhat familiar voice drifted from the neighboring butcher shop. Fengyi turned to see a familiar figure holding a shopping bag, standing before the owner of the beef stall, glaring at him. What? The price of beef has risen to 450 ryo? This is outrageous. Mato Dai exclaimed in disbelief. The shopkeeper shrugged helplessly, stating, the procurement price is already exorbitant. It's not as if I wish to extort anyone. The tense situation in the ninja world had inevitably led to rising prices, although Konoha remained relatively stable. The various channels for acquiring supplies had tightened considerably. Furthermore, due to fears of attacks from enemy ninjas, large quantities of supplies now required ninja escorts, thereby straining both manpower and resources. This is too expensive. Mato Dai ran a hand through his hair, momentarily feeling disheartened. As a low-ranking ninja who struggled to find a team to join, the rising prices were a harsh reality for him. Nevertheless, his son, Mato Dai, was in a critical growth phase, necessitating a meat-based meal almost daily. After some deliberation, Mato Dai ultimately purchased a piece of beef, albeit with reduced weight, reasoning that a slight reduction in his own intake would not pose a significant issue. Times are tough, Fengyi murmured as he observed Mato Dai's predicament while buying meat. He is faring relatively well. Although SHM has passed away, he has left behind a substantial inheritance, sufficient to sustain both him and Kakashi for several years. Furthermore, Kakashi has long since attained the rank of Chunin, enabling him to be self-sufficient, thus sparing them the worry of rising living costs for the time being. However, it must be noted that if Might Guy can unleash the 8th gate to decisively defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, then opening the 7th gate should undoubtedly confer him with strength on par with that of a Chunin. While it may not elevate him to the rank of Chunin, it would certainly allow for an exceptional promotion to Chunin. Regrettably, the missions assigned to Might Guy are predominantly non-combat tasks, such as clearing debris and searching for lost cats, leaving little room for his prowess to shine. Consequently, the true extent of Might Guy's abilities remains unknown within Konoha. After a brief contemplation, Fengyi promptly procured several ingredients, returned home, and prepared a simple meal. Following his repast, he set out once more in search of Might Guy. Chapter 13. The 8 Gates. Before long, Fengyi encountered Might Guy, as he had anticipated. Upon returning from his mission, Might Guy, after sharing a meal with Akai, began training alongside him. The two were currently running laps around Konoha. After contemplating for a moment, Fengyi decided to head in another direction and commenced his own laps around the village. Shortly thereafter, he found himself running in sync with the father and son duo. Are you training as well, Kai? Fengyi called out to Akai. Akai, spotting Fengyi, gave him a thumbs up while continuing to run, exclaiming, of course, after dinner. It's essential to run 50 laps to adjust one's condition. This is what youth is all about. Might Guy mirrored Akai's gesture, offering a thumbs up of his own, perfectly synchronized, showcasing his agreement with Akai's sentiments and revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. This peculiar scene elicited bewildered expressions from the onlookers lining the streets. Fengyi felt a sense of exasperation. Could we not be so eccentric? he mused, feeling the weight of others' gazes upon him, faintly overhearing murmurs like, "Is he really mingling with that father and son?" which made him internally sigh in resignation. As they ran, Akai turned to Feng Yi and inquired, "Huff, Huff, by the way, where's Kakashi? Aren't you training together?" Akai's concern for Kakashi evidently surpassed that of Feng Yi. "He is probably off training alone," Feng Yi replied, aware that Kakashi had not been accepting missions lately. If he wasn't at home, he was surely somewhere honing his skills, as they rarely trained together. Akai flashed another thumbs up at Feng Yi, grinning. "I see. I didn't expect you to engage in such foundational training. The basics are indeed vital." Feng Yi smiled, then, with a contemplative expression, remarked, "I've been focusing on physical techniques lately, and I feel as though there are certain limits within me that can be broken. Have you sensed anything similar?" Akai looked at Feng Yi with confusion, asking, "Limits? Are you referring to the point of physical exhaustion?" "No." Feng Yi casually glanced at Might Dai beside him before continuing, "It's not that kind of limit. It feels more like shackles restraining my physical power." Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, Akai appeared increasingly perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire further, Might Dai could not contain himself and interjected, looking at Feng Yi with a hint of admiration, "You truly live up to being Kakashi's elder brother." Feeling the existence of the 8 gates at such a young age is no small feat. 8 gates? Feng Yi feigned ignorance, casting a questioning glance at Might Dai. Might Dai, with his straightforward disposition, expressed with a smile, "Once one's physique reaches a certain level of training, one can sense the existence of these shackles within. I refer to them as the 8 gates. Once these shackles are broken, one can unleash extraordinary strength." Akai, surprised by Might Dai's revelation, looked at him in astonishment, having never heard of such concepts before. Even the ninja instructors at school had not taught this. "Does Dad still practice this kind of physical technique?" "Of course." Might Dai gave a thumbs up and said, "This is the only unique skill I have honed over 20 years of arduous practice. I plan to teach it to you once you have matured a bit more." Feng Yi looked at Might Dai and inquired, "Although I can sense the shackles, forcibly breaking them could potentially cause some damage, correct?" "Indeed," Might Dai nodded, his expression turning serious as he gazed at Feng Yi. "To be honest, I do not recommend attempting to unlock the 8 gates at your age. However, your ability to perceive their existence indicates that you have likely reached the threshold for training in the 8 gates of Duanjia." Might Dai had not even considered keeping such knowledge a secret. In truth, he had always intended to pass down the technique of the 8 gates. Yet, as merely a lower-ranked ninja, he found that, aside from his son, Might Dai, no one was willing to listen to his teachings. Upon hearing Feng Yi's inquiry, Might Dai eagerly shared several key points about training in the 8 gates of Duanjia, enlightening Feng Yi instantly. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Feng Yi halted, expressing gratitude with a sincere bow toward Might Dai. Seeing Feng Yi's demeanor, Might Dai chuckled heartily, saying, "No need for such formality. If my experiences can assist you, that is sufficient. After all, you are a classmate of Guy's. I never expected anyone would be interested in listening to a lower ninja like me share my experiences and physical techniques, my youth." The first part of his statement remained somewhat normal, but the latter veered off into a peculiar tangent, causing Feng Yi to sigh inwardly. Might Dai, half puzzled and half confused, looked at Might Dai and asked, "Dad, what is the 8 gates of Duanjia? Can I learn it?" "Guy." Might Dai snapped back to reality from his emotional reverie and firmly patted Guy's shoulder. "Your training is not yet sufficient. Let us go. Complete 50 laps first, and then I will tell you about the 8 gates." As he spoke, Might Dai resumed running with Guy, the two of them swiftly disappearing into the distance amidst a sea of bewildered gazes. Feng Yi, initially intending to run alongside them for a while, shook his head in resignation. "Forget it. I have finally obtained the method for training in the 8 gates of Duanjia, and it is indeed as straightforward as I had anticipated, though I feel a twinge of guilt. I shall find an opportunity to repay this kindness." After contemplating for a moment, Feng Yi returned home and, based on the key points mentioned by Might Dai and his own explorations into physical techniques, organized the training method for the 8 gates of Duanjia. The crux of mastering the 8 gates lies in breaking the internal shackles of the 8 gates. However, forcibly doing so would inevitably cause damage to the body's meridians. Thus, preliminary training and exercises are required for adaptation, and this training involves load-bearing exercises. The initial phase of training can utilize various tools, such as weights, to keep the body in a state of constant pressure. Consequently, once the pressure is alleviated, the body's adaptability to breaking the shackles of the 8 gates will be significantly enhanced. The practice of the 8 gates of Duanjia involves repeatedly undergoing this process. Thus, it became necessary to acquire some weighted gear. Feng Yi rummaged through the assortment of ninja tools at home and unearthed a few weights. However, their mass was rather modest, suitable for ordinary training, yet inadequate for the foundational practice of the 8 gates. The absence of weights was not a significant issue, as the ninja village was abundant in such tools, and the funds left by Shoamo would suffice to procure a set of weighted equipment. In no time, after expending a considerable sum, Feng Yi acquired a complete set of weights. Unlike the weights utilized by Shaoli in the original narrative, the gear he purchased was comprised of individual components, including a vest, wrist guards, and leg weights, forming a comprehensive ensemble. The material from which they were crafted was indeterminate, but their weight defied logic. After a thorough examination of the weights, Feng Yi concluded that they fell into the realm of the unscientific, akin to the blood-sucking, growth-enhancing beheading sword or the infinitely extendable Kusanagi blade, items forged through some extraordinary means. They were astonishingly heavy. Once fully donned, he acutely sensed the considerable burden upon his entire body. Even his gait felt somewhat unstable, though he gradually acclimated after a brief period. Chapter 14. Slaying the Chunin. After acquiring ninja tools and obtaining training methods, all preparations complete, Feng Yi indulged in a brief slumber, in a state of accelerated time. Approximately 2.5 hours later in the real world, he awoke, had a meal, and proceeded to his usual training location. Feng Yi's training ground lay on the back mountain of Konoha, a place frequented by many for practice. However, under the cloak of night, it was eerily silent and devoid of any presence. Beneath the moonlight, Feng Yi commenced his arduous training. The practice of the 8 gates technique demands nothing short of relentless effort. There are no shortcuts, nor the fanciful notion of a perpetual opening of gates or reverse training. Such ideas are mere fantasies, utterly impractical. For hours elapsed. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Yi had shed his weights and leaned against a rock, his garments thoroughly drenched in sweat, resembling one who had emerged from a torrent. The rigors of mastering the 8 gates far surpassed the challenges of conventional ninjutsu or physical training. Despite possessing the ability to accelerate time, he could only do so relative to the external world. The training process offered no semblance of an easy path. Heaving a sigh, this marked his 7th break. Although his body had nearly recovered, Feng Yi remained reluctant to rise. For hours, under threefold time acceleration, equated to a grueling 12 hours. It was time to return, rest, and then continue. Sensing a mental fatigue creeping in, Feng Yi abandoned the idea of prolonging his training. He stood, gathered his discarded weights, and prepared to head back. At that moment, he abruptly froze, halting his actions and setting the weights aside, straining his ears. A faint rustle, it seemed someone was moving through the woods. At this late hour, encountering another soul in the forest rarely boded well. Feng Yi furrowed his brow, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. Uncertain of who it might be, he had no desire to confront them. Judging by the sounds, the individual appeared to be approaching, likely to pass nearby. Feng Yi assessed their position, circling the rock to conceal himself from view. The footsteps brushed past him, gradually fading into the distance, seemingly unaware of his presence as they hurriedly passed. However, almost instantaneously after the footsteps vanished, the night sky erupted with flashes of silver, accompanied by a piercing sound as 7 or 8 shurikens accurately descended upon Feng Yi's concealed position, sealing off all avenues of escape. Damn! Feng Yi cursed under his breath. Already grasping a chakra blade in his right hand, he swiftly countered the incoming shurikens, deflecting them with a flick of his wrist. In one fluid motion, he leapt atop the rock, gazing towards the direction from which the shurikens had come. In that direction, a shadowy figure became discernible, illuminated by the moonlight. The forehead protector revealed a symbol that, though not from the Hidden Leaf Village, was still familiar to Kid-Yura. A shinobi from the Hidden Mist. It turned out to be a mere child. Lin Chinyu regarded Kid-Yura with a glint of coldness in his eyes. In the next instant, he charged at Kid-Yura, unsheathing a short sword to strike. As a scout from the Hidden Mist Village and an elite J-Nin with sensory abilities, He had exerted considerable effort to infiltrate the Land of Fire, intending to venture into the Hidden Leaf. However, he detected Kiryu's presence. Initially startled, fearing an ambush, he soon realized that only Kiryu was present and noted the weak chakra fluctuations. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively created a shadow clone to generate noise and divert attention, launching a surprise attack on Kiryu. Kiryu parried the assault, catching Lin Chinyu off guard. Yet, upon recognizing the child's youthful visage, he felt a slight relief and swiftly resolved to act. Time was of the essence. They were perilously close to the Hidden Leaf. Any significant noise or prolonged skirmish could spell danger. He had to eliminate Kiryu quickly and then attempt the infiltration. The vicinity was no longer safe. It seemed he would have to refrain from practicing here at night in the future. Observing Lin Chinyu's intent to kill without any sign of dialogue, Kiryu's mind raced as he brandished his ninja blade, White Fang, to defend himself. Clang! The sound of steel clashing resonated in the night as Kiryu's blade met Lin Chinyu's short sword, sparks flying amidst the clash. In an instant, they exchanged numerous strikes. And Lin Chinyu, once brimming with murderous intent, found himself astonished. The boy before him was not as easily dispatched as he had presumed. The silver-haired child wielding a chakra-infused short sword. Could he be the son of White Fang? A glimmer of realization sparked in Lin Chinyu's eyes. There could be no mistake. Kakashi Hitaki's genius was renowned throughout the Hidden Leaf, undoubtedly placing him on the assassination list of the Hidden Mist Village, as no one wished to witness the emergence of another White Fang from the leaf. Eliminating this child would be a significant achievement, even without extracting any intelligence. He could return to his village. Compared to the immense risks of infiltrating the leaf, the prospect of dispatching a mere child was far more appealing. Moreover, since he had already been detected by Kiryu, failing to eliminate him would thwart any chance of infiltration. With a surge of murderous intent, Lin Chinyu wasted no time. After a brief exchange, he leaped backward, biting down on the short sword, and swiftly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, Hidden Mist Technique, Wind Release, Gale Technique. Before the white mist could fully manifest, Kiryu seemingly anticipated his move, synchronously unleashing a wind release. A fierce gust of wind dispersed the nascent mist, diminishing its obscuring effect significantly, though it still slightly hindered visibility. Lin Chinyu frowned slightly, yet he charged through the haze towards Feng Yi. For Feng Yi, this marked his inaugural encounter in true combat, one that posed a genuine threat to his life. While an ordinary person might succumb to trepidation, failing to harness even half of their potential, Feng Yi, in this moment, exhibited unparalleled calm. The reasons were twofold. He had assessed his opponent's capabilities and, in a state of triple speed, everything before him appeared to unfold in slow motion, including Lin Chinyu's movements. In Feng Yi's hand, the ninja blade, White Fang, glimmered with a faint sheen. Gazing at Lin Chinyu, who advanced through the subtle mist, a glint of cold light flashed in Feng Yi's eyes as he instantaneously unleashed the full extent of his previously restrained speed. To Lin Chinyu, Feng Yi appeared to move with an almost supernatural swiftness, his chakra short blade seeming to create afterimages as it sliced toward him. Lin Chinyu's expression shifted. How could he be so fast? This thought flickered through his mind, but there was no time for further contemplation. Faced with the terrifying speed displayed by Feng Yi, he could only muster all his strength to parry with the short sword in hand. Clang! Just in time, Lin Chinyu's short sword intercepted Feng Yi's blade, producing a resonant ring. The thought that he had successfully blocked the attack flitted through Lin Chinyu's mind, but it lasted only a moment before he froze in place, disbelief washing over him. A clear line of blood traced from the center of his forehead down to the nape of his neck. His sword had deflected the tangible blade. Yet he had not anticipated that Feng Yi's strike extended beyond the blade itself, encompassing an additional foot of air/distance. This was the famed Konoha blade technique. Countless ninjas had perished under this maneuver during the Second Great Ninja War. Even those aware of its potency found it nearly impossible to counter. In the fleeting moment before consciousness slipped away, Lin Chinyu recalled the terror that had gripped countless ninjas at the hands of the chakra short blade, White Fang. He never imagined that such a young boy as Feng Yi could have mastered the legendary technique that once sent shockwaves through the ninja world. Silently, Lin Chinyu swayed slightly before his body fell to the ground. Chapter 15. Kakashi's dilemma desiring only to diligently cultivate to the level of a jonin. Fongi found himself reluctantly forced into taking a life, disrupting the rhythm of his training, leaving him momentarily speechless. Should he destroy the evidence? Time was of the essence. With a swift leap, he forsook any examination of Lin Qinyu's body, hastily retrieving his belongings before swiftly departing into the distance. He surmised that Konoha's Umbu were likely racing toward the scene, and he had no intention of crossing paths with those shinobi. Barely moments after Feng Ye's departure, several figures materialized at the site of the earlier confrontation, all adorned with various animal masks, unmistakably the Umbu ninjas directly under the command of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. There, one sensory-type ninja's gaze flickered, landing upon Lin Qinyu's lifeless form. Instead of approaching directly, he swiftly hurled a shuriken, pinning it into Lin Qinyu's body to confirm the death. Two other Umbu, witnessing this, moved in from the sides. Dead. One of them crouched down, flipping Lin Qinyu's body over to reveal the forehead protector of the Mist Village. The three Umbu exchanged glances, surprise flashing in their eyes. They had initially presumed a Konoha ninja had been attacked and slain, only to discover it was an enemy village's ninja, seemingly a scout of sorts. Though the identity of the assailant remained a mystery, this individual must be an elite Chunin from the mist. The crouching ninja swiftly examined the body, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes as he turned to his companions, stating, "Has it not been less than a minute since you sensed the battle here?" Indeed, the sensory ninja furrowed his brow. To eliminate an elite scout from the Mist Village in such a brief span suggests it must have been a jonin from our own village. Yet I have no recollection of such a presence. Moreover, they departed post-haste, seemingly unwilling to engage with us. The examining ninja, lost in contemplation, suddenly froze, scrutinizing the wound on Lin Qinyu's head with intense focus, a hint of astonishment flickering in his gaze. "This wound, what is it?" Both companions turned their attention to him. The inspecting Umbu hesitated for several seconds before tentatively asserting, "I have encountered such a wound before. It must be the mark of Lord Tsukumo's blade techniques." "Impossible. Lord Tsukumo has been gone for 2 years. The two adjacent Umbu responded almost in unison, disbelief etched across their faces. The examining ninja struggled to accept this revelation, meticulously verifying his observations again before declaring, "This kind of injury could only have been inflicted by Lord Tsukumo's swordsmanship. However, it could not have been his doing, for otherwise the forehead protector would also have been severed." Upon hearing this assessment, the Umbu ninjas exchanged contemplative glances. The Kikamoto sword technique is a closely guarded secret of the Kikamoto clan, akin to the shadow techniques of the Nara clan and the spiritual techniques of the Yamashiro clan. Since the death of Kikamoto Tsukumo, the number of individuals capable of wielding it has dwindled significantly. After a few Umbu ninjas made their assessment, they swiftly returned to the village. The death of a scout from a rival village, given the current tense atmosphere, was not considered a grave matter. Nor was it serious enough to warrant waking Sarutobi Hiruzen in the dead of night. Thus, it was not until the following morning that Sarutobi Hiruzen learned of the events that transpired. An elite scout from the Mist Village had perished at the hands of the Kikamoto sword technique, and the skirmish lasted no longer than a minute. Upon hearing the report from the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. An elite scout from the Mist Village, capable of infiltrating near Konoha, would at the very least be a seasoned nin. To slay such an elite within a minute, one would typically require the prowess of a nin. However, Konoha currently had no nin proficient in the Kikamoto sword technique. Could it be him? The image of Kakashi flashed through Sarutobi's mind, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. To dispatch a mist scout in a mere minute. How had Kakashi matured to such an extent? He could not be more than 8 years old. Although incredulous, upon reflection, Sarutobi found no other individual who fit the criteria, prompting him to inhale deeply and declare, "Where is Kakashi? Summon him. I have matters to discuss." "Understood," replied the nearby Umbu, vanishing swiftly. Moments later, Kakashi appeared outside the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he addressed Sarutobi. "Hokage-sama, you summoned me." Sarutobi rose and approached Kakashi, regarding him with a warm smile that held admiration, saying, "You have made considerable progress in your training lately. I did not anticipate you would refine Tsukumo's sword technique to such an extent at your age." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Sarutobi patted Kakashi's shoulder and remarked, "Seeing you is reminiscent of my youthful days with Tsukumo. Do you have any reports for me?" Kakashi gazed at Sarutobi in confusion, hesitating before replying, "Hokage-sama." "What do you mean?" Sarutobi was slightly surprised, then chuckled softly. It seemed the youthful and brash Kakashi had learned to conceal his thoughts. He had evidently matured. And perhaps it would not be long before Kakashi could truly shoulder the responsibilities of a Jonin. Had he known this earlier, he would not have needed to enlist Minato to mentor Kakashi. With a swift motion, Sarutobi raised his hand and tossed a forehead protector to Kakashi. Kakashi caught it and discovered it was a forehead protector from the Mist Village, stained with blood at the top, with a white line through the center, as if it had been sliced by a sharp blade. The unexpected gesture left Kakashi even more perplexed, plunging him into a state of bewilderment as he looked towards Sarutobi. Still not piecing it together? Sarutobi lifted his teacup and took a sip. Understanding the necessity of concealing oneself is indeed a virtue, however, now that he is aware, the imperative is to report the specifics to him, the Hokage. Upon hearing the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi's mind raced with fleeting thoughts. Yet he could not recall any pertinent details regarding the headband. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. "Lord Hokage, what exactly does this headband signify?" Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows, taken aback by Kakashi's continued reticence, and replied in a calm tone, "You ought to clarify the circumstances surrounding last night's battle." "Last night?" Kakashi was momentarily stunned. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, he asserted, "Lord Hokage, I remained at home throughout the night and did not partake in any conflict." Chapter 16. The astonishment of Sarutobi Hiruzen in that moment. Kakashi's first thought was whether someone had disguised themselves as him and infiltrated the village to carry out some nefarious acts. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly be grave. However, he remained composed, for he had indeed been at home the entire time. Even if something had transpired, it was an event that could withstand scrutiny. At home, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, his hand holding the teacup momentarily faltering as he regarded Kakashi with surprise. It appeared that Kakashi was not feigning ignorance. After a brief moment of astonishment, Hiruzen gestured, and an ANBU ninja swiftly materialized within the office. Turning to the ninja, he instructed in a low voice, "Summon the patrol team to report on last night's patrolling situation." Yes, the ANBU ninja vanished in an instant. A short while later, several masked ANBU members entered the office to provide their report. Kakashi occasionally interjected during their briefing, and after some cross-referencing, it was confirmed that he had not left his home the previous night. Once it was established that the Mist Ninja Scout had not been slain by Kakashi, a look of confusion crossed Hiruzen's face. He pondered deeply, recalling that he did not remember Shikaku Nara imparting the Konoha sword techniques to anyone else. "Kakashi, did Shikaku ever take on any disciples to teach the sword techniques?" "I am not certain," Kakashi replied, shaking his head. Shikaku had once been the captain of Konoha's ANBU and the frontline commander during the Second Shinobi World War, and they rarely discussed matters of that nature. Kakashi asked with curiosity, "Lord Hokage, what exactly has transpired?" After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen briefly recounted the earlier events. Upon hearing Hiruzen's description, Kakashi initially appeared taken aback. But soon a realization dawned upon him, causing his eyes to widen slightly and his mouth to part in surprise. Noticing Kakashi's demeanor, Hiruzen inquired, "What have you deduced?" Kakashi hesitated, having surmised it was likely the doing of Kageyama, but he wavered on whether to disclose this, seeing that Kakashi clearly seemed to possess some knowledge. Hiruzen furrowed his brow and urged, "Please report to me everything you know in detail." Kakashi recalled that Kageyama had not mentioned this matter to him yesterday, perhaps intending for him to refrain from involvement. He said, "If that is the case, I might know who is responsible." "Who?" Hiruzen turned his gaze to Kakashi. "My brother." "Kageyama," Kakashi replied softly, inwardly asserting that this was not his concern. Upon hearing Kakashi's response, Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, "Who did you say?" Kakashi repeated his statement quietly. At this revelation, not only Hiruzen but also an ANBU squad leader standing beside him and a Jonin waiting to report exhibited expressions of astonishment. "Kageyama?" Hiruzen stared incredulously at Kakashi, asking, "Are you certain?" "Kakashi, that is an elite scout from the Mist, and the battle was concluded within a minute. Having sold Maple Knight, Kakashi straightforwardly stated, "Although I am not privy to the specifics of the battle, it is indeed plausible that he could accomplish such feats. My brother has always surpassed me in strength." Coughing softly, Sarutobi Hiruzen took his seat. Under these circumstances, it was improbable for Kakashi to be lying, for deception would serve no purpose. Summoning Maple Knight for a simple verification would suffice. However, he required a moment to absorb this information. Maple Knight stronger than Kakashi? It is quite normal for an elder brother to outshine his younger sibling, yet in the case of Maple Knight and Kakashi, this notion assumes an extraordinary significance. One must recognize that Kakashi is a rare prodigy in Konoha, reminiscent of the legendary Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, in his youth. If all of this holds true, it implies that the 8-year-old Maple Knight vanquished an elite Chunin from the hidden Mist Village in less than a minute, potentially possessing talents that eclipse those of Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his pipe, took a deep puff, and after exhaling the smoke, commanded, "Summon Maple Knight." "Yes," replied an Umbu, vanishing in an instant. Ninja Academy. Today marks the final day before the end-of-term examinations. In the playground where Maple Knight's class congregated, students formed lines, and in a clearing before them, 2 students were engaged in a fierce duel. The sound of clashing kunai echoed, accompanied by the sharp, metallic notes of their encounters, as sparks flew. "Ah!" Uchiha Obito shouted with all his might, swinging his kunai downwards with force, compelling his opponent to retreat, before promptly hurling the kunai to push them back further. He then rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. This time, his ninjutsu succeeded, unleashing a colossal fireball that surged forward, leaving the opposing student in a state of shock, unable to evade. In an instant, the Chunin instructor, witnessing the impending disaster, flickered into action, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release. Water barrier. A torrent of water surged forth, colliding with the great fireball, producing a sizzling sound as it extinguished the fiery assault. After quenching the flames, the Chunin instructor exhaled, straightened his posture, and proclaimed, "Uchiha Obito is the victor." "Yay!" Uchiha Obito exclaimed exuberantly, relieved to have saved face this time. Upon glancing back, he noticed Rin Noera and other students applauding him, filling him with satisfaction as he returned to the crowd, nodding slightly at Maple Knight. In response to Obito's provocation, Maple Knight remained unperturbed, calmly standing there, applauding with a pair of deep-set eyes, inscrutable in thought. "Maple Knight, are you feeling unwell?" Kurenai Yuhi, having sensed something amiss with Maple Knight's demeanor, quietly inquired after the applause subsided. "No," he replied. Fongi shook his head and said, "I was merely lost in thought." Just as he gazed into the distance, seemingly entranced, the instructor among the Chunin produced a list and announced the names of the next pair of combatants. The subsequent match would feature Hatake Fongi against Hyuga Hayashi. Upon hearing the announcement, the eyes of the surrounding students immediately turned to Fongi and Hyuga Hayashi. The latter stepped forth from the crowd and remarked nonchalantly, "This matchup seems quite favorable. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the esteemed Hyuga clan." Fongi. Although he harbored a slight dissatisfaction towards Fongi regarding previous events, he refrained from confronting him like a petulant child. The opportunity to engage in this simulated battle together was, after all, the most desirable outcome. Chapter 17. The Hokage summons Finye cast a glance at Hinata Hayashi, feeling utterly disinterested, lacking even the inclination to respond. Nonetheless, he stepped forth from the crowd, arriving in the open space before the Chunin instructor. Noticing Finye's silence, Hinata Hayashi furrowed his brow slightly, snorting disdainfully. "Have you perhaps become a tad too arrogant, Hatake Finye? Do you believe you possess skills akin to your brother?" "How could that be?" Finye shrugged. If Kakashi had the ability to accelerate time, he would surely ascend to the heavens. The Chunin instructor refrained from commenting on the animosity between Hinata Hayashi and Finye. After all, this was a ninja academy, and conflicts among students were nothing unusual. In fact, instructors often encouraged a degree of rivalry to incite a competitive spirit among the students. "Go, Finye. You can do it. Fight hard, Finye." At that moment, numerous female voices erupted from the audience, with the likes of Yuhi Kurenai and Nara Rin among them. Although Finye was not the top student in his class, his popularity was undeniably the highest, a fact that was vividly demonstrated This scenario naturally incited feelings of resentment among the boys, who began urging Hinata Hayashi from the sidelines. How infuriating. Hayashi, show him your true prowess. Give him a good beating. The shouts from behind only intensified the sharpness of Hinata Hayashi's demeanor. After a brief pause, the Chunin instructor waved his hand. Begin. Almost as soon as the instructor's voice resonated, Hinata Hayashi charged directly at Fingye. Activating his Byakugan and immediately employing the family's renowned gentle fist technique. With an expressionless face, Fingye grasped a kunai, moving it in a rhythmic motion. Each sweep perfectly aligning with Hinata Hayashi's punches, compelling Hayashi to interrupt his assault. This fellow. After a brief exchange, Hinata Hayashi's expression grew serious. Though he could not comprehend how Fingye had discerned his movements, it seemed that he had indeed seen through them. Nevertheless, he was not intimidated, possessing the Byakugan. He too could anticipate Fingye's actions and had no fear of engaging him in close combat, even with the use of ninjutsu. As the battle continued, should Fingye reveal even the slightest opening and fall victim to the gentle fist technique, the inherent nature of the technique would surely inflict significant damage upon him. Truly, he is the descendant of a remarkable lineage, capable of withstanding the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. The Chunin instructor watched with admiration. Although Fingye could not be compared to Kakashi, he was undoubtedly an exceptionally talented student, capable of resisting the body techniques of the Hyuga clan in close quarters. However, if the battle persisted in this manner, the situation would inevitably grow increasingly unfavorable for Fingye. After all, the observational prowess of the Byakugan surpassed that of ordinary eyes, and the destruction wrought by the gentle fist could swiftly debilitate one's combat effectiveness. The cheers of encouragement gradually faded away. Whether it was the setting sun or Uchiha Obito, all eyes were intently fixed on the fierce clash between Kazuki and Hinata Hayashi on the field. Is this truly the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan? As Kazuki deftly defended against Hayashi's onslaught, he meticulously observed his opponent's strikes, recognizing that the gentle fist indeed possessed certain merits. Although in the original narrative, the Eight Gates technique, a form of brute force, seemed to utterly overshadow the gentle fist, it was evident that when refined to its utmost potential, the gentle fist could unleash formidable techniques rivaling the Eight Gates, such as Kagaya's 80 Gods vacuum attack, which could effortlessly obliterate even a complete Susanoo. The distinction between the two styles lay in their essence. The brute force technique unleashed chakra explosively within the body, augmenting physical speed, while the gentle fist utilized chakra as bullets, demonstrating a profound manipulation of chakra. Without the Byakugan, it was indeed impossible to penetrate the mysteries of the gentle fist. Kazuki mused inwardly, realizing that mere surface observations could not unveil the intricacies of the technique. Moreover, chakra manipulation was not his forte. Had he possessed the physique akin to Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the gentle fist would have suited him far better than the brute force technique. However, under the current circumstances, the latter was undoubtedly more fitting. Hayashi's relentless assault, captured through the Byakugan's perceptive lens, pushed Kazuki into a corner, creating an impression of overwhelming dominance. It appeared that defeat was imminent for Kazuki. Naturally, his opponent was a prodigy from the esteemed Hyuga clan. Witnessing this scene, murmurs began to circulate among the onlookers. Just then, a figure abruptly materialized at the edge of the clearing, causing many to pause and turn their gaze. Clad in a cat-faced mask and draped in a cloak, the identity was unmistakable, an Umbu ninja from Konohagakure. The Umbu warrior glanced at the skirmish between Kazuki and Hayashi, disregarding the other students and Chunin instructors, and directly addressed Kazuki in a low voice. Kakashi Kazuki, the Hokage requests your presence. With a swift motion, Kazuki waved his kunai and stepped back, casting a sidelong glance at the Umbu, internally sighing without revealing any surprise. Finally, the moment had come. Once the events of the previous night were investigated, it would be difficult to escape scrutiny, especially since he had employed the Kakashi sword technique. He had previously contemplated placing the blame on Kakashi, but upon further reflection, it seemed futile. Such a ruse would be easily unraveled and could potentially endanger Kakashi. The appearance of the Umbu left the Chunin instructors and other students momentarily stunned. The Hokage summoned Kazuki? What could have transpired? Many exchanged uncertain glances toward Kazuki. Hayashi, too, was taken aback. not anticipating such an interruption just as he seemed poised to claim victory. He furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "The battle is not yet concluded," but did not continue further. The summons from the Hokage for Fingye undoubtedly held far greater significance than the battle assessment. With the confrontation abruptly interrupted, Hinata Hamura felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. After all, defeating Fingye was merely a matter of time, and now it had all culminated without resolution. The Chunin instructor understood the sequence of events and nodded towards Fingye, instructing him to meet with the Hokage, suggesting that they could resume the battle if time permitted upon his return. However, upon hearing these words, Fingye shook his head and replied, "No need. Since the events of last night have already been investigated, there is little point in pretending to be evenly matched with Hinata Hamura." As soon as he spoke, Fingye's figure abruptly vanished from sight, silently reappearing at Hinata Hamura's right side. Hinata Hamura's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he launched a punch. Bang! The blow intercepted Fingye's movement, striking him squarely in the chest, yet it bore no tangible impact. Fingye dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. It was merely a shadow clone. Panic surged within Hinata Hamura as he cursed his misfortune. His Byakugan could indeed perceive the clone, but the situation had unfolded too swiftly. His instinctive punch was almost a reflex, and he had not anticipated that Fingye could perform the shadow clone technique at such speed. By the time he comprehended the reality, it was too late to retract his strike. Silently, Fingye's true form emerged behind Hinata Hamura. Bang! A simple knife-hand strike landed on Hinata Hamura's back, rendering him unable to maintain his stance. He fell face first to the ground with a thud. "Let us go," Fingye said, retracting his fist as he glanced at the Umbu ninja. After giving Fingye a profound look, the Umbu leaped towards the Hokage's building, with Fingye following suit. They left behind a stunned Chunin instructor and a group of bewildered students, all enveloped in an eerie silence. What just transpired? Chapter 18. The astonishment of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office. The Umbu who had escorted Fingye did not enter. Instead, with a flicker, they vanished at the threshold. Fingye, accustomed to such occurrences, stepped inside. Upon entering the office, he observed a jonin sorting through documents beside the desk, while Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the desk, with Kakashi standing before him. Noticing Fingye's arrival, Kakashi did not lift his gaze but quietly stared at his own toes, embodying an air of indifference. Fingye cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi as he approached the desk, directing his attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Despite possessing the strength of a special jonin, and perhaps even surpassing ordinary jonin in speed, he still felt the weight of pressure in the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was at the pinnacle of his power as Hokage. In terms of chakra, physical prowess, ninjutsu, and experience, he stood at the zenith of the ninja world. Even the formidable Third Raikage, known for his capacity to face thousands alone, would find Sarutobi Hiruzen equipped with various forbidden techniques, such as the Shiki F gene, to counteract his might. "Do not be anxious. I have merely a few inquiries for you," Sarutobi Hiruzen said kindly to Fingye. "Last night, was it you who eliminated the Mist Village scout near the village?" "Yes." Since the matter had already come to light, Fingye decided to acknowledge it openly rather than engage in futile concealment. His strength warranted Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention, and with such acknowledgement would come a corresponding sense of security. After all, the only significant threat to him within Konoha was Danzo, and with Sarutobi Hiruzen's backing, Danzo would be dissuaded from taking overt action. Upon hearing Fingye's admission, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, despite having largely anticipated this revelation, conveyed a hint of astonishment. After all, the fallen individual was an elite scout from the Mist Village. At such a young age, Fingye had demonstrated the capability to slay an elite scout, suggesting that his talent might even surpass Kakashi's, an extraordinary prodigy indeed. "Please recount the specifics of the encounter," Sarutobi Hiruzen requested, regaining his composure. Fingye succinctly outlined the details of the event, omitting his time acceleration ability but detailing his training and the battle itself. "You managed to outpace a Mist Scout?" Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, astonished after hearing the account. Scouts are typically adept either in speed or sensory perception, and even those proficient in perception are not lacking in speed. The fact that Fingye could surpass them in swiftness and eliminate the opponent in such a brief period was nothing short of remarkable. It was noteworthy that Fingye was merely 9 years old at this time. Yes, Fingye nodded in affirmation. While my talents in ninjutsu and chakra are average, my physical abilities seem to be exceptional, allowing me to adeptly learn the sword techniques passed down by my father. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze oscillated between Kamikaze and Kakashi, and it became evident that Kamikaze bore a closer resemblance to the youthful White Fang than Kakashi did. After a brief moment of astonishment, Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe and inquired, "Given your superior strength over Kakashi, why do you remain at the Ninja Academy? Surely, there is little left for you to learn there." He continued, "I believe that being overly conspicuous is not particularly advantageous." In response, Kamikaze cast a glance at Kakashi and remarked, "Exhibiting excessive competitiveness is rather juvenile. A ninja is perpetually in peril, and discretion is the wisest course." This reply encapsulated Kamikaze's genuine thoughts, devoid of any deceit, while subtly concealing his apprehensions regarding Hiruzen and Danzo, the higher-ups of Konoha. "I see." Hiruzen acknowledged Kamikaze's response, a glimmer of approval surfacing in his eyes. "Though you are merely a year older than Kakashi, you exhibit a remarkable maturity. To extricate oneself from the clutches of competitive spirit at such a tender age and possess a composed disposition is commendable. Regardless of your prowess, Kamikaze's mental acuity surpasses Kakashi's." Hiruzen's thoughts drifted to Hitaki Tsukumo, and he couldn't help but sigh softly. It was unexpected that both of Tsukumo's sons possessed such exceptional talents, each surpassing the other. Surely, Tsukumo would be proud of them. "Given your circumstances, you are more than ready to graduate from the academy," Hiruzen stated, returning his focus to Kamikaze. Contemplating, Kamikaze replied, "I am merely half a year away from regular graduation, and post-graduation, class assignments would pose a challenge. Transferring now would be quite troublesome." "Indeed," Hiruzen conceded, nodding slightly. "It would be cumbersome to integrate you into the previous year's cohort, as they have already been allocated, while this year's students still have half a year to go." Yet, having recognized Kamikaze's talent and strength, Hiruzen contemplated allowing him to graduate early and engage in the training of a full-fledged ninja. After a moment of hesitation, Hiruzen made his decision. "If you prefer not to graduate early, I shall respect your wishes and allow you to graduate with your current class." Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Kamikaze bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. Tsukumo has indeed raised two fine sons," Hiruzen mused with another sigh, offering Kamikaze a warm smile. "In that case, you may return now." Kamikaze nodded and departed the Hokage's office, vanishing from sight. Kakashi remained behind. Once Kamikaze had left, Hiruzen sipped his tea and turned to Kakashi, stating, "I did not anticipate that your elder brother, being only a year your senior, could engage in adult-like reasoning. Kakashi, you ought to learn from him." If Kakashi possessed Kamikaze's composure, Hiruzen would not have to trouble himself over Kakashi's class assignment issues, and would have entrusted that task to Minato. "At times, your brother's prudence may border on excessive," he added. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Kakashi couldn't help but remark, despite the multitude of taunts directed at him, "He remains impervious to their sting. This highlights the distinction between you and him." Sarutobi shook his head, increasingly impressed by Kiid's composure. Though he has yet to graduate, he already embodies the qualities of an exceptional ninja. Listening to Hiruzen's instruction, Kakashi's lips twitched slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of sarcasm. Never before had he heard anyone commend Kiid for his steadiness. Surely, it is strength that truly matters. Kakashi concluded that this was the correct assertion. Regarding matters concerning Kiid, Sarutobi ultimately decreed that information should not be disseminated casually, sealing and concealing the news of Kiid's elimination of a Mist Village elite scout. Kakashi's prodigious talents had already placed him on the assassination list of enemy villages. Should Kiid's prowess be revealed, it would similarly invite peril. For such upstanding and promising young ninjas as Kiid and Kakashi, Sarutobi was resolute in his protective stance. It is only upon Kiid's graduation, when he officially becomes a ninja, that the brilliance of Konoha's gifted shinobi shall be unveiled. Chapter 19. 2 months of training in the Land of Fire. On the border of the Land of Fire, within a modest inn, Danzo sat cross-legged on a cushion, a map of the Land of Fire spread before him. Recently, he had engaged in numerous confrontations with the ninjas of the Hidden Mist, delivering merciless retributions to those who dared to test Konoha's resolve. leaving no survivors. Under such circumstances, war was inevitable. Sarutobi's demeanor was far too lenient. In times like these, striking first was the most prudent strategy, Danzo murmured softly as he studied the map. He perceived Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach as overly cautious, merely retaliating against the probing actions of other villages. Given the current situation, it would be wiser to instigate conflict and dismantle a ninja village. With Konoha's strength, annihilating a single village would pose little difficulty. Yet a united assault from multiple villages could lead to a protracted and troublesome war. In Danzo's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely reluctant to bear the infamy of initiating war. However, this was an essential path toward unifying the ninja world, necessitating sacrifices. Just as he meticulously analyzed the map, contemplating strategies against the mist ninjas, a root ninja appeared silently in the room. Danzo did not turn to acknowledge him, remaining focused on the map. "What is the situation in the village?" he inquired calmly. Though situated at the border, he had retained a contingent of root ninjas within Konoha to monitor developments, receiving periodic reports. The root ninja, speaking in a monotonous tone, replied, "The Hokage's stance remains unchanged. He still instructs Lord Danzo to maintain the current course. Orochimaru has returned to Konoha, bringing intelligence regarding the Sand Village. Though the specifics remain unclear, the root ninja methodically relayed information from the recent period, ranking it from the most critical to the least." Danzo listened with an impassive expression. After nearly half an hour of reporting, the root ninja continued. "Kakashi's elder brother, Hokage Kaguya, has slain an elite scout from the Hidden Mist, allegedly possessing talent and strength surpassing that of Kakashi." Danzo paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This matter was not of great significance compared to the preceding reports, yet it caught him off guard. All other intelligence had been anticipated, but this revelation was entirely unexpected. "Is this news credible?" "Indeed," the root ninja responded solemnly. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating. Does the eldest son of White Fang possess such exceptional talent? And has he been concealing it all along? The deaths of Kaguya and Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, were indeed directly related, though Danzo had never intended for Tsukumo to perish. In a moment of unforeseen circumstance, Hatake Tsukumo forsook his mission for the sake of his comrades. However, the villagers' sentiments were indeed orchestrated by him. This manipulation extended even to the comrade he saved, who, after some guidance, managed to cast aside his feelings of guilt and unjustly reproach Tsukumo. The underlying motive behind this was to undermine Tsukumo's prestige. At that time, Tsukumo was already regarded as the likely successor to the fourth Hokage, established by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he could not allow Tsukumo to ascend to such a position. Unexpectedly, this incident plunged Tsukumo into a spiral of self-doubt, ultimately leading him to take his own life. This was never his intention. Despite their discord, Tsukumo was undeniably a formidable asset to Konoha. If he were to become the fourth Hokage, Tsukumo could have served as an invaluable tool. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo addressed the root ninja, instructing him to continue the report. Although the matter concerning Kaze was on his mind, he found himself at the border of the Land of Fire, preoccupied with the threat of Kirigakure and unable to divert his attention to other issues, reserving such thoughts for his return to the village. The root ninja nodded and resumed his briefing. In the backhills of Konoha, 2 months had passed since the elimination of the elite scout from the Mist Village. During this interval, Kaze continued to attend school regularly. However, following the incident where he decisively defeated Hyuga Hayashi, the gaze of his peers was imbued with a newfound reverence. The admiration from his female classmates, including Yuhi Kurenai, intensified, bordering on infatuation, given that he could easily vanquish someone like Hyuga Hayashi. Kaze's prowess was evidently at the level of a Chunin, and though he may not surpass Kakashi, he was certainly not far behind, contrary to the prevalent rumors. This adulation led these precocious young women to engage in somewhat excessive behaviors, leaving Kaze both amused and exasperated, often finding their youth quite bewildering. Over the span of 2 months, his training yielded remarkable results. Possessing the ability to accelerate time, his chronological age had just surpassed 9, yet his physical development was nearing 11. His skills in both taijutsu and chakra control steadily progressed, elevating him from merely meeting the elite Chunin standard to standing out among them. Furthermore, Although he had not mastered the second phase of the Hokage sword technique, he had successfully unlocked the first 2 gates of the 8 gates. While these initial gates did not offer explosive enhancements, they nonetheless represented a tangible increase in his capabilities. In a clearing within the forest, Kaze relentlessly pursued his training. "The 3rd gate still eludes me," he murmured after halting his exercises, panting heavily as he sensed the shackles of the 3rd gate within him remained unyielding, resisting any attempt to break free. For the 8 gates, the 3rd gate signified a qualitative transformation. The 1st gate serves to unleash one's physical strength to its fullest potential, resulting in a commendable enhancement, albeit not overwhelmingly significant. The 2nd gate, on the other hand, is intrinsically linked to recovery, extracting the body's energy to swiftly combat physical fatigue. It is only upon reaching the 3rd gate that one experiences a true explosion of power. Should I successfully unlock the 3rd gate, in that state, combined with the techniques of the Konoha swordsmanship and the blade of White Fang, I should possess the prowess of a special Chunin, even without the aid of time acceleration. Fengye murmured to himself. After training in the 8 gates of Duanjia, his strength became increasingly difficult to quantify using simple tier standards, for under his speed, any adversary unable to react would find it nearly impossible to endure more than a few exchanges before him. Only the Uchiha clan, endowed with the Sharingan, and the Hyuga clan, possessing the Byakugan, could barely meet the qualifications to withstand him, yet merely qualifying to withstand does not equate to being able to keep pace. Chapter 20. A second summoning. In addition to his training in the 8 gates of Duanjia and the Kiki blade technique, Fengye also made significant advancements in ninjutsu. After a brief respite, he imagined the trees in the forest as his adversaries. A glimmer sparkled in his eyes as he suddenly vanished, reappearing on the eastern side of a tree. With a swift motion, he drew his chakra blade, White Fang, leaving a white arc in its wake. The tree trunk, as thick as an embrace, was effortlessly severed, crashing down with a resounding thud. With a flicker, Fengye vanished again, only to reappear behind another tree. His right hand poised in the air, gathering a potent surge of chakra in his palm. The spiral sphere. After prolonged training, he had finally mastered this ninjutsu, capable of forming it at an astonishing speed in a time-accelerated state. Boom! The spiral sphere struck the center of the tree trunk, erupting with a deafening roar. The trunk caved in instantaneously, shattering into fragments under the onslaught of chakra, obliterating a vast area. After felling the tree, Fengye's figure flickered once more, returning to the rear of the first tree. With his left hand forming seals and his right gripping the chakra blade, White Fang, a surge of lightning enveloped the blade, crackling with energy. Lightning release. Lightning slash. This was a ninjutsu of his own invention. By channeling chakra and enveloping it with a layer of lightning, he amplified the sharpness and speed of his attack, making it his strongest move to date. With a swift stroke, a tangible arc of slashing light manifested, extending nearly 3 feet, gradually fading from near to far. The blow cleaved the stump in two, creating a deep chasm in the ground. Upon completing this series of attacks, Fengye paused, taking a moment to catch his breath. The spiral sphere undeniably consumed a significant amount of chakra, and the lightning slash, when combined with the Kiki blade technique, drained an enormous quantity in an instant. Currently, he could only utilize the lightning slash once in conjunction with the Kiki blade technique and chakra flow. He named this lightning release ninjutsu lightning slash. In essence, it was a semi-finished version of Chidori, which he was developing towards. Chidori is an A-rank ninjutsu, while lightning slash could at best be classified as B-rank. With the addition of time acceleration, the speed of the lightning slash, combined with the 8 gates of Duanjia and the Kiki blade technique, could potentially eliminate even a seasoned jonin in an instant if they were caught off guard. Fengye gazed at the devastation wrought by his strike, murmuring to himself. Although the attack's range was limited, barely qualifying as mid-range, its near-distance release was extraordinarily difficult to evade or resist. Should he develop a higher-level Chidori, its speed and power would increase exponentially. Aside from ninjutsu and physical techniques, a transformation also occurred within the illusory clock residing in Fengye's mind. This transformation has not resulted in a change in the time acceleration multiplier. Rather, the entire illusory clock has manifested in a new form. Closing his eyes, one can perceive that the hue of the illusory clock has shifted from the ethereal to something more tangible, now exhibiting a delicate golden tint. Moreover, the position of the clock's hands has altered, distinctly moving from the 1 o'clock mark to a location nearer to 2 o'clock. Faintly, one can discern that the number 2 seems to be shrouded in a layer of nebulous mist, which will become clear once the clock points towards it. Fengye understands the implications of this. The 1 o'clock mark signifies the activation of his time acceleration ability, which had remained dormant for nearly 2 years. However, upon elevating to triple speed, the clock's hands have begun to move once more. If all proceeds as expected, when the hands point at 2 o'clock, the mist will dissipate, granting him a second temporal ability. One can only wonder what that ability might be. Time deceleration, time reversal, or perhaps time suspension. Fengye is filled with anticipation. Each power related to time is immensely formidable, especially time suspension, in a world like that of Naruto, where the defensive capabilities of most individuals are notably lacking. Possessing the ability to halt time would enable one to traverse the ninja realm with impunity. Unless one were to encounter a creature of monstrous defensive prowess like the third Hokage or an immortal being of the Sage of Six Paths caliber, even the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen could be defeated with but a simple kunai. Observing the speed at which the hands are moving, it is evident that some time remains before a new ability is attained. During this interval, he must continue his training in other areas without faltering. The forthcoming focus of his training will still revolve around the development of Chidori, the 8 gates, and the skills of the Hokage sword technique. Each of these domains has the potential for further enhancement. After evaluating his recent training accomplishments, Fengye has solidified his subsequent training trajectory, maintaining the course he had previously set. The 8 gates require no further elaboration. The Hokage sword technique is also essential, at least until he surpasses the level of Hokage. It can exert tremendous power in combat and is particularly suited to him. As for Chidori, its significance cannot be overstated. The development of Chidori not only enhances offensive power, but also increases bodily speed. In the original narrative, Sasuke, having trained Chidori for merely a month, approached the speed of a weightless lead, thus making lightning release ninjutsu Fengye as primary offensive focus. In truth, more than Chidori, Fengye yearns to acquire the 4th Hokage's lightning release chakra technique. However, that technique is a treasured secret passed down through generations in the hidden Cloud Village, and it is unlikely to even be recorded in Konoha's sealing scrolls. For now, it remains but a distant dream, unattainable. In summary, Fengye's pursuit is the ultimate velocity, swift. Swifter, swiftest. When speed reaches its zenith, there is no adversary that cannot be vanquished in an instant, if such an enemy exists. It merely signifies that one cannot contend and must retreat. It is time to return. Fengye tidies his pockets. The provisions he had brought along had been entirely consumed. Now, as he embarked on his training, he typically carried 2 meals and a packed lunch, dedicating approximately 12 hours to his practice each time. Due to the accelerated passage of time, only about 4 hours had elapsed in the outside world. Presently, he only trained during the day on the back mountain, while in the evenings, he engaged in fundamental exercises such as weighted push-ups and squats within the confines of his small courtyard. As Fengye returned to the village and approached his home, a figure abruptly appeared before him, blocking his path. "The Hokage summons you." The figure, a masked Umbu ninja, spoke in a deep tone before vanishing as swiftly as he had materialized. "Sarutobi Hiruzen wishes to see me?" Fengye paused momentarily, recalling that there had been nothing in recent memory that would warrant such a summons. However, it was clear that declining the Hokage's invitation was not an option. After taking a detour, he made his way towards the Hokage building and soon arrived at the door of the Hokage's office. Upon entering, Fengye immediately sensed that the atmosphere within the office was markedly different from his last visit. It felt somewhat tense and oppressive. Seated in a chair beside the desk was a man leaning on a cane, exuding a dark aura simply by his presence. Danzo. Fengye was uncertain of Danzo's recent activities, but he had not experienced any disturbances from him in the past 2 months. The unexpected encounter in the Hokage's office caused a slight tightening in his chest. Surely, he could not be entrusted to Danzo for training by Sarutobi Hiruzen? In an instant, numerous thoughts raced through Fengye's mind, including how he might respond should he truly be assigned to join Danzo's route. While Fingye's mind was racing, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a low voice. Fingye, you have arrived. Lord Hokage, Fingye responded with a bow. What is it that you require of me? Hiruzen, holding a pipe but not smoking, gazed intently at Fingye and asked, How has your training been of late? Upon hearing the Hokage's inquiry, Fingye's brows furrowed slightly, and he cast an almost imperceptible glance at Danzo, who was seated nearby. Could it be that he was truly being considered for entry into Danzo's route? Such a prospect was exceedingly hard to accept. With this thought in mind, Fingye displayed a confident demeanor befitting a prodigy and replied, I have made some progress in my training and have developed a B-rank lightning release technique. Oh, Hiruzen expressed surprise. A B-rank technique is regarded as the pinnacle of ordinary ninjutsu. Advancing to A rank falls into the realm of forbidden techniques, while S rank is deemed a mastery level. Even among Jonin, the number of B rank techniques mastered is limited, making Fingye's achievement at such a young age nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 21. The mission at such a young age, developing B rank ninjutsu, is truly impressive. You have undoubtedly inherited your father's remarkable talent, remarked Danzo, sitting a short distance away from Fingye. Although his words were laced with praise, his tone remained notably calm and unembellished. Neither he nor Hiruzen Sarutobi doubted the veracity of Fingye's accomplishments. Creating a B-rank ninjutsu was not something one could fabricate without being exposed. Fingye turned to Danzo and replied, You flatter me, Lord Danzo. It seems you are even more exceptional than I had anticipated. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at Fingye and couldn't help but express his admiration. He then spoke slowly. Though it may come as a surprise to you, who is yet to graduate, I have a mission to assign. A mission? Fingye felt a momentary jolt of surprise. If it were an invitation to join Danzo's route, one would not frame it as a mission. Before he could ponder further, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke in a grave tone. The task I entrust to you is to apply for early graduation and participate in the Chunin exam in 5 days. The Chunin exam? A hint of astonishment crossed Fingye's face. Early graduation was one matter, since a mission was being assigned. It clearly required him to act as a formal ninja. However, what kind of task was this, requiring early graduation followed by participation in the Chunin exam? Let me elucidate the situation briefly. I believe you will comprehend, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued, rising from behind his desk and walking closer. Ninjas from the Cloud and Mist villages will arrive in Konoha the day after tomorrow. They will participate in the Chunin exam in 5 days, making this exam not merely a means to select outstanding Chunin, but a precursor to potential conflict with the Cloud and Mist. The implications of Hiruzen's words took Fingye by surprise. The current state of the ninja world was evidently growing more strained, with the third great ninja war looming on the horizon. In such a tense atmosphere, it was remarkable that the Mist and Cloud villages would send representatives to participate in the Chunin exam, likely with intentions of demonstration and negotiation. With this perspective, it became clear why Hiruzen would assign him such a mission. Given that this Chunin exam served the dual purposes of demonstration and negotiation, it demanded the utmost seriousness. And it would be inappropriate to send merely any lower-ranked ninjas to represent Konoha. Having quickly grasped the situation, Fingye addressed Hiruzen Sarutobi. I understand, Lord Hokage. Good. Prepare yourself well, Hiruzen nodded, signaling that Fingye could take his leave. After bowing to Hiruzen, Fingye exited the office. Once Fingye had departed, Danzo turned to Hiruzen and remarked slowly, He is more exceptional than I imagined. After the Chunin exam, I will take him under my wing, Hiruzen. Hiruzen shook his head, saying, Let us not discuss this matter further, Danzo. Tuanzong furrowed his brow, yet he had no intention of yielding. Instead, he stood up and fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen, speaking in a low voice. I do not oppose Kakashi being nurtured by Minato, but it is imperative that there exist ninjas who tread the shadows, bearing the weight of darkness. Therefore, entrusting Kid-Yoru to me is undoubtedly the most fitting choice. You should comprehend this. To burden Kid-Yoru with darkness. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, his brow slightly furrowed. Undeniably, Tuanzang's words held a measure of truth. It was precisely because of his role as the luminous Hokage, coupled with Tuanzang's management of the shadows, that Konoha had flourished to its current opulence. This was also the reason why he had often turned a blind eye to many of Tuanzang's actions. As a figure standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware that where there is light, there must be shadow. Darkness cannot simply vanish. If Namake's Minato were to succeed him as Hokage, it would indeed necessitate a ninja who walks in the shadows to serve as his aide. After contemplating deeply, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his seat and said, "I need to consider this further." Tuanzong regained his composure. Sarutobi Hiruzen's response was entirely within his expectations. As long as it was not a firm rejection but rather a statement of contemplation, it indicated that Sarutobi Hiruzen was already quite swayed. Henceforth, there was no need for excessive pressure. With a few strategic maneuvers, achieving his objective would not prove difficult. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Kidyoru let out a resigned sigh. Ultimately, he still could not graduate in the conventional manner. However, preemptive graduation to participate in the Chunin exams was a far more favorable outcome than being cast into the route and entrusted to Tuanzong for training by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In comparison, he could accept this with good grace, as the question of whether to graduate early had become moot for him. Nevertheless, having received such a task, maintaining a low profile had become somewhat unfeasible. Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention was undoubtedly for him to exert his utmost during the Chunin exams, ideally eliminating all the ninjas from Kirigakure and Kumogakure. Reflecting on the brief exchange in the Hokage's office, most inhabitants of this world would likely remain oblivious to its significance. Yet for Kidyoru, who understood Tuanzong's character perhaps better than Tuanzong himself, he was nearly certain that Tuanzong had already set his sights on him. Truly, he was a master of chaos in the world of Hokage. Kidyoru couldn't help but express his astonishment. Since the onset of the Second Shinobi World War, Tuanzong's shadow loomed large over the machinations of the ninja world, from orchestrating Yahiko's demise, which hastened the formation of the Akatsuki, to manipulating the circumstances surrounding the death of White Fang and collaborating with Orochimaru. The list of incidents was endless. Now, having revealed his talents and strength, he was inevitably entangled with Tuanzong in some capacity. In any case, if this individual were to meet an early demise, it was likely that the ninja world would still erupt into war, but the duration of peace could certainly be prolonged. The following day, Kidyoru submitted his application for early graduation to the Ninja Academy. The Ninja Academy, under the auspices of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, swiftly approved Finya's application for early graduation and scheduled the assessment for that very afternoon. In addition to the standard practical skills and written examinations, the early graduation assessment included a unique practical combat evaluation requiring candidates to endure 3 minutes under the assault of a Chunin instructor. For Finya, who possessed the prowess to slay elite Chunin, this posed no challenge whatsoever. He navigated the ordeal with effortless grace, even without resorting to his accelerated state. Ultimately, Finya triumphed in the Ninja Academy's early graduation assessment, achieving perfect scores across all categories. Chapter 22. Commotion on January 14th, the 43rd year of Konoha. Kazuki Kaguya graduated from the Ninja Academy with a perfect score in all subjects, earning the title of Genin, with the ninja identification number 010034. This news spread swiftly through the academy, eliciting a wave of astonishment. Although he could not be compared to Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6. Achieving full marks was no small feat. Kazuki's accomplishment was indeed worthy of the label genius. Within the classroom, students buzzed with excitement upon hearing the announcement. Perfect scores. Kazuki is simply incredible. With his abilities, he should have graduated long ago. Perhaps he could reach Kakashi's level if he chose to, they speculated. The girls, including Yuhi Kurenai and Noera Rin, displayed expressions of admiration. A genius. Handsome. With a sunny disposition and a mature demeanor, they thought. Kazuki seemed to embody an array of virtues, making it rare for anyone in the class to overlook his brilliance. Most felt too intimidated to pursue him. What is there to be boastful about? Uchiha Obito listened to the murmurs around him and the sight of Noera Rin, his irritation mounting. Unable to restrain his sarcasm, a classmate chimed in indignantly, "Hey, don't exaggerate. If he could have graduated early, why did he stay in school until now? ISNT that a waste of time." Others echoed his sentiments. A girl overheard their conversation and scoffed, "If you're dissatisfied, why not apply for early graduation and challenge Kazuki yourself?" ever since Kazuki had decisively defeated Hyuga Hayashi in a nearly overwhelming manner. His prowess had become an undeniable talking point. The words of Yamanaka Ino left many boys, including Uchiha Obito, momentarily speechless, struggling to formulate a retort. At that moment, Inuzuka Kiba burst into the classroom, shattering the atmosphere with an almost frantic exclamation. I just overheard the teachers discussing it. Kazuki has actually applied for the Chunin exams in 3 days. What? Kiba's announcement plunged the classroom into silence for a heartbeat before erupting into a cacophony of disbelief. Many turned their gazes towards him. Applied for the Chunin exams? You must be mistaken. Yamanaka Shino frowned at Kiba, skepticism written across his face. What nonsense is this? Kazuki just passed his graduation assessment. Is he out of his mind? Or does he have an almost blind confidence in his abilities? Kiba retorted defiantly, how could I possibly be wrong? You can doubt my grades, but you cannot question my hearing. As a member of the Inuzuka clan, his words carried considerable weight. Since Inuzuka Chi has overheard information that cannot possibly be erroneous, it implies that Kidia indeed applied for the Chunin exam immediately after successfully passing the graduation assessment. Is he attempting to surpass Kakashi? However, applying for the Chunin exam right after graduation seems rather audacious. Moreover, I have heard from my family that this Chunin exam will involve ninjas from other villages. Making it far from a simple examination, it could even pose significant dangers. Many present exhibited expressions of disbelief. Unable to comprehend how Kidia dared to apply for the Chunin exam, Uchiha Obito could not restrain himself and asked Inuzuka Chi, under such circumstances, the application should surely be rejected, right? No. Inuzuka Chi shook his head and replied, for some reason, it was not rejected. I even took the liberty of confirming that Kidia's name is indeed on the latest list of candidates for the Chunin exam. Upon hearing this confirmation, someone gasped, saying, that guy is incredibly bold. Does he even understand what the Chunin exam entails? Even if he graduated with full marks, it does not grant him the liberty to participate in the Chunin exam at will. He must be overly confident in his abilities. The news left everyone, including Uchiha Obito, in a state of shock, sparking a flurry of discussions. Meanwhile, those who had previously admired Kidia for achieving full marks in his graduation assessment, such as Yuhi Kurenai, were now wearing expressions of concern. Listening to the nearby conversations, Kurenai's expression shifted, and she could not help but gasp. How could Kidia have registered for this Chunin exam? Typically, the Chunin exams held within Konoha carry minimal risk, merely testing the overall qualities of the ninjas. However, the joint Chunin exams with other villages are a different matter altogether. The battles between ninjas from different villages are merciless and casualties are inevitable. This particular Chunin exam is especially perilous due to the heightened tensions within the ninja world, the level of danger rivaling that of a war. Well, Noera-rin hesitated, pondering. Kidia should have considered these factors. Perhaps this was a deliberate choice. Yuhi Kurenai's expression grew grave as she stated, no. He may be unaware that ninjas from other villages are participating in this Chunin exam. I must find him and persuade him to withdraw from this exam. With that, Kurenai could no longer contain herself and dashed out of the classroom. She was privy to this information because her father, Yuhi Akane, was the chief examiner for the Chunin exam and had mentioned it during dinner the previous night. Read. Upon seeing Yuhi Kurenai sprint out of the classroom, Noera-rin called after her. When Kurenai did not respond, Rin hesitated for a moment before following her out. At Kidia's doorstep, after hearing Kurenai's breathless and anxious string of reminders and warnings, Kidia could not help but smile and said, you all came just to remind me of this? I am serious. As the crimson sun set, Hong Yuhi observed Fingye, who remained remarkably composed, seemingly oblivious to the urgency of the situation, unable to contain her impatience. She exclaimed, this information comes directly from my father, who is the chief examiner for the Chunin exams. It cannot be erroneous. Noera-rin, with a serious expression, turned her gaze towards Fingye and cautioned, I am aware that your abilities should match those of a Chunin, yet this upcoming examination poses significant dangers. There is no need for you to take such risks. It would be wiser to participate in the Chunin exam scheduled for 6 months from now. All right, I understand. Let us discuss this inside, Fingye replied. observing the two with a sense of resignation as he gestured for them to enter. However, Yui did not proceed inside. Instead, she stamped her foot in frustration and implored, "Oh, Fengye, did you truly comprehend what I just said?" Fengye offered no response. Instead, he glanced along the sides of the street, noticing the absence of passers-by. Suddenly, he reached out, pulling both Yui and Rin into the entrance with a swift motion. And then, with a decisive thud, closed the door behind them. Chapter 23. Finally no longer humans suddenly drawn into the room by Fengye. Both Hinata and No-Era Rin froze momentarily. The precocious young girl's thoughts raced away like a train speeding into the distance. What was Fengye planning? Why had he abruptly pulled her inside? Could it be? But Rin was right beside her. Was he truly considering involving both of them? That would be utterly despicable. No, this was absolutely unacceptable. Yet, it also presented an opportunity. On the other side, No-Era Rin experienced a similar surge of thoughts, her expression and movements betraying a hint of stiffness. It was T-classified information, so sharing it wouldn't be problematic. But it was best if no one else learned of it. The task entrusted to me by Lord Hokage is to participate in the Chunin exam. In this strange atmosphere that rendered both girls speechless, Fengye casually walked toward the living room while speaking. His words left Hinata momentarily stunned. She exchanged a glance with Rin, their eyes briefly reflecting a shared embarrassment before they both turned away, the earlier flicker of hostility dissipating. Observing their reactions brought a faint smile to Fengye's lips. If they were adults, one might sense the underlying tension, but with two girls not yet 9. The scene could only be described as endearing. But really, what were the two 9-year-old Lolas thinking just now? Fengye entered the living room, poured himself a glass of water, and gestured toward the refrigerator. "There's milk and soda in the fridge. Feel free to help yourselves." Hearing Fengye's words, Hinata and Rin gradually regained their composure. Hinata looked at Fengye, astonishment flickering in her eyes. "Did you just say Lord Hokage's task?" "Yes." Fengye nodded. "It's similar to what you know. This Chunin exam resembles a war. The outcome could significantly influence the negotiations between Konoha and the Mist Village. Even a minor impact is of utmost importance, so Konoha will spare no effort. I have been specifically designated as one of the participants." Upon hearing this, Rin experienced a brief moment of shock. So, does that mean the matter of graduating early was also Lord Hokage's directive? Indeed. Fengye nodded, helplessly raising his hands. "If it weren't for this task, I would have liked to stay in school and spend a few more months in class with you." Hinata, taken aback, contemplated something and looked at Fengye with a mix of shock and awe. "How could Lord Hokage designate you for the Chunin exam? Does that mean your strength has been recognized by him?" Rin gazed at Fengye in disbelief. Such a notion seemed far-fetched, difficult to accept. Had anyone else made such a claim, they would likely think it a deliberate deception. "Well," Fengye chuckled, "if I told you that Kakashi has never been able to defeat me, would you believe it?" In regard to this matter, the thoughts of Sunset Red and Rin were nearly identical. They believed, almost instinctively, that this was something Maple Knight could accomplish. Even though Maple Knight had not demonstrated any particularly stunning performances during this recent period, they still harbored a modicum of belief. After witnessing Maple Knight effortlessly defeat Hinata, they had little doubt about her capabilities. Sunset Red, slightly taken aback, remarked, "So those rumors were all false." "Maple Knight, you never denied any of them." "Kakashi is my brother. Must I compete with him?" Maple Knight chuckled and replied, "Moreover, if I graduated early, I wouldn't have had the chance to become friends with you, which would indeed be a regret." Both Sunset Red and Rin nodded in agreement, a faint blush appearing on their cheeks, seemingly out of nowhere. Upon reflection, it was remarkable how Maple Knight could attend classes with such composure. Surrounded by those kinds of remarks, engaging in laughter and conversation without being affected, the impulsive and immature boys in their class could not be compared to Maple Knight. Her flaws were nearly non-existent. Perhaps this was what it meant to be captivated. The two gazed at Maple Knight, prompting her to feel increasingly self-conscious. She cleared her throat, breaking the peculiar atmosphere. At the age of 15 or 16, or even 17 or 18, such gazes might be excusable, but in the realm of ninjas, where life expectancy is low, such scrutiny could be perilous. The danger could rival that of Kaguya Otsutsuki. I didn't expect to visit your home under these circumstances. My apologies. Sunset Red quickly averted her gaze, attempting to change the subject. Rin also regained her composure, admiringly regarding Maple Knight. No wonder you were designated by Lord Hokage to participate in the Chunin exams. However, do be cautious. There may be formidable ninjas from other villages. I will be careful, Maple Knight replied with a smile, then turned to Sunset Red, saying, It's somewhat rude to have rushed you both here. But I didn't wish to explain the mission at the door. As she spoke, Maple Knight subtly glanced towards the entrance but continued her conversation with a smile. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Kakashi, who was just about to push the door open, heard the commotion inside and silently withdrew his hand. 1, 2, you finally abandoned your humanity. Although he was aware of Maple Knight's popularity at school, bringing 2 girls home was a first for him. After a moment's hesitation, he decided against entering. Kakashi murmured to himself, struggling to comprehend Maple Knight's actions. To him, girls were exceedingly troublesome beings, especially during previous missions when they often hindered progress. Oddly enough, there were those who would irrationally abandon their duties to protect these troublesome girls, almost leading to mission failures. Not long ago, an incident occurred that led to a fierce confrontation with the opposing party after the mission concluded, nearly escalating into a physical altercation, ultimately quelled by the supervising Jonin. The complications arising from a single female were already considerable. One can only imagine the troubles that would ensue with 2, likely multiplying exponentially. In a certain sense, this is indeed a commendable feat. At least Kakashi felt it was beyond his capabilities. What troubled him most was the prospect of this situation continuing unabated, leaving him to ponder whether he might end up with numerous sister-in-laws in the future, a scenario that would undoubtedly prove to be quite vexatious. Chapter 24. The Chunin exams. Fingye was oblivious to Kakashi's thoughts. All he knew was that Kakashi had returned, paused momentarily at the entrance, and upon hearing the commotion inside, seemed reluctant to engage with Yuhi Kurenai and the others, slipping away instead. Even if he were aware of Kakashi's sentiments, Fingye would have dismissed them as utterly absurd. After all, he was merely 9 years old. Were they not thinking too far ahead? After bidding farewell to Yuhi Kurenai and Noera Rin, Fingye immersed himself once more in his training. With only 3 days left until the Chunin exams, it was impossible to elevate his Konoha blade technique to the 2nd stage in such a short span, and developing the A-rank Jutsu Chidori was equally unfeasible. The only feasible improvement lay in unlocking the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, specifically the opening of life. If he could achieve the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, he would be able to effortlessly dominate the Chunin exams, even without the aid of time acceleration. Such was Fingye's contemplation. Time flew by. In the waning light of the sunset, Fingye spent the final day before the Chunin exams. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the descending sun, stretching his body and halting his training. It was time. Tomorrow marked not only the Chunin exams but also his inaugural mission as a ninja. He recalled a phrase, ready perfectly. Clenching his fist, a smile graced his lips. After tidying up his belongings, he returned home, refraining from activating time acceleration. Following a modest dinner, he slumbered soundly until the dawn of the next day. Kakashi was absent from home, seemingly having departed early. Fingye paid this no mind. After having breakfast, he made his way to the site of the Chunin exams. At that moment, the examination classroom was already bustling with a considerable number of individuals. A rough count suggested around 60 participants, the majority being ninjas from Konohagakure, with only a handful hailing from other hidden villages. Fingye cast a cursory glance at the ninjas from Konoha, but his focus sharpened on those from Kumogakure and Kirigakure. As his gaze landed on the ninjas from Kirigakure, he was momentarily taken aback, for one of the 3 ninjas from that team bore a somewhat familiar visage. If he was not mistaken, that individual was none other than Kisame Hashigaki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, a member of the Akatsuki, and Itachi's partner. However, at this moment, Kisame was merely around 10 years old. Seemingly sensing Fingye's scrutiny, Kisame glanced his way, their eyes meeting briefly, his shark-like gaze emanating an icy chill. The younger Kisame. He pondered, how formidable could he be? Fingye studied him for a fleeting second before retracting his gaze, murmuring to himself softly as he continued to scan the ninjas from Kumogakure and other villages. The genin from Kumogakure were unfamiliar to him. and he had no recollection of those from Kusagakure and Amigakure, including the other two Chunin from Kirigakure, who were similarly forgettable. As Fengye observed the other ninjas during the night of the maple trees, he too felt the weight of gazes upon him. Who was that fellow? Silver hair. Could it be Hitaki Kakashi? Some of the Leaf Village ninjas whispered among themselves, glancing at Fengye. Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, was a name known to nearly all in Konoha. Fengye's hair and build, so reminiscent of Kakashi, instantly drew considerable attention. "No, that isn't Kakashi," someone who recognized Fengye interjected, shaking his head. "His name is Fengye, Kakashi's elder brother, though he pales in comparison." Nearby, Inuzuka Kiba stroked his chin thoughtfully. "When did that guy become a Chunin? I have no recollection of him. Is he here alone for the Chunin exam?" "It appears so," someone replied with a hint of surprise. "His talent may not be remarkable, but it takes considerable courage to participate in the Chunin exam alone." This marked his third attempt at the Chunin exam, and he vividly recalled nearly being eliminated during his first. The Chunin exam was a far cry from the Genin graduation tests at the Ninja Academy. Hitaki Fengye, not a member of the Hyuga or Uchiha clans, I presume. Perhaps just a minor player. The two Genin from the Mist Village, having overheard the nearby chatter, cast a glance in Fengye's direction. Their commanding Jonin had instructed them to remain vigilant primarily towards the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, both possessing formidable abilities worthy of caution. Beyond those two families, however, there was little to be concerned about. "Not necessarily a minor player," Hoshigaki Kisame remarked, revealing his shark-like teeth as he scrutinized Fengye. "That guy noticed me the moment he entered. He must possess some skill." "Is that so?" A nearby Mist Ninja's eyes gleamed with intrigue, a cold smile gracing his lips. "A bit of skill is just what we need to keep this exam from becoming too dull." While the ninjas engaged in their discussions, one among them entered the room. Leading the way was a Jonin from the Leaf. "Silence!" Yamashiro Aoi commanded, his voice resonating with an authority befitting a Jonin, instantly silencing the gathered ninjas. "I am Yamashiro Aoi, the chief examiner for the first round. Submit the personal information forms you received earlier in order. Then collect your number tags and take your assigned seats. The exam papers for the first round will be distributed shortly." Leaning against the wall by the door, Fengye cast a glance at Yamashiro Aoi. If memory served, he was Ino's father, one of the original Inuzuka, Shino, and Choji trio. It seemed Konoha was indeed placing great importance on this Chunin exam, as every chief examiner was a Jonin, rather than a special Jonin. Soon, after receiving his number tag, Fengye settled into his designated seat. Given that his mission in this exam was to target the Mist and Cloud ninjas, aiming to eliminate them as much as possible, he had already familiarized himself with the exam content the previous day. The exam participated in by the 12 young ninjas of Konoha bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous Chunin exams. The first segment was a written test assessing intelligence, albeit devoid of the infamous 10th question. The second phase entailed a fierce competition for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls within the Death Forest, culminating in one-on-one battles. The examination papers were swiftly distributed. With a rustle, Fengye eagerly began to write. Having foreknowledge of the test content, he faced little difficulty prior to entering the classroom. He had dispatched a shadow clone to assume the guise of a supervising Chunin, confidently striding alongside the other proctors. Moreover, he was capable of answering most of the questions himself, rendering any form of cheating unnecessary. In mere moments, he had completed the entire paper. Submitting his answers early? Observing Fengye approach with his test paper, Yamashiro, I heard a slight flicker in his gaze as he exchanged a brief glance with Fengye. After taking the exam paper for review and confirming that the answers were generally correct, he nodded in approval and said, "Well done, you have passed." Chapter 25. The Death Cavern. Fengye's early submission of his examination paper left many students participating in the Chunin exam with expressions of astonishment, their gazes instinctively drawn towards him. Did he pass? How could he possibly solve such difficult problems? Those who had yet to grasp that the crux of this examination was cheating exhibited disbelief in their eyes. They could not answer a single question on the test. While Fengye had astonishingly completed all of them in such a short span of time, surely, even an academic prodigy would not be so extraordinary. Some narrowed their eyes as they watched Fengye's departing figure. That fellow is rather suspicious. He had long discerned that the essence of this exam lay in subterfuge. However, the few Chunin hidden among the crowd, who were diligently working on the questions, had not yet finished. The speed at which Fengyi completed his paper was somewhat outrageous. Could it be that he had prior knowledge of the exam content and the answers? How infuriating. With this thought, he could not help but curse silently. Casting a disapproving glance at Fengyi, under the watchful eyes of numerous candidates in the classroom, who regarded him with hostility, Fengyi exited the examination room. Upon stepping outside, he paused. There stood Kakashi, having appeared there at some point, lazily leaning against the wall, his gaze wandering with an air of indifference. Fengyi regarded Kakashi and lifted his chin slightly, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Monitoring, Kakashi replied, arms crossed over his chest. "I am responsible for escorting candidates who have been caught cheating 5 times. However, it appears the quality of candidates this time is commendable." Just as he finished speaking, the voice of the supervising Chunin echoed from within the examination hall. "Candidate number 51, disqualified." Fengyi merely shrugged. Kakashi spread his hands in resignation and entered the examination room, ushering the 3 disqualified candidates out. Watching Kakashi depart, Fengyi yawned and made his way to the venue for the second round of the Chunin exam, arriving promptly at the preordained location. The second round of the Chunin exam was not held in the ominous Forest of Death, but rather in the 31st training ground, known as the Death Cavern. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that the examination site, encircled by barbed wire, was almost devoid of vegetation, yet the terrain was rugged, resembling the intricate landscape eroded by flowing water in the land of rain. Various small hills dotted the area, and numerous interconnected caves could be faintly seen. This was the examination site for the Chunin exam, and entry was strictly prohibited. A station ninja, noticing Fengyi, promptly approached and spoke in a low voice to deter him. Fengyi retracted his gaze and produced his examination admission ticket. "I am a candidate for the Chunin exam. I have already completed the first round and have come here in advance." The ninja cast a slightly surprised glance at the admission ticket in Fengyi's hand. "In that case, please wait here for the chief examiner to arrive. Entry is forbidden before the official start." "Understood." Fengyi stepped aside to await further instructions. After a brief wait, the first examination concluded, resulting in the elimination of over 60 genin, leaving only around 30. The 3 genin from the Hidden Mist Village and the 3 from the Hidden Cloud Village successfully passed the test. As they were elite representatives of their respective villages, and this rudimentary examination posed no challenge to them. Is this truly the venue for the second examination? The genin from the mist observed the deathly cavern ensconced in barbed wire, a chilling smile creeping across their faces as one remarked, "How perfectly tailored for us." The topography of this rocky chasm, favorable for their water techniques, would be exceedingly advantageous. A well-placed water jutsu would leave opponents with little chance to evade. The figure of Kisame Hashigaki also bore a smirk as he concurred, "Indeed, it is quite suitable as your final resting place." An incongruous voice interrupted, causing Kisame's grin to falter. The 2 mist ninjas shot piercing glares toward the source of the sound, a brawny man clad in coarse, homespun attire, his dark complexion accentuated by the Hidden Cloud Village forehead protector. "Whose final resting place that will be remains uncertain," he warned. "Be cautious, Cloud Ninja." The Mist Ninjas regarded the Cloud Ninjas with steely gazes. While the terrain favored the Mist Ninjas, it equally benefited the Cloud Ninjas, who excelled in lightning techniques that countered water jutsu, often leaving Mist Ninjas at a disadvantage. The 3 Cloud genin were evidently aware of this, displaying a dismissive attitude towards the threats posed by their Mist counterparts, exuding a brutish demeanor that implied they were eager for a confrontation. At that moment, a commanding voice pierced through the tension. "Silence." The proctor of the second CH-NIN exam, Akane Yuhi, approached with an authoritative tone. "Before the second examination commences, you must sign this consent form, as there is potential for injury or worse. Those unwilling to consent may leave now." The gathered ninjas exchanged glances. Those who had reached this stage were not inclined to retreat. One by one, they signed the consent forms without hesitation. "Now, let us discuss the examination rules." Akane addressed the assembled genin solemnly. "There are 34 participants in the second CH-NIN exam, comprising 12 teams, including those acting solo. You will each receive 2 types of scrolls. The objective of this examination is to acquire both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reach the central watchtower of the Death Cavern within 3 days. Please proceed to collect your scrolls. Following her directive, the candidates approached to receive their scrolls. With only 12 teams remaining, the distribution was straightforward. The 6 teams awarded the Heaven Scrolls and the 6 with the Earth Scrolls faced each other, their animosity palpable. Both the Cloud and Mist ninjas received the Earth Scrolls. Having obtained scrolls that hold no value for us, eliminating you yields no profit. After exchanging cold glances, several ninjas from the Cloud and Mist villages disregarded each other and turned their attention to the teams that had acquired the Heaven Scroll. Among them, the most striking figure was Feng Yi, who alone possessed the Heaven Scroll, drawing the attention of nearly 6 members from teams that had secured the Earth Scroll. That individual truly stands alone. Daring to participate solo must indicate some level of confidence. He likely poses a significant challenge. However, the synergy of 3 individuals in combat is not to be underestimated compared to that of a single warrior. Many ninjas regarded Feng Yi with ill intentions. Chapter 26. A misguided choice. Upon acquiring the Celestial Scroll, some ninjas cast indifferent glances towards Feng Yi. Yet their interest lay solely with those who had secured the Terrestrial Scroll. The scrolls had been distributed, and it was time to follow the proctors to the various entrances. 30 minutes later, they would collectively enter the cavern. With arms crossed, the sunset-hued crimson figure of Yuritsu stood resolutely, addressing the multitude of candidates in a solemn tone. Swish, swish. The proctoring Chunin appeared before each team, signaling them before leading the groups in different directions. The Chunin guiding Feng Yi was none other than Kakashi. Upon arriving at entrance number 5, Kakashi opened the door and cautioned Feng Yi. The Mist and Cloud ninjas have set their sights on you. Be wary of their coordination. Furthermore, the cavern is under constant surveillance, with Chunin from the Mist and Cloud, as well as our own examiners from Konoha, monitoring from the central watchtower. The Hokage is likely to be present as well. Kakashi, well aware of Feng Yi's capabilities, did not harbor concerns for his safety. In a one-on-one scenario, no one could possibly best Feng Yi. However, he felt it prudent to issue a warning regarding potential teamwork. After all, Feng Yi lacked experience in multifaceted combat. Rest assured, Feng Yi replied with a faint smile. If you have no worries, why should I? Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. Feng Yi's words irked him, yet they were so reasonable that he found himself unable to retort. Before long, the second round of the Chunin exams was declared open. Kakashi nodded to Feng Yi, who then stepped into the examination arena. Simultaneously, 2 ninja teams from the closest entrances made their way towards Feng Yi's direction upon entering. That kid must have gone through entrance 5, right? If not, then it has to be entrance 4. Either way, we're headed in the right direction, Inuzuka. His gaze sharp, sprinted ahead, closely followed by a ninja dog. Though Feng Yi's decision to participate in the Chunin exams alone suggested a measure of confidence. Compared to the other 3-man teams, he appeared to be the most vulnerable target, a lone fruit ripe for the taking. Wyan Shimi trailed behind, murmuring, I believe it's unnecessary to pursue him. After all, he is Kakashi's brother. He might possess some hidden prowess. Moreover, he is a ninja from Konoha. It may be more fitting to target someone from the Grass Village. What are you talking about? Inuzuka shot a glance at Wyan Shimi and scoffed. Without the necessary strength, he has no right to advance to Chunin. If he dares to participate alone, wouldn't it be better for him to be eliminated early if he lacks the ability? Securing his scroll is preferable to having it fall into the hands of the Cloud or Mist ninjas. Wyan Shimi shook his head, asserting, My instincts suggest we should avoid him. Your instincts, you say? Inuzuka retorted dismissively. Black Maru, tell him what your instincts say. Black Maru awoke. Inuzuka flashed a smile and remarked, What Black Maru means is combat. I trust its instincts far more than your bugs. Why Nakashiwi furrowed her brow slightly, choosing not to continue the debate. Although she sensed that Kidora might be formidable, it was merely an instinct. Since Inuzuka and Kuromaru had come to such a judgment, it was essential to maintain unity. Before long, the group arrived on the path that Kidora had taken. Kuromaru twitched his nose a few times and quickly discerned the direction of Kidora's advance. After barking a few times, he dashed off in a particular direction. They had found him. Inuzuka and Nakashiwi immediately followed suit. The trio swiftly navigating between the rocks, pursuing Kuromaru as he tracked Kidyoru. As they continued their pursuit over a considerable distance, Kuromaru abruptly halted, lowering his voice to emit a low howl, signaling Inuzuka Tsume with a message. He is just ahead. Tsume immediately understood and signaled to Wai Nakashiwi and the others. They quickly dispersed, ascending the nearby hills to encircle him from both sides. Soon, they caught sight of figures emerging below the hills. With a swift motion, Inuzuka Tsume and the others landed almost simultaneously, surrounding Kidyoru at the center. However, upon landing, they did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they displayed expressions of astonishment. For there was not only Kidyoru present. To his left and right lay several figures, identifiable as members of another small ninja squad, while Kidyoru, composed and unperturbed, was searching the bodies, retrieving a scroll from one of them. Did you take down all three of them? Inuzuka Tsume gazed at Kidyoru in disbelief. Though uncertain of the strength of the defeated trio, they were still a three-person team, and the thought that Kidyoru had single-handedly incapacitated them raised concerns. Could it be that Wai Nakashiwi's instincts were indeed correct, and he was a remarkably formidable adversary? Indeed, I initially had no intention of engaging them. But they pursued me too closely. Kidyoru stored the Earth Scroll, casting a glance at Inuzuka Tsume and the others. Are you planning to snatch the scroll from me as well? Inuzuka Tsume did not respond immediately, a flicker of caution crossing his gaze. However, at that moment, Wai Nakashiwi, standing nearby, spoke with a low voice. Attack. He has just endured a battle. We must not give him the chance to recover. The one who had initially opposed targeting Kidyoru now perceived this as an opportunity and decisively struck, raising her hand to unleash a swarm of black insects upon him. Inuzuka Tsume quickly came to his senses. He had almost been deceived by the youth. Beast mimicry technique. Fong to Fong. Accompanied by Tsume's shout. He and Kuromaru intertwined in the air, spinning like a drill, converging towards Kidyoru's position. Kidyoru glanced at them expressionlessly. In the next instant, he vanished without a trace, his speed surpassing that of Tsume's Fong to Fong, akin to a fleeting shadow, as he darted toward Wai Nakashiwi. The countenance of the oil girl Jiwei suddenly changed, and she hastily spread her arms wide, unleashing a dark cloud of insects in a desperate attempt to fend off Fengye's assault. Yet, the swiftness of Fengye was almost beyond belief. With a mere flicker, he circumvented the insect swarm and appeared behind her. Such speed. How could this be possible? The pupils beneath the sunglasses constricted sharply, and at this moment, she found herself bereft of time to react. Fengye's kunai, known as White Fang, sliced through the air with deadly precision. Swoosh. Although the insects managed to intercept some of the blade's edge, the strike still grazed her back, inflicting excruciating pain and causing her to collapse amidst a spatter of blood. Jiwei. Upon witnessing this scene, Inuzuka's claws were engulfed in shock. She began to grasp the reason behind Fengye's ability to dispatch an entire trio. Such velocity was evidently beyond that of a mere genin, bordering on the unbelievable. Whoosh. In the next instant, Fengye transformed once more into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Inuzuka's claws. In yet another simple exchange, Inuzuka fell heavily to the ground, gravely injured. The last remaining member attempted to flee, but Fengye had no intention of letting him escape. With a flash of his kunai, he inflicted a severe wound upon him as well. To make a misguided choice comes at a cost. Fengye turned his gaze to the 6 fallen figures. All 6 were ninjas of Konoha, and he had refrained from delivering a lethal blow. He had merely rendered them incapable of continuing the fight. After all, one cannot simply overlook a grave error in judgment. The enemies on the battlefield show no mercy. So perhaps the aspiration of becoming a Chunin would have to wait until another occasion. Though he had delayed slightly, it should not have a significant impact. After stowing away the scroll, Fengye gazed toward the center of the Death Rock Cave, murmuring softly before his form vanished swiftly. Chapter 27. A Catastrophe at the Death Cavern. At the very heart of this ominous place lies a towering hill, its form bizarre and indescribable. Atop the hill, the interior is hollow, with skylights on all sides, revealing an expansive space filled with numerous chambers. In one of these chambers, several proctors, predominantly elite jonin, are intently monitoring the surveillance that blankets the entirety of the Death Cavern. The second round of the Chunin exams is set to unfold over 3 days, necessitating a rotation of the proctors. Among them are also ninjas from the Mist and Cloud villages, serving as the leading Jonin. The ease with which this individual has dispatched 2 teams raises questions. Is this boy exceptionally powerful, or are the Leaf Ninjas simply lacking in strength? The leading Jonin from the Mist, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Suigetsu, stands before a screen, watching the unfolding scenes with a measured demeanor. The Leaf Ninjas, astonished by Fengye's performance, are largely unaware that his participation in the Chunin exams was mandated by Sarutobi Izashi. They merely perceive him as Kakashi's brother, possessing some degree of capability, yet they are taken aback by his swift elimination of Inuzuka Kiba and his subordinate teams. My disciple's prowess is no trifling matter, remarks Inuzuka Kiba's supervising Jonin, who observes the screen with a furrowed brow, clearly taken aback by Fengye's demonstrated combat abilities. Suigetsu glances over, revealing a toothy grin, and remarks, in that case, this round of the Chunin exams should not prove dull for Kisame. Upon hearing Suigetsu's words, the Leaf Ninjas in the room cast him sidelong glances, their eyes brimming with hostility. Such arrogance! It is tantamount to dismissing their lower-ranked ninjas. Just wait and see, mutters a nearby Leaf Jonin, disdain evident in his tone. The gathered ninjas continue to focus on the screen, but as time passes, their expressions shift dramatically. Within a mere 3 hours, Kisame's team has obliterated 2 Leaf teams. The process was swift and decisive, a complete rout. The strength displayed by Kisame is far beyond that of a mere Jinin. His B-rank jutsu seem effortlessly executed, and his chakra reserves rival those of a Jonin. Akin to a monster. What in the world? Such chakra, could that boy be a Jinchuriki? A Leaf Ninja fixates on the screen, unable to contain his astonishment. Suigetsu chuckles and replies, "Fool, how could we possibly send a Jinchuriki to participate in your Chunin exams? Kisame is not a Jinchuriki. He possesses a uniquely monstrous physique by nature." Suigetsu's words cast a pall over the faces of the Leaf Ninjas. Despite having the highest number of teams entering the second round of the Chunin exams, with 8 teams in total, it is disheartening to note that merely half a day in, 4 teams have already been disqualified. The most disheartening aspect was that the formidable Akatsuki members, including the dreaded Kisame Hoshigaki, had already eliminated 2 teams from Konoha and secured a sufficient number of scrolls, yet they exhibited no intention of heading toward the finish line. Instead, they continued to pursue other teams within the depths of the Death Cave, seemingly intent on eliminating everyone in the second round. Do not regard me with such disdain. Our testing system in Kirigakure is far more ruthless. Noticing the grim expressions of the Konoha ninjas in the room, Suigetsu Hozuki let out a chuckle and stated solemnly, "Those lacking in strength do not qualify to be ninjas." In Suigetsu's view, the examination system of Konoha was indeed too lenient. Upon graduating from our academy, we are required to eliminate our comrades. Only one can survive among 2. The Chunin exam is also a relentless bloodbath from beginning to end, ensuring that only the elite emerge alive. Such is the nature of the Blood Mist village. The leader of the Chunin village, who had remained silent until now, cast a fleeting glance towards Suigetsu Hozuki, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes before he averted his gaze, crossing his arms in front of him and declaring, "This tactic does not intimidate the ninjas of Chunin. Let us continue to observe." Then, Suigetsu remarked coolly, casting a glance at the Chunin Jonin. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a day and night had passed. The morning following the commencement of the second round of the Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen awoke to find a ninja awaiting him outside his room, ready to report. "Lord Hokage, there has been an incident." The weariness vanished from Sarutobi's eyes, replaced by a spark of alertness as he quickly donned the cloak of the 3rd Hokage and stepped outside, inquiring, "What has happened?" "It concerns the Chunin exam." The Umbu ninja reported the situation concerning the Chunin exam, and the information caused Sarutobi's expression to shift dramatically. Within the span of a day and night, 6 teams from Konoha had been eliminated, leaving only 2 teams remaining. The other small ninja villages had suffered nearly total annihilation, and now only 4 teams remained in the exam arena. 1 team from Chunin, 1 from Kirigakure, the team from Konoha led by Uchiha Kiyoshi, and the lone team of Kageyama. How could so many teams have been eliminated? Sarutobi's expression changed as he harbored a growing suspicion. As he rushed toward the exam arena, he posed a question to the Umbu at his side. The response from the Umbu confirmed his suspicions. The ninjas from Kirigakure and Chunin had no intention of merely passing the second round of the Chunin exam. Instead, after acquiring sufficient scrolls, they continued to hunt down other teams. With urgency, Sarutobi hastened to the Chunin exam arena, swiftly arriving at the central lookout tower and entering the monitoring room. Lord Hokage. Upon seeing Sarutobi enter, the numerous Konoha ninjas in the monitoring room immediately bowed in respect. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept across the room, landing upon one individual. When did you arrive, Orochimaru? In the center of the monitoring room stood the unmistakable figure of Orochimaru. The nearby Konoha ninjas, whether Chunin or J-Nin, regarded him with palpable reverence. The shinobi from the Watermelon Mountain and the Cloud Village, who had displayed arrogance the previous day, now exhibited a marked wariness towards Orochimaru, their expressions betraying considerable apprehension. I arrived slightly earlier than you, Sensei, Orochimaru replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, his voice tinged with a slight rasp. I heard that some particularly notable genin have emerged in this Chunin examination, so I thought I would come to observe. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stepped into the monitoring room, directing his attention to the images displayed on the screen. At such a time, do not entertain any misguided intentions, Orochimaru. As Orochimaru's teacher, Hiruzen understood him all too well. An interest in notable genin implied the possibility of Orochimaru resorting to underhanded tactics, and now was a time when engaging with the mist or cloud ninjas was utterly unacceptable. Any act of aggression would equate to an outright declaration of war. Understood, Sensei, Orochimaru replied with a smile. Yet both the Watermelon Mountain and Cloud Village J-Nin felt an unsettling pressure emanating from him. Orochimaru's demeanor offered no clarity regarding his true intentions. They could only assume that without Sarutobi Hiruzen's directive, he would refrain from taking any action. After all, he was regarded as one of the most dangerous individuals among all the ninjas of Konoha. Chapter 28. A swift execution. As the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense, a sudden image materialized on one of the screens, capturing the attention of all present, including Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The screen displayed the last remaining trio from Konoha, who had encountered Kisame Hashigaki and his comrades as they approached the central tower. You must have gathered enough scrolls by now, Uchiha Kuda, the leader of this genin team, stated with a stern expression, eyeing the Mist Village's Kisame coldly. He had acquired the Heaven and Earth Scroll and wished to avoid confrontation with the Mist Ninjas. Kisame shrugged lightly, replying, I've already collected more than enough scrolls. So why don't you step aside? Uchiha Kuda replied with a low voice, I cannot allow that. Kisame chuckled, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. You seem to be mistaken. While I have enough scrolls, I have no intention of letting you pass. So, it would be better if you fell here instead. By the way, I've already secured 6 scrolls. Kisame's words caused a noticeable shift in Uchiha Kuda's demeanor. Without hesitation, he activated his Sharingan, the tomo in his eyes beginning to spin as he gripped a kunai, cautiously watching Kisame. Make your move, Kisame said decisively. Immediately launching into action, the 3 Mist Ninjas clashed with the trio from Konoha, and relying on the powers of the Sharingan, Uchiha Kuda managed to maintain the situation briefly. However, as time progressed, his chakra began to dwindle, while Kisame seemed to be expending little energy. It appears your chakra is running low. Maintaining that Sharingan requires a considerable amount of chakra, Kisame remarked with a smirk. Then, without warning, he formed a series of hand seals and unleashed a B-rank ninjutsu. Uchiha Kuda's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that despite the battle's intensity, Kisame still had enough chakra to perform a B-rank technique. In a moment of panic, he attempted to evade. But in this terrain, avoiding a large-scale water release technique proved impossible, and he was ultimately struck. Your chakra levels are quite abnormal. Indeed, you possess an unusual physique. Orochimaru observed, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he watched the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the numerous Konoha ninjas wore expressions of despair, for with this team's elimination, Konoha's trio had been utterly decimated. The only remaining force was a solitary individual, Kitsuki Kafui. So, this is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Kisame approached Uchiha Kuda, a glint of interest in his eyes, and slowly crouched beside him. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan was indeed a coveted treasure. However, just as Kasame intended to seize Uchiha Kuta's Sharingan, a member of the Konoha Umbu appeared silently. Although the participants in the Chunin exams had signed waivers of life and death, Konoha could not simply stand by and allow the theft of the Sharingan to transpire. As the dried persimmon, Kisame, observed the appearance of the Umbu ninja, he realized that the opportunity to seize the Sharingan had slipped away. With a sigh of resignation, he retracted his hand that had reached towards Uchiha Kuta, rising to his feet once more. "The hunt is nearly at an end. Let us depart," he stated. The two other mist ninjas nodded in agreement, following Kisame as they exited. The Umbu ninja cast a glance at the fallen Uchiha Kuta before shifting his gaze towards the direction in which Kisame and his companions had departed. A somber expression gracing his features. The fact that even the lower-ranked Uchiha, capable of wielding the Sharingan, had been eliminated indicated that the mist had indeed dispatched formidable lower-ranked shinobi. The upcoming Chunin exams might very well become a laughingstock. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Sarutobi Hisashi maintained a composed expression as he observed the images on the screen. After a brief pause, he turned to the proctoring ninja beside him and inquired, "Where is Keat? Has he passed?" The proctor hesitated for a moment, seemingly uncertain of how to respond. After a few seconds, he replied, "How should I put this? He has probably passed. He acquired sufficient scrolls early on and made his way to the tower's exterior. However, he has yet to enter." Sarutobi Hisashi appeared slightly taken aback, glancing at the monitor. "He hasn't entered?" "Indeed," the proctor confirmed with a nod. At that moment, the chief examiner, Yuhi Kurinai, approached, gazing at the screen. "Perhaps he has no intention of entering directly. He may wish to gauge the strength of the other shinobi. He could enter at any time." Sarutobi Hisashi murmured in acknowledgement. This was indeed a course of action Keat might take. However, with the other lower-ranked ninjas having been completely annihilated, the burden of the third round now rested solely on his shoulders. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hisashi couldn't help but shake his head. He had anticipated that the ninjas dispatched by the Mist and Cloud would be the elite of the elite, but the situation was even graver than expected. Fortunately, he had designated Keat to participate in this Chunin exam. Given Keat's prowess, he would likely perform admirably in the third round, ensuring that the situation remained manageable. At this moment, Keat sat motionless atop a protruding rock face outside the central lookout tower, his body cloaked in a layer of yellow dust, making it nearly impossible to discern his presence. In the stillness, he suddenly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards a particular direction, a glimmer of light flashing within his gaze. "At last, someone has arrived," he murmured to himself, having waited patiently for quite some time. Not far from the central lookout tower, Kisame and his companions, having dispatched the last Leaf team, were hastening towards the endpoint of the second round of the Chunin exams. The trio advanced in a triangular formation, with Kisame leading the charge. One of the two following him chuckled as they ran, remarking, "I never expected that the Uchiha clan, whom Teacher Pufferfish warned us to be wary of, would prove to be so lacking. They have greatly overestimated the ninjas of the Leaf." Tong Chaoyi, with an air of bravado, proclaimed, "There are a total of 12 teams. We have eliminated 6. The Uchiha clan's ninjas have also taken down 1, bringing the total to 7. If the ninjas from the Cloud Village have dispatched 1 team, then only 3 teams will remain for the third round. If they have vanquished 2, the final confrontation will be between us and them. Such a record would surely fulfill the directives of the pufferfish demon." Yet, just as Tong Chaoyi basked in his self-satisfaction, an unfamiliar voice abruptly pierced the air beside him. "Is that so?" This voice sent a jolt through Tong Chaoyi's heart, and in an instant, every hair on his body stood on end, as terror enveloped his mind. He attempted to react, but it was already too late. In a flash, blood sprayed forth as if he had collided with an invisible, razor-sharp thread. Tong Chaoyi's body was cleaved in 2 at the waist, his upper and lower halves separating with eerie precision. A flicker of fear and disbelief lingered in his eyes. Swish, swish. Both Kisame Hashigaki and another mist ninja sensed the sudden upheaval behind them, their expression shifting dramatically as they came to a halt. Turning to look, they could only see the lifeless body of Tong Chaoyi, alongside a boy with silver hair, standing calmly with a short blade in hand. It was Hitaki Koike. Chapter 29. Shock. Standing beside the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki, the hidden mist ninja's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a mix of horror and disbelief as he could not suppress his shock. Tambo Yasushi, among the three, was the perceptive ninja, whose ability to relentlessly hunt down other squads was predicated on his keen senses. Logically, in the face of ambushes and surprise attacks, Yasushi should have been the first to react. Yet now, he had been eliminated in an instant. He had no time to utilize techniques such as the substitution jutsu or body flicker technique. Cough, cough. Although Yasushi was cleaved in two, he did not succumb to death immediately. Instead, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his upper body collapsing as he gazed toward Kid, his eyes filled with disbelief. Having approached the conclusion of their mission and engaged in conversation with Kisame and the others, he had indeed let his guard down, failing to concentrate fully on his surroundings. Thus, when Kid launched his sudden attack, Yasushi was unable to perceive it in advance. However, the crux of the matter was not merely this. The true issue was the speed. Kid's movements were astonishingly swift, so much so that Yasushi could not muster any form of resistance. Such velocity was beyond that which a mere genin could possess. Even a genin might struggle to match it. Caught off guard by an upper genin's ambush while not in a heightened state of alertness, Yasushi's demise was, without a doubt, a foregone conclusion. "It is you then." Kisame fixed his gaze upon Kid, betraying no anger or disarray at the loss of his comrade, as if the fallen ninja were nothing but an inconsequential entity. A smirk creased his lips, revealing a row of shark-like teeth as he remarked, "It seems not all of Konoha's genin are worthless." Kid cast a fleeting glance at the fallen Yasushi, noticing a small pile of scrolls that had tumbled from his person. "I see," he mused. The accumulation of so many scrolls suggested that the enemy was not merely participating in the Chunin exams with the intention of passing. Rather, they were solely there for the thrill of the hunt, to showcase their prowess. This indeed reflected the infamous style of the Blood Mist Village. Raising his ninja blade, White Fang, Kid gently brushed his hand along the edge, as if polishing the blade. Yet, in the next instant, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Kisame's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he leapt backward while rapidly forming hand seals, pressing downwards in the air. Water release. Exploding water shockwave. A torrent of water surged forth, cascading down like a deluge. However, this deluge did not strike Kid, for his target was not Kisame, but rather another mist ninja. Water release. Spiraling water blade. The mist ninja unleashed his technique almost simultaneously with Kid's disappearance. As he exhaled, spiraling threads emanated from him in all directions, each strand comprised of highly pressurized water. Nearby protruding rocks were instantly sliced in two upon contact. At the very moment he unleashed this ninjutsu, Kid's figure had already materialized to his right. Confronted with the swiftly approaching threads, Kid did not evade. Instead, he revealed an almost uncanny speed, executing a mid-air pirouette and slipping through the narrow gap between the spiraling water blades. A sense of dread washed over the lower ninja from the hidden mist as his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes flashing with disbelief. He had never anticipated that Kid would dare to charge directly into the danger zone of the spiraling water blades, and yet he had indeed traversed through the narrow opening. Without sufficient speed and acute dynamic vision, such an act was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep could lead to his demise. With a swift motion, the hidden mist ninja brandished his kunai, lunging towards Kid. The clash of metal echoed as Kid's white-toothed ninja blade sliced through the air, seemingly releasing several strands of white in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he vanished and reappeared behind the hidden mist ninja. The hidden mist ninja froze in place, struggling to turn his head to behold Kid behind him. A flicker of horror and disbelief crossed his eyes, and then numerous lines of crimson emerged across his body, followed by a splatter of blood as he collapsed to the side. The spiraling water blades had failed to deter Kid. Once he closed the distance, the outcome was inevitable. Had a member of the Uchiha clan activated their Sharingan and possessed adequate speed, they might have been able to withstand Kid's blade techniques in close combat. But he clearly lacked such prowess. In an instant, two ninjas from the hidden mist lay lifeless. To be so audacious in another's village comes with a price. If one cannot slay their adversaries, they risk being slain themselves. This seems to be the doctrine of your hidden mist village, and I find no issue in adhering to it. Standing upon the water's surface, Kid gazed at the last remaining figure, Kisame Hoshigaki, and spoke in a calm tone. Kisame observed Kid from a distance, his demeanor no longer as composed as before. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, betraying a hint of rigidity, as he slowly remarked, "It appears you are indeed the strongest lower ninja of Konoha." There was a slight discrepancy in the intelligence, but it is of little consequence. As his words trailed off, Kisame swiftly formed hand seals. Water release. Water shark bullet technique. With a crash, the surface of the water beneath Kid erupted, as several water-formed sharks surged towards him, intent on tearing him to shreds. In a fluid motion, Kid leapt from the water's surface, propelling himself towards Kisame. Unfazed, Kisame raised his right hand towards Kid, summoning a torrent of water that morphed into a shark, lunging directly at him. With his white-toothed ninja blade in hand, Kid plunged it into the water-formed shark, his entire being trailing along the water's flow as he executed a spiral-like arc. The blade sliced through the shark and the figure of Kisame behind it, reducing them both to fragments. With a crash, Kisame's body shattered, but instead of blood, he transformed into water, surging upwards in an instant to envelop Kid entirely. Water prison technique. The silhouette of the dry persimmon Kisame emerged from the depths of the water, one hand pressing against the surface of the water sphere, maintaining the water prison while casting a glance at Maple Knight within. Your speed is indeed somewhat troublesome, but in my water prison technique, it shall prove ineffective, he remarked. Despite being trapped in the water prison, Maple Knight displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly gazed at Kisame and replied, "The water prison technique. A hallmark of the Mist Ninjas. However, having foreseen your move, how could I possibly fall for it so easily?" This statement caused a change in Kisame's expression. In the next instant, he abruptly twisted his body to one side, yet a blade of white light still grazed his form, accompanied by a spray of blood as one of his arms was severed and fell into the water. In the central monitoring room of the Death Rock Cave, Orochimaru watched the scene unfold on the screen, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes as he offered a comment. Beside him, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but exclaim, "I initially thought he relied solely on his speed, but I did not expect him to wield the shadow clone technique and the body replacement technique to such an extent. Even you at his age would struggle to achieve this level." Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru were astonished by the talent and strength displayed by Maple Knight during this brief skirmish, let alone the other Nin and Nin present. Figures such as Akatsuki no Yuhi and others were nearly left in shock. It is worth noting that the strength of the trio from the Mist had been assessed by them through their observations during the recent battles. Both Mist ninjas were of elite Nin caliber, while Kisame's prowess and chakra made him barely qualify as a special Nin. Yet, before Maple Knight, these three Mist shinobi fell in the blink of an eye, 2 dead and 1 wounded. The power exhibited by Maple Knight, along with his judgment and choices during combat, were nearly flawless, marking him not as a mere 9-year-old Chunin, but rather as a seasoned elite ninja, battle-hardened and formidable. Chapter 30. Too reckless? The figure of Kisame Hoshigaki appeared several meters away from Fengye. His right arm was severed at the shoulder, and he was pressing his left hand against the wound on his right shoulder, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he endured the pain, his earlier composure long gone. He was too young. Fengye sighed inwardly at the sight of Kisame. At this stage, while Kisame displayed notable prowess and chakra, lacking the same formidable weaponry as Samahata, his strength seemed less exaggerated. Moreover, his combat experience paled in comparison to the matured Kisame who had slain the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki and joined the Akatsuki. The ninjutsu Kisame had previously unleashed, including the water clone that had lured him in and the subsequent water prison technique, could have ensnared another opponent. Yet, Fengye had anticipated these moves from the outset. The disparity in information was evident. Had both parties possessed equal knowledge, perhaps the young Kisame could have engaged him in battle. But in this case, it was a one-sided domination. Just as Fengye intended to strike and eliminate Kisame, his gaze suddenly flickered, and he turned to observe a certain direction. 3 figures were swiftly approaching. More arrivals. Fengye glanced at Kisame, formed a hand seal, and vanished with a soft sound. The approaching trio comprised 3 Chunin from the Cloud Village. Unlike Kisame and his companions, these Chunin were not deliberately hunting down other squads. Yet they had still managed to defeat 2 teams, while other squads might have opted to secure enough scrolls and proceed towards the finish line. The hot-tempered ninjas from Cloud Village, upon sensing the commotion, unanimously decided to head toward the source of the disturbance. After all, they would face combat in the 3rd round. So it was prudent to eliminate some competitors in the 2nd round. It was a water release technique, likely from a Mist Village ninja. To encounter a Mist ninja here was unexpected. It presented an opportunity to eliminate them. On Kamui's dark-skinned right arm, a flicker of lightning sparked as he spoke, cracking his knuckles with a slight grin. The ninjas from Mist Village were the least feared by Cloud. Lightning release countered water release. And the Cloud ninjas were known for their brute force, while Mist ninjas typically employed a stealthy, assassin-like style, making their combat styles quite counteractive. However, just as the 3 approached the battlefield, one of them suddenly changed expression, sensing something amiss, and shouted, "Watch out." Kamui's expression shifted as a layer of lightning enveloped him, allowing him to sidestep just in time to avoid a blade slicing up from the ground. With a whoosh, Fengye retreated 2 steps, regarding Kamui. True to their reputation, the ninjas from Cloud Village displayed remarkable speed and reflexes. 2 ninjas from the hidden clouds swiftly surrounded Fengye, while Kamui coldly observed him. A hint of a sneer playing on his lips as he remarked, "I thought you were from the mist, but it turns out you hail from Konoha." The moment his words fell, Kamui formed a hand seal and pressed down towards the ground, a bolt of lightning instantly surging across the earth towards Fengye. With a swift leap, Fengye evaded backward. The 2 Cloud ninjas charged from either side, but Fengye displayed an uncanny speed, deftly weaving through the onslaught of their attacks. It was unexpected that a ninja from Konoha could possess such swiftness. However, with just this, you will likely find it impossible to escape, Kamui thought coldly, charging towards Fengye. The other 2, their expressions fierce, flanked him once more, intent on subduing Fengye as a united front. Within the central observation tower, as he watched the unfolding scene on the screen, Akatsuki's crimson sunset furrowed his brow and could not help but voice his concern. This is overly ambitious. Having eliminated 2 from the Mist team and severely injuring Kisame, that should suffice for Fengye. There's no need to engage the Cloud team. Currently, Fengye's exhibited speed was noticeably slower than during his confrontation with the Mist ninjas, indicating a decline in his condition, no longer at his peak. One of the Cloud ninjas clearly matched Fengye's speed, while the other 2 managed to keep pace with some difficulty. In such circumstances, not only would it be challenging to defeat the Cloud ninjas, but even to escape would be daunting. The other proctors from Konoha also appeared tense, although Kisame's arm had been severed and he was not killed by Fengye. The destruction of the scroll meant his elimination, and should Fengye falter here, the 3rd round of the Chunin exam would be rendered moot, allowing the 3 from the Cloud to advance unchallenged. Such recklessness was unwarranted. If he could just enter the 3rd round normally in a one-on-one match, he would not lose to any of the Cloud ninjas. Akatsuki's gaze remained fixed on the screen as he spoke solemnly. Beside him, Sarutobi Hizashi slightly furrowed his brow. Earlier, he had praised Fengye's situational awareness, which belied his tender age of 9, yet now it seemed that his confidence had swelled following his earlier victories, leading him to forsake the most prudent course of action. Indeed, no matter how maturely one could think, at the end of the day, he was still just 9 years old, and a taste of success had caused him to become somewhat overconfident. Hizashi silently shook his head. This distance presents an opportunity to reach the finish. Yamashiro, I glanced at the screen, contemplating his judgment. As long as he could reach the end point, the situation would be manageable. The subsequent 3rd round would be a one-on-one competition, and in a solitary duel, Fengye would have a significant advantage against any opponent. Hizashi nodded slightly in agreement. This misstep still offered Fengye a chance for redemption, and the power he had exhibited in defeating the Mist team was impressive enough. He had already accomplished a significant part of his mission. At this moment, a voice of starkly differing opinion emerged. No. It cannot be as simple as rushing to the finish line, Sensei Sarutobi. Orochimaru, with his arms crossed over his chest, his serpent-like eyes glimmering with intensity, gazed at the images on the screen and remarked, I believe you may be underestimating that child. despite the distance provided by the surveillance monitor. And not witnessing the events live, Orochimaru still sensed that Fengyue would not recklessly provoke the Cloud Ninjas after battling the Mist Ninjas. Particularly, even amidst the onslaught of 3 Cloud Ninjas, Fengyue had exhibited not a trace of panic. To Orochimaru, it appeared more as though he were observing his opponents. Chapter 31. Annihilation. The reaction speed was astonishingly swift. Kamui's successive attacks were deftly parried or evaded by Fengyue. At that moment, he let out a cold snort. Drawing his hand across the blade of his longsword, unleashing a crackling surge of lightning that danced along its edge. In that case, let me introduce you to this, he declared. Ninjutsu. Cloud Flow Slash. As his words echoed, Kamui surged forward, the blade slicing through the air, creating a thunderous arc that cleaved towards Fengyue. Under the shroud of this lightning arc, his speed appeared to surpass that of before significantly. The sudden acceleration of the strike descended upon Fengyue's head, leaving him no time to employ the ninja blade, White Fang, to defend himself, seemingly destined to be split in two. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of light flickered in Fengyue's eyes, as if an ethereal clock had shifted a notch. Clang! His already swift arm retracted with ghostly speed. And with the ninja blade, White Fang, he deflected Kamui's lethal blow with a resounding clash. Kamui's pupils constricted, revealing a hint of astonishment. Having invoked the Cloud Flow Slash, his strike was nearly a third quicker than in his normal state. Under such velocity, Fengyue should have been unable to react in time to defend himself. Whoosh! Whoosh! After parrying Kamui's attack, Fengyue transformed into a shadowy blur, executing 2 rapid flickers to escape the encirclement of the 3 adversaries. Now free from their grasp, he gripped the ninja blade, White Fang, and gazed at the trio from the hidden cloud village, softly murmuring to himself, "This is not the lightning technique employed by the 4th Hokage. It must be a diminished version of it. If only I had the Byakugan or Sharingan, I could unravel its mysteries completely." The lightning techniques of the hidden cloud village had long been his aspiration. Thus, upon discovering Kamui possessed such abilities, he chose to observe while engaging in combat. Regrettably, without the Byakugan or Sharingan to discern the chakra application, fully comprehending it proved too challenging. After so long, he had only gleaned a fragment of experience. Never mind, he thought, shaking his head. Continuing this pursuit holds no purpose. With a soft exhale, he glanced back at Kamui and the others, a flicker of determination illuminating his gaze. Chakra surged within him, coursing through his meridians. The first gate of the 8 gates, open. Buzz. The first gate, situated in the brain, was instantaneously breached by his chakra. Though outwardly imperceptible, Fengyue felt as though his body had become significantly lighter, every muscle and bone capable of unleashing its full potential. Activating the first gate of the 8 gates occurred in but an instant. The trio of Kamui, astonished by Fengyue's newfound tripled speed, hesitated for only a moment before launching an even fiercer onslaught, each employing their strongest techniques. Whoosh! Fengyue's figure flickered. Upon unlocking the first gate of the 8 doors and unleashing its full potential, Kamui and his companions barely caught a glimpse of the afterimage. In an instant, Fengyue vanished, only to reappear, having already passed by one of them. What? The individual's pupils constricted violently, freezing in place. A flicker of horror crossed his gaze as he attempted to turn and look at the approaching Fengyue, only to be met with a searing pain. A line of blood surged from his right shoulder to his left waist. Thud. Accompanied by a spray of blood, a lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Kamui witnessed this scene, his eyes widening in shock, disbelief etched across his features. Impossible, such speed. What is this? He feared he would need to elevate his lightning release technique to the 2nd stage to match Fengyue's velocity. Yet attaining that level would require him to be of Jonin rank. Whoosh! In the midst of Kamui's astonishment, Fengyue's figure darted past once more. Another Cloud Shinobi. Stricken with terror, frantically wielded his kunai, but his frantic movements failed to create a perfect defensive circle, and in an instant, he too was swept aside by Fengyue. The only sounds were the nearly overlapping chimes of clashing blades. Thud. Amidst the splatter of blood, the 2nd Cloud Ninja fell. Witnessing the last of his comrades being swiftly dispatched by Fengyue's terrifying speed, Kamui's eyes reflected shock and dread. Impossible. This is not the speed or technique of a lower ninja. This guy must be a disguised Konoha Jonin. How could he possibly be a mere Chunin? Ninjutsu. Cloud Flow Slash. As he caught Fengya's gaze, Kamui gritted his teeth and shouted, his long sword once more enveloped in a sheen of lightning. However, Fengya, standing opposite him, similarly formed a one-handed seal, his fingers gliding along the blade of his white fang, a wisp of electric arcs intertwining upon the edge. Lightning release. Lightning slash. Whoosh. In an instant, their figures intersected. Kamui stood rigid, the lightning arc on his sword vanishing, the blade fracturing at its center. A portion of the tip clattering to the ground with a chime. Struggling to turn his head, he looked at Fengya, disbelief still lingering in his eyes, uttering, "You." Kamui's throat tightened as if he wished to say more, but ultimately he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and with a spray, he collapsed onto the desolate earth. In the central monitoring room of the death cave, silence reigned. The previously smug Cloud Village Jonin, now frozen in expression, bore a countenance filled with incredulity. How could this be? Meanwhile, on the other side, the setting sun cast a crimson hue over Konoha, where shinobi such as Ye from the Mountain Clan and numerous Chunin proctors now stood in stunned silence, their eyes betraying shock and disbelief. Due to the surveillance of the projection, the specific images were not entirely discernible. However, it was evident that Fengya had employed some extraordinary means, surpassing even the speed he exhibited during his battle with the Mist Ninja and achieving an even greater velocity. With this almost terrifying swiftness, he swiftly turned the tide, eliminating 2 Cloud Ninjas in rapid succession, and subsequently dispatched the last remaining adversary with a combination of lightning release and the Konoha blade technique. Indeed, Orochimaru gazed intently at the screen, his eyes deep with contemplation, and slowly remarked, "Yet such speed is not something that can be manifested in a normal state. I do not recall the White Fang possessing such abilities. Could it be a result of some forbidden technique?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and replied, "It is unclear, but that child has mentioned that his motor skills are extraordinary." Extraordinary, indeed, although the screen obscured a precise assessment of Fengya's speed. It was apparent that even the most adept Jonin would find it challenging to match. No wonder Fengya was able to slay an elite scout from the mist. And no wonder the exceptionally gifted Kakashi has always struggled to rival his elder brother. Extraordinary. Orochimaru revealed a sinister smile, echoing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Pausing momentarily before continuing, the unusual signifies talent. Viewed in this light, that child may possess a gift that surpasses that of the White Fang. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly. Fengya not only inherited the bloodline of Hatake Tsukumo but also possesses an innate talent for speed, if he continues to develop. He indeed holds the potential to surpass Hatake Tsukumo. Chapter 32. Orochimaru's Trial. After a brief silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe, inhaled a puff of smoke, and cast a glance at the Jonin from the hidden cloud and the Jonin Suigetsu Hzuki from the hidden mist. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he declared, "Regardless. The Chunin exam concludes here." Standing beside him, Yuhi Kurenai reigned in her astonishment, stealing a sideways glance at Suigetsu Hzuki, and remarked, "Indeed. There remains but one participant. Thus, the third round is rendered moot." It appeared that the ninja from the hidden mist aimed to eliminate all rival teams in the second round, thereby concluding the Chunin exam before the third round, intending to showcase the terror of the Blood Mist Village. This objective was achieved, yet their forces were completely obliterated, a development unforeseen by all. Kurenai's gaze shifted to the screen, where Kazuhaya was hastening towards the central observation tower, all scrolls securely in hand, and a smile graced her lips. In any case, well done, son of White Fang, ninja of Konoha. Outside the central observation tower, Kazuhaya arrived at the entrance, carrying 2 scrolls. Awaiting him at the threshold was the proctor of the second round, Yuhi Kurenai. "Congratulations on passing the second round of the Chunin exam, which should also be the final round." Kazuhaya replied, "It seems the ninjas from the mist and the cloud have eliminated all other teams. I possess all the scrolls." Kurenai, already aware of this matter, did not display surprise, yet as she observed Kazuhaya carelessly tossing out the remaining scrolls, a flicker of admiration crossed her eyes. Only one participant advanced from the second round of the Chunin exam. This marked a historic first since the inception of the examination system. It was unexpected that Kazuhaya, who had long remained in Kakashi's shadow, possessed such prodigious talent. In terms of strength, mindset, and resilience, he surpassed Kakashi. Yes, your judgment is correct. There will be no third round. Kurenai reflected inwardly before nodding at Kazuhaya, saying, "Follow me. The Hokage is awaiting your arrival." So, Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed arrived. Kazuhaya, not surprised, nodded and followed Kurenai, soon reaching the central hall on the second floor of the observation tower, where Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at its center. What caught Kazuhaya off guard was the presence of Orochimaru standing beside him. Orochimaru was the proctor for the latter stages? No, that could not be. A fleeting thought crossed Kazuhaya's mind. A Jonin overseeing the Chunin exam held considerable stature, and it was improbable that Orochimaru would serve as the chief examiner. Dismissing this notion, Kazuhaya approached Sarutobi Hiruzen and bowed respectfully, "Hokage-sama." As Kazuhaya saluted, he felt two menacing gazes directed at him. Those two hostile and icy stares emanated from Suigetsu Ichizuki of the Hidden Mist and an unidentified Jonin from the Hidden Cloud. After Fongyu raised his head, he briefly locked eyes with the two enemy village Jonin, Suigetsu and Hoshigaki Kisame, before returning his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen, displaying no hint of trepidation towards his adversaries. Presently, it was indeed a formidable challenge for him to surpass a Jonin, particularly one as formidable as Hoshigaki Kisame, a member of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, whose strength neared that of a Kage. However, this was Konoha. Not only were numerous Jonin from Konoha present, but even Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen himself were there, causing Suigetsu and his companions to merely cast him a cold glance, refraining from exuding any murderous intent. As for the future, should they cross paths on the battlefield, given his rate of growth, he may not necessarily be inferior to either of them. It is possible that by then, he would have surpassed the Jonin rank and attained true Kage-level prowess. Congratulations, you have passed the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a warm smile as he looked at Fongyi. You performed admirably. From this day forth, you are a Chunin of Konoha. Remember the duties of a ninja. Yes, Fongyi replied, bowing his head. Orochimaru, standing to the side, regarded Fongyi with a slight smirk and said, In your father's lifetime, I received some favors from him. Do you recognize me, Ataki Fongyi? Noticing that Orochimaru appeared somewhat intrigued by him, Fongyi's mind raced. He respectfully responded, You must be the legendary Sannin, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled softly, spreading his arms. If you know me, that makes things easier. With your abilities, it would be challenging for an average Jonin to serve as your mentor. How about becoming my disciple? Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat taken aback by Orochimaru's words. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly made a decision. In that case, Fongyi, you shall study under Orochimaru. Fongyi, what is happening? I haven't even spoken yet. He couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. Becoming Orochimaru's disciple was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. One glance at Orochimaru's disciples, each marked by cursed seals, was enough to confirm that. Nevertheless, it seemed this course of action was not entirely unfeasible. On one hand, becoming Orochimaru's disciple would allow him to evade the troubles associated with Danzo. On the other hand, from Orochimaru, he might acquire the knowledge of many jutsu he longed to learn. To conspire with a tiger, no, to conspire with a serpent. With this thought in mind, Fongyi sighed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision was final, leaving no room for reconsideration. He could vaguely surmise the reasoning behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's choice. Currently, Hiruzen had not yet definitively selected the fourth Hokage. Though Orochimaru's character was somewhat hazardous, Minato Namikaze was still too young, lacking the achievements and experience that Orochimaru possessed. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned towards Minato in his heart, he could not openly express this sentiment at this time. Refusing to entrust Fongyi to Orochimaru and designating Kakashi as Minato's disciple would not only stir dissent among certain villagers, but would also undoubtedly displease Orochimaru. The situation in the ninja world was currently fraught with tension. The village must maintain a sufficient level of stability. Orochimaru's expression brightened at Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. He still harbored ambitions regarding the position of Hokage. His proposal to take Kazuki as a disciple was motivated not only by a genuine appreciation for Kazuki's talent, but also as a means to gauge Sarutobi Hiruzen's stance. To ascend to the role of Hokage, one must possess a successor. A single individual cannot manage the myriad responsibilities required to uphold the village's stability. It is essential to have an heir to assist in this endeavor. By entrusting the gifted ninja Kakashi to Minato Namikaze for training, Sarutobi Hiruzen subtly indicated Minato's candidacy as the fourth Hokage. Recognizing that Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude had shifted, Orochimaru seized this opportunity to probe the situation. Should he take Kazuki as a disciple and be thwarted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it would signal that Sarutobi Hiruzen had dismissed him as a potential successor to the fourth Hokage. However, the current ambiguity of Sarutobi Hiruzen's stance suggested that the matter was still open-ended. The uncertainty of who would ultimately be chosen lingered in Orochimaru's mind as he gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, murmuring quietly to himself. Chapter 33. The Art of Cell Activation. Having encountered the esteemed Orochimaru, Feng Yi respectfully bowed before him. The matter had been settled. There were no alternative paths to tread, and he could only proceed along this route while contemplating potential strategies. Ha. Orochimaru regarded Feng Yi with a somewhat sinister grin and remarked, "Our business here has concluded. Come with me." With that, he vanished from the hall in a blur. Feng Yi glanced back at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who nodded in affirmation. After bowing to Sarutobi, Feng Yi too disappeared in a flash, following Orochimaru. Whoosh, whoosh. The two swiftly departed from the central watchtower. As Feng Yi trailed behind Orochimaru, musing on how to navigate the complexities of having such a mentor, they arrived at a location within the Death Cavern, where Orochimaru came to a halt. This place. Feng Yi surveyed his surroundings, recognizing it as the site of his previous battle with the formidable Kisame Hashigaki. The water had nearly receded, leaving the ground damp and muddy. Orochimaru's gaze swept across the area, quickly locating an arm half buried in the muck. It was the severed limb of Kisame that Feng Yi had previously dispatched. Ugh! A hint of amusement curled Orochimaru's lips as he suddenly opened his mouth, expelling a sticky scroll. Grasping it, he unfurled the scroll, and his tongue darted out, ensnaring the arm and retrieving it, placing it atop the scroll. With a puff, a white mist enveloped the arm, and it vanished, sealed within the scroll. After completing this task, Orochimaru turned to Feng Yi, holding the scroll aloft. This unique constitution is a rare sight. It constitutes highly valuable research material. Should you encounter any special types of ninja in the future, do try to procure some samples for me. Feng Yi's lips twitched slightly, and he nodded. Understood. Let us proceed. Orochimaru flicked his tongue, swallowing the scroll once more, and continued onward. Could we not proceed in such a manner? Truly, it's rather revolting. Feng Yi could not suppress his internal lament, feeling even more fatigued than after his battle with Kisame. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to follow Orochimaru, and the two soon exited the Death Cavern. Upon nearing Konoha, Orochimaru formed a single-handed seal, causing a passageway to appear in the ground. This must be Orochimaru's secret base, Feng Yi surmised, and he followed him inside. Upon entering the base, Feng Yi was greeted by a predominantly dark ambience. As they traversed the silent tunnel, they emerged into a hall filled with an array of bizarre displays, peculiar insects suspended in some liquid, alongside various organs such as hearts and livers. Fortunately, Feng Yi's background in medical studies endowed him with a robust psychological fortitude regarding such matters. He felt no discomfort and even silently critiqued the rough craftsmanship of some specimens. Truly, he is the child of the White Fang. It seems that he adapts remarkably well to my environment. Orochimaru had been keenly observing Feng Yi's condition. After walking for a while, he smiled and remarked, "Indeed, you are quite suitable to be my disciple." Feng Yi glanced around and, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Is this your research facility, Orochimaru-sensei?" Orochimaru nodded and approached one of the vacant glass vials. He produced the scroll that had previously sealed the arm of Kisame Hashigaki, extracting the limb and discarding it into the vial. After completing this task, he consumed the scroll and turned to Feng Yi, a flicker of intrigue gleaming in his serpentine eyes. "From White Fang, you must have inherited numerous taijutsu and ninjutsu. While you need not learn some of my techniques, given your current level, you should have an understanding of what you require, correct?" Feng Yi pondered momentarily before posing a crucial question. "My chakra reserves are insufficient. I wonder if you possess any methods to augment them, Orochimaru-sensei." "Chakra reserves, you say?" Orochimaru chuckled softly. "In your case, with a few more years of physical growth, Your chakra capacity will rival that of a Chunin. However, it seems you desire more chakra. Well, there are indeed ways to achieve that. Feng Ye's eyes brightened as he looked at Orochimaru, patiently awaiting his elaboration. Orochimaru's gaze shifted from Feng Ye to the various specimens within the room. Chakra is extracted from the 13 billion cells within the human body, intertwined with mental energy. Methods to enhance mental strength are scarce, and I possess no particularly effective techniques in that regard. However, I do have a method to enhance cellular energy. With that, Orochimaru produced a scroll, extending it toward Feng Ye with his tongue. Feng Ye accepted it, internally scoffing. This hand is no longer usable. Yet, his yearning for the technique overshadowed his revulsion toward the scroll. As he unfurled it, the first line caught his eye. Cellular activation. This was the technique of cellular activation, capable of invigorating all the body's cells. Not only would it augment chakra reserves, but it also possessed formidable self-healing properties. Orochimaru clasped his arms before him and stated, "This technique forms the foundation of many of my arts. However, with your mastery of the blade technique from White Fang and your affinity for lightning release ninjutsu, you likely won't require my advanced techniques, nor do you seem inclined to learn them." Having heard Orochimaru's words and perused a portion of the scroll's contents, Feng Ye began to grasp the essence of this technique. It was fundamentally a basic art, aimed at enhancing cellular resilience and vitality. If he were not mistaken, this technique served as the cornerstone for Orochimaru's other arts, such as the shedding skin technique and regeneration technique. Only with robust cellular vitality could one perform feats akin to immortality. "Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei." Feng Ye closed the scroll and bowed respectfully. This technique was indeed fitting for him, extraordinarily so. The conventional methods of physical training can at best diminish the adverse effects of the Eight Gates technique, yet they cannot wholly eradicate them. However, the art of cellular activation may, to some extent, counterbalance the negative repercussions of the Eight Gates. Its essence lies not in enhancing cellular strength, but in invigorating cellular activity, thereby augmenting vitality and restorative capacity. Proceed with your cultivation. Should you wish to observe my experiments, you are welcome to do so from the sidelines. Orochimaru cast a slight smile at Feng Ye's demeanor, choosing to disregard him as he entered the laboratory to commence preparations for studying the recently acquired arm of Kisame Hashigaki. Feng Ye held a modicum of interest in Orochimaru's experiments, yet this curiosity paled in comparison to his fervent desire to master the art of cellular activation. After bowing once more to Orochimaru, Feng Ye departed from the research facility. Chapter 34. Spirit and Flesh. Upon departing from Orochimaru's lair, Feng Ye exhaled a sigh of relief. Although Orochimaru was unlikely to utilize him as a test subject on the very first day of apprenticeship, approaching such a perilous individual without sufficient strength was inherently fraught with danger. However, it appeared that events had not taken a turn for the worse. Rather, they remained on a remarkably stable trajectory, and he had even acquired the technique of cellular activation. Swish, swish. Feng Ye traversed the forest until he reached a stream, where he meticulously cleaned the scroll he had just obtained. Afterward, he carefully examined the scroll's instructions regarding the art of cellular activation. Upon thorough investigation, he found no flaws in the technique. In fact, Orochimaru had not concealed any details, clearly outlining both the advantages and disadvantages within the scroll. Among the annotations were these observations: the human body is a realm of balance. The energies of the spirit and the cells coalesce to create this equilibrium. While a moderate degree of imbalance may be tolerable, a significant disparity could precipitate severe consequences. The technique of cellular activation forcibly enhances cellular vitality without any corresponding elevation in mental capacity. Thus, should one overexert themselves during practice, the spirit may lose control over the flesh, leading to a collapse of the body, which may then grow uncontrollably and morph into a monstrous aberration. Therefore, it is imperative to exercise caution against excessive enhancement during training. There were several similar notes. These annotations were consistent with the knowledge Feng Ye had previously acquired. For instance, the notion of balance between spirit and body resonated with him. While the concept of physical imbalance was novel, he was familiar with mental imbalance. A straightforward example would be the transplantation of the Rinnegan in an ordinary individual, which would result in a mental imbalance. as their body could not withstand the formidable spiritual energy inherent in the Rinnegan, leading to rapid collapse. Even Nagato, who possessed the Uzumaki clan's robust physique, could not withstand the power of the Rinnegan. Only a truly formidable sage body could genuinely harness the Rinnegan's strength, achieving equilibrium between spirit and flesh. The technique of cellular activation was no different. Without potent mental fortitude to maintain balance, excessive enhancement of cellular energy would inevitably result in physical imbalance, with the likely outcome being a catastrophic explosion of the body. The technique of cellular activation. This art could be regarded as a method for cultivating a pseudo-sage body, though it fell significantly short, perhaps only achieving half of that ambition. Fongi contemplated deeply. The sage body, exemplified by Senju Hashirama, involved not merely the enhancement of the physical form, but also the elevation of spiritual energy during training. In contrast, the technique of cellular activation encompassed only a fragment of that process, and the potency of that fragment was considerably inferior to that of a true sage body, devoid of the cultivation of natural energy. Should one endeavor to practice sage mode in conjunction with the technique of cellular activation, such a synthesis could indeed represent a pseudo-sage body. The likes of Kabuto during the Fourth Shinobi War likely existed in such a state. Only through further advancement could one attain the authentic sage body. In this light, it became apparent that both spirit and flesh were stratified into three levels: the realm of cellular activation, the pseudo-sage body, and ultimately, the true sage body. In the realm of spirit, there exists the Sharingan, the Mangekyou Sharingan, and the Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Fongi felt confident that his judgment was sound. The Eternal Mangekyou, when merged with the sage body, transforms into the Rinnegan. By further integrating vast natural energy or becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, one can attain the Sage of Six Paths body and enter the Six Paths mode. In summary, with the foundation of cellular activation as his basis, the fog that had previously clouded his path began to dissipate. After traversing the forest, Fengyi returned to the village. Following a meal, he retreated to his home, entered his bedroom, and sat cross-legged, placing a scroll before him. Thus, let us begin. In the depths of Konoha, within the root base, Danzo leaned on his cane in a room, listening to his subordinate's report. His expression remained unchanged, yet his fingers tightened around the solid wooden staff, leaving subtle marks. Orochimaru. The sudden decision of Orochimaru to take Fengyi as his disciple caught him off guard. In Danzo's perspective, Fengyi's future trajectory was either to be designated by Hiruzen Sarutobi, to join the Umbu, or to enter his route. With a few strategic moves, it would have been effortless to cultivate Fengyi within route. However, Orochimaru's actions disrupted his thoughts. Moreover, Hiruzen's ambiguous stance suggested that he had not entirely relinquished the idea of allowing Orochimaru to succeed as the fourth Hokage. The unfolding situation was undeniably vexing. What of the negotiations? The Hokage has signed a contract with the Mist Village, but no agreement was reached with the Cloud Village. Their Jonin will depart shortly. The Root Ninja replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Danzo's grip on his cane tightened further. With Konoha's current strength, even facing 2 or 3 other villages simultaneously would not be insurmountable. Taking down a village proactively was not a difficult task. Yet, Sarutobi hesitated to initiate warfare despite the opportune moment for Konoha to unify the ninja world. However, negotiating with the Mist was prudent. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that without a significant incentive, the Mist would not recklessly tear up the contract to wage war. If he could devise a means to incite conflict between the Rock and Cloud villages, it would present Konoha with an unprecedented opportunity. Danzo inhaled deeply, his gaze penetrating as he looked upwards, murmuring to himself, "Since you are unwilling, Sarutobi, I shall instigate the war." In comparison to war, to unifying the ninja world, neither Fengyi's concerns nor even Orochimaru's issues were of great significance. Everything could be addressed after the conflict. In war, all can be manipulated. At home, within his bedroom, Fengyi engaged in 4 continuous hours of training. In a state accelerated to 3 times the normal speed, 12 hours had elapsed. After approximately 4 hours familiarizing himself with the techniques of cellular activation, he spent the subsequent 8 hours honing the most fundamental practices. So this is the art of cellular activation. Feng Yi opened his eyes. After enduring approximately a full day of rigorous training, he sensed subtle yet profound changes within his body, imperceptible to the average individual, yet distinctly palpable to him as a ninja. It felt as though every cell in his being had become slightly more invigorated. The most immediate sensation was a newfound lightness coursing through his physique. The energy expenditure associated with refining chakra had diminished considerably. Under normal circumstances, such an extended period of practice, even without engaging in physical techniques and solely focusing on chakra cultivation, would render the body weary due to the strain of chakra manipulation. Yet, surprisingly, his fatigue was markedly less than usual. The effects were conspicuous, though it appeared he was more prone to hunger, necessitating an increase in sustenance. Feng Yi absent-mindedly rubbed his belly. Realizing that until the technique of cellular activation was fully mastered, he might well transform into a voracious eater, requiring 9 meals a day to satiate his appetite. He mused. Could it be that Orochimaru, while practicing this technique, consumed several days' worth of food in one sitting, only to engage in training for multiple days consecutively? A thought lingered in his mind, feeling quite plausible. Chapter 35. Didn't he pass? It's quite remarkable to have eliminated all opponents in the second round. Kakashi, seated at the dining table, was enjoying his meal when he noticed Feng Yi emerging and tilted his head, saying, "But now, you can no longer conceal your strength." "Can you?" "That's hard to say," Feng Yi replied with a yawn, retrieving a few rice balls from the refrigerator to heat them up. He carried them to the table and added, "The current strength is largely exposed, but there shouldn't be any tasks requiring my attention in the near future. I just need to continue my training." Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Feng Yi and remarked, "No tasks in the short term? I believe you're overestimating that. After becoming a Chunin, you'll occasionally be assigned missions." At this point, Kakashi leaned back in his chair, arms crossed behind his head, and continued, "Speaking of which, I have a mission to undertake tomorrow. Would you care to join me?" Feng Yi looked at Kakashi with mild curiosity, asking, "Free team formation? Have you accepted a commission?" There are 2 types of missions in the village. One is the voluntary tasks received from the commission office, which allows for free team formation and the invitation of others to join in execution. Upon completion, one receives a record of task completion from the village and corresponding rewards. The other type involves compulsory missions assigned by superiors, which come with various requirements and personnel designated by higher-ups or even the Hokage himself. Indeed, Kakashi said, gazing thoughtfully at Feng Yi, "I've recently taken a liking to a particular ninja blade, but I lack sufficient funds, so I need to undertake some high-reward commissions." Ninja blade. If I had traversed here, that blade, known as White Fang, would belong to Kakashi. It seems I inadvertently claimed a weapon that rightfully belonged to him. Nevertheless, I find White Fang quite manageable. And perhaps I should seek an opportunity to procure a Tsunade sword to compensate Kakashi in the future. With this thought in mind, Feng Yi turned to Kakashi and said, "If you're looking to purchase a ninja blade, I still have some funds at home. If you're short by a little, I could offer some assistance." Kakashi seemed to have been waiting for this very statement and replied, "After completing this mission, I will probably still need around 2,000. Feng Yi promptly responded, "No problem." Kakashi nodded, then suddenly reminded Feng Yi, "The expenses after becoming a Chunin will be greater than before. Even if the village doesn't assign missions and you refrain from accepting commissions, the money left by my father will eventually run out." Feng Yi pondered his remaining assets and thoughtfully remarked, "If I refrain from purchasing consumables like ninja tools and explosive tags, I should have enough for the coming months. However, if I am to undertake missions, I must train further and prepare adequately." Feng Yi contemplated whether to teach Kakashi the technique for cellular activation. Yet, upon reflection, while Orochimaru would likely not mind such a thing, it would be wise to seek his permission first to avoid unnecessary complications. Prepare adequately. Kakashi, upon hearing Feng Yi's words, couldn't he help but twitch the corner of his mouth and retorted, "With your strength. Accepting some D rank or C rank commissions shouldn't pose any danger." Feng Yi sighed and replied, "You wouldn't understand. As a time traveler, one's physique and unexpected attributes must invariably possess statistics exceeding 99. Even when undertaking a D rank mission, there exists a substantial likelihood of unforeseen events arising. potentially leading to perilous situations that escalate to B rank or even surpass A rank tasks. Thus, considerations must extend beyond the mission itself to encompass potential contingencies. Presently, one's strength is far from sufficient. Kakashi felt an overwhelming urge to retort, questioning how someone who had never undertaken a mission could presume to instruct him. A seasoned ninja who had completed numerous C-rank assignments. However, he ultimately refrained from voicing his frustrations, reminded of his inability to contend with Kazuya, who was, after all, his elder brother. All the grievances he wished to express coalesced into a sullen gaze. "I'm going to sleep." Following dinner, Kazuya entered a state of slumber at triple speed, awakening approximately 2 hours later. After consuming a piece of bread, he resumed his training within the confines of his room. By the time Kakashi departed for breakfast the following morning, Kazuya had engaged in over 12 hours of rigorous training, remaining indoors to continue his practice. The development of Chidori, the 8 gates, and the Hatake swordsmanship were momentarily set aside, for the activation of his cells was the most pressing skill he needed to cultivate, an essential foundation. Once mastered, it would undoubtedly aid in the advancement of both Chidori and the 8 gates. In this relentless cycle of training, under the accelerated conditions, while merely a single day and night passed outside, Kazuya's actual training progress equated to that of an average individual training for 3 days. Meanwhile, at the Ninja Academy, discussions regarding the Chunin exams had become the focal point of the past couple of days. Typically, students at the ninja school do not exhibit significant interest in the Chunin exams. However, the situation drastically changed when Kazuya, a student of considerable renown, graduated early and opted to participate. A group of girls gathered together, with Ino contemplating aloud. If memory serves, the Chunin exams typically consist of 3 phases, right? I believe the 3rd phase is public, and we can attend to watch. Why Kurenai nodded, appearing somewhat distracted. Although she had faith in Kazuya's abilities, her father, Akane, had specifically mentioned the dangers associated with this particular Chunin exam, leaving her unable to feel entirely at ease. Just then, Inuzuka Kiba, passing by, overheard Ino and Kurenai's exchange and scoffed, "You're all thinking too much. It's uncertain whether Kazuya can even pass the first 2 phases. This Chunin exam includes ninjas from other villages." Yamanaka Inoichi adjusted his sunglasses and remarked gravely, "My father informed me that historically, the 2nd phase of the Chunin exam has the highest elimination rate." Noera Rin smiled brightly, her expression adorable, and declared, "I believe Kazuya will definitely pass." "That's rather uncertain," Uchiha Obito muttered. "I doubt Kazuya will make it to the 3rd phase." As the words of Obito fell, a voice suddenly emerged from the side, stating, "You are correct. Fengye indeed did not progress to the 3rd round." This revelation left the gathered crowd momentarily stunned, their gazes shifting towards the speaker, Yamanaka Ino, who had just entered the classroom, her eyes seemingly shimmering with an enigmatic light. Kurenai Yuhi, taken aback, exclaimed, "Fengye did not make it to the 3rd round." Yamanaka Ino narrowed her gaze and glanced at Kurenai, responding, "Isn't your father one of the examiners? Are you not aware of the circumstances surrounding the Chunin exams?" Kurenai shook her head, furrowing her brow. Her father, Yui Shinhong, had not returned the previous day, leaving her without the opportunity to inquire about the specifics of the Chunin exams, only knowing that Fengye had succeeded in the 1st round. Inuzuka Kiba burst into laughter, declaring, I knew it. How could someone who graduated early possibly succeed in the Chunin exams? That guy was indeed overly confident." The others who harbored animosity towards Fengye shared similar expressions of relief. However, at that moment, Yamanaka Ino shot a glance at Inuzuka Kiba and retorted, "Who informed you that Fengye did not pass the Chunin exams?" Chapter 36. Fiery Heat, isn't that what you said? Inuzuka Kiba's smile faltered slightly as he cast a bewildered glance at Yamanaka Inoka, who replied, Didn't he even make it to the 3rd round of the Chunin exams?" Hinata Hayashi also turned his gaze and spoke calmly, "Is it possible to excel in the 2nd round and be promoted to Chunin directly?" With a snap of her fingers, Yamanaka Inoka smiled and said, "You've got part of it right, but it's not about excelling to gain a promotion. It's that only Ki passed the 2nd round, which means there won't be a 3rd round in this Chunin exam." Her words left Hinata Hayashi and the others momentarily dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurenai, who was concerned about Kiid's well-being in the second round and was about to inquire with Yamanaka and Noka, was momentarily taken aback, her lips parting in astonishment. "You mean, only Kiid passed the second round?" Ino exclaimed in disbelief, casting a skeptical look at Yamanaka and Noka. She had some knowledge of the Chunin exams, and it seemed implausible that only one candidate could succeed in a single round. Inuzuka Kiba, still in shock, couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, do you think we're all fools? How could only Kiid pass the second round? That's ridiculous." The others echoed similar disbelief, their expressions reflecting doubt. At that moment, the Chunin instructor entered the classroom, surveyed the students, and stated, "Well, Inoka is correct. In this Chunin exam, only Kiid passed the second round. Everyone else was eliminated." As he spoke, a tumult of emotion surged within him. Although he had learned this news the night before, it still left him unsettled even today. Early graduation. Full marks in every category. Days later, the solitary participation in the Chunin exam led to the elimination of all other teams in the second round, resulting in the cancellation of the third round. Such a display of skill could only be described as extraordinary. While Kiid's academic performance in class had not been particularly remarkable, achieving full marks and eliminating all competitors in the second round was evidently not an accomplishment that could be attained in a short span of time. This implied that Kiid's talent was perhaps on par with Kakashi's. In this context, Kiid maintained a composed demeanor, attending classes as usual without displaying any extraordinary behavior. This mindset was equally astonishing. If he were an adult ninja, it would be understandable, but Kiid was merely 9 years old. A hidden genius. The Chunin instructor mused. Much like the legendary Orochimaru and Kakashi, the talent and temperament Kiid exhibited was undoubtedly a rare find in decades of shinobi history. The classroom fell into a profound silence. "All right, everyone, return to your seats and prepare for class." The Chunin instructor's voice broke the stillness, prompting the students, including Inuzuka Kiba and Uchiha Obito, to move stiffly to their respective places, their eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that Yamanaka Inoka was indeed telling the truth? In the second round, everyone else was eliminated. How is this possible? Might Guy was momentarily dazed by this revelation. He had always believed that Kakashi's talent and strength far surpassed that of Kazuki. However, the current circumstances suggested otherwise. Having graduated early and then swiftly passed the Chunin exam, Kazuki's extraordinary feats indicated that he was perhaps not inferior to Kakashi. Throughout the morning, nearly no one could focus their attention. The undeniable reality laid bare before them, and after recovering from the shock and disbelief, the emotions of Inuzuka Kiba and others became exceedingly complex. Jealousy and disdain still lingered, yet they were no longer as intense. Instead, a profound sense of loss emerged. It was not an acceptance of Kazuki's existence, but rather an overwhelming realization of the vast distance that had suddenly opened between them, rendering feelings of jealousy and defiance somewhat ethereal. Graduating early from the Ninja Academy, becoming a genin, and then passing the Chunin exam, a remarkable leap from a mere apprentice to a Chunin, occurred in the span of mere days, giving it an almost surreal quality. Only a few, including Might Guy, managed to maintain their spirits. At this moment, Guy had positioned Kazuki nearly on par with Kakashi, viewing him as a target to surpass. The rivalry had transformed from one opponent into two. It seemed as if his youth had ignited with even greater fervor. Guy clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with conviction. The news of Kazuki's ascent to Chunin swiftly spread throughout the Ninja Academy, astonishing not only his classmates but students from various grades as well. After all, Kazuki had become a Chunin merely 2 days following his early graduation. Has he truly become a Chunin? In a corner of a classroom, Uchiha Shursui listened to the discussions around him, murmuring to himself. As he had anticipated, Kazuki had surged forward after revealing his talent. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, the title of genius now felt somewhat unworthy of him. He must strive harder to keep pace with Kazuki and Kakashi. Time flew by, and half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Kazuki devoted himself to the practice of cellular activation techniques, finally reaching the limits of what he could currently achieve. He could distinctly feel the vitality coursing through every cell in his body. If he were to make a cut, the wound would heal at a rate several times faster than that of an ordinary person. Although this self-healing ability paled in comparison to the 100 heal technique and Sage Body, the effects were nonetheless evident under accelerated conditions, as the wound visibly healed at a gradual pace. Kazuki refrained from further experimentation. He was not fond of self-harm. It sufficed to know that his body possessed healing capabilities far beyond that of an average individual. Minor injuries required no bandaging, while deeper wounds could be swiftly dressed and healed without fear of infection. The 8th Gate of Opening. The 3rd Gate, the Open Gate. Activate. Amidst the woods behind Konoha, Feng-Yi inhaled deeply, and suddenly, the chakra within him surged forth, effortlessly shattering the barrier of the 3rd Gate of the 8 Gates. After mastering the cellular activation technique, he had seamlessly transcended the limitations of the 3rd Gate, advancing towards the 4th. As he opened the 3rd Gate, a soft green luminescence enveloped his entire being. He could feel his chakra erupting, the latent energy within him roiling, enhancing both his speed and strength far beyond the initial gains experienced upon opening the 1st Gate. It became evident that upon unlocking the 3rd Gate, his chakra entered a state of frenzy, making it increasingly difficult to maintain control. Feng-Yi murmured softly to himself as he marveled at his newfound power. It appeared that his previous assumptions had been somewhat naive, as he believed he could still employ techniques such as the shadow clone technique and the body replacement technique while in the state of the 8 Gates. However, the reality was that in the midst of this explosive chakra surge, maintaining control had become exceedingly challenging. With the mastery of the cellular activation technique, his chakra now exceeded the realm of an elite Chunin, edging closer to the level of a Jonin, rendering control even more arduous amidst this tumultuous surge. Triple speed. Feng-Yi took a deep breath, and with a mere thought, he activated the triple speed state. In this heightened state, he clenched his fist and suddenly swung it forward, his entire arm nearly transforming into a blur, as it generated a searing flash of fire through friction with the air. Chapter 37. The Fire Fist and the Moon Flash. With a thunderous crash, a punch descended, shattering the wooden post before him. Sparks ignited from the friction, and the impact of this strike invigorated Feng-Yi's spirit. Prior to the opening of the 6th Gate, the 8 Gates of Duanjia lacked the capacity for ranged attacks. However, upon reaching the 6th Gate, the friction of his fist against the air could produce flames, allowing him to unleash a fiery air blast, executing the long-range technique known as Peacock Dance. With a fierce shout, Feng-Yi unleashed a whirlwind of punches, his fists moving rapidly forward. A blaze of fiery light erupted beneath his fists, yet it always fell just short of mastery. Though he could generate flames, he was unable to propel them outward. After delivering dozens of strikes, Feng-Yi finally paused. Just a fraction more. Exiting the state of the 8 Gates, he calmed the chakra within him, inhaling deeply. His eyes glimmered not with frustration but with exhilaration. The enhancement brought forth by the 3rd Gate was far greater than he had anticipated. The tripling of time, combined with the 3rd Gate's opening, had elevated his speed to nearly that of the 6th Gate, enabling him to achieve half the effect of the Peacock Dance. While he was still unable to execute a true ranged attack, the power of his fists could produce flames, suggesting that he had at least 1/3 of the strength of the full technique. Taking a deep breath, Feng-Yi observed how his fists, igniting with fire through friction with the air, resembled a fiery fist, a form of martial art in its own right. However, naming this technique posed a challenge. An unfinished peacock dance, but what to call it? It seemed there was no suitable animal name for it. Perhaps Fire Fist would suffice for this half-formed technique. Reflecting on his progress, he noted the remarkable recovery and vitality following cellular activation. The side effects of the 3rd Gate were mitigated to merely a slight sensation of fatigue. After stretching his body, he felt no pain. His limbs were swiftly rejuvenating, soon shedding their weariness. This was, after all, his first time opening the 1st Gate. With continued practice, as his body adapted to the 1st Gate, the side effects would likely diminish further, potentially counteracted entirely by the restorative properties of cellular activation. The ability to develop such techniques demonstrated the genius of Orochimaru. Feng-Yi couldn't help but marvel at this revelation. Beyond cellular activation, there were soft tissue modifications and shedding techniques, yet these did not pique his interest. Transforming his body into something serpentine was not suited for him. The fundamental technique of cellular activation was all he desired. At that moment, an idea sparked in his mind. He withdrew his ninja blade, White Fang, and formed a hand seal with one hand. In an instant, he infused chakra into the blade, and with a crackle, arcs of lightning flickered along the edge of White Fang. Lightning release. Lightning slash. Upon unleashing the lightning slash, Feng Yi inhaled deeply and, in a surge of determination, broke through to the third gate once more. The third gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia has once again been opened, unleashing a tumultuous surge of chakra within. The lightning arc sustaining the blade of the White Fang immediately exhibited unstable fluctuations, yet it did not shatter in that moment. Indeed, it is feasible to release the lightning slash before entering the state of the third gate. Feng Yi's spirit sword. With no hesitation, he activated the life gate and entered a state of triple speed, gripping the ninja blade White Fang, and swung it fiercely forward. With the augmented speed from the life gate, the acceleration of time, and the enhancement of the lightning release lightning slash as the blade descended, a crescent-shaped arc of light instantaneously shot forth. Crash! This crescent arc, approximately 3 feet in length, cleaved through the ground ahead, carving a deep gash that extended 5 meters before fading into darkness. Success! Witnessing this spectacle, Feng Yi could not help but smile. This was the effect achievable only in the second stage of the Hokage blade technique. With the lightning slash, the state of the third gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, and the tripling of time acceleration, he had forcefully breached the realm of the second stage of the Hokage blade technique through sheer speed and strength. The power had unequivocally reached the standards of the second stage. Such an attack, unleashed in an instant, would be exceedingly difficult for even a Chunin to evade. Carrying the potential to slay with a single strike, Feng Yi assessed the potency of his blow. While it might be challenging to deal with elite Chunin, who possess experience, speed, and ninjutsu akin to that of shadows, an ordinary Chunin would likely fall victim to this technique in an instant. At last, he had a personal secret technique that was somewhat presentable. Let us name this move Moonflash. Feng Yi exhaled and closed the life gate. Opening the life gate twice in quick succession naturally bore significant side effects. Even with all his cells in an activated state, complete resistance was unattainable, and he distinctly felt the soreness in his limbs and lower back. However, the discomfort was not overwhelming. It was bearable, and after approximately 10 minutes, he began to recover gradually. That said, my current level of strength feels somewhat ambiguous. Typically, Special Chunin would struggle to withstand a few exchanges against him now. If he employed Moonflash, the likelihood of a single strike resulting in a kill was high. In confrontations with ordinary Chunin, he was confident of gaining the upper hand, even defeating them in an exceedingly brief period. Yet, against elite Chunin, the outcome was uncertain. Should a prolonged engagement ensue, he risked defeat. However, barring any chaotic forbidden techniques, escaping would be a challenge for most to pursue. He surmised that he stood somewhere between a Chunin and an elite Chunin. With this judgment in mind, what could he accomplish with strength surpassing that of a Chunin? The answer was simple: continue training. The ninja world is perilous, and the prowess of a Chunin is insufficient for reckless adventures. The next step involves the fourth gate. Upon unlocking this gate, should I be able to harness the power of the morning peacock, my strength would likely rival that of a Kage. There exists a significant disparity between elite Jonin and Kage. While a village may host numerous elite Jonin, the Kage are but a handful. In Feng Yi's perspective, upon reaching the pinnacle of Jonin in all aspects and mastering certain unique secret techniques, one could be deemed to possess Kage-level strength or come close to it. This nebulous status could be tentatively defined as quasi-Kage, lying between elite Jonin and Kage, akin to some members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The strength among the 7 is varied. Some, already at the elite Jonin level, can achieve quasi-Kage prowess merely by wielding a ninja blade, such as Suigetsu, who wields the sword known as the Sword of the Mist, the Kaijin. Furthermore, even among Kage, a spectrum of strength exists. If one were to delineate, a general classification might include the weaker Kage, those of moderate strength, and those who stand at the pinnacle of Kage might, like Gaara's father, the 4th Kazekage, who is categorized as a weaker Kage. Orochimaru, during his defection from Konoha, exhibited strength akin to that of a strong Kage. While the peak of Sarutobi Hiruzen's capabilities could be classified as the zenith of Kage power, retaining the ability to vanquish Orochimaru at that time. To possess a modicum of self-defense during the Third Shinobi World War, one must attain at least Kage-level strength, ideally reaching the threshold of a strong Kage for a semblance of safety. However, this is merely a relative sense of security. For even a behemoth like the Third Raikage was ultimately outlasted by Inoki, the Tsuchikage, leading thousands of Awagakure ninja to their demise. In the world of shinobi, absolute safety is non-existent unless one surpasses the level of Kagaya Otsutsuki. The journey ahead remains arduous. Finya exhaled deeply. Chapter 38. The Nature Transformation of Lightning Release at the Underground Research Base. Finya was inquiring of Orochimaru about certain aspects of ninjutsu and taijutsu. The downside of taking Orochimaru as a mentor lies in the inherent danger of such a master, as one might find oneself ensnared in perilous situations. Conversely, the advantage is that Orochimaru possesses an extensive repertoire of ninjutsu, and through his relentless experimentation, his understanding of both ninjutsu and the human body is unparalleled, rendering him akin to a veritable sage of knowledge. During the Chunin exams, Finya's encounter with the Cloud Ninja sparked some ideas regarding the development of the Chidori. However, his attempts were fraught with repeated failures, leading him to feel somewhat adrift from the correct path. After numerous trials, he resolved to seek Orochimaru's counsel. Does this pertain to the nature transformation of lightning chakra? Orochimaru, seated upon a damp stone chair, paused momentarily to contemplate Finya's inquiry before extending a hand. Crackle. The chakra converged within his palm, swiftly transforming into lightning nature, with flickering arcs intertwining dangerously. This was not ninjutsu, but merely a demonstration of the nature transformation of lightning chakra. Orochimaru, a disciple of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and a master of various ninjutsu and taijutsu, had mastered all elemental chakra, including yin and yang release. Techniques like cellular activation belong to the realm of yang release, while forbidden arts such as Edo Tensei pertain to yin release. The defining characteristics of lightning chakra are concentration and paralysis, which stand in stark contrast to the frenzy associated with fire chakra, the distinction being the emphasis on focus. Orochimaru opened his palm, allowing the lightning chakra to intertwine freely, and in a slightly hoarse voice, he elaborated on the pivotal aspects of controlling lightning chakra and the nuances of its nature transformation. Each elemental chakra possesses its unique traits and characteristics. For instance, fire is characterized by frenzy, wind by sharpness and cutting, and earth by heaviness. However, the key to lightning release lies in concentration. Extensive lightning ninjutsu is considerably rarer than its fire and wind counterparts, and even those that are expansive are typically released in a linear fashion. Techniques such as the lightning release, Kirin, which harnesses the weather, represent a unique case. Finya, in contemplation, remarked, so, during the process of utilization, one must remain vigilant in maintaining the concentration of chakra. Yet, achieving fine control over lightning chakra is exceedingly challenging. Unlike fire and earth, once lightning chakra undergoes nature transformation, the arcs flicker incessantly rather than being fixed in one place, rendering concentration an exceptionally formidable task, even for someone like Finya. With a high level of chakra control, it remained a daunting challenge. Orochimaru chuckled softly at Finya's words, his laughter concealing his current sentiments. After a moment, he responded, "You have strayed from the path. Why seek fine control? Unlike wind release, which moves in a predictable manner, lightning release is inherently chaotic. The crux of the matter does not lie here." At this juncture, Orochimaru gradually lowered his right hand, the lightning chakra in his palm slowly dissipating. He rose to his feet and cast a downward glance at Keed, uttering a simple phrase. Keed paused momentarily, only to feel a sudden illumination in his mind. The saying "a single leaf obstructs one's view of Mount Tai" aptly encapsulated this sensation. He had mastered the Rasengan. Yet his approach to chakra manipulation had been somewhat reliant on the control methods associated with it. However, that technique was more suited to wind release, while it contradicted the principles of lightning release. "I understand now. Thank you, Master Orochimaru." Chuckling softly, Orochimaru inquired, "Are you seeking to further develop a lightning release ninjutsu that complements the Konoha swordsmanship?" He nodded affirmatively. After completing his training in cellular activation, He resumed his previous method of synchronizing his training across 3 lines, with the development of Chidori still underway. Previously, he had to rely solely on his own thoughts and analyses, but now, having a mentor like Orochimaru to consult was far more efficient than wasting time in ignorance. Suddenly, Orochimaru turned and regarded Kid with a sharp glance. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing at Kid's left side, placing a hand on his shoulder, and revealing a slightly astonished expression. In just over half a month, you have advanced your cellular activation to this extent? Orochimaru was well aware of the adage, too much leads to confusion. Even for a genius, mastering multiple ninjutsu simultaneously could be feasible, provided their natures were closely aligned to foster mutual enhancement. Yet, cellular activation and the transformation of lightning release were fundamentally distinct types of techniques. The fact that Kid was already inquiring about the nature transformation of lightning release after such a brief period led Orochimaru to perceive a lack of focus on Kid's part. However, upon a brief examination, he discovered that Kid's cellular activation had indeed reached a profound level. At this stage, even training in his soft body modification would suffice. This speed, perhaps slightly faster than my own initial progress, though this is likely not Orochimaru's limit. I still have a considerable distance to bridge to such an existence. Even having mastered the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, I remain unqualified for arrogance. Kid's mind raced with thoughts, yet he maintained his composure, responding. This technique is not particularly difficult to master. I recall you mentioning that the key lies in controlling the pace, correct? Indeed. Orochimaru gazed at Kid with keen interest for several seconds before speaking again. It was unclear whether his indeed referred to the accuracy of Kid's response or the impressive progress in his cellular activation training. At this level, you may begin to learn some of my techniques. However, my techniques may conflict with White Fang's swordsmanship and may not be suitable for you. The Konoha blade technique is categorized as a formidable style of swordsmanship, renowned for its swiftness and lethality, rather than being a deceitful form of assassination. It does not align with his soft body modifications, as practicing such transformations could yield adverse effects on the Konoha blade technique. Maple Knight is acutely aware of this fact. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru remarked, "Your training poses no issues. Feel free to return with any further inquiries." Maple Knight turned to Orochimaru and inquired, "Master Orochimaru, can the cell activation technique be taught to my brother Kakashi?" "Certainly," Orochimaru replied with a slight chuckle, his serpent-like eyes glimmering with a hint of intrigue. "It is perfectly natural to care for your brother. However, you may lack your ambition and could very well embark on a path starkly different from yours." This statement abruptly shifted the atmosphere into an uncanny realm. Chapter 39, Graduation Hee. There is no need for concealment. Orochimaru noted that Fingia lowered his head, seemingly attempting to mask the turbulence of his emotions. He emitted a somewhat hoarse chuckle and remarked, "Whether it is your performance in the Chunin exams or your enduring patience, your unquenchable ambition is unmistakable. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I was convinced of it. I merely wondered what your ambition entailed. So, could you enlighten me on what you truly desire?" Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Fingia appeared slightly startled. Yet internally he remained remarkably composed. He understood that Orochimaru, unlike Danzo, possessed a far lesser craving for control and would not mind if his disciples or subordinates harbored ambitions. In fact, in Orochimaru's perspective, ambition was a commendable trait, indicative of stronger convictions worthy of cultivation. Fingia's body swayed slightly. After a few moments of hesitation, he inhaled deeply and raised his gaze to meet Orochimaru's, his eyes shimmering with fervor as he declared, "What I seek is power." It was impossible to entirely conceal oneself before Orochimaru, so Fingia had contemplated various methods to navigate this encounter, one of which was to embrace his ambition openly. Different individuals necessitated distinct approaches. Fingia had even considered myriad strategies for the most dire scenarios, such as being ensnared by Danzo's machinations and compelled to join Root. "I believe my father's demise stemmed from weakness. Had he been sufficiently strong, he would not have had to forsake his mission to save a comrade. Rather, he could have accomplished both." Fingia's voice rose, his fists clenched, barely able to contain the tumult of emotions within. This was not mere pretense. Such sentiments genuinely resonated within him, and there lay no deceit in his words. No one could discern any flaw in his resolve. However, his ambitions extended beyond merely surpassing the Leaf's white fang. He aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of the shinobi world, standing tall atop the six paths. Oh, I see. Orochimaru observed Fingya, a smile gracing his features. Fingya inhaled once more, as if recovering from a fleeting loss of control, and cast a somewhat anxious glance towards Orochimaru. Your thoughts are not misplaced, Orochimaru interjected, his serpent-like eyes fixed on Fingya, revealing a smile that seemed to pierce through the soul, ensnaring hearts. With sufficient strength, one can indeed achieve anything and navigate any challenge. Such ambition is never deemed wrong, although you are still quite feeble at present. As long as you follow in my footsteps and persistently advance, you shall grow stronger and inherit the name of White Fang, surpassing it. At this juncture, it was only natural to exhibit a semblance of gratitude, yet it also risked revealing vulnerabilities. After all, he had already resorted to exposing his true thoughts to deceive Orochimaru, and to squander that effort here would lead to considerable trouble. Thus, Fingye donned a confident demeanor and took a deep breath. Orochimaru-sensei, mmhmm. You are remarkable and exude confidence. I too believe that you can surpass your father. Orochimaru revealed a faint smile, somewhat at odds with his usual demeanor, and said, Then continue your training. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek me out. Understood, Fingye replied respectfully, turning to leave. As he departed from Orochimaru's research facility, he maintained a calm expression, though internally he exhaled a long sigh of relief. By deliberately exposing his ambition for power in front of Orochimaru, he had likely secured a temporary safety. Such perilous discussions would likely not resurface in the near future. As for the long term, that was not a concern for now. The Ninja World War was approaching, and once it commenced, everything would revolve around the conflict. Throughout the protracted years of warfare, he would continuously enhance his strength. As long as he achieved sufficient power to surpass Orochimaru, and even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would be able to navigate any situation with composure. His next goal was to attain the level of a Kage. Fingya's eyes sparkled as he murmured to himself. Time flew by, and 2 months passed. The Ninja Academy finally saw this cohort of students graduate and be assigned to their respective teams. Among them were Uchiha Obito and Might Guy, all having passed the graduation examination. At this moment, in Fingya's home, Yui Kurenai looked on in astonishment at the silver-haired youth sitting on the sofa. That esteemed Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, has taken you as his disciple. She had not seen Fingya's name on the graduation team assignment list, and in her shock, she sought him out to inquire, only to learn of his apprenticeship under Orochimaru. Yes, Fingya nodded with a smile, aware of Kurenai's thoughts. Her concern was that his mentorship under Orochimaru would prevent him from being placed in the same team. Fingya himself felt a tinge of regret. Initially, he had envisioned a typical graduation, a standard team assignment, and a normal life as a Konoha Genin. He had anticipated joyfully and effortlessly undertaking missions as a Genin, while also nurturing a budding relationship with a girl from his team, fully embracing the vitality and beauty of his age. Yet, fate had taken an unexpected turn. The possibility of being assigned to a 3-man team had vanished. After her initial shock, Kurenai expressed a hint of disappointment. That means I won't be able to be on the same team as you. Under normal circumstances, she could have attempted to persuade her father to alter the team assignments, but when it involved Orochimaru, any changes were out of the question. Ino has also been taken as a disciple by Lady Tsunade, Nara Shikamaru interjected. Fingya casually remarked, it seems that only Jiraiya has yet to take a disciple. Ino smiled cutely and added, although Jiraiya has taken on a student, his only disciple, Kakashi, has taken one, your younger brother, no less. Minato, the Jonin? Fingya chuckled softly. Let me take a guess. One of the other two is you, and the last is Uchiha Obito. Yahira Rin gazed at Kid-Yi in astonishment and inquired, have you seen this issue's class allocation list? No, Kid-Yi replied, shaking his head. Kakashi informed me about it. I believe I haven't mentioned it before. Kakashi, who had seemingly materialized in the living room, mumbled something under his breath and then sighed. Why must it be like this? One straggler and one troublesome girl. This team seems destined to be more chaotic than before. Rin, subjected to Kakashi's unrelenting criticism, forced a somewhat awkward smile. Upon hearing Kakashi's bleak remarks regarding his solitary existence, Kiju smirked, glanced at Rin, and gestured with his thumb towards Kakashi, stating, Did you catch that, Rin? He finds you troublesome, so from now on, you needn't offer him your medical ninjutsu. Let him tend to his own wounds. At Kidya's words, Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Observing this, Rin chuckled and looked at Kakashi, saying, I will strive to master medical ninjutsu. I won't be a hindrance. Chapter 40. Temporary team formation. Feng Yi chuckled softly to himself before rising to his feet. All right, I am ready to head out and procure some ingredients. Would you care to join me? Certainly. I also require some ninja tools, Lin replied enthusiastically, clapping her hands in agreement. Coming from a civilian background, although the Ninja Academy provided some tools, it was imperative to purchase additional ones upon officially becoming a lower-ranked ninja. On the other hand, Asuma, who did not need to buy any tools, had the advantage of her father, Asuma Saratobi, being a jonin of Konoha. Their household was well-stocked with shuriken and kunai. Yet she could not simply allow Feng Yi and Lin to venture out together without her presence. I have a few items I wish to acquire as well, Feng Yi noted, observing Lin and Asuma's agreement. He turned to Kakashi, who was preparing to retreat to his room. Kakashi, why not join us? Kakashi lazily replied, I have no need for anything. Feng Yi lifted his chin slightly. Precisely because you have nothing to purchase, I thought to enlist your help in carrying supplies. We must stock up on ingredients in large quantities. Graduating from the Ninja Academy signified that the Third Great Ninja War was imminent. It was only prudent to gather provisions before prices soared, especially since he had always relied on accelerated training, leading to a greater demand for various resources than the average individual. Wait, what? Kakashi's expression soured. He gazed at Feng Yi, a look of where is your conscience? Evident in his eyes. Seeing Kakashi's helpless yet resigned demeanor under Feng Yi's authoritative tone, Lin stifled a laugh, while Asuma's expression mirrored a similar amusement. Although Kakashi was only a year younger than Feng Yi, the latter's accelerated training had caused him to grow physically faster, making him appear more like a 12 or 13-year-old, towering over Kakashi by a considerable height, resembling someone often subjected to bullying. Enough of the chatter, let us go, Feng Yi declared, playfully patting Kakashi on the head before striding towards the door. Kakashi made no effort to evade the gesture, merely wearing an expression of disillusionment as he followed suit. The quartet soon found themselves on the bustling streets. One reason Feng Yi had invited Kakashi was that it seemed somewhat peculiar to be accompanied by two girls alone. Should either Asuma's father or Lin's father catch wind of it, complications would likely ensue. While he doubted either could overpower him now, it was more a matter of propriety than capability. With Kakashi in tow, their group appeared more conventional, and even if they encountered any scrutiny along the way, it would merely amount to a passing glance. In no time, Feng Yi had gathered an assortment of supplies, filling 4 pouches, with Kakashi carrying 2 alongside him. Lin and Asuma attempted to assist Feng Yi in carrying items, but he jovially declined their help, prompting Kakashi to suppress a chuckle. As they continued their stroll through the marketplace, a cacophony of voices ahead captured their attention. Please forgive me. I assure you I will not make another mistake. Allow me to join this mission. Might Guy stood before a Chunin, visibly anxious, his words laced with earnest apologies as he implored for another chance. However, the Chunin frowned and remarked, This is not the first time. Your words have lost their credibility. I cannot take you with me any longer. Please, do not say that. Might Guy, realizing his pleas were futile, leaned forward on the street and implored, I will strive harder than ever before. Please believe in me just one more time. The Chunin, witnessing Might Guy kneeling in supplication, displayed a fleeting glimpse of helplessness in his eyes. Yet, after a brief hesitation, he replied, I'm sorry. Seek assistance from someone else. With that, he swiftly departed. Please, don't do this. Grant me another chance. Might Guy extended his hand in an attempt to stop him, but the Chunin leaped away and vanished from sight. Kakashi, along with Kurenai and Rin, happened to pass by and witnessed this scene. Kurenai looked at Might Guy and hesitantly murmured, He seems to be Kai's father, doesn't he? Rin softly commented, It appears he has encountered some trouble. It was evident to her that he had likely been expelled from his team, and she found herself at a loss for how to assist him, given her own status as a freshly graduated genin. Kakashi observed Might Guy. A vision of Guy flashed across his mind, recalling his own past experiences of conflicts with his ninja squads. However, He noted that the circumstances of Might Guy were not entirely comparable to his own. What perplexed Kakashi was that Might Guy was merely a genin, albeit a particularly clumsy one. While Guy had entered the academy as a reserve student, and yet he persistently sought challenges against Kakashi, believing that he could surpass him. Kakashi found it difficult to comprehend the source of their confidence. Nonetheless, it must be said that Guy's talent in taijutsu was indeed astounding. He was the strongest among the genin Kakashi had faced, and despite his lackluster aptitude for ninjutsu, he still held a glimmer of hope for advancing to Chunin. Just as Kakashi was lost in thought, Hate suddenly approached Might Guy, drawing the attention of Kurenai and Rin. "Senior Guy, it seems you are in trouble," Hate said as he walked up beside him. Might Guy, still gazing in the direction the Chunin had departed, turned to Hate upon hearing his words and quickly recognized him. "Ah, it's you. It seems you have grown quite a bit taller since I last saw you, even surpassing Kai." His tone conveyed a hint of surprise. Yet his expression remained somewhat strained. With prices soaring and the difficulty of making ends meet without undertaking missions, it was nearly impossible for him as a genin to secure tasks independently. Being expelled from his ninja team was undoubtedly a significant blow for him. Reflecting on this, Might Guy sighed and said, "I made some mistakes earlier and was expelled from my team by the Chunin. I had hoped to plead my case again today, but I was unable to gain their forgiveness. I apologize for the spectacle." Hate regarded Might Guy and pondered for a moment. "Senior Guy, do you require assistance in forming a new ninja team? If so, I would be more than willing to help." Might Guy looked at Fengye with a hint of surprise and remarked, "You must have just graduated. It seems unlikely that a four-man team led by a J-Ni would allow someone like me to join." Fengye shook his head and smiled, saying, "No. My situation is rather unique. Currently, I am without a team. If you wouldn't mind, I could temporarily form a squad with you." Having previously acquired numerous insights into the 8 gates of Duinjiao from Might Guy and successfully cultivated them, he could not simply ignore the troubles encountered by Dai. It was impossible for him to join Kakashi, Rin, or Yuhi Kurenai's team, so he had no choice but to team up with Dai. Of course, repaying the other's kindness was one aspect. On the other hand, teaming up with Might Guy for missions provided a considerable sense of security, possibly even more so than accompanying Orochimaru. At present, Orochimaru had not yet reached his peak strength, and facing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist alone, merely escaping would be a formidable challenge. Eliminating 4 while injuring 3 was out of the question. Yet, Might Guy could accomplish such feats. When all 8 gates were opened, his power, while not as formidable as Guy's, certainly surpassed that of a Hokage. Ensuring that accompanying Dai on missions would afford a chance of survival even against the likes of the 3rd Raikage or the 3rd Tsuchikage. The likelihood of such encounters was exceedingly low. Typically, even with just 7 gates open, Might Guy, while perhaps not reaching the level of a Kage, would possess at least the strength of a J-Nin, making him more than capable of handling ordinary situations with ease. As Fengye concluded his thoughts, nearby ninjas displayed expressions of astonishment. Could it be that someone was actually willing to proactively seek out the eternal genin, Might Guy, to form a team? Chapter 41. Mission Assignment Office Huh? Kakashi's expression instantly soured upon hearing Fengye extend an invitation to team up with Might Guy. What sort of operation was this? Even if he wished to assist Guy, surely this was excessive. It was evident that Guy was prone to making grave errors during missions, having already been ousted by other teams. Undertaking the mission alone and then offering a portion of the commission as financial support or a loan to Guy would surely be a far more prudent approach than teaming up with him. Yu Gao and Rin were equally astonished. They had not anticipated Fengye's proposal to join forces with Guy. This was clearly a sincere effort to aid him. Was it merely because he was the father of a fellow classmate? How exceedingly optimistic. Perhaps Fengye could indeed ascend to the position of Hokage. This notion simultaneously blossomed in the minds of Yu Gao and Rin, and they found themselves increasingly convinced that such a future was plausible. Guy, taken aback by Fengye's words, hesitated rather than questioning the meaning behind special circumstances. That might not be a good idea. I could be a burden. Had an adult been in his place, he would have immediately expressed profound gratitude and assured his utmost dedication. However, with Fengye, he found himself wavering. After all, Fengye was a peer of Might Guy, well aware of his own propensity for trouble. He feared that if they teamed up, he might inadvertently hinder Fengye, a junior. "I have faith in you, senpai," Fingye replied earnestly. If even Might Guy, who could open all 8 gates, could not be trusted, then there would be few others in Konoha worthy of trust. Currently, Might Guy possessed the strength to overpower the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo simultaneously. Feeling the genuine trust conveyed in Fingye's tone, Guy's eyes grew misty, and he was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. He stepped forward and embraced Fingye, exclaiming, "Thank you, thank you. My youth shall continue to burn brightly." This scene did not go unnoticed by the nearby ninjas, many of whom cast bewildered glances. Yugao and Rin's expressions became somewhat stiff, forcing awkward smiles. Meanwhile, Kakashi merely rolled his eyes, gesturing towards Fingye with a look that seemed to say, "I knew it would come to this. You brought this upon yourself." Fingye's lips twitched. In truth, he had intended to evade the embrace. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he found himself ensnared. He had previously attracted curious stares due to Kakashi's dazzling demeanor, likely immune to such scrutiny. However, Might Guy's exuberant display of affection, combined with the strange looks from those around them, proved immensely overwhelming. Fingye discreetly stepped back, extricating himself from Guy's embrace, and offered a bright, albeit slightly awkward smile. "Senpai, let us proceed to accept the mission." Accompanying Might Guy on a mission, with safety concerns minimized, could indeed serve as a splendid opportunity for him to hone his skills. Although he is well aware of his own capabilities, the distinction between theory and practice cannot be overstated, akin to how, if a Kai, with his 8 gates unlocked, were to inadvertently land a kick on Uchiha Obito's head, it could result in an abrupt conclusion. A slight miscalculation could lead to complications, compounding the initial problem rather than resolving it. My apologies, he uttered, momentarily overwhelmed by emotion. Might Guy seemed to realize that he had inadvertently troubled Kazuki, and as he apologized, he hastily wiped the tears of gratitude streaming down his face with his sleeve. Kazuki took a deep breath to regain his composure and turned to Asuma, Kurenai, and the others, saying, "Kurenai, Rin, I will be heading off with Guy Senpai to undertake a mission. By the way, Kakashi, could you please take care of these for me?" As he spoke, Kazuki placed the 2 large bags he was holding in front of Kakashi. Kakashi's expression shifted, marked by a few question marks hovering above his head, his demeanor visibly deflated. "This is what you get for gloating earlier." Kazuki shot Kakashi a sidelong glance, knowing that having a younger brother should be put to good use. He waved to Might Guy and made his way toward the mission assignment office in Konoha. For a ninja, missions and assignments are of paramount importance to survival, embodying the very essence of existence. Thus, the significance of managing mission assignments is self-evident. The mission assignment office in Konoha is located on the 1st floor of the Hokage building. Ninjas seeking B-rank missions and above must report to Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen for approval, while C and D rank missions are directly handled by the higher-ranking ninjas in the management office, merely documenting the results in the ninjas' personal records for reporting to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Still no D-rank missions," Might Guy remarked as he entered the assignment office, glancing at the D-rank mission board, which was conspicuously empty. D-rank missions typically involve mundane tasks like locating lost cats or assisting in the harvesting of taro. Such assignments are common in peacetime. However, amidst the escalating tensions leading to war, even the pursuit of basic livelihoods demands considerable effort, resulting in a scarcity of such requests. Noticing the barren D-rank board, Might Guy approached the C-rank mission board. "Oh, you're back again." A Chunin responsible for task management, seated beside the board, remarked with a hint of impatience. "I cannot allow you to undertake a C-rank mission on your own. That is the village's regulation. Wasn't your previous team unwilling to take you back?" These words left Might Guy feeling somewhat embarrassed, and just as he was about to respond, Kazuki turned to the Chunin and spoke calmly. "Pardon me. This individual is currently a member of my team." The ninja at the mission office appeared slightly taken aback. In Fingye's words, he mentioned my team. However, a Chunin is unable to form a team and can only join one, while a Chunin has the ability to assemble a team and serve as a squad leader. This indicates that the Fingye before him is indeed a Chunin, yet he could not recall ever having seen Fingye take on a mission. Wait a moment. The silver-white hair. He gazed at Fingye for several seconds, suddenly reminded of the Chunin exam that took place months earlier, where it was said that the only successful candidate was a boy with silver-white hair. "Are you that Hitaki, Fingye?" The ninja at the mission office inquired hesitantly. He had never seen Fengye but had reviewed the boy's personal information sheet, recalling that Fengye should be around 10 years old, whereas the youth before him appeared to be at least 12 or 13. Yes, Fengye nodded, providing his ninja identification number. The ninja at the mission office instructed him to please wait a moment as he quickly searched for the corresponding information. Soon, he confirmed Fengye's identity. After verifying, he looked at Fengye with a hint of surprise and questioned, "The registered data indicates you are only 10 years old, yet you seem to have matured quite rapidly." "It's merely a matter of growth," Fengye replied with a casual smile. "Am I able to take on missions now?" The ninja at the mission office cast a peculiar glance between Fengye and Might Guy, saying, "You may. But are you certain you wish to team up with this ninja? His failure rate for C-rank missions is the highest among genin, and he has a record of numerous mistakes." Chapter 42, The Impossibility of Absence of Accidents. The information relayed by the ninja at the mission office left Might Guy feeling somewhat ashamed. Just as he intended to express to Keed that he would exert himself to the utmost and not be a hindrance, Keed preemptively spoke. "It's all right. Senior Guy is exceptionally strong and can handle many situations." Upon hearing Keed's words, Guy was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. He instinctively wished to embrace Keed but restrained himself, mindful of potentially causing discomfort. Exceptionally strong, the corners of the mission ninja's mouth twitched. It was the first time he had heard such a statement regarding Konoha's perennial genin, particularly from a prodigious ninja like Keed, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps this epitomized the training of a genius, where executing arduous tasks no longer sufficed for self-improvement, but rather, they sought to challenge themselves further by accompanying someone less capable. There aren't many C-rank missions left, Keed mused, surveying the bulletin board. He noted that only 1/3 of the board was adorned with C-rank mission requests, with a significant portion remaining vacant. Despite the scarcity of requests, each offered a substantial reward, typically around 100,000 Ryo, most of which were escort missions. Escort the merchant convoy from the land of grass back home. Reward, 150,000 Ryo. This one will do. Keed scrutinized the details for a moment before selecting the mission with the highest reward. The primary purpose of this endeavor was to assist Might Guy in earning some money while simultaneously replenishing his own funds, as his daily expenses were becoming increasingly strained. Given that Might Guy, though lacking in various respects, possessed formidable strength, it would be imprudent to select a reconnaissance mission. An escort mission was decidedly the most suitable choice. "Let us hope there are no unforeseen circumstances," Keed silently mused, although he felt confident in managing any potential mishaps while partnered with Guy. The absence of accidents would undoubtedly provide a more stable experience. "All right, then," the mission ninja remarked as he accepted the mission request, checked the details, and registered it. "The clients for this mission are currently residing at the Konoha Inn. You may find them there." Keed nodded and gestured to Might Guy. "Senior, let us go." The two departed the mission office under the watchful gaze of curious onlookers. Once outside, a few ninjas who were exchanging tasks glanced toward the Chunin at the mission office. "Hey, is this all right? Letting him take that perennial genin on a mission? Even if he is a genius, it seems like this is his first task, right?" "Everything is in accordance with the regulations," replied the Chunin, somewhat helplessly, as he raised his hands in exasperation. "I cannot impose restrictions here. However, it is likely the merchant convoy from the land of grass will refuse to accept this arrangement and will most likely return to select again." Indeed, the ninja nodded thoughtfully. "Let us not dwell on whether the merchant convoy from the land of grass is aware of the esteemed title of Might Guy as a long-standing Chunin. Even if they are oblivious, a mere glance would reveal that Might Guy appears rather unreliable, exuding an air of weakness. As for Fengye, despite being a Chunin, his youth does not inspire confidence. It is highly probable that they will request a substitution." Upon departing from the mission assignment office, Fengye led Might Guy directly to the Konoha Inn, where they quickly encountered the merchant convoy they were to escort. The group consisted of 7 individuals, reportedly having transported a shipment of goods to the land of fire for sale, which had now been completely sold, and they intended to return to the land of grass. "You two accepted the escort mission?" exclaimed a young boy from the convoy, gazing at Fengye and Might Guy with disbelief. "Is it truly just the two of you?" "Yes," Fengye affirmed with a nod. The boy widened his eyes in discontent, protesting, Hey, what is going on? You Konoha ninjas, can you really handle this escort mission? Might Guy stepped forward, his voice unwavering. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to ensure your safety. The boy remained unconvinced and was about to voice his concerns when an older man with graying facial hair approached discreetly and whispered something in his ear. The boy looked momentarily taken aback. The man halted the boy's objections, turning to Fenye and Might Guy with a cordial smile, stating, I am Yureichi Daiki, the captain of this convoy. We place our trust in the strength of Konoha ninjas. We shall rely on your expertise for our safety henceforth. Fenye raised an eyebrow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. Very well, then. I look forward to your guidance as well. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. We shall convene at the village entrance tomorrow. Thank you. Yureichi Daiki nodded in acknowledgement. Fenye signaled to Might Guy, and the two departed from the inn. Shortly after their exit, the young boy turned to Yureichi Daiki, inquiring, why didn't we request a replacement from Konoha? These two ninjas are clearly subpar sometimes. The less conspicuous we are, the better, Yureichi Daiki replied gravely. Currently, our funds are limited. Even if we exhausted our resources, we could only hire a top-tier Konoha ninja team for escorting. Such an action might attract unwanted attention. It is wiser to proceed discreetly. Rest assured, I will do everything within my power to ensure your safe return to your territory. The boy's expression shifted through various emotions before he let out a resigned sigh. Outside the Konoha inn, Fenye spoke as they walked. By the way, Might Guy, let us split the commission for this mission equally. Might Guy was momentarily taken aback. Fenye added apologetically, I am currently facing some financial constraints. But if you find that unfair, I am willing to accept a lesser share. No, that's not what I meant. Might Guy quickly interjected, waving his hands. An equal split is already quite generous. You are the leader of the Chunin team. Upon witnessing the situation, Feng Yi smiled and remarked, let us divide it equally. There is no need for you to be overly concerned. This commission may yet present us with the opportunity to acquire additional remuneration. Slightly taken aback by the prospect of sharing the bounty, Might Guy inquired with a hint of confusion. More remuneration? Indeed, though it is merely a possibility. Feng Yi affirmed with a nod. Due to the activation of his cells, his auditory perception surpassed that of an ordinary person by 2- or 3-fold. He had caught a faint whisper from Ubu Daisuke near the young boy's ear. The words were brief, yet they conveyed the implication that the boy bore a status akin to that of a young master, suggesting that this merchant caravan was far more complex than it appeared. For prudence's sake, changing the task would be the wisest course of action. However, given his current level of cultivation and with Might Guy accompanying him, he felt adequately prepared. Even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, they would be able to manage. Should there arise a situation that deviated from the task's description, they could demand a commensurate increase in the commission fee for a higher-level assignment. Perhaps the remuneration from this single commission would suffice to cover his expenditures for the next 6 months or more. Furthermore, once the period of conflict commenced, provisions would be regularly allocated by the higher authorities, ensuring his needs would be met. As for Might Guy, his consumption requirements were not as substantial. Thus, engaging in such a task would likely alleviate any concerns about their livelihood for 2 to 3 years. After weighing the pros and cons, he arrived at a conclusion. This task was indeed worth accepting. Chapter 43 Departure from the Village, Mission Assignment Office. After entrusting the mission to Maple Knight, Shiranui Hanji waited until evening, yet the merchants from the Land of Grass did not arrive to request a change of personnel. Nor did he receive any word from Maple Knight and Might Guy regarding a reassignment of the task. The prolonged silence indicated that the merchants had accepted Maple Knight and Might Guy for the escort mission. It was astonishing that the merchants from the Land of Grass had not requested a replacement. As time passed, Shiranui Hanji began to feel increasingly perplexed. He started to harbor doubts. Although Maple Knight was a talented Chunin, he had never undertaken a mission before, and Might Guy was even less experienced. The combination of these two individuals for an escort task seemed rather precarious. If such a mission were to fail, it could significantly tarnish the reputation of Konoha. After a brief moment of hesitation, he concluded that it would be prudent to report the situation. Generally, C-rank missions do not require reporting to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But given the current circumstances, it was necessary to inform him. Before long, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was reviewing documents in his office, received the report. A C-rank escort mission. He mused, slightly surprised and puzzled as to why Maple Knight had teamed up with Might Guy. Given Maple Knight's temperament and strength, undertaking a C-rank mission should pose no issue. However, should unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be problematic, particularly with Might Guy in the team. After contemplating the matter, Hiruzen decided against intervening. After all, no mission is devoid of potential mishaps, and considering the increasingly tense situation in the ninja world, this non-combat task could serve as a suitable training opportunity for Maple Knight. Should any unexpected complications prevent its completion, it would merely serve as a lesson for him, emphasizing the folly of placing excessive trust in one's own abilities when selecting team members. After parting ways with Might Guy, Maple Knight returned home to gather his belongings. He meticulously packed standard ninja supplies such as explosive tags, kunai, and shuriken, ensuring that his most essential weapon, the White Fang sword, was included. Kakashi appeared at the doorway, leaning against the frame with his arms crossed, and addressed Maple Knight. "Are you truly planning to team up with Guy's father?" "Indeed," Maple Knight replied calmly. "I learned a technique from Guy's father and owe him a debt of gratitude. In circumstances like these, I must offer my assistance. Besides, you two are a beneficiary in this matter, as the technique I acquired is the 8 gates, which I later taught you." After learning the 8 gates from Might Guy, Maple Knight had passed on the knowledge after mastering the first 2 gates himself. While the latter gates may not suit Kakashi, the first 2 were undoubtedly beneficial for him, as evidenced in the original narrative where Kakashi also learned them. "You learned the taijutsu from him?" Kakashi expressed disbelief. He had always presumed it was a technique developed by Maple Knight himself. Acquiring an advanced taijutsu skill from a mere low-ranking ninja seemed rather improbable. Noticing Kakashi's expression, Fengye offered a faint smile and said, "There is no need to deceive you regarding such matters. Moreover, Might Guy's strength far exceeds your expectations. You have also studied this technique, so you should have a general understanding of what it entails when perfected. I can assure you that Guy-sensei is capable of unlocking the final 8th gate." Upon hearing Fengye's words, Kakashi's pupils involuntarily constricted. If one were unfamiliar with the 8 gates, it might be excusable, but Kakashi could barely unlock the first gate himself and had a certain grasp of this technique. If one could indeed open the 8th gate, the unleashed power would likely surpass that of a Chunin. His initial reaction was disbelief. However, Fengye had no reason to mislead him, indicating that what he said must hold truth. How could that be? Wasn't he merely a lowly genin? "Do not underestimate the genin of Konoha," Fengye remarked, casting a profound gaze at Kakashi. After a brief pause, he placed the items he had gathered onto the table, stood up, and turned to Kakashi, inquiring, "By the way, how has your technique training been progressing lately?" Kakashi responded to his brother, "I've just begun practicing cell activation. I've mastered the lightning cutter, and I can open the first gate of the 8 gates." "Excellent," Fengye replied with a hint of approval. Kakashi's talent in ninjutsu was undeniably impressive. He had seemingly grasped the lightning cutter with ease, and cell activation would likely pose no challenge for him. With the technique of cell activation, Kakashi's future chakra capacity would not be lacking. Even without the Sharingan or access to Sage abilities, he could potentially reach the pinnacle of strength comparable to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He would at least surpass Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake. Given that such strength was attainable, there was little to worry about. Additionally, in a few days, Teacher Minato will take us on a mission. Kakashi appeared contemplative, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, it seems that Uchiha Obito in our squad has a fondness for Rin." Fengye chuckled. "It is quite natural for Rin's charming personality to attract attention. Are you suggesting that I intervene in this matter?" "You may handle it as you see fit." "Handle it as I see fit?" Kakashi rolled his eyes. If the person before him were not his brother, such behavior would certainly invite his disdain. During this time, there were more girls visiting their home than just Rin and Yuhi Kurenai. However, it seemed this was of little concern to Fengye, for he had done nothing but passively attract those girls. Ultimately, his brother was rather popular among them, a situation Kakashi found somewhat troublesome, yet Fengye managed to handle it all with remarkable ease. "By the way," Fengye said, looking at Kakashi when accompanying Jonin Minato on missions, "if the opportunity arises, you should inquire about the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi regarded Fengya with curiosity. The flying thunder god technique? How do you know that Jonin Minato is proficient in that technique? Well, just some intelligence, Fengya replied, choosing not to elaborate further. The illustrious Golden Flash, renowned throughout the ninja world, and the fearsome flying thunder god technique that instills dread in all major ninja villages, seems to have rendered this traveler quite inadequate. Given Minato's character, if Kakashi were to inquire about the flying thunder god technique, he might indeed receive guidance on the training methods. However, whether he could successfully master it remains uncertain, as the complexity of spatial ninjutsu training is on an entirely different plane compared to the gradual progression required for the 8 gates of life. In any case, having the opportunity to explore and attempt it is certainly worthwhile. The following day, Feng Yi arrived early at the village entrance. After a brief wait, individuals such as Yura Budaijie began to arrive, carrying only a few lightweight bundles. After waiting for approximately 15 minutes, Might Guy arrived, albeit somewhat late. "My sincerest apologies for my tardiness," he exclaimed. "You're not late. We simply arrived quite early," Feng Yi replied with a warm smile. Glancing towards the Chunin stationed at the Konoha gate, the Chunin nodded, recorded Might Guy's name, and signaled that Feng Yi and his companions were free to depart from the village. Chapter 44. An unexpected encounter with Tsunade in the Land of Fire. In a certain town, let us rest here for today. Feng Yi, adorned with the headband of the Leaf Village, led the group as they arrived at a hot spring inn. Turning to address the others behind him, Arabe Daiki nodded in agreement, and Might Guy had no objections. It had been nearly a week since they departed from the Leaf Village, and the group was now making their way towards the borders of the Land of Fire. The atmosphere became increasingly tense as they approached the border town. "Welcome." The receptionist at the hot spring inn greeted Feng Yi, who was prominently displaying his ninja headband, with utmost courtesy and a warm smile. The ninjas of the Leaf Village upheld the stability of the Land of Fire and possessed powers far surpassing those of ordinary citizens, distinguishing their status significantly. After checking in with Arabe Daiki and selecting their accommodations, Feng Yi did not hasten to rest in his room. Instead, he turned to Might Guy and said, "Senpai, please keep an eye on things here. I will conduct a brief reconnaissance in the town." "All right, leave it to me," Might Guy replied earnestly, taking up his post in the corridor as a guard. Feng Yi removed his ninja headband, concealing his ninja blade, White Fang, within his sleeve, and stealthily exited the hot spring inn to scout the town. Despite both his and Might Guy's formidable strength, which would allow them to handle any unforeseen circumstances, a reconnaissance was always prudent. It might unveil unexpected situations, such as scouts from the Hidden Rock Village infiltrating the Land of Fire. Eliminating such threats could yield valuable information. Soon, Feng Yi had circumnavigated the town. Initially, he approached this reconnaissance with a routine mindset, yet he unexpectedly detected a faint fluctuation of chakra that heightened his alertness. Although the chakra presence was minimal, it exuded a profound aura, indicating that it was certainly not the chakra of an ordinary ninja, at least a Jonin, if not of the Hokage level. Feng Yi inhaled deeply. This was indeed a significant turn of events. Within an instant, he shifted into a heightened state of vigilance. His senses sharpened to their utmost. "Feng Yi?" At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. A familiar figure appeared not far off, gazing in his direction, none other than Shizen from his class, who, surprised, lowered her kunai and cheerfully remarked, "This chakra fluctuation indeed belongs to you, Shizen." Feng Yi was momentarily taken aback. If Shizen was here, then it implied that the unusual chakra he sensed must belong to. In the next moment, a sound akin to something shattering echoed from within the nearby gambling house, followed swiftly by the sound of running footsteps. Then, a figure he recognized emerged, calling out to Shizen, "Shizen, hurry, we need to make a run for it." "Lady Tsunade." Shizen momentarily froze, only to catch sight of a throng of individuals brandishing clubs, menacingly pursuing them while shouting in chaos. Startled, she hastily followed Tsunade in flight. Within a few strides, she found herself behind Tsunade. Glancing back at the multitude in pursuit, she exclaimed, "Lady Tsunade, what is this?" "Ah ha ha ha, I inadvertently lost everything. Even the high-interest loans I borrowed. For now, we must escape." "Huh." Shizen was somewhat dumbfounded. She had clearly brought several chips when she left. But there was no time to grasp the situation now. She could only flee alongside Tsunade. Not far away, Fengye, observing this scene, released his grip on the ninja blade, White Fang, and shrugged innocently. What a coincidence, it truly is Tsunade. Speaking of which, with the war looming, Tsunade is here gambling with her newly acquired disciple, Shizen. It appears that Tsunade is entirely preoccupied with matters other than the village and the impending conflict. However, when war truly erupts, even if she suffers from blood phobia and cannot take to the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen will likely summon Tsunade back to the village, at the very least. She must shoulder the responsibility of the medical corps. As he gazed in the direction Tsunade had fled, Fengye pondered slightly. He indeed harbored thoughts regarding Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, particularly the mitotic regeneration, a self-healing technique that rivals the sage body in its regenerative capabilities, or rather, bears a resemblance to it in certain aspects. Since the time of Hashirama Senju, no one from the Senju clan has been able to cultivate the sage body, nor is there a specific method for its cultivation. In the future, he aspires to attain the sage body through one of two means, either by transplanting Hashirama's cells or by devising a method to comprehend it himself. The option of cell transplantation is one he would not consider unless absolutely necessary, as it carries significant risks. Moreover, even if successful, it would yield at best an incomplete sage body. As for understanding it himself, mere daydreaming is futile. A solid foundation is essential. First, it entails the activation of Orochimaru's cells, a technique he has already acquired. Following that, he must delve into the three great sage arts of Mount Myaboku, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest, as well as Tsunade's mitotic regeneration. Mastering these five fundamentals would instill in Fengye the confidence to cultivate a true sage body. However, he mused, my current training has become somewhat convoluted. After some contemplation, he ultimately shook his head. It is not yet the time to cultivate mitotic regeneration. Even if he were to approach Tsunade and acquire this technique, he would be unable to train in it at present. Mastery of this technique demands a vast amount of chakra, and he currently lacks the physique capable of extraordinary chakra levels. This means he must also practice the In Seal. Thus, the number of things he needs to cultivate becomes overwhelming, and significant strength enhancement in a short period seems unattainable. The sage body remains a distant ambition. For now, he must focus on training that can directly enhance his strength. Once he possesses the strength of a Hokage on a regular basis, wielding power capable of traversing the ninja world, it will be more appropriate to consider mitotic regeneration and the sage mode at that time. Returning to the topic. In order to acquire the techniques of the 100 Heavens, it seems that seeking assistance from the Silent One might yield results. However, this may necessitate the compromising of one's own allure. Why, one might wonder, would such a thought arise? Fengye gently tapped his forehead, realizing that his thoughts had taken a rather peculiar turn, and he couldn't help but silently chide himself. If only he could secure sufficient stakes for gambling. A wager with Tsunade would surely lead to the acquisition of the 100 Heavens techniques. Considering her proclivity for loss in games of chance, a passive skill she had undoubtedly perfected. At his tender age, his physique had yet to fully develop. Therefore, under no circumstances should he resort to trading on his looks. For one could never predict the extent of depravity one might encounter. Nevertheless, there was no need for haste. Opportunities would arise in due course. Fengye made his way back to the hot spring inn. After enjoying dinner and retreating to his room, he closed his eyes. Before him materialized a familiar void, accompanied by a colossal ethereal clock. The time until the next enhancement of the temporal multiplier must be drawing near. The next increase will coincide with the unlocking of new abilities. Gazing at the immense clock, Fengye murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The golden minute hand was inching closer to the 2 o'clock mark, and he could faintly discern that the gray mist surrounding that coordinate seemed to be gradually dissipating. Once the hand decisively pointed to 2 o'clock, it would signify the unlocking of the corresponding ability. Although the specifics of the power remained unclear, the potency associated with the manipulation of time was virtually devoid of ineffectiveness. Any ability tied to the essence of time could stand alone as a formidable trump card. Chapter 45. Traitors in Ambush in a Quaint Inn. A girl of approximately 16 or 17, with delicate golden hair, pushed open the door and entered the room. She tucked a stray lock behind her ear and lightly brushed her flat chest, then raised her right hand to form a simple hand seal. With a soft puff, a cloud of white smoke enveloped her. When the smoke dissipated, her ponytail unfurled, cascading her golden locks down her back, while her previously modest chest now boasted a voluptuous silhouette, transforming her from a vibrant young girl into a captivating woman. Phew, I've finally evaded them, Tsunade sighed, arranging her hair as she exhaled. In that moment, Shizen followed her inside, her gaze fixated on Tsunade's chest for a moment, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. She was aware that Tsunade had reverted to her youthful appearance to escape debt collectors, yet she found it perplexing how Tsunade, who had once been flat-chested in her teenage years, could have developed into her current form. Tsunade approached the table and settled into a chair, casting a sidelong glance at Shizen. What are you staring at? Hurry and close the door. Yes, Shizen quickly responded, turning to shut the door. Tsunade lifted the teapot from the table and poured herself a cup of cold tea. After taking a sip, she suddenly recalled something. Who was that ninja from earlier? Ah. He is my classmate, Kakashi's son, Hatake Furu, Shizen answered, kneeling before Tsunade. Upon hearing Shizen's response, Tsunade exhibited a slight surprise. So he is Hatake Furu? He does bear some resemblance to his father, Ma. During the Second Great Ninja War, the illustrious Hatake Ma served as the supreme commander on the front lines of the Rain Country. At that time, the three legendary ninjas were yet to gain fame, all being of a younger generation than Ma. As she reflected on this, a trace of wistfulness flickered in Tsunade's eyes. Ma had taken care of her on several occasions. She never anticipated that he would take his own life due to a mission. Upon hearing the news, she had made a special trip back to Konoha to pay her respects at his grave. As for Fura, being the son of Ma, she had heard some tales about him, yet her memories were dominated by Ma's other son, Kakashi, who graduated at the tender age of 5 and became a Chunin at 6. This feat had greatly astonished her, leaving her to marvel at the legacy of the White Fang of Konoha. Furu is indeed formidable, Shizen remarked, clutching a pillow as she sat before Tsunade, admiration gleaming in her eyes. During the recent Chunin exams, he single-handedly eliminated all his opponents, and he even caught the attention of Lord Orochimaru, who took him on as a disciple. Oh, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with intrigue at this revelation, her mind deep in thought. If I recall correctly, his talent seems rather ordinary compared to Kakashi's. That's merely because Fiora prefers to keep a low profile. Shizen instinctively smiled as she spoke. From what I've gathered, Kakashi has been tirelessly striving to catch up to Fiora but has never succeeded. Tsunade shot a glance at Shizen and suddenly asked, do you have feelings for him? Eh? Wah. Shizen's expression shifted to one of awkwardness, flustered as she stammered, why do you suddenly ask that? Is it not obvious? Tsunade placed her hands on the table, fingers interlaced, exuding an air of authority as she remarked, if you like him, then pursue him boldly. What does it matter if he is a disciple of Orochimaru? You are my disciple as well. No, it is not like that. What do you mean not like that? Your demeanor has already betrayed you. Do you intend to lie before me? A hint of curiosity flickered in her eyes. I wonder what assets that boy possesses that instill such hesitance in you, even prompting Orochimaru to take him as a disciple. Tsunade's mind momentarily conjured the fleeting image of Fingye from earlier that day, her fingers resting thoughtfully on her chin. Unbeknownst to Fingye, that brief glance had already captured Tsunade's attention significantly. Had he been aware, he would have found amusement in the notion that it would be easier for him to draw closer in the future. Following a night of chakra training, the next day, the group set forth once more. After traversing several small towns, they finally arrived at the border between the land of fire and the land of grass. The clear demarcation between the two nations was a horizontal river. Beyond that river lay the land of grass. Urabadeka gazed ahead at the now visible rushing waters, his expression slightly relaxing. Having reached this point, they were already more than halfway to safety. Fingye paused to observe the river for a few seconds before turning to a stone bridge situated a short distance to the northeast, stating, we have yet to reach the end point of our commission. Let us continue. Understood. Urabadeka nodded and followed Fingye onward. As they approached the stone bridge, Fingye led the way while Might Dai brought up the rear. The 9 of them quickly crossed the bridge without encountering any unforeseen events. However, upon passing the bridge, Fengye's expression turned cold as he cast his gaze toward a nearby thicket, slowly articulating, "Are you not even attempting to disguise your presence?" Fengye's words caused Urabadeka and the others to change their expressions abruptly. Might Die, momentarily startled, quickly leaped to Fengye's side. "There is no need," came a faint voice from the direction of the thicket. Immediately thereafter, 10 figures emerged from the underbrush, all adorned with the forehead protectors of a Wagakure, each wielding kunai and shuriken. The Wagakure ninjas? How could this be? Urabadeka's face paled as he turned sharply, glaring at the members of his own group, a look of fury igniting in his eyes. How could a team of Wagakure ninjas be so conveniently ambushed at the border of the Land of Grass? From their demeanor, it seemed they had been waiting for quite some time. "There is a traitor among us. Damn it, who could it be?" Urabadeka drew a dagger, his anger directed at his companions, who exchanged furious glances with one another. Fengye chose to disregard the commotion behind him, calmly stating, "In times like these, seeking out a traitor is futile. They will not reveal themselves willingly. It seems you are concealing some crucial information. The current situation cannot merely be explained as a sea-level assignment." Ura's countenance darkened considerably. He cast a sidelong glance at the 10 encircling rock ninjas, his heart sinking further. A traitor had leaked information, and the adversary had hired a team of rock ninjas to eliminate them, while they had only employed a mere 2-person ninja team from Konoha. It was utterly impossible to contend with such odds. Their only glimmer of hope lay in the possibility that the enemy's objective was not to kill them, but rather to capture them alive for imprisonment, thus granting them a chance for survival. With gritted teeth, Ura addressed the rock ninjas. "What is your mission? Are you here to kill us? We can offer double the reward." "Our mission is to capture him alive," replied the leading rock ninja, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He pointed towards the young man behind Ura and continued, "As for the rest of you, we must bid you farewell to the underworld. To alter the mission's objective for the sake of monetary gain is a deed only a third-rate ninja from a minor village would undertake. As a shinobi of a Wagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, such an act that would tarnish their reputation is unthinkable." Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 3 rock ninjas lunged towards Fengye, while another 3 advanced menacingly towards Might Guy, their expressions cold and devoid of superfluous words. Ura's face turned ashen. Although the young lord was not the target of their slaughter, if they all perished here and the young lord were captured and taken away, the situation would be nearly impossible to reverse. The position of the daimyo of Shuangyue town would inevitably fall into the hands of that individual. It was unfathomable that a traitor could exist among the most trusted of the daimyo in life. This was a scenario beyond imagining. A single misstep here would lead to an irrevocable downfall. Chapter 46. Accepting your proposal, the flames coldly observed Daisuke Urabe and his companions. This time, they had undertaken a B-rank mission, accompanied by this elite jonin, who had brought along 3 skilled Chunin and 6 Jinin. The intelligence indicated that their adversary consisted of merely 2 ninjas, a Chunin and a Jinin from Konoha. In terms of combat capability, they were undeniably superior. In terms of information, they were overwhelmingly dominant. Thus, there was no need for an ambush. They merely needed to wait along the route mentioned in the intel for their opponents to deliver themselves. The flames drew forth a kunai and approached Daisuke Urabe. Aside from the 2 ninjas from Konoha, the others were mere civilians, of no concern. However, as they were required to capture one person alive, it was prudent for him to take action personally to avoid any unforeseen complications. Yet, just as he took a few steps forward, preparing to swiftly eliminate Daisuke and his associates, his gaze suddenly froze. He abruptly turned his head to the right. There, he beheld the 3 ninjas who had previously attacked Keed, inexplicably frozen around him, their hands still gripping their kunai, as if turned to stone. In Keed's hand, a white short blade had materialized, its edge emanating a ghostly luminescence. "It seems you have not heeded my words," Keed spoke coolly to Daisuke Urabe. "You have concealed critical information, and circumstances have exceeded the original mission parameters. You must increase the payment and elevate the mission rank. Otherwise, this assignment shall be rendered void." Thud, thud, thud. As Keed's words echoed, the 3 IWA ninjas that had been frozen near him toppled to the ground like wooden stakes. Upon closer inspection, one could see a distinctly clear line of blood extending from the center of their brows to the top of their heads. The pupils of the flames constricted violently. They were dead. All three had perished in the blink of an eye. How could this be? Among the assailants targeting Keed were 2 Chunin and 1 elite Chunin. Even he would find it challenging to kill 3 in an instant. Just as the flame's expression shifted, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the other side. Turning his gaze, he saw Might Guy, clad in a green jumpsuit, enveloped in a radiant green aura, his chakra surging tumultuously. The 3 ninjas attacking Might Guy were sent flying. Blood spouting from their mouths, one even emitted a crackling sound from within, indicating the breakage of numerous bones. Daisuke Arabe was stunned. The 3 ninjas that had assaulted Keed were dispatched in an instant, and those that had targeted Might Guy were similarly defeated in the blink of an eye, utterly vanquished. Faced with this situation that far exceeded expectations, his mind momentarily blanked. It was not until Keed's somewhat indifferent gaze pierced through him that he jolted back to reality. And after a fleeting moment of shock, his expression transformed into one of astonished delight. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. These 2 seemingly ordinary ninjas from Konoha turned out to possess an extraordinary strength that was utterly astonishing. Upon realizing this, he no longer hesitated. His voice laced with urgency as he immediately shouted in response to Keed. Alter the mission requirements. Elevate the mission registration to A rank. And increase the reward to 500,000 Ryo. Ensure the safety of us all. Understood. Keed slowly averted his gaze, positioning his ninja blade, White Fang, defensively before him, his eyes cold and indifferent as he regarded the Iwagakure J-Nin. HK. I accept your proposal for a temporary alteration of the mission. HK glared at Keed, his voice icy. Jinjutsu? I truly underestimated you. I didn't expect this Konoha brat to possess such prowess. However, now that I am aware of your abilities, it is impossible for you to ensnare me. The ability to instantaneously annihilate his 3 comrades without resistance was likely a small-scale Jinjutsu, meticulously prepared for a lethal strike. Initially, he believed there were only 2 ninjas from Konoha, deeming it unnecessary to take precautions, and he had not even attempted an ambush or surprise attack. Instead, confronting them directly after being discovered. The current predicament represented a significant miscalculation on his part. With 3 ninjas now dead and 3 severely injured, the strategic blunder would inevitably fall upon him, the leading J-Nin, resulting in repercussions upon returning to the village. To rectify this error, he must eliminate the 2 Konoha Ch-Nin before him and fulfill the mission flawlessly. Bang! In the next instant, HK clasped his hands together in front of him, swiftly forming a hand seal. Doton! Doro Decan! Boom! In an instant, the earth quaked violently as over 10 earth spikes surged from beneath the ground. Targeting Keed and Might Dai. Dai-senpai, protect them. Keed gripped his White Fang, skillfully maneuvering between the earth spikes and charging towards the Iwagakure J-Nin, HK. While addressing Might Dai, enveloped in a radiant green chakra, his hair standing on end, veins protruding on his forehead, spoke with an assertive tone. Leave it to me. Whoosh. In the next moment, Might Dai flickered and appeared beside Arabe Daiki, swiftly grasping both individuals and tossing them across the riverbank, narrowly avoiding the assault of the Doro Decan. As he witnessed Keed charging directly towards him, a glint of cold light flashed in HK's eyes. In this situation, unable to discern the circumstances, he still dares to charge alone. Indeed, despite his exceptional strength, he remains merely a child. To HK, the immediate threat was clear. Keed must be dealt with first, for it was evident that Might Dai was a formidable taijutsu expert. He did not wish to contend with Dai's martial prowess, while simultaneously facing Keed's Jinjutsu. Keed's advance presented him with an opportunity. Without any hesitation, HK issued a low shout, altering his hand seals once again. Doton, Diri Taiga. Accompanied by the hand seals, he unleashed a torrent of muddy waters that surged towards Keed, aiming to completely obstruct his movements. At this moment, in order to evade the looming threat of the Earth Dragon gun, Finya found himself suspended in midair, as the ground below him seemed to vanish, and he prepared to plummet into the mire. An unshakable calm enveloped him. With his left hand, he deftly formed a hand seal. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, a shadow clone materialized beneath him, its hands cradling his feet, propelling him upward with a sudden thrust, while the clone itself succumbed to the muddy depths below, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Utilizing this aerial relay from the shadow clone, Fengye transformed into a fleeting specter, tracing an elegant arc through the air as he descended towards the fiery adversary ahead. With his ninja blade, the White Fang, he delivered a decisive strike. Swish! The fiery figure was cleaved in two, yet instead of spilling blood, it disintegrated into a cascade of brown earth. It was, astonishingly, an earth clone. "I'm a high-ranking ninja of the Rock Hidden." The voice of the fiery foe reverberated from behind Fengye as the figure erupted from the ground. Two hidden blades flashing menacingly from his sleeves, glinting with a chilling brilliance as they lunged towards Fengye's back. Chapter 47, Slaying the Jonin. On the opposite bank of the river, Might Guy observed as Fengye effortlessly shattered a rock clone with a single strike. However, when the figure of the rock-hidden village Jonin, Huaguang, emerged from the ground behind Fengye, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. This was dire. There was no time to waste. He immediately contemplated rushing across the river to aid Fengye, but at that moment, he had only opened the fifth gate. It was impossible to reach in time, and to open the sixth and seventh gates consecutively was not something one could accomplish in an instant. This fleeting delay rendered him unable to resolve the crisis Fengye faced. Moreover, he overheard Huaguang's words, revealing that the opponent was indeed a Jonin, a true pillar of the Rock Ninja Village. Simultaneously, the remaining three ninjas of the Rock Hidden Village stood on the opposite bank, vigilantly confronting Might Guy, fully prepared to thwart his advance. Huaguang was their Jonin, a formidable one at that, on the verge of attaining the elite Jonin designation. Dealing with a mere child from the Leaf Village would be trivial. As long as they could impede Might Guy, their mission would not descend into failure. Success was at hand. Huaguang was acutely aware of the situation behind him. He understood that at this distance, no matter how swift Might Guy was, he could not arrive in time to offer assistance. With two hidden blades poised to sever Fengye's head, Huaguang was about to strike. Yet, in that very instant, Fengye's form exhibited an almost supernatural speed, transforming into an afterimage barely discernible to the naked eye. He shifted from a position facing away from Huaguang to confront him directly, his ninja blade, White Fang, slicing through the center of Huaguang's two descending blades. Huaguang's pupils constricted violently. A flicker of disbelief flashed in his eyes, accompanied by an unsettling chill in his heart. For the speed Fengye demonstrated was not that of an ordinary human. What kind of velocity was that? Before he could ponder further, he witnessed Fengye's blade, White Fang, carve multiple arcs in the air, aiming directly at his body. In a state of sheer panic, Huaguang could only muster all his strength to wield his two hidden blades. Clang, clang. The air resonated with a series of sharp, metallic clashes, and soon after, Huaguang found himself sliding backwards several meters. Huaguang! The nearby rock ninjas stared in astonishment at this scene, their faces reflecting disbelief. They could clearly see that Huaguang's body was marred with wounds and blood, unmistakably indicating that he had failed to parry Fengye's knife attack during that brief yet intense confrontation. How could this be possible? Huaguang, renowned for his prowess in both physical and ninjutsu, should not have been so easily wounded in a close-quarters engagement by Fengye. Indeed, he was a Jonin, stronger than anticipated. Fengye, contemplating the retreating Huaguang, who bore a look of shock, remarked thoughtfully, "If you can still withstand my assault, then—" As his words hung in the air, the tension thickened. With a swift motion of his left hand, Fengye formed seals that flickered like an ethereal shadow. A surge of chakra coursing through him, coalescing into crackling arcs of lightning that intertwined upon the blade of his ninja sword, White Fang, accompanied by a chorus of melodious bird calls. Lightning release, Chidori. After inquiring about the key aspects of the chakra transformation for lightning release from Orochimaru, Fengye had developed the Chidori technique in less than 10 days. Hokage's expression shifted dramatically, both in terms of chakra fluctuations and its manifestation. The technique employed by Fengye undoubtedly posed a significant threat. With Fengye's nearly uncanny speed, combined with the lethal power of the lightning release technique, it was indisputably perilous. He could not be allowed to approach. Earth release. Doton, Earth Mountain technique. Without hesitation, Hokage formed hand seals and shouted with fervor. This was one of the highest-ranked techniques he mastered, an A-rank ninjutsu with an earth release, amalgamating offense and confinement. Boom. In the next instant, The ground erupted with a thunderous roar. Fengye's steps abruptly halted, his legs ensnared by the earth, while the terrain on either side rose dramatically, forming two massive hemispheres that converged above him, threatening to entrap him in the center. Fengye, hold on. Might Guy, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of urgency. With a fierce shout, he unleashed the sixth gate of the 8 gates, propelling himself across the river towards Fengye. 3 rock ninjas, having prepared for this moment, hurled a barrage of shuriken and kunai laced with explosive tags in an attempt to impede Guy's advance. However, with the 6th gate open, Might Guy merely swung a fist, dispersing the multitude of shuriken and kunai effortlessly. The 3 rock ninjas were taken aback, realizing the terrifying prowess of his taijutsu. Yet, upon reaching the riverbank, Might Guy suddenly halted, refraining from charging into the area where Fengye was being confined by the earthen barrier. In that direction, Fengye appeared unfazed by the impending suppression, his demeanor remarkably serene. Gripping the white fang, he executed a simple yet decisive swing. Swish! A visible arc of white light sliced through the air, resembling a crescent moon. The thick earthen barrier that sought to imprison him came to an abrupt standstill, a clear crack forming at its center, extending outward before collapsing into 2 halves. This Hokage, still maintaining his seal formation, was wide-eyed with disbelief. Such a technique reminded him of the records he had seen, evoking memories of a legendary figure from the last great ninja war, the Leaf's White Fang. Whoosh! Fengye's silhouette burst forth from the shattered earth, instantly appearing before him, the white fang in hand, emanating the brilliance of a crescent moon. After mastering the Thousand Birds technique, his speed had significantly increased. In a state of triple speed, he could execute the moon flash without even unlocking the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. The 2 figures intertwined and passed each other. Suddenly, Fengye appeared to the right of the flames, pausing momentarily, his ninja blade, White Fang, poised in a striking position. The fiery figure remained frozen in place, his twin hidden blades still raised in a futile attempt to defend himself, but a distinct line of blood crept from his forehead down to his abdomen. Konoha's White Fang? A glimmer of disbelief flickered in his eyes. Fengye slowly retracted his White Fang blade and turned to face the flames, calmly stating, "That was my father." Understanding dawned upon him. Upon hearing Fengye's words, the fiery figure whispered to himself, emotions of regret and unwillingness flashing through his mind, before his consciousness finally succumbed to darkness, collapsing to the ground amidst the pooling blood. Chapter 48. Annihilation. No. It cannot be. This must be a deception. How could Captain Huguang possibly? Witnessing this scene, the 3 rock ninjas, already gripped by fear, gazed with expressions of disbelief, their hearts overwhelmed with incredulity. That was a highly esteemed jonin from their village. How could he fall to the hands of a mere child? It seems I have been overly apprehensive. Might Guy also turned his gaze towards Fengye. Upon witnessing the jonin from the opposing side being slain by Fengye, he exhaled in relief, simultaneously awed by Fengye's innate talent and prowess. Fengye is a classmate of my son, Might Guy, who is at most 10 years old this year. Yet he possesses the strength to defeat a jonin. Is this the essence of genius? Guy, it appears you must strive even harder to catch up to him and Kakashi. After a whispered thought, Might Guy turned his attention to the remaining 3 rock ninjas. Noticing his gaze, the trio froze almost in unison, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Those incompetent messengers. What do you mean by only 2 ordinary leaf ninjas escorting us? They are nothing short of monsters. Flee. Almost simultaneously, the 3 began to run along the riverbank, devoid of any fighting spirit. Yet, before Might Guy, who had opened the 6th gate, escape was an impossibility. Before they had made much distance, their steps came to an abrupt halt, for Might Guy, like a fleeting shadow, had dashed past them and positioned himself directly in their path. Then, they heard incomprehensible words such as "feel the burning, youth," before experiencing a sudden and overwhelming blow to their bodies, sending them flying backward. Darkness enveloped their vision, and their consciousness faded away. Huff, huff. After dispatching the last 3 rock ninjas, Might Guy exited the 6th gate state, collapsing onto the riverbank. Gasping for breath, Fengye searched the corpse of the rock jonin, Huguang, but found nothing of value and approached Might Guy, asking, "Are you all right, senior?" Huff, huff. "I'm fine. However, for a while, I may be of no use." Might Guy remained visibly fatigued and breathless. Even for him, who could now open the 8th gate, the side effects of the 6th gate were still significant, leaving him in a prolonged state of exhaustion and muscle soreness. It's all right, Senior. You should rest for now. I will take over from here. Fenya nodded slightly. As long as it was not a matter requiring medical attention, he deemed the situation manageable. Might Guy's ability to open the 8th gate indicated that the side effects of merely opening the 6th gate had not rendered him severely injured. Fenya then turned his gaze toward the group across the river, which included Yura, Budaijia, and others. At this moment, Daisuke Urabe and his companions appeared somewhat dazed, as the battle between Kidyoru and the elite shinobi from the opposing village had surpassed their comprehension. On one hand, the elite shinobi from the 5 great ninja villages were significantly more formidable than those from the grass country's Kusagakure. On the other hand, the seemingly average abilities of Kidyoru and Might Guy were manifested in a manner that could only be described as astonishing. This was the prowess of a ninja from a great village. Daisuke Urabe murmured in shock, as Kidyoru's gaze fell upon him. He finally snapped out of his stupor, his mind racing, and promptly turned to face his comrades. Almost simultaneously, one of his companions stepped forward, brandishing a knife that was pressed against the neck of the young lord he was meant to protect. "Stay back," Jirinki exclaimed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his eyes still reflecting terror, while conveying intelligence to the grass country. He could never have anticipated that a peculiar duo from Konoha, a bizarre individual and a young boy, would possess such terrifying strength. They had effortlessly vanquished an elite team of IWA shinobi. An impending investigation into traitors was certain, and panic surged within him, knowing he could hardly conceal the truth. His only hope lay in using the hostage as leverage for escape. "It's you. Why?" Daisuke Urabe glared at Jirinki, his eyes filled with fury. Jirinki gritted his teeth and replied, "The Lord has long since abandoned this group. How could you possibly expect the families to accept you? Your thinking is utterly naive." "You." Daisuke Urabe fixed him with a fierce stare. At that very moment, a hand silently clasped Jirinki's wrist, effortlessly prying the knife from his grip and casting it several meters away to the ground. After this decisive action, Kidyoru turned to Daisuke Urabe and spoke in a calm tone, "I do not interfere in your family matters. Thank you very much." Daisuke Urabe knelt on the ground, immediately bowing in gratitude towards Kidyoru, then picked up the knife that had been taken from him, his expression cold as he approached Jirinki. Kidyoru had little interest in the struggles for power and infighting among the lords of a small town in the grass country, and he was disinclined to listen to any further dialogue, instead lost in recollection of the recent battle. That individual must have been an ordinary Chunin from Iwagakure. My strength aligns with my previous assessments. After mastering Chidori, it is not difficult to slay a Chunin. With just the first of the 8 gates activated and employing Chidori once, I easily cleave through an A-rank earth release technique, eliminating its user on the spot. Should I exert my full strength, even facing an elite Chunin, I could readily gain the upper hand and potentially dispatch them in a matter of moments. This battle reaffirmed a notion of mine. The strategy of overwhelming numbers holds little significance against me. The ability to vanquish a Jonin in the blink of an eye implies that even if multiple Jonin were to unite, should they fail to match his velocity, they would inevitably succumb one by one, falling before him. Should their numbers exceed, he could effortlessly retreat, relying solely on his swiftness. Unless faced with an elite Jonin possessing the rare and formidable Mangeki Sharingan, capable of perceiving his movements, even those equipped with forbidden techniques would find themselves powerless in his presence, unable to execute their arts in time. Upon reaching this conclusion, Keiya exhaled softly. In essence, with his current prowess and skills, barring encounters with beings of Kage caliber or being surrounded by an overwhelming multitude of ninjas, he could navigate freely even against a squad of Jonin, relying on his speed. Such strength grants him a substantial degree of self-preservation in the present ninja world. For Kage-level entities are not easily encountered. Only a handful within each village attains such heights, representing the pinnacle of village authority. At that moment, the visage of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, flickered through Keiya's mind, recalling the astonishing feat of the latter, who had instantaneously defeated 50 Jonin in the forthcoming Ninja World War. A faint smile graced his lips. defeating 50 Jonin in an instant. Perhaps he could attempt to replicate such a remarkable achievement. Chapter 49, the prelude to the Third War after approximately half a day's respite. The group resumed their journey toward the destination of their mission, the Frost Moon Town in the Land of Grass, once Might Guy was able to walk unaided. The journey was devoid of further mishaps, and they arrived safely at their destination. Thank you both for your escort. Here is the remuneration for the assignment. Upon reaching the quaint town, Daisuke Urabe produced a ticket worth 500,000 ryo, presenting it with both hands while bowing respectfully to Kazuki. Kazuki accepted the money, briefly counted it with a flick of his fingers, and nodded, stating, "Thus concludes our commission." Just as Kazuki was preparing to divide the earnings with Might Guy, a subtle shift in his demeanor caught his attention. He turned to gaze into the distance, his eyes flickering with alarm. Instead of proceeding with the division of funds, he stowed the money into his pocket. "Guy, we must depart." With urgency in his voice, Kazuki dashed in the direction they had come from. A moment of hesitation crossed Might Guy's face before he quickly followed, questioning, "What is it? Have you sensed something?" "Ninjas are approaching." Kazuki inhaled sharply, maintaining his pace. With a penetrating glance back at the town, he continued, "A multitude of ninjas, at least 100. The revelation stunned Might Guy. "So many? Are they from the Land of Grass?" "No," Kazuki replied, shaking his head. "They do not appear to be from the Land of Grass, and their numbers may well exceed what we see. Guy, war may be imminent." Upon uttering those words, Kazuki entered a state of accelerated movement, his speed increasing as he swiftly exited the town. Observing this, Might Guy activated the first gate of the 8 gates, hastening to keep pace with Kazuki. Once they distanced themselves from the town, the two leaped into the forest, traversing the treetops. Glancing back, they could faintly discern a throng of figures surging into the town behind them, though the distance obscured their features. It was evident that their attire did not belong to the Hidden Grass Village, but rather to the Rock Ninja Village. War. Might Guy could not suppress a deep breath, a grave expression settling upon his face. The influx of so many rock ninjas into the Land of Grass could hardly signify the execution of a routine task. It was likely an impending assault intended to conquer the Land of Grass and use it as a staging ground to strike the Land of Fire. Though often oblivious to such matters, he understood the implications of war, having witnessed the bloodshed and brutality of the Second Shinobi World War firsthand. "We must return to the village to report the situation post-haste," he urged. "Indeed," Kazuki nodded. The Third Shinobi World War was about to commence. In Frost Moon Town, a multitude of rock ninjas flooded into the settlement, swiftly seizing control of the entire town. The scattered ninjas from the Hidden Grass Village were utterly overwhelmed by the might of their adversaries. "What do you intend to do?" Daisuke Urabe inquired, his voice trembling as he faced the imposing figure of a rock ninja before him. The hulking warrior raised a finger and softly shushed him, saying, "Just a brief moment of silence. We are merely borrowing your territory as a temporary camp for the war." War. The mere mention of it drained Daisuke's face of color. Those who had endured the Second Shinobi World War were acutely aware of what such a conflict entailed, especially for small nations caught between the ambitions of great powers. They often became mere battlegrounds for the larger ninja villages, rendered powerless to resist as combatants ravaged their lands. "My lord, the town has been secured," reported a Chunin, appearing suddenly and kneeling before the rock ninja. Red Earth stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking slowly, "Do not harm too many civilians. We will need them as laborers to prepare resting places for the troops that follow." "Understood," the Chunin replied before swiftly conveying the orders. Red Earth cast a dispassionate glance at the pallid Daisuke Urabe and the high-ranking officials from Shuangyue town who had been captured, gesturing for them to be imprisoned. At that moment, another ninja landed nearby, announcing, "My lord, there is no news regarding the Konoha J-Nin." "How can that be?" Red Earth raised an eyebrow. "Their mission in the Land of Grass should have concluded days ago. Continue searching. Once located, inform them to bypass the village and come directly to the front lines to join the advance unit." "Yes," the ninja responded before vanishing in an instant. Daisuke, upon hearing Red Earth's words, felt a pang of realization and hesitantly glanced at him, choosing not to voice his thoughts. However, such a subtle action could not escape the notice of the elite J-Nin. The unusual glimmer in Daisuke's eyes was immediately caught by Red Earth. Wait. Red Earth halted the ninja escorting Daisuke and turned to him. You seem to know something. No, I know nothing. Daisuke instinctively replied. Suddenly, blood splattered as a kunai pierced Daisuke's shoulder, leaving a gaping wound. Blood cascaded down his clothing, and the intense pain caused his face to pale. Ah. You know nothing? Red Earth twirled the kunai on his fingertip, his voice devoid of emotion. Daisuke clutched his shoulder. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he trembled and collapsed to the ground, fear flickering in his eyes. If it were a team of 10 ninjas, they were defeated by the Konoha ninjas. Red Earth's expression shifted dramatically. He pressed the kunai against Daisuke's forehead, demanding Konoha ninjas? What exactly happened? A 10-man squad led by a high-ranking ninja has been vanquished by the ninjas of Konoha. This is indeed a grave piece of intelligence, suggesting that Konoha may have also initiated operations in the Land of Grass, potentially targeting their advance unit. Should they proceed carelessly, they might fall victim to an ambush or encirclement by Konoha's shinobi, leading to disastrous consequences and placing them at a significant disadvantage at the onset of the war. Cough. To elaborate, Daisuke Urabe's forehead was pierced, blood trickling down his nose as he trembled while recounting the mission and the events that transpired. His narrative elicited a look of astonishment from Akaduchi. The other IWA ninjas nearby displayed expressions of uncertainty, realizing that they had not been ensnared by a Konoha ambush but rather defeated by 2 Konoha ninjas who had been tasked with escorting them. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Hokage's achievements within the village had nearly reached the level of an elite Jonin, and the squad he led comprised 10 capable members, including sensory and medical ninjas. Even if they encountered the elite of Konoha Zumbu, they would at least be able to put up a fight. To think that merely 2 individuals could effortlessly annihilate Hokage's elite 10-man unit suggested that these were likely 2 elite Jonin from Konoha, perhaps even beings of the caliber of the legendary 3. However, based on Daisuke Urabe's description of the 2 Konoha ninjas, they bore no resemblance to such formidable figures. While they may not remember every ordinary Jonin from Konoha, the number of elite Jonin is scarce, and they could recognize nearly all of them. Yet, the 2 individuals described by Daisuke were entirely unfamiliar. Chapter 50. The Vigilance of the Rock Ninja with a Furrowed Brow. Akatsuki turned to Yura and spoke in a low voice. You mentioned that the 2 leaf ninjas escorting were one with thick eyebrows in a tight-fitting outfit, and the other was approximately 12 years old? Why, yes. Yura replied, his complexion pale from excessive blood loss. Akatsuki glanced at the nearby ninja and said solemnly, who possesses the detailed information regarding the mission executed by Hokage. The surrounding ninjas exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. They were neither responsible for the mission handover nor part of Hokage's team. It was normal for them to remember that Hokage had accepted a commission from the Land of Grass, but recalling specific details and intelligence was beyond them. Akatsuki's brow knitted slightly as he pondered for several seconds before stating, it is likely that they are elite Jonin hidden within Konoha. We must document the appearances of those 2 leaf ninjas and disseminate this information to all ninjas, urging vigilance. While it is unnecessary to pay attention to regular Jonin due to their large numbers, elite Jonin are far fewer. Renowned figures such as Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who belong to the elite Jonin category, warrant our utmost caution. Every elite Jonin from enemy villages is a potential threat. Understood. The surrounding ninjas responded in unison. After issuing his directive, Akatsuki lifted his head, his gaze penetrating as it pierced the direction of the Land of Fire. The silver-haired boy. The description bears a striking resemblance to that individual, yet that person is deceased. Is this boy his son? However, according to the intelligence, that individual's son does not appear to be in his teens. Regardless, possessing such formidable power at such a young age renders this child a threat that must be eliminated promptly. We cannot allow a second White Fang to emerge from Konoha. Konoha, having distanced themselves from the Land of Grass, Feng Yi and Might Guy pressed onward, returning to Konoha without pause. At this moment, Konoha was evidently not ignorant of the frontline intelligence. Rather, it had entered a state of heightened alert consistent with wartime preparation. The entire village was enveloped in a vast sensory barrier, and at the main entrance, the defensive forces had escalated to 2 separate squads, with at least one covert team from the Umbu keeping watch in the shadows. Feng Yi and Might Guy underwent a thorough inspection at the village entrance. Only upon confirming that they were not enemy ninjas in disguise were they permitted entry. Upon entering the village, the two made their way directly to the Hokage Tower. The atmosphere within the mission assignment area on the first floor of the Hokage Tower was markedly different from before. All C-rank missions had vanished, leaving only a handful of scattered B-rank and A-rank assignments posted on the bulletin board, all pertaining to tasks within the Land of Fire, such as serving as personal bodyguards to the Fire Country's daimyo. "Is it you two?" Nara Shikamaru, who was still overseeing mission assignments on the first floor, was momentarily startled upon seeing Feng Yi and Might Guy enter. He then sighed in relief and remarked, "It appears you did not encounter any rock ninjas in the Land of Grass. You truly are fortunate. A significant movement of rock ninja has emerged in the Land of Grass, and the intelligence has been relayed back to the village by the scouts of Konoha." He recalled that Keed and Might Dai were tasked with escorting a merchant convoy to the Land of Grass. In such circumstances, the situation is undoubtedly perilous. Encountering the main force of the rock ninja head-on would spell disaster, and returning alive would indeed be an extraordinary stroke of luck. "No, we have encountered the rock ninja." Keed gazed at Hanabi Nara and slowly spoke. "An unexpected turn has occurred. We encountered a 10-man squad of IWA Nin at the border of the Land of Grass." "A 10-man squad?" Hanabi Nara was taken aback. While ninja teams may consist of 4 members led by a CH Nin or J Nin, a 10-man squad is most likely commanded by a J Nin. If Keed and Might Dai had faced a 10-man squad of rock ninja and returned unscathed, it could not merely be attributed to luck. "At least we returned alive. The unforeseen circumstances that exceeded the scope of the mission will not be recorded as a mission failure according to regulations." Hanabi Nara bowed his head, rummaging through the mission forms that Keed and Might Dai had previously received. Keed approached and, as Hanabi Nara retrieved the mission form and began to mark the unexpected section, interjected, "Do not record it erroneously. The mission has not failed." Hanabi Nara paused, slightly bewildered. Keed tossed a scroll onto the table and walked past him, heading upstairs, saying, "I will meet with Lord Hokage. Dai-senpai, please explain the situation to him." With those words, Keed swiftly entered the inner chamber. Ascending the stairs to the second floor of the Hokage building, his figure vanishing from sight. Might Dai murmured as he stepped forward to the table, hesitating slightly before scratching his head and stating, "How should I put this? We encountered a 10-man squad of IWA Nin. Then the client temporarily upgraded the mission to A rank, and we eliminated the Rock Ninja Squad." Hanabi Nara listened intently, but upon hearing the phrase eliminated, he froze momentarily, instinctively thinking he had misheard, and interjected in astonishment, "Wait, you said eliminated? You eliminated a 10-man squad of Rock Ninja?" "Indeed," Might Dai nodded. Hanabi Nara furrowed his brow, staring at Might Dai. "What on earth are you talking about? You cannot falsely report mission details. That is a serious offense." Might Dai shook his head. "How could I possibly fabricate the mission report? I am relaying the facts. By the way, the evidence is all in that scroll." "The scroll?" Hanabi Nara frowned as he glanced at the scroll Keed had discarded on the table. He opened the scroll and spread it out, forming a hand seal as he declared, "Release." With a puff of smoke, a multitude of items suddenly appeared, piling atop the scroll, including a plethora of rock ninja headbands and, resting atop them, a severed head. This scene caused Noera Hanjian's pupils to constrict, and he quickly revealed a glimmer of disbelief as he gazed upon the ninja headbands and the somewhat withered skull. 10 headbands. The headband of a ninja serves as a symbol of identity. Only those ninjas recognized by their village are granted these insignias. Thus, 10 IWA ninja headbands signify the demise of 10 IWA ninjas. Feng Yi and Might Dai truly managed to eliminate a 10-man IWA ninja squad. Noera Hanjian found himself momentarily paralyzed, his eyes reflecting astonishment. His mouth fell slightly agape, leaving him momentarily speechless. After several seconds, he finally managed to stir his throat. "Why, please hold on." Given the sudden alteration to the mission, escalating it to an A-rank task, compounded by the death of enemy village ninjas, this matter surpassed what he could handle. Noara Hanjian took a deep breath and swiftly departed from the counter to report upward. Chapter 51. Report within the confines of the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood contemplatively, gazing at two maps laid upon the desk. One was a comprehensive map of the ninja world, while the other depicted the land of grass, encompassing a portion of the Fire Country's borders. Hokage-sama, Kazuhaya entered the office. Upon noticing Kazuhaya's arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from his reverie. A slight easing of his brow as he remarked, "It seems you have returned safely. Are you here to report on matters concerning the land of grass?" Kazuhaya replied in a hushed tone, "I encountered a substantial number of IWA ninja in Shuangyuit town, exceeding 100 in number. Due to their overwhelming presence, I could not conduct a thorough reconnaissance, and their intentions remain uncertain. That is an advance force from the IWA village," Sarutobi Hiruzen noted, displaying no surprise, as the intelligence regarding this unit had already been relayed back by Konoha's scouts stationed in the land of grass. Turning his gaze upon Kazuhaya, he expressed a modicum of approval. "You performed admirably by refraining from recklessly probing into the IWA ninjas' information. Many young ninja tend to suffer from a lack of caution, sometimes at the cost of their very lives. With talents like Kazuhaya and Kakashi, my concern does not lie in their growth and strength, but rather in their capacity to assess situations and their own abilities. A force of over 100 ninja, particularly with a significant number of sensory-type ninja among them, rendered the task of stealthily gathering intelligence exceedingly difficult. Recklessly seeking information could lead one into peril. Should such a formidable unit encircle them, it would spell disaster, not only for Kazuhaya but even for renowned figures like Orochimaru and Jiraiya." Kazuhaya surmised that Sarutobi Hiruzen was likely already aware of the IWA ninjas' movements and felt no particular surprise at the Hokage's lack of inquiry regarding the mission. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to elaborate further. Sarutobi Hiruzen, still studying the maps, pondered for a moment, considering Kazuhaya's elite status among the Chunin, his exceptional speed, and his association with Orochimaru. He proposed, "Since you have returned from the land of grass and possess some familiarity with the terrain, accompany Orochimaru to confront that advanced IWA unit." Naturally, he could not remain indifferent to the incursion of the IWA advance force into the land of grass. Although there had yet to be reports of their incursion into the Fire Country, it was only a matter of time. Preparations must be made before worse news arrived. Had Kazuhaya delayed his return by a few days, he could have been integrated into the subsequent support units. However, given that he had fortuitously returned at this moment, it was more fitting for him to join Orochimaru in the land of grass. "Understood," Kazuhaya replied. "By the way, Hokage-sama, there is one more matter I need to report." He briefly recounted the situation regarding Might Dato. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of surprise, as he had not anticipated the presence of a lower-ranked ninja capable of reaching the level of a jonin. There was no need for Kazuhaya to deceive him. Given his rank, a misjudgment seemed unlikely, indicating that a hidden talent among the lower ranks had indeed gone unnoticed. Although the individual's qualities and other aspects may not reach the level of a jonin, and they may not be capable of leading a team, the inherent strength of a jonin is undeniably valuable. In a village, the number of ninjas who attain jonin status is quite limited. Each one represents the true elite, forming the backbone of the entire community. Take Kakashi, for instance. He graduated at 5, became a Chunin at 6, yet at 9 years old, he still does not possess the jonin level of skill, which reveals a significant gap, as assessed by Minato Namikaze. Finya, with talents surpassing those of Kakashi, still has some distance to cover. "All right, I understand. Please have him come here." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded towards Finya. He intended to meet Might Guy to evaluate his capabilities before determining his placement. "Understood," Finya replied, departing from the Hokage's office. Upon arriving at the first floor's mission assignment area, he noticed a jonin responsible for mission assignments had taken the place of Narashikaku, and was inquiring about Might Guy's situation in detail. When he saw Finya descend from the upper floor, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in his gaze. He had already learned from Might Guy that Finya had defeated a jonin from a Wagakure. That was indeed a jonin. The distinction between jonin and chunin is stark. The number of chunins in a village is significantly large, surpassing that of genins, as most genins can ascend to chunin status upon reaching a certain age. The likelihood of reaching jonin rank is incredibly slim, with perhaps 1 in 10 chunins achieving it. even considering the exceptional talents categorized as special Jonin. A mere 10-year-old Fingye had slain a Jonin. If it weren't for the head he brought back as evidence, it would be almost unbelievable. It is worth noting that the ninja who ascended to Jonin status the fastest in the village did so at the age of 14. That individual was none other than Orochimaru. Despite the evidence at hand, he could not help but ask Fingye, "Is it true that the Jonin you encountered during your mission in the Land of Grass was indeed slain by you?" Fingye tilted his head to glance at Might Guy. His expression conveying a sense of this is not what we agreed upon. Might Guy scratched his head, feeling slightly awkward. "I apologize, I'm not very articulate. And I wouldn't want to take credit for your achievements." Fingye sighed upon hearing this, replying, "Yes, it was I who killed him." As he had anticipated, Might Guy was too straightforward. The possibility of him taking credit for slaying a Jonin was nearly non-existent, even if they had previously discussed it. However, it was of little concern. If he were to be in the spotlight, so be it. With his current strength, even if targeted by a Kage-level ninja, he could still evade, as there were not many in the ninja world who posed a threat to him anymore. Having Might Guy take the credit was also a means to ensure he received sufficient merit to justifiably be promoted to Special Jonin. Nonetheless, even without this merit, given his prowess, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely still elevate Might Guy to the position of Special Jonin. It merely invites some controversy. As for the alternative of joining the Umbu, that is virtually impossible. The mask of the Umbu holds no significance for Might Guy, and his personality is ill-suited for the role of an Umbu ninja. Hiruzen Sarutobi would never make such a decision. Hiss. Upon hearing Fingye's admission, the Jonin could not help but inhale sharply. His gaze towards Fingye revealing a hint of formidable respect. At that moment, Fingye's visage, and his eyes, resembled that of the young Konoha White Fang. Chapter 52. The Astonishment of Sarutobi Hizashi. By the way, Elder, the Hokage wishes to see you. Fingye calmly acknowledged this, maintaining a serene demeanor as he turned his gaze towards Might Guy. The Jonin hesitated momentarily before responding. "Coincidentally, I also need to report to the Hokage. Let us proceed together." "Very well," Might Guy replied, casting a grateful glance at Fingye. Fingye smiled and gave him a thumbs up before turning to leave the Hokage building. Instead of hastening to the assembly point, he first made his way home. Inside the Hokage's office, Might Guy entered alongside the Jonin from the Mission Assignment Office, Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Hizashi sat behind his desk, deep in thought, a pipe resting between his lips as he contemplated the forthcoming troop deployments. It was imperative not to merely dispatch Orochimaru to the front lines of the Grass Country. A certain presence was also required to guard against the Sand Village in the Rain Country, while remaining vigilant towards the Cloud and Mist villages as well. "Hokage-sama." Upon entering, Sarutobi Asuma saluted and reported, "There is a matter I must bring to your attention." The duo of Hatake Fingye and Might Guy, while executing a C-rank escort mission, encountered an ambush by rock ninjas in the Grass Country. Fingye eliminated an enemy Jonin, confirmed to be the rock village's Jonin, Hikari. During the initial part of the report, Sarutobi Hizashi was only semi-engaged, his mind still preoccupied with strategic considerations. However, the latter part of the report completely disrupted his train of thought. Sarutobi Hizashi stared in astonishment at Sarutobi Asuma, exclaiming, "Fingye killed a Jonin from the rock village?" Sarutobi Asuma inhaled sharply, responding, "Indeed, and it does not end there. He and Might Guy together annihilated the entire 10-man enemy squad." At that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi found himself at a loss for words. He had assumed that Fingye's escort mission in the Grass Country had encountered failure, and as it was merely a C-rank assignment, he had not thought to inquire further. Little did he know that not only had an unforeseen event transpired, but Fingye had also adeptly resolved it, accomplishing the task with remarkable success. In comparison, encountering the vanguard of rock ninjas in the Grass Country and prudently choosing to return for a report rather than acting recklessly seemed trivial. That child. Sarutobi Hizashi turned his gaze towards the window, a tumult of emotion swelling within him. At the tender age of 10, at 9, he had slain an elite scout of an enemy village, and at 10, he had dispatched a Jonin of the rock village. Even the legendary Konoha White Fang and the young Orochimaru had only achieved such feats at the age of 12 or 13. Fingye's performance had completely eclipsed the talents of both Hatake Tsukumo and Orochimaru, who belonged to a bygone era. "Very well, I understand." After several moments, Sarutobi Hizashi managed to compose himself, gesturing for Sarutobi Asuma to withdraw. He then turned his attention to Might Guy, inquiring, "Guy, how many of the 8 gates can you currently open?" Fingya had mentioned in his account that Might Guy's combat prowess surpassed his own, alongside his ability to utilize the 8 gates. After all, a lowly ninja who has suddenly acquired strength surpassing even that of a Ch-nin or J-nin must have mastered some arcane technique. When a ninja's physical prowess reaches a certain level, it becomes evident that the 8 gates exist within them. He had sensed their presence once, yet he had not pursued the path of unlocking the 8 gates. However, merely being aware of the 8 gates does not guarantee the ability to open them and harness extraordinary power. Exceptional cases like Might Guy are exceedingly rare. The talent required to unlock the 8 gates, particularly in terms of physical techniques, is indeed commendable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden inquiry caused Might Guy to pause, and upon regaining his composure, he responded earnestly, "The 8th gate." "Oh, no wonder." Sarutobi, still preoccupied with thoughts of Kazuhaya, half spoke before abruptly realizing the implication of Guy's words. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Wait, did you just say the 8th gate?" He gazed at Might Guy with sheer disbelief. The 8th gate. This technique, known as the 8 gates of death, undeniably represents the final gate and the utmost limit of this martial art. Each gate, when mastered to its fullest, possesses terrifying power, and he harbored some understanding of the consequences associated with breaking the constraints of the 8 gates. Achieving the 8th gate is not something an ordinary individual can accomplish. Indeed, Might Guy replied sincerely. Sarutobi was taken aback, his shock evident. He found himself questioning the veracity of Guy's claim. Yet, the earnestness in Guy's demeanor suggested no deceit. Moreover, fabricating such a statement would be utterly futile, as it could easily be exposed. "Have you truly unlocked the 8th gate?" Sarutobi pressed, still grappling with disbelief. Might Guy hesitated momentarily before responding, "No, the side effects of this technique are severe. I can sense that unlocking the 8th gate would likely result in death." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi inhaled sharply, the remnants of doubt in his heart gradually dissipating. The act of unlocking the constraints of the 8 gates cannot come without a price. Every forbidden technique bears its own repercussions, and it is entirely reasonable that the ultimate limit of this technique equates to death. However, the fact that Might Guy could reach the 8th gate and push this technique to its utmost limits was beyond his expectations. Such an achievement is not within reach of the average individual, representing a distinct form of talent in its own right. Though he was uncertain of the true power unleashed by the 8th gate, it was undeniable that the force derived from sacrificing one's entire vitality would be formidable, perhaps even rivaling that of a Hokage, a strength that could stand toe-to-toe with his own. "Might Guy, I hereby promote you to Special J-nin, bypassing the usual protocols. Your previous missions have been commendable, yet there is no time for respite. I now require you to proceed to the front lines." Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed Might Guy with solemnity. Given Guy's extraordinary combat capabilities, it was only fitting that he be dispatched to the front lines, serving as an ideal vanguard due to his ability to handle unforeseen circumstances. Even in the direst of situations, should he unlock the 8 gates, he could safeguard the retreat of others. "Yes," Might Guy responded, his excitement palpable. "Indeed. As Feng Yi had previously mentioned, he has been promoted to the esteemed rank of Special Jonin, making a remarkable leap from the position of Genin to that of Jonin within the village. Moreover, from Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor, he could sense a profound seriousness and regard, an acknowledgement that emanates from the Hokage himself. It felt as though his very blood were igniting, a sensation akin to the fervor of youth ablaze. In this moment, even if tasked with charging into the front lines of battle, unleashing the 8 gates formation, and sacrificing his life to inflict casualties upon the enemy, he would not harbor a trace of hesitation. Chapter 53, Scale 2. Time Reversal. Feng Yi pushed open the door to his home and stepped inside. Kakashi was not present, likely accompanying Minato on a mission and yet to return. As he made his way to his bedroom, he casually extracted a stack of commission money from his pocket and tossed it onto the table before promptly taking a seat and closing his eyes. He did not immediately head to the rendezvous point indicated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. While he had returned to drop off the commission money, more importantly, He had heard a mechanical chime at the mission center. Finally, upon closing his eyes, Feng Yi calmed the tumult of emotions within him. A colossal, ethereal golden clock materialized before him, with the hour hand distinctly pointing at 2 o'clock. The Roman numeral 2, symbolizing the 2 o'clock hour, was no longer shrouded in mist, but instead gleamed with a dark luster. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from hastily employing his newfound temporal abilities and instead sought to trigger the power of time acceleration. Click. Accompanied by the mechanical sound of the moving hand, the pointer on the phantom clock shifted, realigning itself to the 1 o'clock position. The scale dial at the center of the clock began to rotate under Feng Ye's mental command, clicking until it came to a halt at the 4th mark. 4 times the speed. It had indeed increased once more. As I had anticipated, the range of time acceleration I can control expands by 1 scale every year. Feng Yi exhaled softly. In a state of quadruple speed, activating the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of B would render him nearly unmatched, even against shadow-level adversaries. Slaying elite Chunin would become significantly easier. Below the shadow level, he could wreak havoc with impunity. Even shadow-level foes would struggle against him, unless they were like the 4th Raikage, who excelled in speed and could pose a threat. Next came the new ability. After regaining his composure, he focused his mind, and the hour hand moved once more, pointing to the 2 o'clock position, with the black Roman numeral 2 radiating a dark sheen. Upon confirming the activation of this ability, Feng Yi instinctively comprehended what the 2 o'clock mark corresponded to. A wave of suppressed excitement surged within him. Drawing a deep breath, he opened his eyes, unsheathed his trusty kunai, and extended his palm, biting down slightly, before slashing the blade across his hand. Sizzle! With the sting of pain, a line of blood emerged, flowing swiftly from the wound. Enduring the discomfort, Feng Yi gazed intently at the injury, his eyes shimmering momentarily as if a golden clock had manifested within his pupils, its hands rapidly spinning in reverse. Silently, the blood streaming from the wound began to flow upward, retreating back into the laceration, and soon, the gash that had nearly cleaved his palm vanished without a sound. Indeed, a smile crept across Feng Ye's face. Such a peculiar spectacle required no great deduction to understand its meaning. This was the curvature of time. The reversal of moments, time rewind. Feng Yi grasped the ninja blade, white fang, in his right hand and slashed it across the wooden floor, creating a fissure approximately 1 foot in length. He then focused intently on the crack, attempting to activate his ability. However, the fissure remained unchanged. It appeared that, akin to the acceleration of time, this power could only be exerted upon his own body. After arriving at this conclusion, Feng Yi exhaled softly, observing the crack in the floor in silence for several seconds before breaking into laughter. Ha, 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 ha. Though it was not the time stasis he most desired and could not affect anything beyond himself, the potency of this ability was undeniably formidable. Regardless of the nature of his injuries, as long as they were not instantly fatal, he could effortlessly restore himself through the manipulation of time. Furthermore, Feng Yi was uncertain as to what precisely constituted an instantaneous death. The illusory clock was intertwined with his very soul. If he could activate the ability to reverse time even when his body was obliterated, then in terms of regenerative power, he could not be compared to any legendary technique or even the body of a sage, let alone the 6 paths. This should be akin to the conditions of the impure world reincarnation. Feng Yi halted his laughter, murmuring to himself. Although he could not experiment by smashing his own head, his instincts led him to believe that this deduction was sound. An immortal body, unless subjected to forbidden techniques targeting the soul, or a Taoist jade that fused the elements of wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, and yin-yang to simultaneously attack both body and soul, no other ninjutsu or taijutsu could bring about his demise. Feng Yi stroked his chin and mused. The only threats to be wary of were soul-related forbidden techniques and various sealing arts. Being sealed would indeed pose a significant complication. The inability of time reversal to affect anything beyond oneself meant that if he were sealed by the corpse demon technique, he would be powerless to break free. While death would not claim him, if sealed for several hundred or even thousands of years, he would likely unlock all 12 of his abilities, including those capable of dispelling seals. However, that was an experience he had no desire to undergo. In this manner, the matter of lifespan was also resolved. Feng Yi exhaled again. With the powers of time acceleration and reversal at his disposal, as long as he exercised sufficient caution, the battleground of the Third Great Ninja War would pose little threat to him. Unless, of course, Minato Namikaze were to lose his senses and employ the corpse demon technique in a desperate attempt to bring them both to ruin. However, he had no intention of destroying Konoha, nor had he betrayed Minato, making such a scenario highly improbable. As for others, even if they could utilize the corpse demon technique, they would still need to catch up with him. The same logic applied to soul-related techniques. As long as he maintained his speed, he could face these threats without fear. Moreover, the acquisition of the time reversal ability implied that he could disregard the side effects of the 8 gates, including those of the 8th gate, the Death Gate. What if he opened the Death Gate, ventured out to purchase groceries, and then returned home to reverse time, reverting to his state prior to opening the Death Gate? No longer would he need to worry about missing the Saturday sales at the supermarket. With this thought in mind, Feng Yi rose to his feet, stretching languidly and revealing a smile brimming with warmth and sunshine. Having spent a considerable time in this world, circumstances were finally beginning to take an intriguing turn. Within a certain edifice, Orochimaru stood at the forefront, clad in a ninja uniform, his expression devoid of emotion. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive. Surrounded by a multitude of elite shinobi, both J-Nin and CH-Nin, numbering in the dozens as they prepared and inspected their respective gear. At that moment, a silver-haired youth entered through the doorway. Nearby ninjas cast astonished glances in his direction, yet Feng Yi paid no heed to their stares, walking directly up to Orochimaru. A faint smile gracing his lips, and respectfully bowing before him. Teacher Orochimaru, Lord Hokage has summoned me to join the vanguard. Chapter 54. The advance team of Konoha. It appears that your escort of the merchant convoy to the land of grass has proceeded quite smoothly. Orochimaru observed Feng Yi, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light as a peculiar smile played upon his lips. With a subtle tilt of his head, he addressed Feng Yi. Sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to the front lines of the land of grass, he had initially intended to bring Feng Yi along. However, upon inquiring about him, he learned that Feng Yi had accepted a commission to escort a merchant convoy. He had hoped to encounter Feng Yi in the land of grass, but unexpectedly, Feng Yi returned today, having been assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nonetheless, what truly captured Orochimaru's attention was the transformation in Feng Yi's demeanor since their last meeting. Previously, Feng Yi exuded an air of caution, with only a hint of confidence that remained largely restrained. In stark contrast, the current Feng Yi radiated a vibrant confidence and youthful exuberance, as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. Undoubtedly, had Feng Yi's escort mission to the land of grass ended in failure, his aura would not have shifted so dramatically. This indicated that Feng Yi had not only fulfilled his task, but had perhaps encountered unforeseen circumstances that he had adeptly navigated. Such a transformation in demeanor from cautious, reserved, and meticulous to an outward manifestation of vitality and self-assurance was indeed remarkable. Yes, Feng Yi nodded, stating, although there was a minor incident, I managed to complete the mission. Upon hearing Feng Yi's response, Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of knowing anticipation, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he remarked, I am quite intrigued to hear more. The incident that had so significantly altered Feng Yi's demeanor piqued his curiosity. However, before Feng Yi could elaborate, another figure hurriedly burst into the room. His movements frantic and somewhat clumsy, none other than Might Guy. My apologies. I hope I am not late, Might Guy stammered, scratching the back of his head with an awkward grin, before hastily approaching Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, I am Might Guy. Hokage-sama has sent me to join the advance team. Orochimaru's gaze shifted from Feng Yi to Might Guy, a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes. While Feng Yi was understandable as his disciple who had demonstrated remarkable prowess, the clumsy demeanor of this ninja, named Might Guy, raised questions. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen assign such a seemingly inept ninja to the elite advance team destined to intercept the Rock Ninja at the border? Every member of this team was an elite, comprising 16 Jonin, 6 of whom were special Jonin, alongside 60 Chunin, all distinguished individuals in their own right. Was this a ruse? A mere pretense of clumsiness? A flicker of doubt crossed Orochimaru's mind. Although he is somewhat advanced in years, Master Guy should not be so utterly bewildered as to recklessly send someone forth. This implies that the present Might Guy possesses certain capabilities, deemed suitable for the role of a vanguard ninja, just as Orochimaru found himself in a state of perplexity. A ninja among those who were astonished at Might Guy could no longer contain his astonishment and exclaimed, "Hey, Might Guy, what on earth are you doing here? This is not a place for you. Are you attempting to join the vanguard team by resorting to such antics since you couldn't find a ninja squad willing to take you in? You must be out of your mind. Such behavior is punishable." Among the Chunin present, there were those who had previously been deceived by Might Guy, and they glared at him with irritation. The vanguard team was heading to the land of grass to participate in a war against the rock ninjas. Was this a joke? Might Guy also noticed several former captains among the crowd, which made him feel a bit awkward as he scratched his head. "Ahem, well, I was summoned here by the Hokage," he stated. "What kind of nonsense is this?" Senju Ibiki frowned and retorted, "How could a mere genin be dispatched by the Hokage to join the vanguard team? If you continue to act foolishly, you will face dire consequences." "Genin?" Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, his curiosity about Might Guy growing. Might Guy cleared his throat, placed his right fist on his chest, and straightened his posture, declaring, "Actually, I am no longer a genin, I am now a special jonin." Enough. Senju Ibiki could no longer tolerate the situation and, visibly furious, stepped out from the crowd with the intention of expelling the obstinate Might Guy. Orochimaru squinted at the unfolding scene, refraining from intervening. Intrigued by Might Guy's circumstances and eager to ascertain whether he possessed any exceptional qualities, or if he was merely a reckless genin acting foolishly. However, just as Senju Ibiki approached Might Guy, a voice suddenly resonated. "Senior Guy is indeed a special jonin. I can vouch for that." This declaration momentarily stunned Senju Ibiki, and many present were taken aback as they recognized the speaker to be Kaguya, standing beside Orochimaru. He couldn't help but frown, not to mention Might Guy. He harbored doubts about Kaguya's inclusion in the vanguard team. He had heard about Kaguya's early graduation and participation in the Chunin exams, becoming the sole successful candidate. Yet despite that, Kaguya was still too young. No matter how talented he may be, Kaguya lacked sufficient experience as a young ninja, making the decision to admit him to the vanguard team incomprehensible to him. On the other hand, Kaguya was at least a Chunin, which was somewhat acceptable. But what about Might Guy? Allowing a perpetually incompetent genin, who had botched numerous missions, to join the vanguard team targeting the rock ninjas was nothing short of a farce. He could not believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen would make such a decision. "Hey, kid, don't speak out of turn without understanding the situation. Do you have any idea of the countless misdeeds this guy has committed? It is impossible for Lord Hokage to allow such an individual to join the advanced team." Mori no Ibim spoke somberly, directing his gaze towards Funya. A faint smile played upon Funya's lips as he replied, "I did not speak falsely. Senior Dai has indeed been exceptionally promoted to Special Jonin. You must possess the directive, right?" "Oh, I nearly forgot." Upon hearing Funya's words, Might Dai suddenly came to his senses, rummaging through his pocket before producing a directive emblazoned with an official seal. Mori no Ibim stared in astonishment at this spectacle. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, accepting the directive from Might Dai and casting a cursory glance at it. Suddenly, his serpent-like eyes narrowed, revealing a look of gravity as he regarded Might Dai. "So it is." After a few moments of contemplation, he made a decision, stowing away the directive and stating, "Might Dai, you and Funya shall not be assigned to any other teams for the time being. You will accompany me." Might Dai exhaled deeply, responding affirmatively, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Mori no Ibim looked on in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss, and could not restrain himself from inquiring of Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, what on earth is this?" "You will come to know in due time." Orochimaru replied to Mori no Ibim before casting another profound glance at Might Dai. Receiving such a response from Orochimaru left Mori no Ibim and the others exchanging bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend as Might Dai stood alongside Funya. What on earth? That fellow, Might Dai, has truly become a special jonin? Those familiar with Might Dai wore expressions of incredulity. Orochimaru did not question the authenticity of the directive, which implies it was indeed a legitimate order issued by Lord Hokage. However, this command was undeniably perplexing, just when they were mentally preparing themselves for the battlefield. The sudden addition of a 10-year-old child and might die disrupted their carefully adjusted mindset. One was already challenging enough, and now there were two. This could potentially lead to significant complications. Chapter 55. Arrival at the border of the Land of Fire border. Orochimaru, accompanied by nearly 100 ninjas including Fingye, arrived at a small town. The entire settlement lay in ruins, with certain areas still ablaze and numerous corpses scattered about. Lord Orochimaru. These are the remnants of a battle from 3 days ago. One of the ninjas swiftly surveyed the devastated town and reported to Orochimaru. A glint of menace flickered in Orochimaru's serpentine eyes as he cast a cursory glance over the town, his voice gravelly. The signs of battle from 3 days prior indicate that the rock ninjas have likely vacated this area. However, we have now entered their operational territory. It is only a matter of time before we encounter them. Regroup and set up camp here, Orochimaru commanded. As they were now at the border of the Land of Fire, the threat of imminent combat loomed. The group had traveled the entire day to reach this point. Though they remained in a combat-ready state, further exploration could deplete their energy. Should they fall into an ambush by the rock ninjas, it would pose a grave danger. Understood, replied the Chunin. The nearby ninjas exchanged glances before entering the town to clear the bodies, extinguish the flames engulfing the buildings, and establish a makeshift campsite. Once the camp was set up, Orochimaru stood before a stone platform at the center of the encampment, contemplating a map laid out before him. After a moment's reflection, he suddenly inquired, "In which direction do you believe the rock ninjas are currently located?" Within the tent, only Fengye and Orochimaru, his disciple, were present. Fengye, standing beside him and also studying the map, pondered the question before responding. Since the advance party of the rock ninjas came to conduct harassment attacks, they likely would not have returned to the land of grass so swiftly. Orochimaru chuckled softly, an astute observation. I concur. Moreover, I believe they would not dare to venture further into the heart of the Land of Fire. Their direction must be limited to these two. As he spoke, Orochimaru placed 2 game pieces on the map. After completing this gesture, he mused, "Go summon the 3rd and 4th squads." Fengye nodded and departed the tent, quickly returning with 2 squads, a total of 8 ninjas. The leaders of these squads were 2 Jonin, one hailing from the Hyuga clan and the other from the Uchiha clan, both possessing elite Chunin skilled in sensing and reconnaissance. Hyuga-shan, take your squad to scout in this direction. Uchiha, you will scout in this direction. Orochimaru instructed the 2 squads, his tone serious. If you encounter any isolated rock ninjas, attempt to gather intelligence. Otherwise, do not act recklessly. Yes. The squad leaders responded respectfully. Even the esteemed members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans held great reverence for Orochimaru, who had earned his renown during the Second Ninja World War through his formidable achievements. Upon completing this directive, Orochimaru observed the 2 small teams depart. He tilted his head and offered a faint smile to Fengye, saying, "Fengye, you may return now. Rest well and prepare yourself. Battles may soon ensue." Fengye acknowledged his words and left the tent. Upon returning to his own small tent, he did not immediately rest. Instead, after consuming a light meal, he commenced his training. Throughout the journey from Konoha, he had not ceased his exercises. As the 4th gate of the 8 gates had nearly reached the threshold of being unlocked under his relentless efforts, for one who had mastered the ability to reverse time. Once he could open the 4th gate, he would possess the capacity to wield its power almost without limit. How swift would the 4th gate be in a state of 4-fold speed? Fengye could not predict, but he surmised that at such velocities, he would certainly be capable of unleashing a barrage akin to the morning peacock, implying that even at a shadow level, few could hope to keep pace with him. Armed with such speed, combined with the power of time reversal, those who could pose a threat to him on the battlefield of the 3rd Great Ninja War would dwindle significantly. Consequently, the number of ninjas he could vanquish would increase substantially. Whether they were J-nin or elite J-nin, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to withstand his lethality at 4-fold speed. And even those nearing the level of shadows would find it nearly impossible to escape death once he set his sights on them. After taking a deep breath, Fengye began performing the most fundamental of push-ups within the tent. For the 8 gates technique, opening a gate necessitated performing push-ups and squats, These simplest of exercises lacked shortcuts and required the accumulation of thousands of repetitions to gradually fortify the body. Loosening the constraints of the 8 gates within, Fingya trained with added weight, thanks to his ability to reverse time. He harbored no fears of being too fatigued to fight in the event of an unexpected confrontation. At worst, he could revert his body to its pre-training state, merely wasting a brief period of exercise. Thus, he carried the heaviest weights throughout the journey, engaging in rigorous training during each rest period. And this was already his 4th session. 331, 332, 333. Fingya's pace quickened as he moved through the push-ups. But after reaching 300, he began to noticeably slow, his movements becoming rigid, and his arms trembling slightly. 486, 487. He continually counted in his mind, the soreness in his arms intensifying, yet he persisted, his unwavering will enduring the trial. In truth, after unlocking the ability to reverse time, even without further training in the 8 gates, he could possess strength sufficient to traverse the ninja world solely through conventional ninjutsu and taijutsu. However, after careful contemplation, Fingya chose not to abandon his practice of the 8 gates. On one hand, the technique was indeed well suited to him. On the other hand, he recognized that his will was not particularly formidable, and the grueling training of the 8 gates served to temper both his spirit and resolve, allowing for parallel growth of his mental fortitude. Moreover, another crucial factor is that the 8 gates technique grants immunity to the vast majority of illusions. The essence of illusions lies in their ability to disrupt the chakra within an enemy's body, thereby affecting their mental state and ensnaring them in an inescapable delusion. The 8 gates, being a physical technique, initiates a surge of chakra in the brain from the very first gate. And this tumultuous chakra continues to escalate from the 2nd gate through to the 8th. Attempting to employ illusions against a ninja in the 8-gate state is nearly an insurmountable task, as even the practitioner of the 8 gates struggles to control the rampant chakra within themselves, let alone others. Illusions also happen to be a particular weakness of Fingya. His grasp of illusions has always been rather mediocre, and should a formidable opponent like Orochimaru employ an illusion against him, he would likely find it difficult to resist. However, the situation changes dramatically with the cultivation of the 8 gates. The more proficient one becomes in the 8 gates, and the more gates they open, the more ferocious the chakra in this open state becomes, making it increasingly resistant to illusions. Once the 5th gate is opened, one becomes nearly immune to the majority of illusions. As for the 8th gate, even Uchiha Madara, in his 6 paths mode, refrained from using illusions against Might Guy, who had opened the 8 gates. Given Madara's extensive combat experience, the absence of illusion usage suggests a singular possibility. Illusions are utterly ineffective against Guy in the 8-gate state. Disrupting the chakra of Deathgate Guy, which is at its zenith, is a feat beyond even the ocular prowess of the 6 paths level Rinnegan. Chapter 56. The apparent lack of intelligence of this genius as for whether Uchiha Shirisue's extraordinary Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, and the ultimate illusion, Infinite Tsukuyomi, could affect the state of the 8 gates, it remains a matter of speculation. After all, the original work did not provide any evidence of this. Hideya could not ascertain it either. However, he was resolute in avoiding the influence of Kodo Amatsukami and would not allow Infinite Tsukuyomi to manifest. As long as he could remain immune to the vast majority of illusions, that sufficed for him. This determination fueled his endurance through hardship as he continued his training in the 8 gates. 775, 776, 777. With the increasing count, Hideya's breath grew increasingly labored, sweat cascading down his body. Finally, upon reaching 777, his arms weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. He gasped for air for a full half-minute before he managed to sit up again. Unfortunately, there was no means of reversing time to dispel his fatigue. Hideya shook his head. To reverse time meant to restore his body to a prior state. Using it to alleviate fatigue would be akin to erasing the exertion of those hundreds of push-ups, a rather frustrating predicament. After resting for several minutes, Hideya took a sip of water, glanced at the patch of ground dampened by sweat, and sighed. Perhaps it would be best to train outdoors. It was better than saturating the tent with the odor of perspiration, which would necessitate a tedious cleanup. Stepping outside the tent, Hideya clasped his hands behind his head and commenced his squats. Push-ups, squats, and sit-ups were fundamental exercises that engaged every muscle group, from arms to legs to core, effectively loosening the 8 gates within him. 221, 222, 223. Kiriya continued to count silently in his mind. His squatting exercises outside the tent soon drew the attention of several ninjas. "Hey, what is that guy doing?" one exclaimed, observing Kiriya's movements and addressing a companion nearby who was carrying supplies. Senju Ibiki, clutching a box, followed the gaze of his companion and spotted Kiriya diligently performing squats, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "Is that fellow training in taijutsu?" "It appears so." The corners of Senju Ibiki's mouth twitched slightly as he could not resist remarking, "Doesn't he seem a bit, lacking in intelligence? Is that kid truly the genius disciple of Lord Orochimaru?" This was a border area. A combat situation could erupt at any moment. In such a place and at such a time, rather than conserving his energy, he was expending it on physical training. He almost blurted out the phrase, "Is there something wrong with his head?" yet managed to temper it into, "He seems a bit lacking in intelligence." After all, Kiriya was a disciple of Orochimaru. Who could say for certain? His companion shrugged, expressing a sense of helplessness. What kind of sense does it make to train at a time like this? What has he been doing all this while? Senju Ibiki felt a twinge of frustration as well. Should conflict erupt suddenly, they might find themselves compelled to protect the defenseless Fenya. Thus, what purpose does it serve to thrust such a young and inexperienced ninja into the vanguard? Had this been within the village, he would have likely questioned Orochimaru. However, at this juncture, it is futile to voice his concerns, as they are already at the front lines. With no way to send Fenya back, let it be. Mori no Ibumoku ultimately shook his head and stepped into the tent. After all, Fenya is a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. Even if his actions seem somewhat foolish, the responsibility for guidance lies with Orochimaru, not with them. Regardless of whether he is a burden, there is little they can do. As time passed, Fenya transitioned from deep squats to sit-ups, followed by repeated push-ups. He paid no heed to the peculiar gazes cast upon him by other ninjas, for he could feel the heat surging within him. Sensing that the shackles of the 4th gate, the wounded gate, were loosening more and more. Under such circumstances, despite his muscles beginning to ache and each movement becoming increasingly painful, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The 4th gate is within reach. A little further, and he could push it open. Fenya's rigorous training did not go unnoticed. Even Orochimaru, from a distance, cast a quizzical glance in his direction, furrowing his brow in contemplation. At such a time, still practicing taijutsu? Compared to Mori no Ibumoku and the others, he was somewhat more familiar with Fenya, and in his estimation, Fenya ought not to engage in such seemingly foolish and pointless endeavors. Fenya trained with weights, often seizing moments to practice during their journey from Konoha to the border. A detail Orochimaru had observed but chose not to interfere with. In Orochimaru's view, maintaining relentless effort in training at all times is commendable. However, the situation has changed. They are now at the border of the Land of Fire, where conflict could arise at any moment. Given Fenya's state of mind, he should be acutely aware of this reality. Knowing this, Fenya's continued choice to train suggests only one possibility. He is on the cusp of a breakthrough in a certain technique. The 8 gates, perhaps. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru subtly shook his head and resolved not to hinder Fenya. The likelihood of an abrupt battle was minimal. If Fenya were indeed on the verge of advancing his abilities, the risk of allowing him to attempt a breakthrough was worth taking. It is estimated that Fenya has already reached the level of a Jonin. If he could further refine his mastery of the 8 gates, he might, in the state of the open gates, rival an elite Jonin. Although the duration may be brief and accompanied by significant side effects, the combat prowess of an elite Jonin would hold substantial value even in a battlefield saturated with ninjas. Orochimaru chose not to intervene. Although other ninjas found Fenya's actions somewhat absurd, without any directive from Orochimaru, they had no grounds to stop him, at most offering a few sarcastic remarks. Initially, I believed that Fenya, despite being relatively young, would possess the reliability characteristic of a Nin, surpassing that of Might Guy. However, it appears that he is equally untrustworthy. 664. 665. With his hands clasped behind his head, Fenya silently counted the repetitions of his sit-ups. Sweat streamed down his face as he forcefully lifted himself, feeling the strain in his core muscles approaching their limits. Yet he persevered through gritted teeth. The chakra within him flowed vigorously, continuously converging at the location of the fourth gate of the 8 gates. He could sense a searing heat in that area, accompanied by a faint sting. At last, after another arduous effort, Finya felt a remarkable transformation at the fourth gate. The previously faint barriers had vanished entirely, and he realized that, should he desire, he could unlock the fourth gate of the 8 gates. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him. Its emergence signified a breakthrough at the fourth gate. Chapter 57. Ambush. Finally, it is accomplished. Upon realizing that the barrier of the fourth gate had vanished, Finya exhaled softly, collapsing onto the ground, breathing lightly, and refraining from further movement. With the fourth gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia activated, coupled with a fourfold increase in speed, his battle prowess was no less formidable than that of Orochimaru. Furthermore, with the ability to reverse time, he would be even more challenging to contend with than Orochimaru. Considering the time acceleration, I am essentially equivalent to 12 years old, nearing 13. Uchiha Itachi awakened his Meijiki Sharingan at 13. Finya murmured to himself. At an apparent age of 10, yet possessing the actual age of 13 and wielding the strength of a shadow-level ninja at this age, he felt he had not disgraced the title of Transmigrator. After a brief respite, Finya departed the camp alone, making his way to the rear, where he conducted a simple test of the fourth gate state. As he had anticipated, in the state of the fourth gate combined with fourfold speed, he could indeed unleash the technique Morning Peacock, thereby genuinely possessing the striking power of a shadow-level ninja. A short while later, Finya returned to the camp, entering his tent to rest. The following day, within the central tent of the camp, 2 squads dispatched by Orochimaru returned in the morning to report their findings. Among them, the squad led by Hyuga Shizuka, which had ventured northwest, discovered numerous traces indicating the passage of ninjas through the jungle. The northwest. Are they planning to launch an attack from the flanks? After hearing Shizuka's report, Orochimaru pondered for a moment and declared, "Rest for 15 minutes, and we shall depart thereafter." Understood. Hyuga Shizuka replied, retreating with her squad. After issuing the orders, Orochimaru turned to Finya, who had just entered, and revealed a faintly sinister smile, inquiring, "How was your rest last night? Your training in the camp must have enhanced your abilities, no?" Orochimaru's assessment was quite astute. Finya responded calmly. Orochimaru chuckled, his voice slightly hoarse, stating, "I look forward to your forthcoming performance. Many in the advanced team harbor doubts about your strength." Finya smiled lightly, assuring him, "I will not disappoint you, Orochimaru-sensei." 15 minutes later, a squad of 4 ninjas remained behind to guard the camp, while the majority of the ninja forces accompanied Orochimaru, heading northwest to track the movements of the Rock Ninja. 2 days later, the advance team from Konoha, led by Orochimaru, arrived at a landscape of crimson earth. To the 3 o'clock direction, Rock Ninjas. Hyuga Shizuka sprinted at the forefront of the team, her Byakugan activated, and upon detecting the traces of the Rock Ninjas, she immediately raised her voice to alert all ninjas. Orochimaru squinted slightly, remarking, "It seems they have already discovered us and wish to engage in battle on this terrain. Which is more advantageous to them? When the number of ninjas exceeds a certain scale, executing an ambush becomes an exceedingly arduous, if not impossible, endeavor. After all, both sides are accompanied by a multitude of perceptive ninjas, making it virtually impossible for all members to remain concealed." Hinata Setsuna inquired in a low voice, "Lord Orochimaru, what shall we do?" Orochimaru's eyes glimmered as he replied, "Although the terrain is somewhat advantageous for them, it is only marginally so." "Approximately how many are they?" "About 80, Hinata Setsuna observed keenly, reporting back to Orochimaru. A cold light flickered in Orochimaru's gaze, so the numerical disparity is not significant. "Prepare for battle. It is time to show them a taste of their own medicine, he." As Orochimaru's words fell, all the ninjas behind him drew their weapons, brandishing kunai, fully ready for combat. Meanwhile, on the desolate red terrain, beneath a massive hill, several dozen rock ninjas congregated, led by the elite Jonin, Akatsuchi. "Lord Akatsuchi, the leaf ninjas are approaching. What is their number?" "Approximately 80, reported a perceptive ninja to Akatsuchi. "Their leader's chakra feels ominous, consistent with the intelligence we received. It should be Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Upon hearing this report, Akatsuchi displayed no signs of fear. Instead, a chilling smile crept across his face. Excellent. This time, we shall make the Leaf Village suffer a significant loss. With his words, he waved his hand. The approximately 70 elite rock ninjas prepared themselves for battle. They're here. 7 o'clock. The perceptive ninja, eyes closed, shouted after sensing something. Almost instantaneously, from the 7 o'clock direction, a figure radiating a chilling aura emerged. Orochimaru had flanked them. Without any unnecessary movements, he revealed himself at the moment he was detected, suddenly opening his mouth as countless snakes surged forth. Snake summoning jutsu. Watch out. Earth style? Earth flow wall. Seeing this, one of the rock ninjas shouted, unleashing an earth-style technique. With a thunderous roar, a massive wall rose, blocking the multitude of snakes released by Orochimaru. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the Leaf Ninjas appeared directly in front, each wielding their weapons, unleashing shurikens and fire-style jutsu to rain down upon their foes. The Rock Ninjas reacted almost simultaneously, employing various jutsu to counterattack, rushing forth to engage in a chaotic melee with the Leaf Ninjas. Clang, clang. Fengyi did not utilize the 8 gates but merely activated a simple 2-time speed state, blending into the fray and exchanging blows with an elite rock Chunin, his gaze flickering imperceptibly. The military configuration of the rock shinobi is evidently inferior to that of Konoha, especially considering that Konoha boasts the presence of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. The leader of the rock shinobi seems to be merely a quasi-Kage, barely managing to withstand Orochimaru's onslaught with the assistance of 2 Jonin, though it is clear that this defense will not hold for long. In such circumstances, rather than retreating, the rock shinobi have chosen to engage in direct combat. The situation is suspicious. There must be a hidden scheme at play. As Fengyi wielded his ninja blade, White Fang, he deftly parried the attacks of the Chunin before him, while his gaze flickered, scanning the periphery of the battlefield. Indeed, almost in the next moment, the earth erupted with a thunderous roar, the ground splitting open from the center, instantly dividing the battlefield. Approximately 30 rock shinobi leaped forth from the fissured ground, each adorned with the forehead protector of the rock village, revealing themselves to be the elite of the rock shinobi. An ambush? Damn it! What were the sensory-type ninjas doing? Did they fail to sense anything in advance? Witnessing this scene, the faces of Konoha's ninjas paled in shock. Hinata, previously responsible for reconnaissance, suddenly found his expression darkening. His Byakugan possesses the ability to see through, and he had indeed used it to scrutinize the vicinity of the battlefield. However, he had not anticipated that the enemy had utilized Earth Release to conceal themselves deep underground, evading his range of detection. Chapter 58. Leave this to me. I nearly suffocated from the tension. Evading the probing eyes was no easy feat like a mouse burrowing underground. I hid for an extensive period. Emerging from the depths were numerous rock shinobi, each displaying a sinister grin. The Red Earth, currently fending off Orochimaru's assault, also revealed a chilling smile and remarked, Orochimaru of Konoha, your strength is indeed formidable. However, it is unfortunate that your forces are insufficient today. You may very well meet your end here. For this surprise attack, the Hidden Rock Village had exerted considerable effort. They deliberately leaked information regarding their vanguard unit to Konoha, launching a frontal assault on the Land of Grass, allowing Konoha to gain a general understanding of the vanguard's combat capabilities and dispatch corresponding troops. Subsequently, the Rock Shinobi Village stealthily deployed approximately 30 elite ninjas, dispatched under the guise of completing various missions, who would ultimately converge at the borders of the Land of Fire after fulfilling their tasks. Due to the staggered deployment and the cover of missions, even if Konoha's scouts detected their movements, they would not regard the actions of 1 or 2 ninja squads as significant enough to warrant urgent communication. When these squads finally united, they formed a formidable elite force, with over half comprising Jonin, including 4 elite Jonin from the Hidden Rock Village itself. The objective of this mission was to inflict severe casualties upon Konoha's vanguard, thereby securing an early advantage in the war. A sinister glint flashed in Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes. With around 30 elite rock shinobi, nearly half being Jonin, Such a concentrated force could not possibly operate without making a sound. Yet, Konoha had received no intelligence regarding this elite unit. This indicated that the rock shinobi had indeed gone to great lengths to create this situation. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, 3 elite Jonin descended around Orochimaru. Together with Red Earth and the previously arrived rock shinobi, a total of 5 elite Jonin surrounded him. While this formation was not yet a direct threat, it was sufficient to restrain his movements. "Humph. I see," Orochimaru said, a glimmer of coldness crossing his eyes. His tone held an eerie edge as he continued, "It remains uncertain who will perish here." In truth, he had anticipated that the rock shinobi might lay in ambush. The entire scenario was far too advantageous for Konoha. Under normal circumstances, he would not have acted so recklessly. Yet, he chose to attack. The reason was simple: the presence of Might Guy, a ninja unknown to the rock shinobi's intelligence, whose combat prowess was capable of handling any unforeseen circumstances. This was why Orochimaru dared to launch an offensive despite suspecting an ambush. "Regrettably, it shall be you who meet your demise," Red Earth uttered coldly before suddenly lunging at Orochimaru, and the others joined in, collectively assaulting him. Meanwhile, the situation for the Konoha ninjas had swiftly deteriorated into a dire predicament. Nearly 30 elite rock shinobi have joined the fray, with more than half being Jonin. Their formidable combat prowess possesses the potential to completely alter the balance of power on the battlefield. "Lord Orochimaru," someone shouted towards him, attempting to alert him to the dire situation. If they continued to engage in combat under such adverse circumstances, defeat would be inevitable. A retreat was imperative. They could no longer afford to fight. However, Orochimaru showed no inclination to withdraw. He relentlessly attacked several elite Jonin from the rock village, never issuing a command to retreat. Appearing determined to fight to the bitter end, Hinata Shizuka found himself struggling against the attacks of 2 rock Jonin, glancing towards Orochimaru with a sense of uncertainty. "Lord Orochimaru? This situation clearly does not warrant further combat." With Orochimaru's discernment, it was inconceivable that he could fail to recognize this. Yet, he displayed no intention to retreat. A choice that left all of Konoha's ninjas perplexed. At that moment, amidst the chaos, Might Guy suddenly roared. His body enveloped in a vibrant green chakra that surged with intensity. 8th gate of opening, 6th gate. Release. Upon opening the 6th gate, Might Guy's speed and strength soared. And with a single kick, he shattered the sword of an elite Chunin, sending him flying, blood gushing from his mouth. This spectacle astonished Senju Ibiki and his companions, who had never anticipated that this perennial genin possessed such formidable strength. Only at this moment did they begin to grasp the rationale behind Hokage's decision to assign Might Guy to the advanced team. Indeed, such power qualified him for that role, showcasing abilities at the Jonin level. Yet, their momentary astonishment was quickly overshadowed by the immense pressure they still faced. Although Might Guy's strength was unexpectedly potent, it was insufficient to turn the tide of battle. Orochimaru continued to refrain from giving the order to retreat, compelling Senju Ibiki and others to grit their teeth and persist in combat. Even with the 6th gate activated, they were only able to achieve this level of power. The rock shinobi were undeniably formidable. It seemed that opening the 7th gate was imperative, perhaps even the 8th gate. Might Guy, having unleashed the 6th gate, demonstrated the capacity to eliminate Chunin and suppress Jonin, yet it remained inadequate to shift the battlefield dynamics. Given the current situation, even if he were to open the 7th gate and eliminate a few Jonin, it would still be challenging to alter the outcome. He might ultimately need to open the 8th gate. The 8th gate. Might Guy took a deep breath, feeling little fear of death. To protect what must be guarded, to burn his youth for the sake of Konoha, was a duty he embraced. However, just as he resolved to open the 7th gate and subsequently the 8th, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Do not open any more gates, Senior Dai." Fengye approached from behind, wielding a ninja blade, and beside him stood a rock shinobi, now lifeless, whose body split in 2 amidst a spray of blood. Time cannot be reversed for others. Might Guy must open the 8th gate here, and the inevitable outcome will be death. If that is the case, let it be him. "Fengye?" Might Guy looked over in astonishment. Fengye approached calmly, his left hand forming a seal. As he brushed the blade of the white fang with his hand, A symphony of countless bird calls resonated across the battlefield. Chidori Blade. He continued to advance, and with each step, a silver light enveloped his body. This was the manifestation of lightning chakra flowing and dissipating after breaking through the third gate of the 8 gates, the life gate. Its hue was not as deep as that of the fourth Reikage S lightning chakra mode, nor was it the typical green of the 8 gates, but rather a lighter silver white. Life gate, lightning. This was the name Fengye had given to this state. The lightning chakra inflicts a more intense destruction on the body, with greater side effects, rendering it a near-suicidal act. Yet, for him, endowed with the ability to reverse time, it could be disregarded. Moreover, in this mode, the Chidori Blade could be maintained for an extended period. This was a technique he had developed after acquiring the ability to reverse time, uniquely suited to him. And it was slightly faster than the normal opening of the gates. Most importantly, the silver-white light, in contrast to the verdant green, was visually incomparable, making it exceedingly difficult to perceive and discern. Do not employ that here, my senior. Allow me to handle this. Bathed in the silver glow, Fengye softly addressed Might Guy, as he swung the white fang from in front of him to the right, generating arcs of lightning in the void. Chapter 59. The Power of Fengye. What is that? The peculiar shriek of Chidori drew the attention of nearby ninjas. Both IWA and Konoha shinobi turned their gazes towards Fengye, who was bathed in silvery light, and the ninjato, white fang, entwined with arcs of lightning in his hand. The assembled ninjas were predominantly elite, and they quickly discerned that the technique Fengye had unleashed, attached to the ninjato white fang, was an A-rank ninjutsu that combined both nature transformation and form change. Indeed, it was an A-rank lightning release ninjutsu. Although Fengye's conduct and experience were somewhat lacking, mastering A-rank ninjutsu at such a young age showcased his undeniable talent. A thought flickered through Marino Abiki's mind, yet the pressure in his heart remained unabated. Fengye's prowess was likely approaching that of Chunin, just like Might Guy. He had indeed underestimated these two. However, the issue remained that even with the combat strength of Fengye and Might Guy, the IWA ninjas still outnumbered them by over 10 Chunin. With such a multitude of Chunin, only a figure of the caliber of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could confront them single-handedly, and the imbalance in power was still insurmountable. You say you can handle this? A nearby Chunin from IWA fixed his gaze on Fengye, brandishing a short sword before him, a cold smile creeping upon his face as he remarked, "Little brat, just an A-rank ninjutsu." As a Chunin himself, he too possessed mastery over techniques of that level. Fengye's demeanor suggested he believed he could single-handedly manage the situation within this area, a notion that seemed rather presumptuous for a mere child. Fengye? Might Guy was somewhat taken aback. His astonishment stemmed from both Fengye's insistence that he refrain from opening the 8 gates and the silvery radiance enveloping Fengye, reminiscent of the 8 gates but distinctly different in form, suggesting it was an advanced martial art built upon the foundation of the 8 gates. Truly, Fengye was a prodigy capable of developing such a technique. Yet, could such a skill alter the current predicament against opponents vastly outnumbering them? However, this thought was fleeting, swiftly overtaken by shock. In an instant, bathed in silvery light, Fengye, gripping the ninjato white fang, abruptly vanished, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, cutting across the battlefield in a mere heartbeat. Whoosh! To the nearby ninjas, all that could be perceived was a fleeting silver flash, tracing a swift arc in the void before materializing behind one of the Chunin from IWA. The Chunin first exhibited a look of astonishment, which quickly morphed into terror and disbelief. He opened his mouth to utter something, yet only coughed forth a spurt of blood. Staggering 2 steps forward, he collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain his footing. A deep wound was clearly visible on his back, severing ribs and spine, tearing through his heart and lungs from behind. A wave of horror swept through the onlookers. The Chunin who had previously mocked Fengye now wore a rigid expression, his pupils constricting violently, gazing at Fengye with a mixture of dread and incredulity. What kind of speed was that? As he stood in shock, Fengye cast his gaze upon him. The intensity of that look sent a shiver down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by some horrifying entity, evoking a palpable sense of death's looming threat A danger. That little imp was exceedingly perilous. From where would he strike? Would he circle to the left? Or perhaps to the right? Or even from behind? His vigilance surged to its utmost limits, his mind taut with tension, not daring to relax even for a heartbeat. His breath nearly suspended. And then, in the next moment, a flash of lightning. Feng Yi uttered a single word, and in an instant he vanished. A silver radiance flickering across the battlefield, reappearing before the Chunin, his ninja blade, white fang, descending in a powerful strike. Head on. The Chunin, already on high alert, was taken aback by Feng Ye's choice to confront him directly, rather than utilizing his speed to flank him. With all his strength, he swung his short sword to meet Feng Ye's white fang. Clang. Though infused with the flow of chakra, the moment the short sword clashed with white fang, it shattered like rotten wood. A crescent arc of lightning fell in an instant, cleaving the Chunin in twain, and tearing a chasm in the earth behind him that stretched nearly 10 meters. A single lethal strike. The Chunin didn't even have time to employ the substitution technique. Nearby ninjas, whether from Konoha or Iwagakure, were left in a state of profound shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief at the scene before them. Aside from the Uchiha Chunin with the 3 Tomo Sharingan and Hinata Shana, who possessed the Byakugan, none could discern Feng Ye's trajectory. Was this the lightning release secret technique from Kumogakure? It was too swift. Hinata Shana and the Uchiha Chunin inhaled sharply, their faces betraying their astonishment, their ocular techniques barely able to catch a glimpse of Feng Ye's movements. Whoosh! Feng Ye's figure vanished once more. All that could be seen was a flash of silver traversing the battlefield, where elite Iwagakure ninjas fell, unable to withstand even a single blow. In a mere instant, 3 Chunin and over a dozen Chunin from Iwagakure lay dead. The battlefield descended into chaos. Quick! We must restrain that little imp's movements. Damn it! Our ninjutsu can't keep up. The Iwagakure ninjas, who had initially relied on their strength to dominate Konoha, found themselves engulfed in confusion. Even those not directly attacked by Feng Yi were compelled to divert some of their attention towards him in a state of terror. Yet, it bore no significance. Even in a state of utmost concentration, a Chunin struggled to withstand Feng Ye's sudden strikes. The disparity in speed and reaction had reached a crushing magnitude. Perhaps a Chunin could evade or defend using techniques such as the shadow clone, substitution, or body flicker. But a Chunin had no chance unless they had already concealed themselves beforehand, leaving them no time to unleash any ninjutsu. Whoosh! Feng Yi flashed once more, claiming another Chunin's life. Earth release. The earth-binding technique. At that moment, a voice filled with barely contained anger emanated from one side. As the sound resonated, the ground beneath Feng Yi abruptly surged upward, ensnaring his ankle just as he dispatched the Chunin. The technique known as the secret art, KZ technique, Dizong no Jutsu. After binding Feng Yi with the earth manipulation, Dong Tu swiftly brought his hands together before him, unleashing a fierce shout as chakra surged within him, causing the ground to convulse violently. He was an elite jonin from Iwagakure, having faced off against the shinobi of Kumogakure multiple times, and thus possessed experience in countering speed-oriented ninjas. With a thunderous roar, the earth fragmented into countless shards, rising to envelop Feng Yi in its center, trapping him within the confines of a barrier. The force of the barrier acted upon Feng Yi, momentarily stifling his chakra, causing the silvery glow surrounding him to fade, and the lightning arc on his ninja blade, white fang, to dissipate. This was a barrier capable of sealing chakra flow. Within its confines, one could not utilize chakra normally. Did you truly believe your speed would allow you to dance freely? This is where it ends, brat. Dong Tu gradually lowered his hands from the hand seals and coldly addressed Feng Yi trapped within the barrier. Observing this scene, the nearby IW and ninja collectively let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, we have Lord Dong Tuesday. It was unexpected that Konoha possessed a speed-oriented ninja comparable to the lightning-fast Chunin. Allowing him to rampage unchecked would have been disastrous. Chapter 60, The Silver Flash. Was it truly futile? Observing Feng Yi ensnared within the confines of the rock ninja's barrier, the Konoha shinobi nearby felt a heaviness in their hearts. They had hoped that Feng Yi's displayed prowess would dramatically alter the tide of battle. However, it was evident that the challenge was formidable, for the adversaries were elite rock ninja, possessing formidable strength. Yet, within the barrier, the silver radiance around Fengye began to wane, though he exhibited no signs of panic, merely tilting his head slightly. Seizing the moment of my assault, employing binding jutsu, and subsequently reinforcing it with restrictions on movement and chakra, this indeed demonstrated considerable experience in countering speed-oriented ninjas, and it was clear that preparations had been meticulously made. The initial 3 gates of the 8 gates remained open. Yet the flow of chakra within his body had slowed to a crawl, rendering the activation of the 3rd gate nearly equivalent to inactivity. The elite forces of the rock ninja proved resilient, not easily overwhelmed by just 3 gates. Nevertheless, this was merely the beginning of the struggle. In the next instant, to the astonishment and disbelief of Dongtu, the silver light enveloping Fengye flared once more. The blade in his hand, the white fang, crackled with intertwining arcs of lightning, unleashing the screech of Chidori. This was impossible. Dongtu's expression reflected utter incredulity. His barrier was designed to severely restrict chakra flow. Even a cloud ninja utilizing lightning chakra mode should be unable to perform jutsu under such confinement. Fengye remained composed. This was time reversal. Although the binding effect persisted and he could not dissolve the barrier, his physical state reverted to that prior to the confinement, and the sluggish chakra surged back to its ferocious state, with Chidori re-emerging. Before the barrier's restraints could reassert themselves, the revitalized chakra within Fengye surged downward, shattering the 4th gate with tremendous force. It appeared that he must exert himself to the utmost. Injury gate, thunder. The crackling sound resonated. The 4th gate of the 8 gates was breached by the lightning chakra, causing his hair to become disheveled, revealing strands of intertwining lightning arcs amidst the silver locks. In this unleashed state, Fengye shattered the encroaching rocks. His blade, the white fang, imbued with lightning, descended fiercely ahead. The speed of this strike was astonishing, so rapid that even the ocular techniques of Ri and Uchiha Suki could scarcely discern its trajectory. The blade cleaved through the air, igniting flames in its wake. The conflagration intertwined with the lightning, transforming into a slash reminiscent of the sun, cleaving the earth-style barrier asunder from its center. Boom! The fiery strike, propelled through the air, struck the ground dozens of meters away, causing an explosion that split the earth and created a chasm stretching for yards. The blade's capacity to generate flames through friction with the air transcended mere lightning strikes, surpassing even the moon flash. This technique could aptly be termed radiant flash. As Fengye murmured softly to himself, his form abruptly vanished from the spot. Dongtu's expression shifted dramatically. This is disastrous. He could not comprehend how Fengye had unleashed such a formidable attack within his barrier, shattering it entirely. Yet, there was no doubt that Fengye was now advancing towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, nearly at the instant of Fengye's disappearance, he formed a hand seal and silently vanished from the scene. The Earth Instant Technique. With a whoosh, Fengye's silhouette materialized where Dongtu had just stood, his blade striking the ground and rending the earth, revealing flames that flickered beneath. How many times can you escape? Missing his target, Fengye's demeanor remained unchanged as he vanished once more, transforming into a streak of silver that darted across the battlefield. Nearby, some rock shinobi attempted to unleash ninjutsu to thwart Fengye, but their efforts were utterly futile against his speed. Beneath that silver flash, all their attempts were in vain. Not far away, Dongtu reappeared, only to be greeted by Fengye's blade, enveloped in flames, slicing towards him. With a swift strike, Dongtu was cleaved in two. Yet no blood spilled forth. Instead, he transformed into 2 chunks of stone. Dongtu's form re-emerged several meters away, his eyes reflecting a hint of panic. His hands hastily formed seals, attempting to evade once more, but this time, he was too late. A flash of flaming brilliance pierced through his body. Dongtu froze in place, his hands barely completing the hand seal before becoming rigid. Bathed in silver light, Fengye appeared behind him, his ninja blade held poised for a strike. To have evaded 2 of his attacks while in the 4 gates 4-fold speed state, this Dongtu was undoubtedly the strongest elite shinobi he had encountered on this battlefield, likely having reached the level of a quasi-Kage. Quite formidable. Dongtu struggled to turn his head and gaze at Fengye. He could not discern Feng Ye's words. All he heard was a jumbled cacophony, as if played at an accelerated speed. Yet, that mattered little. What was crucial was his inability to fathom how Feng Ye had escaped the constraints of his barrier. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of a typical ninja's chakra. Unless Feng Ye is a Jinchuriki. Regrettably, he would never obtain an answer. After laboriously uttering a word, a clear line of blood appeared from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Blood gushed forth as his body split in two, collapsing to the ground, his consciousness fading into darkness. The entire sequence, from Feng Ye breaking free of the barrier to the execution of the elite rock shinobi Dong Tu, transpired in the blink of an eye. The nearby rock and leaf ninjas were momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the unfolding events. It was only upon witnessing Dong Tu's severed body, accompanied by a cascade of blood, that the surrounding rock shinobi revealed expressions of shock and disbelief. Dong Tu? How could this be? Dong Tu, standing within the rock village, was second only to the Tsuchikage, serving as a trusted aide and captain of the 30-man ambush team. His strength and tactics were beyond reproach. Yet, such a ninja had met his demise. Pursued to his demise by a ninja of the Leaf, he scarcely managed to mount a defense. The Leaf ninja were equally taken aback, their minds engulfed in a haze. None could have anticipated that Feng Ye's prowess would reach such heights, effortlessly slaughtering Chunin, and even bringing down Dong Tu, a renowned ninja with a formidable reputation in the shinobi world, at his hands. Previously, the death of over a dozen Chunin and 3 Jonin failed to shatter the morale of the rock ninja. However, Dong Tu's demise distinctly impacted the battlefield, plunging all rock ninja into disarray. Even those besieging Orochimaru, such as Hong Tu and his companions, felt the ripple effect, resulting in one being caught off guard by Orochimaru, who swiftly severed an arm with a single strike. "It appears you have succumbed to chaos," Orochimaru remarked, extending his tongue to caress his chin, a sinister smile adorning his face. Yet, internally, he too was tumultuous. The strength displayed by Feng Ye exceeded his expectations. Such speed was nearly elusive even to him, rendering any potential confrontation exceedingly troublesome. That state is not merely the 8 gates. It is peculiar, a transformation beyond just enhanced speed, akin to a heightened frequency. A strange gleam flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. The bizarre nature observed in certain details led him to deduce that Feng Ye's abilities transcended mere lightning release and the 8 gates. He likely possessed some even more enigmatic power. Nevertheless, the astonishing strength and influence exhibited by Feng Ye had undeniably altered the tide of this battlefield. All through a singular might. That silvery flash was reminiscent of the legendary Konoha White Fang of yore. Chapter 61. The defeat of the rock ninjas. Even the esteemed Lord of Frozen Earth could not fathom that such a being could ever emerge victorious. The eyes of the rock ninjas, upon gazing at Feng Ye, betrayed a hint of trepidation. Inexperienced Jonin, sensing the dire situation, gritted his teeth and declared, "Do not panic. Such a state cannot be sustained for long. We still hold the advantage. Continue the assault." Indeed, that young rascal's chakra could not endure indefinitely. One of the rock ninjas noticed the silver glow enveloping Feng Ye had dimmed slightly, which provided a modicum of reassurance, alleviating their panic. Gritting their teeth, they pressed forward to engage the multitude of Konoha's ninjas. On the other hand, the numerous ninjas from Konoha, bolstered by Feng Ye's rapid elimination of 4 Jonin and over 10 Chunin, found the tide of battle shifting in their favor. The situation was no longer as dire as it had initially seemed. As the rock ninjas persisted with their assault, Konoha's shinobi met them head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rocked the battlefield. Were they placing their hopes on my supposed weakness and endurance? Alas, I am no longer the person I once was. Feng Ye's gaze swept across the chaos, and in a voice only he could discern, he murmured before swiftly darting towards the nearest rock ninja. In terms of sheer chakra capacity, his reserves were indeed limited. In a normal state, he could only be compared to a Jonin, and even in the 4th gate state, he merely approached the level of a Kage, falling short of true Kage-level entities like Orochimaru, who possessed vast reserves of chakra. However, therein lay the crux of the matter. Endowed with the ability to reverse time, he could continually revert to earlier states of his body, drawing chakra ceaselessly from his cells. It must be noted that while his overall chakra might not reach the levels of a Kage, he was unable to perform highly chakra-intensive techniques such as the Rasengan or Tailed Beast Bomb. Yet, he could unleash jutsu like the Chidori nearly without limit. Only those who had undergone the Edo Tensei could compete with him in terms of stamina and consumption, and even the Tailed Beast Jinchuriki would find themselves at a disadvantage. Swish, swish. The silver flashes traversed the battlefield. Under Fengye's blade, few could withstand even 2 or 3 strikes. Even the mightiest Jonin could only rely on body flicker techniques and substitution jutsu to narrowly evade, incapable of mounting any effective counterattack against him. 16, 17, 18. The number of ninjas falling to Fengye's hand continued to rise. He was akin to a relentless machine of slaughter. The Konoha ninjas, such as Morinai Abiki and others, were profoundly shaken, their astonishment reaching unprecedented heights, as nearly 10 Jonin perished at Fengye's hands. And Orochimaru dispatched 2 Jonin who had besieged him. The rock ninja forces finally began to crumble. Retreat. Abandon the mission. Red Earth gritted his teeth, barely evading Orochimaru's assault. His eyes were filled with an expression of deep discontent. The battle had reached a point where the Konoha ninjas had completely reversed the situation. Even if Fengye were to exhaust his chakra and lose his combat capability, it would matter little, for the balance of power had shifted. The forces capable of restraining Orochimaru had already disintegrated. Continuing the battle would only lead to utter annihilation. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The order to retreat was issued, and the Crimson Earth swiftly employed a body flicker technique, vanishing underground. As he traversed the subterranean realm, his heart brimmed with a sense of resentment. Great effort had been expended by the IWA ninja to set a trap for the Konoha shinobi. Anticipating that the leader of the Konoha advance team might be none other than Orochimaru or Danzo, and they had deployed 5 elite Genin to serve as a countermeasure. However, despite their elaborate scheming, they could not foresee the emergence of Kid-Yuru. Upon arriving in the land of grass and learning of the demise of elite Genin Hikari and his squad, he had indeed regarded Kid-Yuru with caution, but merely as a genius ninja that required elimination, rather than a renowned figure like Orochimaru, who demanded meticulous preparation and extreme caution. Moreover, even Orochimaru would struggle to dispatch Genin within such a brief time frame. Their carefully orchestrated battle strategy could withstand another Orochimaru, ensuring at least a less catastrophic defeat. To counter a ninja adept in speed, one must deploy those skilled in expansive ninjutsu, complemented by sensory and barrier-type ninjas. Though their IWA contingent could assemble such elite forces to confront Kid-Yuru, the lack of foresight proved fatal. When Kid-Yuru unveiled his terrifying swiftness amidst the chaos of battle, it was too late to mount a proper response. They had believed that the frozen earth would restrain Kid-Yuru, but that too had failed. That rascal, is he a Jinchuriki from Konoha? Yet, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails should belong to a member of the Uzumaki clan, and indeed, his swordsmanship resembles that of the descendant of the White Fang. Does it not? Grinding his teeth, the Crimson Earth continued his flight. However, before he could escape any significant distance, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, prompting an instinctive shift to the right. Swoosh! A searing blaze cleaved the earth in two. Despite his best efforts to evade, he could not wholly escape the strike. His left arm was severed at the shoulder, the wound charred and blackened. Ignoring his severed limb, the Crimson Earth sprang from the fissured ground, hastening his escape into the distance, activating the body flicker technique once more. Bathed in silvery radiance, Kid-Yuru pursued relentlessly from behind. The IWA ninja were strangers to him, mere shadows of individuals absent from his memories. Yet, from the command structure, it was evident that the elite Genin he had previously slain, along with the ninja who had besieged Orochimaru and first issued the retreat order, were of the highest rank within this IWA team. Thus, Kid-Yuru immediately set his sights on the Crimson Earth. Orochimaru, observing Kid-Yuru's pursuit of the Crimson Earth, cast a profound gaze before redirecting his attention to another IWA Genin nearby. With the retreat of the Crimson Earth, the IWA forces finally crumbled entirely, all ninjas dispersing in various directions while the Konoha shinobi zealously pursued them. The pursuit continued relentlessly from morning until afternoon, ultimately reaching its conclusion. The Konoha ninjas, having engaged in the chase, gradually returned to the initial battlefield to regroup and clear the area. With a resounding thud, Fingye cast the severed head of the red earth into the blood-soaked pit, only to notice Orochimaru approaching from a distance. With an outstretched hand, he remarked, "I nearly let him escape." A sinister chuckle escaped Orochimaru's lips as he observed Fingye with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, akin to gazing upon a rare treasure. Fingye nodded slightly and replied, "The chakra fluctuations were too faint while I was underground, impairing my sensory abilities to the point of near incapacity. Had I not severed one of his arms beforehand, he likely would have evaded capture." Upon hearing Fingye's words, Orochimaru displayed an enigmatic smile. His voice slightly hoarse as he responded, "With your speed, if you were to possess formidable sensory capabilities once you set your sights on someone, it would be akin to placing one foot in the realm of the dead." Initially, Orochimaru had anticipated that the troubles would require the prowess of Might Guy to resolve. Never expecting Fingye to have mastered the 8 Gates technique and the nature transformation of chakra to such an extent, he had presumed it would take Fingye several more years to reach his current level of skill. The pace at which Fingye was advancing far surpassed Orochimaru's expectations, reaching an almost abnormal degree, even during the Second Shinobi World War, when he faced Hanzo of the Salamander, who was then regarded as a demigod and earned the title of Sannin. He seemed to pale in comparison to the current Fingye. At that time, he was already 23 years old, while Fingye was merely 10. Chapter 62. The Temporal Bloodline in the Present Moment. Even I lack the confidence to contend with you. Orochimaru gazed at Fingye with eyes ablaze. A sentiment of being surpassed by his disciple was unprecedented for him, yet it now felt as if it were imminent. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Fingye offered a modest smile and replied, "Such praise is somewhat excessive. I have merely relied on your guidance, Master Orochimaru, to develop a few jutsu, which come with significant side effects. I remain far from your level of mastery." Orochimaru's assertion of lacking confidence did not pertain to an inability to defeat him, but rather an inability to capture him. After all, winning a battle and taking a life are two distinct concepts. Given Fingye's speed and his singular desire to escape, Orochimaru indeed found himself at a loss for effective means to restrain him, unless he were to set up barriers in advance. Fingye's response was one of humility. Yet engaging Orochimaru in combat proved to be a formidable challenge. Orochimaru's chakra reserves, sensory capabilities, and other attributes bore no weaknesses, and his survival instincts were unparalleled. It was unrealistic to expect a swift defeat of Orochimaru. The confrontation would inevitably devolve into a war of attrition. Ultimately, it would either be Fingye exhausting Orochimaru's chakra or Orochimaru employing barriers or sealing techniques to subdue him. The battle would likely stretch over several days and nights. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that he had indeed attained the status of a true shadow-level powerhouse, a shadow-level adversary even more troublesome than Orochimaru himself. With his reliance on speed and the extraordinary ability of time reversal, he felt a certain confidence even when facing an entity like Orochimaru. As for ordinary Jonin and elite Jonin, they would scarcely endure more than a few exchanges in his presence. Orochimaru, having listened to Fingye, scrutinized him for several moments before tilting his head and inquiring, "That ability to enhance your action frequency, surely it is not merely a jutsu?" Fingye did not display any surprise. Given Orochimaru's caliber, it was not difficult for him to discern the abnormal state of time acceleration during their battle. The 8 Gates technique merely enhances speed without manifesting the visual distortion akin to frame drops. Such a phenomenon cannot be explained by mere velocity. Indeed, you have perceived it, Master. It is certainly not a simple jutsu. It is a bloodline limit that augments my overall speed, allowing me to enter a state of heightened frequency. Fingye candidly acknowledged this. For him now, admitting to possessing a certain bloodline limit was no longer a significant matter. Every shadow-level powerhouse possessed their own unique secret arts to some extent. Orochimaru, slightly taken aback, revealed a flicker of interest in his gaze and remarked, "A progenitor of bloodlines? Aside from the well-established bloodline limits such as the Byakugan and Sharingan that have been passed down through generations, techniques akin to wind release and lava release typically do not circulate within families, but rather occur as unique awakenings in certain individuals. Such ninjas are referred to as progenitors of bloodlines. The bloodline limits of these progenitors do not necessarily get inherited by the next generation, and the probability of inheritance is exceedingly low, nearly non-existent. Currently, the most stable hereditary bloodline in the ninja world is undoubtedly the Byakugan. Every member of the Hyuga clan possesses this unique ability, whereas the Sharingan is not universally attainable by all Uchiha clan members. Other bloodlines, such as the Mizuno Kuni clan's Ice Release and the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku, exhibit even lower awakening rates among their kin. Funya nodded in acknowledgement. Orochimaru, deep in thought, remarked that the bloodline limit derived from the fusion of fundamental attributes does not possess the ability to enhance frequency. Thus, it can be inferred that the process of bloodline elimination does not belong to this category. Considering your circumstances, it appears that the spiritual secret techniques of Yin release are not related. It should be a mutated bloodline limit of Yang release. No, that is not correct. Orochimaru's gaze suddenly gleamed with insight as he stated, a bloodline limit that alters the flow of time. In the vast realm of ninjutsu, the mastery of space-time techniques is regarded as the most challenging. The vast majority of what is classified as space-time ninjutsu merely pertains to spatial manipulation, failing to encapsulate alterations in the temporal dimension. Orochimaru had previously scoured extensive literature on this subject. The only vague historical account relating to time-altering ninjutsu dates back several centuries, associated with the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan. The precise capabilities of this ability have become obscured over time. The individual at the time sought to unify the ninja world through this formidable power, but ultimately met with failure, thwarted by a member of the Senju clan. This event transpired during the early Warring States period, predating the well-known figures of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama by over a century, resulting in the information being murky and leading to uncertainty regarding its authenticity as history or mere fabrication by later generations. Had this encounter occurred mere months ago, Funya would likely have felt a surge of anxiety under Orochimaru's penetrating gaze. However, he now faced it with remarkable composure. Truly, Orochimaru's prowess is commendable. Through mere observation and deduction, he had almost conclusively established that Funya's abilities did not belong to the conventional elemental bloodline limits nor to those derived from Yin and Yang release. Consequently, the only remaining explanation pertains to the temporal dimension. Orochimaru's keen insights, drawn from a cursory observation during battle, had led to such an astute conclusion. With no other factors to obscure the truth, Funya spoke candidly, stating, I have conducted several tests and confirmed that this ability does not belong to the elemental releases of wind, lightning, water, fire, or earth. Nor does it relate to Yin or Yang release or space-based techniques. It should be classified as a ninth category of release. Given his current strength, revealing his possession of temporal abilities would not pose significant repercussions. Moreover, while spatial ninjutsu is already immensely challenging to counter, time-based techniques transcend spatial manipulation. Unless one possesses a similar temporal capability to interfere or negate, the concept of breaking such techniques does not exist, surpassing all forms of ninjutsu. The unfathomable absolute power manifests itself through the manipulation of time. It is indeed astonishing, although it was nearly certain, upon hearing Funya's words. Orochimaru could not suppress a gasp of awe, his gaze upon Funya akin to that of a connoisseur beholding a rare gem. What he yearned for most was eternal life. Yet the greatest adversary of life is time itself. Even beings of the caliber of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could not transcend its grasp. And now, based on Funya's unique bloodline limit, he might possess the chance to touch the very essence of temporal power, an opportunity to triumph over time and attain immortality. At this moment, in Orochimaru's heart, Funya had transcended all his experimental subjects and data. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen were to issue an order to eliminate Funya, he would not hesitate to defy it, perhaps even fleeing Konoha with Funya in tow. Chapter 63. White Fang and the Grass-Cutting Sword. Please don't look at me like that, Orochimaru-sensei. It's rather unsettling. Feng Yi, under the penetrating gaze of Orochimaru, shrugged helplessly and remarked, You wouldn't be considering me as an experimental subject, would you? Orochimaru's gaze softened slightly, and he chuckled. How could that be? You are my most valued disciple. However, I must admit, I am indeed intrigued by your bloodline limit. Regrettably, I currently lack the time for an in-depth study. Feng Yi pondered for a moment and replied, Once the war concludes, I shall cooperate with you for some research. Such matters could easily be postponed until after the war. By then, his strength would likely have surpassed that of the Kage level. With sufficient power, he could handle anything that came his way. Provided there were no significant issues, he would not mind assisting Orochimaru with research related to life extension, as Orochimaru had treated him quite well. The techniques of cell activation and the transformation of lightning-based chakra were all learned from him. Speaking of which, the two temporal abilities he possessed thus far could only affect himself, a matter Feng Yi had been diligently exploring. The ability to reverse time, in particular, when locked onto himself, exhibited a peculiar property. Simply put, if he were to cut his hand and let the blood drip onto a wall, applying time reversal to the wound would cause the blood on the wall to vanish into thin air. This ability disregarded spatial distance. Feng Yi had conducted a few tests. Even if a single hair was plucked and placed far away, utilizing time reversal would cause it to inexplicably return to his head. Possessing such an ability meant that as long as he chose not to, no one could take even a single drop from him. The only lamentable aspect was that while time reversal could reclaim a drop of blood lost thousands of miles away, it could not cause his physical form to vanish and be reborn at the location of the blood. In other words, it could not be harnessed for spatial movement. The location of his corporeal form, which housed his soul, dictated where his body would revert to its previous state upon utilizing time reversal, akin to the technique of Edo Tensei. As for more astute notions like splitting his soul or body to test the effects of time reversal, Feng Yi had no intention of attempting such experiments. For spatial movement, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique would suffice, even if it proved too challenging. Lacking talent to practice it, there were multiple pairs of Sharingan and Rinnegan with spatial capabilities, which could be acquired through strength. I am honored. Hearing Feng Yi's response, Orochimaru displayed a slight smile. The abilities Feng Yi currently possessed posed a considerable challenge, even for him, and he preferred to avoid coercive methods unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, Feng Yi was his disciple. Otherwise, gaining access to the power of time would be an exceedingly difficult endeavor. Yet, the duration of the war remained uncertain, and before its conclusion, he would indeed find it difficult to delve into research. At that moment, a ninja approached, reporting to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, the battlefield has been cleared. We have eliminated a total of 77 IWA ninjas, including 13 Jonin. Orochimaru nodded slowly, stating, the vanguard of the IWA forces has suffered severe losses, disrupting their plans. We must either retreat for now or prepare for a full-scale advance. Please relay the situation here back to the village. Yes, the ninja replied. As he departed, his gaze fell upon Kidyoru, revealing a hint of awkwardness and a trace of respect deep within his eyes. Although Kidyoru was significantly younger, his contributions in this battle could only be described as glorious. Nearly half of the IWA casualties had met their end at his hands. He was, undoubtedly, the hero of this battle. Such respect was earned through strength. Kidyoru noticed the ninja's glance but did not dwell on it. Once the ninja had left, he turned to Orochimaru and inquired, Lord Orochimaru, I wonder if you possess any spare Kusanagi swords? He felt a bit embarrassed to admit, White Fang has sustained damage. It is not completely broken yet, but a third of it is compromised. The quadruple speed state of the four gates, combined with Chidori, has proven a bit excessive for this blade. The nature of ninja tools varies greatly. White Fang is not crafted from a particularly durable material, but rather a special substance more suited for chakra flow. In terms of hardness, it is actually inferior to standard steel. This explains why, under normal circumstances, this blade could be broken by Kakashi, for it lacks resilience. In terms of offensive capability, Kidyoru's full-powered strike is likely still weaker than a blow delivered by Hatake Tsukumo wielding White Fang. However, the discrepancy in technique is vast. Hatake Tsukumo employs the second stage of Hatake swordsmanship, utilizing pure chakra transformation, achieving a fixed form that not only avoids burdening the blade but also enhances its durability, making it more resistant to damage. In contrast, Kidyoru utilizes the first stage of Hatake swordsmanship, paired with the lightning release Chidori, forcefully attempting to create the effect of the second stage. He had not noticed anything amiss during the battle, but after defeating the Akatsuki, he observed a faint crack appearing along the blade's edge. If he were to engage in another battle of such intensity, it would likely shatter completely. Unless he could master the second stage of Hokage swordsmanship and attain a higher understanding of chakra flow beforehand, such a feat would not come easily. Furthermore, under the state of the Eight Gates, it would be exceedingly difficult to execute the second stage of Hokage swordsmanship. In terms of resilience, only the divine Tsunade sword could withstand his ferocious power. Although the Tsunade sword is not a short blade and does not conform to the form of Hokage swordsmanship, it seems to possess the ability to transform, allowing it to extend and retract at will. Even if it cannot shorten, he could adapt his technique. After all, he currently has ample time for training. Orochimaru pondered for a moment upon hearing Fengye's words and quickly discerned the situation. I do not have an excess of the Tsunade sword at present, yet I am aware of its whereabouts, he stated. Fengye remained silent, awaiting Orochimaru's elaboration, and soon witnessed him produce a scroll. Orochimaru handed the scroll to Fengye and remarked, "Within it lies a general set of coordinates. The ninjas of that village possess average abilities, and with your skills, Fengye, you should find them easily manageable." This information was something he had previously obtained, intending to retrieve it himself. However, the sudden outbreak of war had compelled him to the front lines, leaving him no choice but to set this matter aside for the time being. Fengye accepted the scroll, internally amused by the myriad of scrolls Orochimaru possessed and how he could possibly distinguish one from another. Did he perhaps categorize them meticulously? Nevertheless, Fengye refrained from voicing his thoughts and nodded to Orochimaru, saying, "Thank you, master." No need for thanks," came the response. Chapter 64. Post-war report. Within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, atop the highest floor of the Hokage building, a meeting was convened, shrouded in an atmosphere of palpable tension. At the center sat Sarutobi Hiruzen, flanked by Danzo. The Sand Village remained unconvinced by our explanations, insisting that the disappearance of the third Kazekage was directly linked to our village. Now, under the leadership of the newly appointed fourth Kazekage, a formidable force was advancing towards the borders of the Land of Fire, necessitating a strategic response. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his gaze intense, spoke gravely. The third Kazekage had vanished. This incident had occurred approximately a month ago, during which the Sand Village endeavored to suppress the news while tirelessly searching for their leader. Ultimately, they concluded that the Hidden Leaf had covertly abducted the Kazekage and declared war upon us. The declaration of war by the Sand Village drastically escalated the situation. Initially, the invasion from the Rock Village into the Land of Grass involved merely a vanguard, executing minor disruptions and reconnaissance maneuvers without escalating to outright conflict. In stark contrast, the Sand Village had launched a full-scale assault from the outset. The fourth Kazekage has mobilized. I believe it is imperative for you, Lord Hokage, to personally oversee the front line, suggested an elite jonin seated nearby. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew solemn. He too yearned to head to the front lines. Yet the news of the Sand Village's comprehensive offensive raised concerns about potential maneuvers from the Mist Village and the Cloud Village. Although neither of these nations bordered the Wind Country, they might exploit the Sand Village's aggression to harass the Land of Fire. "I shall go," Jiraiya stood, his gaze fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seriousness etched across his features. "Master Sarutobi, it would be prudent for you to remain in the village to maintain a deterrent presence." Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Jiraiya, well aware of his capabilities, feeling somewhat reassured by the prospect of him heading to the front line. Nonetheless, facing a full-scale invasion from the Sand Village would be exceedingly challenging for Jiraiya alone. "Danzo, you shall accompany Jiraiya." Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Danzo. Danzo, leaning on his cane, appeared nonchalant, but just as he was about to speak, Jiraiya interjected, "Lord Danzo, it would be wise for you to remain alert regarding the Mist Village. The assault from the sand can be countered effectively with both Watergate and myself." After a moment's contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. It was evident that Danzo and Jiraiya had never been particularly compatible, making their joint venture to the battlefield ill-advised. Instead, it would be more suitable for Minato to accompany Jiraiya. The next matter at hand was personnel allocation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept across the assembly of the meeting room, which included not only the elite shinobi of the Leaf, but also the clan heads from the Uchiha, Hyuga, and other prominent families. The true purpose of this meeting was to communicate the dire circumstances to the clans, exerting pressure for them to dispatch reinforcements to confront this impending war. Since we are embarking on a full-scale conflict, we shall adhere to the directives and commands of the Hokage. The head of the Uchiha clan spoke slowly. The leader of the Hyuga clan, seated beside him, echoed a similar sentiment. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the heads of various clans for a meeting. Fully aware of the purpose, in the face of imminent war, remaining uninvolved was simply unthinkable. With the clans now expressing their positions, Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction and distributed the profiles and lists of several ninjas, preparing to assemble a frontline force to counter the Sand Village. As he organized the personnel lists, a member of the Umbu suddenly materialized, kneeling before Sarutobi and presenting a scroll with his right hand, exclaiming, "Lord Hokage, urgent report from the front. Is it news of the battle?" Sarutobi halted his movements, lowering his gaze to the Umbu, his eyes flickering with intrigue. The Umbu nodded affirmatively. "Oh, this must be good news." Sarutobi acknowledged with a sound and received the scroll. With Orochimaru leading, alongside Might Guy, who could unleash tremendous strength under unexpected circumstances. No matter what strategies the rock ninjas devised, they would likely prove ineffective. Upon opening the scroll and quickly scanning the initial lines, Sarutobi's furrowed brow relaxed, as his assumptions were confirmed. He began to read aloud the frontline report. The Leaf's advance party has reached the border and engaged the rock ninja forces in a decisive battle within the wastelands, ultimately repelling them and eliminating more than half of their ninja, severely crippling the Rock Village's advance team. As the first line was articulated within the conference room, a wave of relief washed over the participants, their expressions easing. In light of the Sand Village's comprehensive offensive, the news of a significant victory against the Rock Ninjas was undoubtedly splendid, stabilizing the situation along the borders of the Land of Grass. They could observe the Rock Ninjas' movements and respond accordingly, alleviating the urgency to dispatch reinforcements, thereby preserving the majority of their strength for the impending conflict with the Sand Ninjas. This would also mitigate losses for their clans. Orochimaru had performed commendably. Danzo cast a sideways glance at Sarutobi, offering a calm assessment. The news of a triumph against the Rock Ninjas was, in his view, equally fortuitous. They could now concentrate their forces to first thwart the Sand Ninjas before addressing the Rock, unperturbed by the prospect of a two-front war. Even in such times, Orochimaru proved to be a reliable ally. Jiraiya, seated nearby, revealed a hint of a smile, confidence radiating from him as he declared, "Leave the Sand Ninjas to me. I shall not allow them to wreak havoc." Having long been in rivalry with Orochimaru, he felt compelled to match his success. Sarutobi continued to peruse the scroll, delving into the specifics and detailed accounts of the battle, also keen to assess the losses sustained by the Leaf. In this engagement, our advance party suffered 11 fatalities for serious injuries and 21 minor injuries. As he reached this point, the initial elation of victory tempered slightly. War inevitably incurs losses. The loss of 11 lives and 4 severely injured, this achievement, which resulted in the demise of over half of the IWA Shinobi's vanguard forces, remains undeniably a significant victory report. What transpired in detail? Sarutobi turned to Danzo, inquiring. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued reading while observing. Orochimaru led our unit to track the IWA Shinobi, pinpointing the enemy's location in the wasteland and launching an assault. Our forces numbered approximately 80 against 70, giving us an advantage. The IWA Shinobi had nearly 30 elite troops lying in ambush here, half of whom were Jonin, who suddenly emerged from the ground during the battle. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone momentarily faltered. The expressions of Danzo and the clan leaders present in the conference room subtly shifted, revealing a hint of gravity as they awaited the continuation of the account. Although they were already aware of the victory, the sudden emergence of nearly 30 elite IWA Shinobi from their ambush undeniably posed a grave threat. How did Orochimaru manage to turn the tide in such dire circumstances? Chapter 65. The shock of Konoha's high command even from a distance. One could sense the perilous nature of the situation. A formidable elite force of nearly 30 individuals is no trivial matter, and those present were acutely aware of this fact. Particularly Danzo. His root division had only managed to cultivate around 60 true elites, with many more still in training, not yet qualifying as elite warriors. Thus, Danzo could only muster 2 such teams. Among the major clans, Only the Uchiha and Hyuga clans possessed comparable strength. The smaller clans stood no chance against such an elite force. In fact, it wasn't just these clans. Even the majority of small ninja villages within the shinobi world would struggle to assemble a unit of this caliber. Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow. Under these circumstances, it was likely that Might Guy's capabilities were the only means to turn the tide. However, once the Eight Gates release technique was employed, the user was doomed to perish. Sacrificing such a unique ninja, along with the loss of over a dozen others, to achieve a victory against the Iwagakure forces, despite being a win, could hardly be deemed a resounding success. The ambush by the elite Iwagakure unit had placed them in a dire predicament, with casualties escalating rapidly. In the face of such a crisis, Kakashi Hatake resorted to his self-created lightning release forbidden technique, inflicting significant damage and eliminating over 30 IWA Nin, thereby thwarting the ambush's plans. As this recounting unfolded, silence enveloped the conference room. Even Jiraiya, known for his restless nature, displayed a moment of astonishment. Danzo, who had maintained an air of calm composure, now gazed into Hiruzen's eyes, revealing a flicker of uncertainty, as if questioning, "What are you saying?" Hiruzen mirrored his astonishment, holding the report scroll in hand. Momentarily speechless as he absorbed its contents, ultimately reaching the statistics of the battle. 33. This was the number of Iwagakure ninjas slain by Kakashi. Among these were 9 Jonin, including the renowned elite Jonin from Iwagakure, Akatsuchi, and Fubuki, whose reputations resonated throughout the shinobi world. In the ensuing silence, Hiruzen gradually lowered the scroll, turning his gaze to the Umbu ninja who had delivered it, inquiring, "This intelligence, it comes from the front lines?" "Indeed," the Umbu replied solemnly. "The scroll was delivered by Orochimaru's summoning beast." "Then it must be credible," Hiruzen breathed, for Orochimaru's summoning beast, originating from the Dragon Cave, was difficult to impersonate. And fabricating such a false report would serve no purpose. It was not Might Guy's forbidden technique that had turned the tide, but rather the extraordinary 10-year-old Kakashi Hatake, who had employed some form of forbidden technique to alter the outcome of this conflict. Astonishment. Unbelievable. Surely, that must be the son of White Fang. Uchiha Fugaku sat to one side, his arms folded before him, inhaling deeply before gradually breaking the silence that enveloped the room. He was somewhat familiar with the name Kaguya, as it belonged to a young ninja recently hailed as a genius. However, that familiarity was merely superficial. The Uchiha clan had never been short of prodigies. A youth yet to mature, even if adorned with the title of genius, did not warrant the attention of the Uchiha clan leader. Yet, the circumstances had shifted. If the information he had received was accurate, it indicated that Kaguya was no longer an unrefined talent, but a ninja now worthy of inheriting the title of Konoha's White Fang. A ninja possessing such prowess could not be overlooked or disregarded. Not even by the Uchiha clan. Incredible, was he not just in his teens? Sitting beside Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi could not help but draw a sharp breath. His voice tinged with astonishment. A self-created forbidden technique. The slaughter of 33 IWA ninjas, 9 of whom were Jounin. Even if this achievement bore embellishments, with other Konoha ninjas providing support rather than Kaguya single-handedly defeating 33 foes, it was still profoundly shocking. For any ninja, such a feat was sufficient to secure renown. The legendary Konoha's White Fang had similarly ascended to fame through a comparable battle. And how old was Kaguya? 10, not yet 11. Danzo withdrew his gaze from Sarutobi Hiruzen, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Unexpected. Utterly unexpected. Who could have anticipated that Kaguya would possess such strength at the tender age of not yet 11? Had he known, he would have adopted a more assertive stance, ensuring Kaguya was brought into his fold at root. A ninja of this caliber, with meticulous cultivation, could become an extraordinarily potent and invaluable asset, a trump card capable of accomplishing a multitude of endeavors. Alas, a hint of regret stirred within Danzo. His previous underestimation of Kaguya had allowed the young ninja to slip through his fingers, even becoming a disciple of Orochimaru. Had he been a bit firmer in his approach, extracting Kaguya from Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have posed a significant challenge. But now it was too late. Perhaps leveraging the circumstances of war could yield a solution. Though Orochimaru presented a formidable obstacle, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen could be utilized to resolve that, but only after the war. Danzo closed his eyes, concealing the shifts in his gaze as his thoughts raced. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before lifting his head to address an Umbu ninja. Convey my orders. Promote Kaguya to Special Jounin, directly under Orochimaru, granting him the autonomy to engage in missions independently. Kaguya's achievements and strength qualify him for the rank of Jounin, yet a Jounin typically also necessitates leadership, command capabilities, and situational judgment skills, areas in which Kaguya remains an unknown. Before reaching any further conclusions regarding Kaguya, promoting him to Special Jounin, directly under Orochimaru and without leading a team, appears to be the most prudent choice. The Umbu ninja acknowledged this with a nod and vanished from the conference room. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced around at Jiraiya and the heads of the various clans, noting that everyone still seemed somewhat absorbed in the shock of the earlier intelligence. After a brief pause, he continued, "Now, let us proceed to discuss the personnel matters of the frontline forces." Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, the clan leaders and elite Jounin, including Jiraiya, exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and collectively set aside their earlier astonishment to deliberate on the ninja personnel required to counter the impending full-scale assault from the Sand Ninjas. Chapter 66. The astonished Team Minato in a certain clearing in the Hidden Leaf. Kakashi stood atop a stone stump, arms crossed before him, his expression impassive as he gazed at the hurriedly approaching figure of Uchiha Obito, who wore protective goggles. "Obito, you're late again," Kakashi remarked. Obito, now a seasoned ninja, had no signs of fatigue despite his swift run. He replied, "I encountered an elderly lady on the way." Once again, he resorted to the same excuse. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at Obito, sighing, "Could you perhaps conjure a more believable reason next time?" "What do you mean by a believable reason?" Obito retorted, casting an indignant glare at Kakashi. As tensions rose between them, Rin, who stood nearby, interjected, all right, stop arguing. I believe Obito, and besides, didn't Team Minato-sensei arrive late as well? Surely he must have encountered some issue." At Rin's words, Kakashi, intrigued, surveyed the surroundings. He had never witnessed Minato Namake's arriving late. Almost instantaneously, a figure appeared silently behind him, donning the Leaf Village headband and sporting golden blonde hair. It was indeed Minato. "Apologies for my tardiness. I encountered a minor situation," he said. "No worries. I just arrived myself." Obito scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly, while Kakashi shot him a disapproving glance, conveying a "how dare you speak" sentiment. Rin turned to Minato and inquired, "What is the mission for today?" "There is no mission today," Minato replied, casting his gaze upon Kakashi and Obito. He continued in a hushed tone, "The Hidden Sand Village has officially declared war on us, thus the planned missions are suspended. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the border to confront the ninja from the sand." Upon hearing Minato's words, Obito was momentarily taken aback before a spark of excitement illuminated his face. "Are we really heading to the battlefield? This is fantastic. My time to shine has finally arrived." "With your knack for tardiness, by the time you reach the battlefield, the battle will likely be over," Kakashi quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Obito. Obito's expression stiffened, irritation flashing across his features as he glared at Kakashi. "Kakashi, you jerk. You two brothers are infuriating." Ever since joining this team, he had been subjected to Kakashi's incessant teasing and disdain. In comparison, Koyuki was somewhat tolerable. But the one thing that irked him was how popular Kakashi was among their peers, particularly with the girls who seemed to gravitate around him. "Obito," Minato interjected, disregarding Kakashi's jibe at Obito. He turned serious, looking directly at Uchiha Obito. "When we are at the front lines, you must follow orders without question. There can be no instances of independent action. Kakashi's efficiency in executing orders is not a cause for concern, nor should Rin be overly worried. The only individual to be cautious about is Obito Uchiha, who tends to stir up trouble. It is imperative to issue a warning in advance. For this is no ordinary mission. We are to partake in the throes of war." "I understand, Sensei Minato," Kakashi responded, his demeanor shifting under the weight of the serious admonition from Minato Namake's. Rin inhaled deeply, regaining her composure from the news brought by Minato, and remarked, "We are heading to the battlefield as well. I wonder how things are with Kaguya." "Kaguya." Minato's expression turned contemplative upon hearing Rin's words. "How should I put it?" he began. Observing Minato's demeanor, Kakashi's face grew grave, and he could not restrain his curiosity, asking, "Sensei Minato, what has happened to my brother?" Obito also lifted his head, his gaze tinged with concern. Although he harbored a strong dislike for Kaguya, he did not wish to hear any ill tidings about him. He aspired to surpass Kaguya in strength and performance, ultimately becoming the Hokage of Konohagakure, rather than witnessing any misfortune befall Kaguya on the battlefield. How to say it? Minato pondered under the scrutiny of Kakashi and the others before continuing. Kaguya is likely listed as a high alert personnel by the upper echelons of a Wagakure. Huh? Rin's expression reflected astonishment, struggling to comprehend the implications of this statement. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, harbored a vague suspicion but found it hard to believe, exclaiming, "What has he done on the battlefield?" "I'm not entirely certain," Minato replied, shaking his head, "but it is assured that in a recent skirmish, he has slain over 30 elite ninjas from a Wagakure, including a significant number of Jonin." These words cast a heavy silence over the room. Even Kakashi, who had begun to suspect something, was taken aback by the revelation of Kaguya's astonishing feat on the battlefield. Rin appeared momentarily dazed. The notion of Kaguya having killed more than 30 elite ninjas from a Wagakure, including a considerable number of Jonin, echoed relentlessly in her mind, bordering on the unbelievable. Currently, Konohagakure boasts a total of over 20,000 ninjas, comprising approximately over 10,000 Genin and 6,000 to 7,000 Chunin, yet the number of Jonin does not exceed 300. Each Jonin represents an exceptional talent within a village, capable of leading a squad of ninjas and serving as the true backbone of their community. Yet, Kaguya had managed to slay not just one, but multiple individuals of such caliber in a single battle. Unbelievable. To what extent has Kaguya's strength ascended? No, it cannot be true. Sensei Minato, could you have misheard? Obito's expression mirrored Rin's as he struggled to grasp the astounding news, finding it almost too incredible to be taken seriously, akin to a tale from a fantastical dream. Naruto Uzumaki shook his head and said, "This information is indeed reliable. That child has inherited the extraordinary talent of the esteemed Tobirama Senju. No, it transcends mere talent. He must have exerted efforts beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals." Kakashi inhaled deeply. As the younger brother of Hokage, he was acutely aware of the rigorous training that his sibling undertook, often practicing until midnight, fragmenting his sleep. The intensity of such dedication was unattainable for a typical person. Kakashi himself had attempted it, only to find his energy and condition rapidly deteriorating after a mere 2 days. He recalled a phrase his brother once uttered: "To achieve strength that far surpasses others, one must dedicate efforts that far exceed theirs." Every ounce of power is earned through relentless training, accumulated bit by bit. What left him unsettled was the realization that his brother had unknowingly reached such heights, capable of defeating even elite shinobi. He hadn't yet perfected Chidori. His cell activation training had only recently been completed. Presently, his strength still fell slightly short of that of an elite ninja. The sudden gap between them was disheartening. Kakashi sighed in resignation, pondering how he could possibly catch up. Upon receiving the confirmation from Minato Namikaze, Obito Uchiha appeared somewhat dazed. At this moment, he was still a genin, while his friend had already claimed the lives of numerous elite shinobi. The disparity felt almost surreal. Just months ago, they had been mere classmates, and now the transformation was astonishing. Surely, there must be some trickery involved. However, being Obito Uchiha, he quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath, and revealed a renewed confidence as he clenched his fist. "I will surpass him. As a member of the Uchiha clan, awakening the Sharingan would grant him a significant surge in power. Let him revel in his victories for now. I will inevitably catch up and become Hokage." Chapter 67, Promotion to Special Jonin, Land of Fire. In the central tent of the border camp, Orochimaru, Kidyoru, and several Jonin from the advance team gathered, awaiting the arrival of news. After a brief moment, a small serpent emerged from Orochimaru's sleeve, and with a soft thud, it opened its mouth, releasing a scroll. "It has arrived." Orochimaru picked up the scroll and unfolded it, revealing instructions from Sarutobi, Hiruzen of Konoha. After a cursory glance, he proceeded to read it aloud. The content requested Orochimaru to dispatch a squad to escort the severely and lightly injured ninjas back to the village. while the remaining members were to stay at the border of the Land of Grass to monitor the movements of the IWA ninjas. The final note concerned Kiryuru's appointment. Though designated as a special Jonin, it still marked him as one of the Jonin. A remarkable feat to achieve at the tender age of 10, a first in Konoha's history. Upon completing the reading, Orochimaru turned his gaze toward Kiryuru. The other Jonin exchanged glances, feeling a ripple of intrigue regarding Kiryuru's swift rise to Jonin status at such a young age. Yet there was no hint of discontent or doubt among them, given Kiryuru's demonstrated prowess in the previous battle and the merits he had earned. No member of the advanced team would question or oppose his promotion. Kiryuru smiled faintly and remarked, "It is merely a special promotion during wartime." Orochimaru retracted his gaze, contemplating, "Then the matter of selecting those to escort the injured will fall to your team, Shizen. We have only 4 severely injured. While the lightly wounded retain sufficient mobility and combat capability, so a small squad will suffice." "Understood." Shizune, typically reserved, responded with a nod before promptly exiting. The remaining ninjas discussed the subsequent arrangements for the camp and the potential cleansing of the Land of Grass before parting ways. Upon returning to his tent, Kiryuru sat cross-legged and retrieved his ninja blade, Shirigane. A noticeable crack marred the blade, extending from the center to the hilt, a severe damage for any weapon. Holding Shirigane, Kiryuru closed his eyes, and in the darkness, a phantom golden clock materialized before him. After several attempts, he pressed his hand against the crack. Seconds passed without any signs of change. The fissure remained. It was as he feared, ineffectual. With a sigh, he opened his eyes, disappointment washing over him. After obtaining intelligence regarding the Kusanagi sword from Orochimaru, he had not immediately sought the sword, but instead endeavored to explore his abilities, attempting to utilize time reversal to mend Shirigane. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, he found himself incapable of channeling the power of time onto objects beyond himself, be it through acceleration or reversal. He had always believed that wielding Shirigane was far superior to placing it in Kakashi's hands. His own combat skills with the blade surpassed Kakashi's, making it a better fit for his techniques, at least ensuring it would not easily sustain damage. As a result, the damage to the White Fang was sustained earlier than anticipated. I shall seek an opportunity to find a craftsman capable of restoration, should it be repaired. I would prefer to pass it on to Kakashi, as it no longer aligns with my current needs. Fingye contemplated this and sheathed the ninja White Fang. It seems that the Sand Shinobi Village has launched a full-scale offensive, while the situation regarding the Rock Shinobi Village remains uncertain. If no further actions transpire, he could first acquire the Kusanagi sword. For him at present, the possession of an appropriate weapon does not exert an absolute influence on his strength, as the Chidori technique can be executed without reliance on a weapon. His close combat capabilities would not be significantly diminished, although his range techniques would indeed become less potent. The Konoha swordsmanship serves as a means to concentrate power, enabling long-range slashing attacks, which possess greater lethality than the Morning Peacock technique that utilizes a fist to unleash fireballs. Under normal circumstances, my chakra reserves are already at the level of an elite Jonin. However, this amount still falls short of what is required to master Sage Mode and Sage techniques. Fingye pondered his future training trajectory. Typically, at 13, his chakra would barely reach the Jonin level, yet due to the existence of the cell activation technique, his chakra has ascended a tier. This level of chakra seemingly surpasses that of 90% of shinobi in the Naruto world, yet he finds himself incapable of unleashing even a single Rasengan. The Rasengan holds no necessity for cultivation in his case. However, the chakra required to enhance Chidori into Raikiri presents a considerable challenge. Chidori holds an A-rank classification, whereas Raikiri, as the evolved form of Chidori, is classified as S-rank lightning release ninjutsu, demanding a higher chakra capacity and greater precision. Undoubtedly, the power of Raikiri surpasses that of Chidori. And for Fingye, evolving Chidori into Raikiri stands as a significant goal in his training, albeit a challenging one to achieve at present. If his chakra could elevate to the next level, it would reach the level of a Kage, enabling him not only to train in Raikiri but also to commence the study of Sage techniques, resulting in a leap in power comparable to the Eight Gates release. Alas, this advancement is not easily attained across the entirety of the shinobi world, few possess the capability to elevate their chakra to Kage levels, with only a handful in each village. Following a systematic approach to training, it is likely that my physical age must surpass 16 to attain Kage-level chakra. Should I desire a swifter progression, I would need to resort to alternative methods, such as becoming a Jinchuriki or absorbing the energy of the dragon vein from Lulon. However, becoming a tailed beast Jinchuriki is presently unsuitable. Given his constitution, he is unable to bear the chakra of the 9 tails, which he can only withstand up to a quarter. As for the 1 tail to 8 tails, while he can manage their chakra, his mental state would be continuously affected, necessitating the establishment of a harmonious relationship with the tailed beast and imparting socialist ideologies to it. This endeavor is not one that can be accomplished in a short span. It is rather cumbersome, and thus, it seems more prudent to cultivate chakra to Kage levels through conventional means. The dragon vein of Lulon is rather unsuitable. Although it possesses the ability to reverse the flow of time, even if one's body cannot endure the energy, it can regenerate infinitely. However, the energy density is exceedingly vast, capable of distorting time and space. Should it inadvertently transport 1,000s of years into the past or future, and should one fail to return, the consequences would be rather troublesome. As for other methods, such as Orochimaru's cursed seals or the chaotic enhancements from the Star of the Star Ninja Village, they are truly unworthy of consideration. Investing such effort seems futile. It would be far more beneficial to dedicate oneself to training at quadruple speed. It appears that focusing on the next level beyond the 8 gates of death would be the most appropriate choice. Chapter 68. The path ahead in the eyes of Feng Yi, considering his current level of strength. Reaching the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia should bestow him with power at the pinnacle of the shadow level. Advancing to the 6th gate, coupled with time acceleration to further enhance his capabilities, would enable him to transcend the shadow level entirely. Feng Yi had previously perused various novels that delineated the realms above the shadow level into 2 tiers, the super shadow level and the 6 paths level. This classification appeared fundamentally sound to him. The prowess exhibited by Pain's 6 paths, whether in terms of destructive capability or other aspects, evidently surpassed the shadow level. The likes of Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, faced against Pain's 6 paths, would inevitably be doomed to defeat. As for Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, their strength was beyond measure. Even the combined might of the 5 Kage would struggle against a single hand of Madara. Such power clearly transcends the definition of the shadow level, and thus it is entirely reasonable to categorize it as super shadow level. Given the current augmentation provided by the 8 gates to his strength, upon reaching the 6th gate, and with the aid of time acceleration and reversal, he should possess the capability to dominate the shadow level. Of course, even within the super shadow tier, disparities in strength exist. Uchiha Madara, wielding the eternal Meijiki Sharingan and commanding the mightiest of tailed beasts, the 9 tails, still finds himself unable to rival Senju Hashirama. Hence, beyond the 6th gate, the hierarchy of strength becomes increasingly ambiguous. Feng Yi surmised that relying solely on the 6th gate of the 8 gates and time acceleration would not suffice to overcome Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama. He would also need to incorporate Sage Mode or the Sage Body into his arsenal. Advancing to the 7th gate and the strength it entails remains uncertain, and it is not guaranteed that he could even unlock that gate. After all, mastery of the 8 gates requires innate talent and physical constitution. Not everyone can unlock the 8th gate. Otherwise, the existence of all other ninjutsu and taijutsu would be rendered meaningless. In truth, reaching the 6th gate is already quite an accomplishment. Feng Yi exhaled softly. For a traveler like him, achieving super shadow level power before the onset of Naruto's storyline signifies the end of the game. The plan to obliterate Uchiha Madara would become a trivial endeavor. There would be no need to worry about the broken technique of Edo Tensei. He could simply gather tailed beasts and the Rinnegan, ultimately becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. With this in mind, the 8 gates of Duinjia remain paramount. The upcoming challenge of reaching the 5th gate loomed ahead. Feng Yi suddenly sighed in resignation. In truth, having trained to the 4th gate of the 8 gates had already begun to wear on him. Although time acceleration hastened his training, the time he personally endured was undeniably real. Furthermore, his talent in the 8 gates was not particularly high. While Rock Lee had unlocked the 5th gate in less than a year, Feng Yi had spent an estimated year and a half to reach the fourth gate, and he anticipated that unlocking the fifth gate would require another year. This was also the reason he sought breakthroughs in his chakra abilities. After all, to attain the body of an immortal and subsequently become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, entering a state of tailed beast chakra mode, under the dual enhancement of these abilities, would surpass even the sixth and seventh gates of the 8 gates of opening. However, Feng Ye decided to primarily focus on cultivating the fifth gate of the 8 gates of opening. As he pondered the power of the illusory clock, he closed his eyes, and the illusory clock materialized before him once more. He could perceive the position of the illusory clock's third scale, now shrouded in a dense gray mist. What the third time-related ability might be, Feng Ye murmured to himself. The powers of time acceleration and time reversal had already bestowed upon him immense strength. Should he unlock yet another temporal ability, he might not need to rely heavily on the skills of ninjas, enabling him to transcend the entire ninja world. In the Rock Ninja Village, within the Tsuchikage building, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, stood before his desk, his expression dark as he glared at the ninja before him. Speaking in a low voice, failure? How could such a plan possibly fail? Are you telling me it was thwarted by a mere child? My lord, Tsuchikage. The Rock Ninja, kneeling before Inoki, was drenched in cold sweat, appearing quite flustered. Lord Akatsuchi and Lord Fudd did not anticipate this. We truly did not foresee that there would be such an anomaly among the ninjas of Konoha. A flicker of anger flashed in Inoki's eyes. He had invested considerable thought into this operation, intending to catch Konoha off guard in the early stages of the war to secure an advantage. Instead, they had been utterly defeated, falling into a passive state. At this moment, blaming the advance team was futile. Both Akatsuchi and Fudd had perished on the battlefield, and the remaining members were nearly all injured. Is there any information on that young ninja? Yes. The kneeling ninja took a deep breath and began to convey some intelligence to Inoki. Upon hearing the details, a strange light flickered in Inoki's eyes. Kikuchi Feng Ye. So he is the son of the White Fang of Konoha. How infuriating. During the Second Great Ninja War, we suffered greatly at the hands of Hitaki Tsukumo. In fact, the defeat in that war had a decisive connection to him. When I heard of Tsukumo's death a few years ago, I rejoiced for quite some time. For Konoha had lost a formidable ninja. Yet now, as the Third War ignites, the White Fang is gone, but his son has emerged. Because of this Kikuchi Feng Ye, the advance team suffered catastrophic losses. Is it fate that I cannot escape the Kikuchi lineage? Rising from the sofa, a ninja spoke solemnly to Tsuchikage Inoki. The advance team has suffered severe losses. Inoki, what do you plan to do next? He was J-Nin SHT, the Tsuchikage's assistant, second only to Inoki in the Rock Ninja Village, and this ambush had been a plan devised in collaboration with Inoki. Inoki ascended into the air, his countenance reflecting deep contemplation. After several oscillations, he raised his head once more and spoke gravely. The vanguard has suffered significant losses. Continuing to engage in battle with Konoha would place us at a disadvantage, and moreover, there exists a possibility that Kumogakure may seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Atsui furrowed his brow in thought. However, Tsunade, due to the situation with the Kazekage, has already initiated a full-scale war against Konoha. This remains an opportunity to strike at Konoha. Patience is key, Inoki remarked, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Even if we remain inactive, Konoha will remain vigilant, refusing to commit all their forces to the land of wind. Thus, whether we act or not, we are effectively exerting pressure on Konoha. Inoki continued, should Tsunade emerge victorious, we can coordinate our assault. Conversely, if they falter, there would be no necessity for us to engage Konoha under unfavorable circumstances. Chapter 69. Exploration. J-Tun listened intently to Inoki's words, his expression contemplative. Indeed, it was a sound strategy. Should they launch a full-scale assault on Konoha, the village would undoubtedly deploy its garrison forces to counter them. Even if they chose not to attack, Konoha would be hesitant to send any of these forces to the Land of Wind, given the recent failure of the vanguard. The prospect of engaging in battle with Konoha appeared rather bleak, particularly with the looming threat of a potential ambush from Kumogakure. Hence, a period of observation seemed to be the wisest course of action. By the way, let us keep the current situation of the vanguard under wraps and refrain from disclosing any information regarding the ninja known as Kakashi. This will allow the Sand Ninja to proceed with their confrontation against Konoha with a sense of security. Noki issued the order, emphasizing that the news of the vanguard's disastrous defeat must not reach the battlefield of the Sand Ninja. Should they perceive the situation as dire and decide to retreat unexpectedly, Konoha would likely refrain from pursuit, resulting in a loss of opportunity. Tun remarked in a low voice. However, that son of White Fang, who is merely 10 years old, possesses such formidable power. He may prove to be a significant problem in the future. Merely relying on forbidden techniques for strength, Noki replied, crossing his arms and levitating in the air. There is no need for excessive concern. Forbidden techniques cannot be utilized at will. Had you not been so fixated on those techniques in your youth, you would not be in this predicament now. According to the assessments of the many ninjas from the vanguard, the power that Kakashi wielded on the battlefield was distinctly different from that of the legendary White Fang. It was evident that he had employed some form of forbidden technique, a state that could not be considered normal. The use of such techniques invariably incurs a cost. Tun had suffered damage to his vitality from his excessive reliance on forbidden techniques in his earlier years, leaving his chakra barely sufficient to maintain his current state and incapable of further enhancement or progress. Ninjas who overly depend on forbidden techniques often find it difficult to attain a certain level of growth. Numerous examples abound throughout the ninja world. Kakashi's audacious use of forbidden techniques at such a tender age might appear astonishing, yet to Noki, it seemed a foolish act. Typically, a ninja should only engage with forbidden techniques when their own strength has plateaued, making it a more prudent choice. Thus, while he may appear to be a significant threat, it is likely that this impression is merely superficial. Even without side effects, such techniques must possess vulnerabilities. Identifying these weaknesses can lead to their unraveling. Techniques devoid of weaknesses or side effects are non-existent. Tun shook his head, stating, though that may be true, he remains a nuisance, and the weaknesses of forbidden techniques are not easily discernible. Noki, hands clasped behind his back, replied, if we remain inactive, Konoha might very well send him to the battlefield in the Land of Wind, allowing the Sand Ninja to uncover his weaknesses for us. They might even manage to eliminate him. Tun stroked his chin, pondering, I wonder if the situation will develop in such a manner. Meanwhile, at the Konoha Frontline encampment, in the central tent, nearly half a month had elapsed since the prior skirmish. There had been no word or significant movement from Hokage, suggesting that they would not be taking action in the immediate future. Orochimaru listened intently to the intelligence provided from the direction of Konoha, as well as the recent in-depth exploration of the Land of Grass by their team. He let out a small sound of contemplation and remarked, the third Hokage is likely biding his time, waiting to observe the outcome of our confrontation with Tsunade before deciding on his course of action. Kaguya gazed at the map, speaking slowly. If Hokage and Hokage were to forge an alliance and launch a joint assault against us, it is probable that Hokage would also abrogate the previous agreements, putting us in a precarious situation. Indeed, Orochimaru nodded, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Unfortunately, that old fox, the Hokage, will not act so recklessly. He will seek to preserve his own strength, and he dares not initiate a full-scale offensive so readily. Even if he were to ally with Hokage, he could hardly place his trust in them. The very reason why the great villages cannot trust one another makes it improbable for them to easily form a coalition, allowing us in Konoha to monopolize the most substantial resources. Upon hearing Orochimaru's elaboration, Kaguya slightly nodded in agreement. It was indeed the case. While Konoha's strength was formidable, should the four major shinobi villages unite in their assault, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand, even with his presence as an unknown factor. Yet, the mutual distrust among the four villages would prevent them from fully committing their forces against Konoha, leaving them with a portion of their troops on guard against one another. Consequently, Konoha would be able to endure the onslaught, which fundamentally explains why they were likely to emerge victorious in the Third Shinobi War. Since Hokage remains inactive for the time being, I intend to leave the camp briefly to retrieve the Kusanagi sword. Even if Hokage were to make a move, I should have ample time to return. Kaguya turned his gaze towards Orochimaru. With Wagakure's current silence, it was indeed the perfect moment to obtain the Kusanagi sword. Otherwise, amidst the turmoil of war, there was no certainty that it would not be seized by rival factions. Go ahead. Given your caliber, I doubt I need to remind you to exercise caution. Orochimaru chuckled, revealing his signature smile. The information regarding the Kusanagi sword had been provided by him to Kaguya, and indeed, now was an opportune time to retrieve it. As Wagakure was unlikely to act in the short term, and the sword's location was not far from the land of grass. The most crucial factor was that he estimated it would not be long before Sarutobi Hiruzen would dispatch Kaguya to the battlefield in the land of wind. With the Wagakure remaining dormant, and both he and Might Guy present, they were well equipped to handle most potential unforeseen circumstances, thus rendering Kaguya's presence unnecessary. Sending Kaguya to the battlefield in the land of wind to contend with Tsunade was indeed the most fitting choice, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely make such a deployment. Kaguya nodded, his figure vanishing without a sound. The intelligence Orochimaru provided regarding the Kusanagi sword indicated that it lay at the border between the land of grass and the land of rain, where a faction operated. This group of ninjas bore resemblance to those who had joined the Akatsuki before, comprising rogue ninjas and independent shinobi, disguised as an ordinary small village. Subsisting on various dark tasks of the underworld, this force operates rather covertly and is situated on the border. Its modest size has allowed it to escape the notice of both the Rain Ninja Village and the Grass Ninja Village. It was during his pursuit of intelligence regarding the Kusanagi sword that Orochimaru inadvertently discovered that the leader of this faction possessed such a sword, prompting him to take special note of this information. Several days later, Finya arrived at the village. The settlement appeared somewhat desolate, with scarcely any pedestrians on the streets. Each household had its doors firmly shut, giving the impression of a typical village trembling in the throes of war. At that moment, Finya, clad in a raincoat and wearing a conical hat, entered the village from the outskirts and quickly sensed that he was being observed from the shadows. The presence watching him did not exude the essence of an ordinary individual. Indeed, there was something amiss. Chapter 70. I, Uchiha Obito, would call you the most cautious. Finya narrowed his eyes slightly and stealthily approached the only open establishment in the village, a tea house that appeared somewhat desolate. The proprietor was taken aback by the arrival of a customer, but upon seeing Finya produce a substantial amount of money, he promptly served tea and snacks. In the shadows, several pairs of eyes fixated on Finya as he entered the tea house. One individual, exhibiting a fluctuating expression, swiftly vanished into the rain and reached a small house on the northern edge of the village, leaping to the second floor and slipping through a window. Chief, a ninja has arrived. A ninja? A scar-faced man seated cross-legged in the room opened his eyes and spoke in a low voice. What kind of ninja? Young. Possibly only 12 or 13 years old, not wearing a headband. He could be from the Rain Ninja Village or perhaps another village. Doesn't he appear to be a rogue ninja? The scar-faced ninja squinted and inquired, only one? The sudden appearance of a teenager in the village without a headband was undoubtedly a cause for concern. The subordinate nodded, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yes. We are uncertain if he has noticed us. Chief, should we take preemptive action and eliminate him? No. The scar-faced ninja shook his head resolutely. Inform everyone to leave this place. The subordinate was momentarily taken aback. Just a young ninja of unknown origin, whose intentions were unclear. And yet the chief wanted to evacuate entirely? Was he being overly cautious? The scar-faced ninja rose, his gaze flickering with urgency. Hurry. We cannot ascertain whether this young ninja is merely passing through or has come for us. In times of war, we must exercise utmost caution. Leaving the village for half a month and then returning is the most prudent course of action. As a defector from Iwa Ninja Village during the Second Great Ninja War, his survival thus far and the establishment of a small faction relied on absolute vigilance and caution. Any confrontation with a ninja must be avoided at all costs, particularly with an unknown individual. A single trace left behind could lead to pursuit by the ninja village behind them, resulting in immense trouble. They could not afford to provoke even the smaller villages like the Rain Ninja or Grass Ninja. Understood. After a moment of surprise, the ninja complied and departed swiftly. The scar-faced ninja retrieved a bundle from a cabinet, placing stacks of cash and a long wooden box into the package. Shortly thereafter, nearly a dozen ninjas donned in straw hats gathered in the small courtyard, all clad in raincoats. "Boss, it's just a kid. Aren't we being overly cautious?" "Indeed. That child may not even be targeting us. He could simply be passing through. Ignoring him should suffice." Among the assembled ninjas, many frowned and voiced their dissenting opinions. Merely due to the presence of an enigmatic young ninja, whose origins and intentions remain shrouded in mystery, the entire village is compelled to evacuate. This seems excessively cautious, especially in a time of war when leaving the village may not guarantee safety. A chance encounter with a formidable ninja battalion could spell disaster. Those who wish to remain may do so. The scarred ninja emerged, burdened yet undeterred by the opinions of others, and coldly declared, "Those who wish to follow me may do so." After uttering this statement, he departed from the courtyard, heading towards the village's outskirts. The remaining ninjas exchanged glances, a few hesitating momentarily before swiftly following him, while about 3 or 4 others exhibited uncertain expressions. Their leader is far too cautious. He is but a mere child. If they are concerned about exposure, eliminating him would suffice. Indeed, during wartime, even a large ninja village would hardly mourn the loss of a single ninja, making it improbable that they would embark on an extensive pursuit for one individual. After sharing a knowing look, they reached a consensus. Silently dispose of the boy. There might even be unexpected rewards. A moment later, by a river on the eastern edge of the village, the scarred ninja and his 7 subordinates had traversed from the village to this point and were poised to cross the small river when he suddenly halted. On the opposite bank stood a figure, appearing no older than a teenager, devoid of a straw hat, with silvery hair dampened by the drizzling rain. It was Feng Yi. Feng Yi bore a peculiar expression as he stood across the river, fixated on the leading scarred ninja. Surviving in such a perilous world until now is not without reason, he mused. This individual had brazenly fled upon hearing news of his entry into the village. If it weren't for the fact that this ninja's subordinates were relatively normal and chose to ambush him at a tea house, resulting in several of their demise and prompting one to be captured for interrogation, he might have successfully escaped unnoticed. What is most perplexing is that, had this ninja recognized him, it would have been understandable. Yet, he remained oblivious to Feng Ye's identity as a Konoha ninja, nor did he know of his exploits on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. He merely assessed him as a ninja and fled. "I, Uchiha Madara, would deem you the most cowardly. Do you possess a Kusanagi sword?" Feng Yi inquired directly. The ninjas on the opposite bank regarded Feng Yi with icy glares, and one could not restrain himself from retorting, "You seem rather audacious, boy." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the scarred ninja abruptly drew a wooden box from his pack and hurled it towards Feng Yi. As the box soared through the air, it detonated, revealing a Kusanagi sword, complete with its sheath, which fell directly before Feng Yi. This spectacle left not only the ninjas momentarily stunned but also caused Feng Yi to pause in disbelief. "For you," the scarred ninja whispered before swiftly fleeing into the distance. A profound silence enveloped the scene, rendering the atmosphere unexpectedly awkward. The ninja, frozen in place, stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, momentarily at a loss for words. The young boy before him had boldly approached the Kusanagi sword. Their leader had actually tossed it to the boy and then fled? Who was this child that he inspired such fear? How intriguing. Feng Yi caught the Kusanagi sword, momentarily stunned, and couldn't help but emit a soft click of his tongue, revealing a hint of amusement. He had never encountered such a ninja before. He had been fully prepared to kill and seize the sword, yet the opponent had shown such cowardice, surrendering the Kusanagi without a fight. A stark deviation from the narrative he had envisioned. Among the subordinates of the scarred ninja, one, after recovering from his shock, fixed his gaze on the Kusanagi sword in Feng Yi's hands, gradually awakening to a sense of greed. The Kusanagi sword, a divine artifact. If he could acquire it, selling it would ensure a life of luxury, freeing him from the need to undertake perilous tasks in the underworld for mere bounty. Previously, the Kusanagi had remained in their leader's possession, and given the formidable prowess of the scarred ninja, he had never dared to covet it. Yet now, their leader had tossed it to a mere child. This boy was likely a ninja from the great ninja village, someone even their leader wished to avoid. The 5 great ninja villages were indeed formidable. However, fortune favors the bold. Should he eliminate this child here and seize the Kusanagi, he could sell it in the underworld and then retreat into the civilian world, where the great ninja village might never uncover their trail. With a deep breath, he felt a flicker of resolve in his eyes, finally making a decision as he stealthily maneuvered the kunai in his hand, his chakra beginning to flow within him. Chapter 71. Encounter with the Sand Ninja. However, before the kunai in the hand of the ninja could be hurled, the figure of Fengye, standing on the opposite bank of the river, abruptly vanished. With a silent swiftness, Fengye traversed the riverbank and materialized behind him, the Kusanagi sword, having been drawn from its sheath, pierced through the chest of the ninja before he could comprehend what was happening. Your leader may possess intellect, but you lack it, Fengye remarked, shaking his head as he withdrew the Kusanagi sword, droplets of blood cascading from the blade without leaving a trace upon its edge. It appeared to indeed be the authentic Kusanagi sword, nearly identical to the one Orochimaru had gifted to Sasuke in the original storyline. Cough. The ninja, impaled by Fengye's strike, wore a look of astonishment on his face. In disbelief, he reached for his chest, only to find his hand stained crimson with blood. Fear and horror gleamed in his eyes as his strength rapidly waned, his body collapsing towards the ground. The remaining ninjas, witnessing this scene, were equally struck with terror, their gazes towards Fengye filled with incredulity. Hey, this can't be real. Could he possibly be a Chunin? Such speed and chakra were beyond even their leader's capabilities. This was clearly the prowess of a Chunin, if not one of the elite from the 5 great shinobi villages. Having reached this conclusion, their avarice was extinguished like a bucket of cold water dousing flames, and in their fright, they fled without a moment's hesitation. A Chunin from the 5 great shinobi villages. This was undeniably beyond their capacity to confront. Yet, it was too late to escape. Fengye had no intention of sparing those who harbored murderous intent towards him. Gripping the Kusanagi sword, he swiftly maneuvered through the crowd. With a swift motion, a blur passed before all eyes. Fear and shock froze upon the faces of the onlookers, who soon fell one by one to the ground. Blood mingling with the rain-soaked earth, flowing into the adjacent stream. A bunch of fools. Having retreated a considerable distance, the scarred ninja caught sight of the unfolding events and couldn't help but curse inwardly. See, I knew it would be like this. Such a bizarre ability to pursue from the village, coupled with a direct approach, clearly indicated that the target was the Kusanagi sword in his possession. Either there were numerous ninjas lying in ambush nearby, or this individual possessed terrifying strength. Though he felt a pang of regret for the precious Kusanagi sword he had acquired with great difficulty, he threw it away without hesitation. For one's life was evidently more valuable than any artifact. Whoosh, whoosh. Upon witnessing Fengye dispatch his subordinates with such ease, the scarred ninja activated his chakra, hastening his speed even further as he fled into the distance. Meanwhile, on the riverbank, Fengye, clutching the Kusanagi sword, gazed into the distance, tilting his head slightly as he pondered whether to pursue and eliminate this overly cautious ninja as well. Releasing the opponent might lead to the disclosure of the Kusanagi sword's whereabouts in his possession. However, given his current strength, possessing a Kusanagi sword does not instill fear of anyone daring to covet it. Moreover, it would still prove useful in subsequent battles, as Orochimaru has never concealed the Kusanagi sword on the battlefield. Just as Fengye was pondering this, his gaze suddenly froze. The scarred ninja, who had already fled to a considerable distance, abruptly halted his figure, coming to a standstill before an expansive forest. Shortly thereafter, Fengye witnessed the scarred ninja turning around, attempting to flee in another direction, seemingly having caught sight of something terrifying within the forest. However, chaotic objects soon erupted from the woods, consisting of searing flames and water jets resembling sharp blades. The relentless barrage of attacks descended upon him, and the scarred ninja exerted every effort to evade them, desperately fleeing to the side, yet ultimately he was struck by a multitude of ninjutsu. That was. Fengye narrowed his eyes. It appeared that this overly cautious ninja was rather unfortunate, first encountering him and then stumbling into an unwelcome situation. In the next moment, a multitude of figures emerged from the depths of the forest, racing forth. A cursory glance suggested that nearly 100 individuals comprised a ninja contingent. Despite the considerable distance, he could still discern that their attire did not belong to the ninjas of Konoha, nor those of Awagakure or Amagakure, but rather, they hailed from Tsunade. What was a Tsunade contingent doing here? Observing the swarm of Suna ninjas surging from the forest, Fengye's thoughts raced. This was the northeastern border of the Land of Rain. Far from the Land of Wind, yet relatively closer to the Land of Earth, a squad of Tsunade ninjas appearing here likely indicated they had taken a lengthy detour. While he was not intimidated by the nearly 100 Suna ninjas, he saw no reason to engage in battle. Merely recognizing their presence and relaying this information to Konoha was sufficient. However, before Fengye could retreat, numerous ninjas from the Sand Village charged towards his location. Within his sensory range, there was a ninja at the 3 o'clock position. A sensing-type ninja within the advancing Sand contingent called out. The leading elite J-Nin from Tsunade. Yakura spoke in a low voice. Understood. Teams 6 and 7, flank from both sides. Do not let him escape. Yes. Several ninjas responded in unison. Instantly, multiple ninjas split to the sides, encircling towards Fengye's direction. Yakura's gaze remained cold and fixated on Fengye. She was unaware of which village Fengye belonged to. But since they had detected his presence, allowing him to escape was not an option. Their objective was a surprise assault on the Konoha camp from the flanks, aiming to eliminate the logistical team, medical unit, and injured personnel of Konoha. This was the plan devised by Elder Hokage, and they had not hesitated to spend nearly 10 days penetrating the Land of Rain, taking the most obscure routes to arrive here. If this raid succeeds, it could catch Konoha off guard and potentially determine the outcome of the war. Therefore, any possibility of information leakage must be utterly prevented. Swiftly, a multitude of sand ninjas encircled towards Kiid's direction. Kiid sheathed his Kusanagi sword and retreated into the distance, casting a sidelong glance at the pursuing sand ninjas. Gradually grasping the situation, the presence of this troop here was likely tasked with executing a surprise attack on the Konoha camp, which explained their relentless pursuit of him. A mere bystander, after eliminating the scarred ninja. As Kiid retreated, the sand ninjas showed no intention of relenting. They continued their chase, covering several miles in mere moments. If they persisted in their pursuit, I may have to take more drastic measures. Kiid glanced back at the sand ninjas trailing him. A mere 100-strong sand ninja unit was insufficient to compel him to resort to the 8 gates of Duinjia for escape, although 100 ninjas could pose a threat. If they continued their relentless chase, the disparity in their strength and speed would lead to disarray in their formation, rendering them unable to effectively encircle him. For him, numbers held no significance as long as he did not fall into a situation of encirclement. Even against 1,000 ninjas, he would feel no threat. Chapter 72. The blazing escape of Yekong. The speed of ninjas is remarkable, especially among the elite. In mere moments, the sand ninjas had pursued Fengye for several miles. Except for Yekong at the forefront and a few other upper ninjas who had slightly closed the gap, the majority of the ninja forces had been left far behind. This was no ordinary ninja. Yekong furrowed his brow. Such velocity could not belong to an average ninja. It was likely that their opponent hailed from a village of upper ninjas. The fact that an unknown upper ninja had detected their presence complicated matters significantly. Even if this ninja were from the Rain Village, they could potentially relay information to Konoha, jeopardizing their plan to ambush the Konoha encampment. Stop the rear forces to regroup. Yuki Muno, you few continue the pursuit with me. Yekong commanded in a solemn tone after a moment of intense contemplation. Fengye was an upper ninja, and it would be rather foolish to let the entire force continue the chase. On one hand, they would be unable to catch up. On the other, moving in such large numbers would easily expose them, should they be discovered by others or if Fengye were to enter a village. The likelihood of information leaking would significantly increase. Thus, the most prudent strategy was for him to pursue alongside a few upper ninjas, thereby greatly reducing the chances of exposure. Understood, replied a ninja, promptly relaying the orders, causing the rear forces to halt. Yekong and his companions continued their chase after Fengye, with the pursuit ongoing. The distance between Yekong and Fengye gradually diminished. Once they were sufficiently close, a nearby upper ninja's eyes glimmered with a cold light. This distance is adequate. Earth release, shifting earth technique, he exclaimed, swiftly forming hand seals and pressing his palms against the ground. In the humid climate of the Rain country, Earth ninjutsu typically diminished in potency. However, certain specialized techniques, such as the Earth Flow River and Earthquake technique, would paradoxically enhance their strength and range. As this Earth ninjutsu was unleashed, the ground ahead surged violently, resembling a carpet that suddenly made it difficult for Fingye to maintain his footing, drastically reducing his forward momentum. Die. Without hesitation, another sand ninja, wielding a short sword, leapt forward, the blade slicing down towards Fingye from behind. Caught off guard by the shifting ground, Fingye seemed unable to evade the strike in time. In a desperate effort to dodge, he managed to evade slightly but was still struck. The blade cleaving from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, severing him in two. Instead of blood, a puff of white smoke erupted, dissipating into the air. Shadow clone technique. To your right. A companion's warning resounded from behind. The sand ninja, wielding the short sword, did not hesitate to swing his weapon, clashing against the Kusanagi sword that had appeared in Fingye's right hand. Clang. The sound of metal meeting metal echoed as Fingye's figure retreated behind. Accustomed to wielding a short blade, the transition to the Kusanagi sword felt somewhat disconcerting. This Kusanagi sword appeared incapable of extending or retracting. Fingye cast a fleeting glance at the sword in his hand, then formed a single-handed seal with his left hand, unleashing the piercing cry of 1,000 birds. As arcs of lightning intertwined upon the blade's edge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost simultaneously, three figures launched a surprise attack on Fingye from three directions, refraining from employing ninjutsu. Evidently to avoid collateral damage, opting instead to rely on their numerical advantage and physical prowess to subdue him directly. Death. A chilling glint flickered in the eyes of the three assailants, as they closed in from three sides, leaving no avenue for evasion. It seemed inevitable that he would be torn apart. Yet, in that critical moment, a flash of golden clockwork danced within the depths of Fingye's gaze, and he suddenly exhibited an eerie speed, deftly maneuvering through the encirclement of his attackers. Subsequently, a surge of silver luminescence erupted, accompanied by flickering arcs of lightning. As a potent and ferocious chakra emanated from Fingye, causing a profound change in the expressions of Yetsong and her companions. This chakra, who are you? Yetsong fixed her gaze on Fingye, her eyes betraying a sense of wariness. Such a chakra fluctuation suggested he was far from an ordinary Chunin. Perhaps even more formidable than herself, yet she did not recognize him, and his youthful visage was strikingly incongruous with his power. Konoha, Chunin, Fingye replied casually, his words barely audible as he transformed into a streak of silver light, vanishing in an instant towards one of the Chunin who had attacked him. That Chunin's face paled, hair standing on end, utterly unprepared for the terrifying speed that Fingye, previously slower than them, now exhibited. There was no time. At such velocity and distance, there was no opportunity to utilize the body replacement technique or the instantaneous technique. He could only infuse chakra into his kunai and swing it towards the approaching silver light. As a Chunin of Tsunade, even in haste, his movements remained swift. However, to Fingye, moving at 4 times the speed, everything unfolded in excruciating slowness, akin to slow motion, allowing him to perceive the trajectory of the Chunin's kunai with crystal clarity. The ability to accelerate time encompassed not merely the body but everything within its range. Including consciousness and perception, fourfold acceleration in time meant that, from Fingye's perspective, the entire world had effectively slowed down fourfold. What does this imply? Even among Chunin and Nin, such a disparity of fourfold is scarcely conceivable. The reason that any Chunin daring to engage in close combat with Fingye faltered within moments, relying solely on body replacement and instantaneous techniques to barely evade, was due to the differing temporal flow they experienced. It was akin to existing in 2 entirely distinct worlds. Swish. The silver light flashed past. The expression of the Chunin froze upon his face, his eyes still reflecting a mixture of terror and incredulity, utterly unprepared for such an unforeseen turn of events. He is indeed a Chunin from the Sand Village, yet under the opponent's astonishing speed, he could not withstand even a single attack. Yuki, the nearby sand shinobi, exclaimed in shock. In their line of sight, they witnessed Fingye transform into a flash of silver light, leaving Yuki's body frozen in place, motionless. Before it split apart, blood gushing forth. Damn it, this guy is doing it on purpose. Yitsong observed this scene, his pupils constricting as his expression shifted. With such remarkable speed, it was impossible for them to catch up. The only reason they could pursue would be that the opponent was intentionally allowing it. Scorch Release. Overheating Destruction. Without a moment's hesitation, she decisively unleashed her signature ninjutsu, the Scorch Release Kekkei Jinkai, born from the fusion of wind and fire chakra, resulting in a transformation of nature. Bathed in silver light, Fengye tilted his head slightly and remarked, "I thought it looked somewhat familiar." It turns out to be the renowned ninja from the Sand Village, Song of the Scorch Release. Chapter 73, Inevitable Death, the Blaze Release of Song. The sound at quadruple speed was nearly unintelligible, yet Song managed to discern the final word, her name. Coldly, she remarked, "It seems you are aware of my reputation. Ninja of Konoha." Although she had not clearly heard Fengye's previous words nor donned the Konoha headband, it was now evident that Fengye was indeed a ninja from Konoha. Aside from the ninjas of Konoha, there was no reason for those from other villages to remain after encountering them. They would have chosen to retreat swiftly instead of deliberately luring them into battle. Buzz. 5 crimson fireballs materialized, glowing ominously. These were not mere flames, but spheres formed from the fusion of wind and fire, harboring terrifying heat. The fireballs did not launch forth. Rather, they revolved around Song, shielding her from both sides and behind. Intriguing. Fengye squinted slightly but refrained from engaging Song, instead darting towards another J-Nin. The J-Nin's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he employed the body flicker technique to evade the assault. Yet, after forcing out his technique, Fengye swiftly targeted another nearby opponent. Damn it! Witnessing this scene, Song gritted her teeth. Seeing her comrades in peril, she immediately rushed to their aid. But her speed was no match for Fengye's. The potency of the Blaze Release was formidable, and this very strength made it difficult for her to execute it under such circumstances. Fengye's swiftness rendered the use of Blaze Release perilous for her allies. In the brief skirmish, a silver flash darted by as Fengye's Kusanagi sword, imbued with lightning, pierced the heart of a J-Nin, causing him to cough up blood. Song had brought 6 individuals to pursue Fengye. Apart from herself, the other 5 were J-Nin from Tsunade. Yet, in mere moments since the engagement began, 2 had already perished. The Yayue clan? Observing this grim tableau, the remaining 3 J-Nin felt a chill run down their spines. One of them, overwhelmed with horror, gazed at Fengye and could not help but stammer. He bears the signs of the Yayue clan from Kumogakure, utilizing lightning release techniques. However, the youth's visage bore no resemblance to the third Raikage or his progeny described in the intelligence reports. No, he is a ninja from Konoha. Establish a barrier. Song commanded her subordinates with urgency. To contend with such a speed-oriented ninja, a barrier was the only recourse. The remaining 3 J-Nin, seasoned warriors in their own right, without needing her reminder, quickly came to a consensus, forming hand seals in unison while still reeling from Fengye's velocity. Buzz. In an instant, a yellow light curtain unfurled in a triangular formation around the trio, rapidly merging to create a pyramid-like barrier. The damp earth beneath them, enveloped by the dry yellow light, began to desiccate as torrents of sand swirled upward along the barrier's surface, obscuring the internal scene from the outside. In the midst of the barrier, Fengye unsheathed the Kusanagi sword, casting his gaze upon the desolate yellow enclosure that enveloped him and Yeko. In a flash, he darted towards the nearest corner, wielding the Kusanagi sword, crackling with lightning as he struck. The blade collided with the surface of the barrier, unleashing a burst of thunder and fire, yet it felt as though it had fallen into a quagmire, distorting and deforming the barrier without breaching it. A sustained-type barrier. Reminiscent of the 4 purple flames formation, Fengye mused inwardly. The barrier, conjured by 3 elite shinobi, was smaller in scope than the 4 purple flames formation. Yet it appeared more resilient. His singular assault was insufficient to shatter it. The advantages and disadvantages of such a barrier were starkly evident. It formed instantaneously and covered a large area, making it exceedingly difficult for even the swiftest of ninjas to escape its grasp before its manifestation. However, its drawbacks were equally pronounced. Within, one could not strike outward, nor could those outside reach within. Furthermore, it required the continuous presence of 3 elite shinobi to maintain. Ensnaring even 1 or 2 adversaries proved futile, as persistent internal attacks would soon surpass its threshold, leading to collapse. Such barriers were typically not designed to ensnare foes, but rather to restrict their movements, creating a battlefield more favorable to the user. Yekong was acutely aware of this. Thus, instead of seeking reinforcements, she approached the edge of the barrier, where the three sand shinobi knowingly opened a breach, allowing her passage into the enclosure. With a fireball poised ahead, she unleashed a torrent of searing flames through the openings, ensuring that Fengye could not exploit the opportunity to emerge before stepping into the barrier herself. Sizzle! The three elite shinobi promptly sealed the breach. Your speed will be of no consequence now, Yekong stated coldly, her right hand cradling a fireball as she added. It would be unfortunate if you were to eliminate both of our elite shinobi. Now, within this barrier, prepare to savor my scorch release. As her words echoed, Yekong swiftly gestured. The intense fireball surged towards Fengye, radiating an alarming white light. In an instant, Fengye vanished from his position, a silver flash appearing at Yekong's right side, where he swung the Tsunade sword, enveloped in lightning. Yekong deftly pointed, causing the fireball on her right to suddenly expand, enveloping Fengye. Fengye evaded the swelling fireball, the silver glimmer flashing once more as he reappeared at Yekong's right side, the Tsunade sword descending again. Unperturbed, Yekong manipulated the fireball on her left to swell once more, launching it towards Fengye. The clash of thunder and flame erupted. The terrifying heat, even from a distance, threatened to ignite Fengye's clothing, a palpable warmth enveloping his face. Within this barrier, your movements are constrained, and with your power, you cannot prevail against my scorch release. This is the end for you, Leaf Ninja. After Yi Tsang successfully thwarted Fengye's two assaults, fireballs once again materialized around her, resembling miniature suns, emanating a heart-stopping power as they advanced menacingly toward Fengye. Witnessing this spectacle, the three high-ranking shinobi maintaining the barrier let out a collective sigh of relief. Thankfully, Yi Tsang was present. Had she not been there? Even if they managed to temporarily confine Fengye within the barrier, it would not hold for long. Inevitably, it would collapse. And no one would be able to restrain Fengye's astonishing speed. Who would have thought that Konoha would harbor a ninja with such terrifying velocity? If it weren't for the fact that the Cloud Ninja had no reason to engage us, I might even suspect that this individual belonged to the Yayue clan of the village hidden in the clouds. Even now, I still harbor doubts. But it matters not. Whether a Cloud Ninja or a Konoha shinobi, soon they will become mere corpses, trapped within this barrier and facing Yi Tsang's scorching technique. Even the fourth Kazekage would find it exceedingly challenging, let alone others. A close combat ninja, already at a disadvantage, now finds their speed severely hampered. There is no doubt about it. They are doomed. Chapter 74, Victory and Defeat. The ability of Scorch Release indeed presents a considerable challenge. Fengye gazed at Yi Tsang from a distance, recalling that Yi Tsang was hailed as the hero of Tsunade, holding a status akin to that of Kakashi in Konohagakure. His fate mirrored that of Kakashi as well, for his illustrious achievements threatened the position of the Kazekage, Raza, leading to his untimely demise at the hands of the village's higher-ups after the war. It is likely that his heroism stemmed from successfully executing a devastating attack that inflicted significant losses upon Konoha. And now, he stood before Fengye. Undoubtedly, Yi Tsang possessed strength at the level of a Kage. However, judging by the chakra fluctuations, he seemed to barely reach the Kage level at this time, falling short of Kakashi's prowess. This marked Fengye's first encounter with a Kage-level ninja. He had anticipated that the sand ninja he lured would be easily dispatched, only to encounter a more troublesome adversary, albeit still manageable in Fengye's eyes. For Scorch Release was ineffective against someone with the ability to reverse time like him. Let us begin by adapting to the transformation of my short blade into a long sword, Fengye murmured to himself, gripping the hilt of the Tsunade sword. This time, he did not charge at Yi Tsang but instead swung his sword from a distance. Swoosh! The blade, enveloped in lightning, ignited flames as it sliced through the air, unleashing a crescent-shaped strike. The two tips of the crescent intertwined with flames, resembling a full moon in the night sky. Yi Tsang was somewhat taken aback that Fengye could perform a long-range attack, yet remained composed. With a slight snort, he waved his right hand, and a white sphere of light, encased in flames, surged towards the crescent moon. Boom! The crescent moon collided with the white sphere, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The ground was instantly transformed into a deep crater several meters in diameter, as the ensuing shockwave swept through the barrier, churning the damp earth into chaos. "Are you reluctant to engage me in close combat?" Yitsong remarked coldly, maintaining an impassive expression. "But ranged attacks are also my forte." As her words fell, she elegantly gestured forward, and another white sphere of light shot towards Fengyi. Following that, she waved her hand once more, unleashing another white sphere. Fengyi, observing the incoming spheres, swung the Kusanagi sword, sending forth two crescent moons enveloped in flames that clashed with the spheres midair. Boom, boom. Two violent explosions erupted. Without even glancing at the chaos above, Fengyi shut his eyes against the shockwaves, yet his hand wielding the Kusanagi sword remained relentless, continuing to slash towards Yitsong. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A continuous barrage of radiant flashes erupted forth, resembling silver crescent moons that tore through the earth, slicing the air as they advanced towards Yitsong. Witnessing this spectacle, Yitsong's expression shifted dramatically. Such an attack can be unleashed in rapid succession. This is unreasonable. She discerned that Fengyi's assault utilized lightning-based chakra, delivering high-speed strikes that inflicted ranged damage. Yet, such a method should have consumed chakra far exceeding that of her Scorch Release bloodline limit. Scorch Release. Overheating explosive burst. Though the source of Fengyi's confidence in this contest of endurance remained a mystery, Yitsong let out a low growl, thrusting her hands forward. A series of white fireballs erupted from her palms, hurtling towards Fengyi, colliding with the unending flashes of light. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions reverberated continuously. Each explosion detonated almost directly in the center of the barrier, yet the resulting shockwaves caused the entire structure to tremble, prompting the three elite ninjas maintaining it to exchange worried glances as they exerted their utmost effort to stabilize the barrier. Witnessing the tumultuous scene within the barrier, their expressions reflected a mix of shock and concern. They were well aware of Yitsong's prowess and her formidable techniques. Yet this young ninja was managing to engage her in long-range combat with her scorching release. This level of strength exceeded their previous expectations. Had they encountered her on the battlefield instead of here, she would have posed an exceptionally formidable challenge. Such an adversary must not be allowed to escape. Yitsong, please. The trio inhaled deeply, acknowledging the terrifying display of power from Fengyi. Outside the barrier, the situation would have been perilous, but within it, Yitsong held a distinct advantage due to her scorching release bloodline limit. Boom, boom, boom. The chain of explosions continued to erupt. Inside the confined barrier, the shockwaves accumulated relentlessly. The chaos within rendered visibility impossible, with only the sounds of explosions echoing and the ground subtly trembling beneath the onslaught. As the battle persisted, Yitsong, who had initially maintained her composure, found it increasingly difficult to do so. This person. She could scarcely believe that over half of her chakra had been depleted, yet Fengyi continued to launch relentless attacks without any sign of diminishing intensity. Even growing fiercer than at the outset. Was the opponent's chakra infinite? No, this cannot continue. Yitsong gritted her teeth. Not out of fear of losing the war of attrition, but because the continuous explosions and their compounding shockwaves had transformed their engagement from a long-range confrontation to a desperate reliance on her scorching release to shield against the ceaseless blasts. The task of withstanding the shockwaves was becoming increasingly arduous, and if this continued, the very barrier might collapse under the strain. She had to make a decisive move. A glint of determination flickered in Yitsong's eyes. At this moment, she recognized the terrifying potential of a ninja like Fengyi, should she escape. The destruction she could wreak on the battlefield would be unimaginable, and due to her incredible speed, containment would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, Fengyi must be eliminated here and now. Scorching release. Oversteam explosive kill. Taking a deep breath, Yitsong felt her chakra surge within her, simultaneously mobilizing the two spheres of light she had positioned on either side to guard against any sudden attacks from Fengyi amidst the chaos. A multitude of luminous orbs spiraled and converged in the palm of her hand, transforming into a colossal sphere of light entwined with crimson flames, which was then thrust forward with great force. A thunderous explosion ensued, resonating throughout the surroundings. The dust-laden, ochre-hued barrier could no longer withstand the impact and shattered into countless fragments. The three elite shinobi maintaining the barrier were hurled away, their chakra in disarray, suffering from the violent shockwave as blood spewed from their mouths. Lord Yekong. With urgency, the trio disregarded their injuries and sprang to their feet, racing towards Yekong's direction. They beheld Yekong, who, after unleashing his final attack, was also unable to withstand the residual force, sending him sprawling backward. His garments were tattered from the onslaught. Yet there was no glimpse of vulnerability. His body bore the marks of charred skin and severe burns. Cough. Yekong, aided by one of the elite shinobi, managed to rise with great effort, offering a wry smile as he remarked, "I never anticipated such formidable opposition. The forthcoming ambush may also be compromised." Having exerted every ounce of power in his strike, coupled with the preceding shockwave, it was likely that Fengye's remains would be untraceable. Yet, he himself was gravely injured, uncertain if he could heal sufficiently before launching the surprise attack. That ninja is likely a clandestine weapon of Konoha. Eliminating him would significantly alter the course of the battle at the front, one of the shinobi beside him reassured. To have compelled Lord Yekong to this extent. "The strength of that ninja is indeed formidable," remarked another elite shinobi, who, upon confirming Yekong's safety, proceeded towards the shattered barrier, intent on searching for any remnants of Fengye, be it a broken body or a forehead protector. Chapter 75. Humanity. Additional update for the leader. Dust swirled around, obscuring vision. However, it was evident that even Yitsong, who had endured the aftershocks, was gravely injured. As for Fengye, who had faced the explosion head-on, his demise was all but certain. Surely, there would be remnants left behind. The sand-hidden village Chunin, Munai, stepped into the haze, surveying the devastation and the deep crater created by the blast, making his way towards its center. Ninjas typically carried their village's forehead protector and nameplate with them. Thus, even in death on the battlefield, should their bodies be irreparably damaged, identification could be established through the nameplate and the ninja number inscribed upon it. Both items were crafted from metal, making them difficult to obliterate entirely. Finding the forehead protector would reveal the origin of this formidable young ninja, while locating the nameplate would confirm his identity. Indeed, a ninja from Konoha. Munai soon noticed some debris at the bottom of the pit and approached, discovering a forehead protector engraved with the emblem of the Leaf Village. Yet, the forehead protector alone could ascertain Fengye's origin without definitively identifying him. Munai continued scanning the surroundings in search of the nameplate that Fengye might have carried. But, almost in the next moment, his body froze in place. A blade suddenly emerged, piercing through his chest from behind, blood gushing forth and staining the scorched earth. Munai's pupils dilated in disbelief as he struggled to turn his head, barely catching a glimpse of the figure behind him, none other than Fengye. How could this be? He managed to utter weakly. At that moment, Fengye's clothing lay tattered, yet beneath the ruin, his skin remained unblemished, without a single trace of burns or injuries. Not a hair out of place. Having endured such an explosion within the barrier, he emerged completely unscathed. The garments, however, were another matter. Fengye did not respond to his inquiry, but instead drew the Kusanagi sword, casting a glance at his shredded attire before shaking his head. This was likely the distinction between him and the reincarnated ninjas. While he could not restore his clothing and external belongings after sustaining damage, those reincarnated could regenerate. Whoosh! Fengye's form flickered, leaping atop the pit. The two jonin supporting Yitsong had already sensed the shift, their expressions shifting dramatically. Upon seeing Fengye's appearance, both displayed a hint of terror. Yet, their astonishment bore no significance. A flash of silver light. In their injured state, with chakra in disarray, the two had no time to react as their bodies were cleaved by the Kusanagi sword, collapsing into the rain-soaked ground amidst a spray of blood. How is this possible? Yukura's pupils constricted sharply as she gazed at Fengye in disbelief. She attempted to summon the chakra within her body, yet her grievous injuries rendered her incapable of doing so. Straining to activate it, she instead coughed up a mouthful of blood, half kneeling upon the ground. Her eyes fell upon Fengye's body beneath the tattered remnants of his clothing, delicate, fair, and unblemished by any wounds. A profound incredulity filled her heart. She was acutely aware of the destructive power of the fire release. Within that barrier, her most formidable attack, combined with the explosive aftermath. could scarcely be withstood even by the adeptly defensive 4th Kazekage. Yet here stood Fengye, untouched and unmarred. How could he have achieved this? Fengye approached the kneeling Yakura, the silver radiance surrounding him dissipating, indifferent to the exposure of his form. Yakura clasped her hands to form a seal, struggling to draw upon the remnants of her chakra, and unleashed a stream of flames directed at Fengye. However, in the next instant, Fengye thrust forward with the Kusanagi sword, its blade entwined with lightning, cleaving through the flames with ease. Coughing, Yakura spat out another mouthful of blood, laboriously raising her gaze to Fengye's countenance, desperate to comprehend how he had accomplished this. Regrettably, her consciousness began to wane, and clarity slipped away from her grasp. As darkness enveloped her vision, she slowly closed her eyes, her body swaying before collapsing backward. Had she lost consciousness? Fengye observed this scene without rushing toward her. Instead, he continued to sense and scrutinize the situation. When he detected her life force gradually fading, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Approaching cautiously, he found no response. It seemed that her chakra had been entirely depleted due to her severe injuries, and her life had ebbed away. He had intended to capture her alive. Fengye shook his head in resignation. A ninja of Yakura's caliber was certainly worth attempting to capture, yet it appeared he had exerted himself a bit too forcefully. No, it was likely that she had been overwhelmed by fear, ultimately exhausting all her chakra with her final fire technique. If only he could reverse time for others. He might attempt to resurrect her, but alas, such power eluded him. He was also unversed in the technique of Edo Tensei. Never mind. Perhaps another opportunity will arise in the future. Fengye sheathed the Kusanagi sword, contemplating for a moment before deciding against any further actions regarding Yakura's lifeless form. Should she be reanimated through Edo Tensei, she would no longer be his adversary, and they might even engage in conversation. It crossed his mind that these peculiar thoughts were perhaps a consequence of his physical age, now 13 or 14, reaching the stage of innate curiosity about the flesh. Humanity. Fengye lifted his gaze to the sky, a myriad of thoughts swirling within him. The Third Great Ninja War was an era of tumult and brilliance, brimming with prodigious talents. From Sand Village's Yakura to Konoha's Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Shursui, the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee of Kumobakure, and the distinguished members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, alongside the future 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, so many names that it was difficult to recount them all. Now, standing upon the battlefield of this great war, he would inevitably encounter these individuals and clash with them. Aside from the troublesome Flying Thunder God technique of Minato Namikaze and the Shiki F gene, the abilities of others posed no threat to me. Well, it's difficult to say regarding the Raikage. I must enhance my strength further. After murmuring this to myself, Fengye bent down and rummaged through the body of Yekong, discovering a small metal plate engraved with Yekong's ninja identification number from the Sand Village. This type of metal plate is also affixed to his own person. It serves as a means for the village to identify ninjas posthumously, should it unfortunately fall into the hands of enemy ninjas. It becomes a trophy signifying their achievements in battle. Typically, such items are not utilized except during times of war, as the chaos of battle can render the remains of the deceased unrecognizable, making it impossible to ascertain their identities. Whoosh. Fengye then collected the identification plates of several other jonin and turned his gaze toward the approaching figures of Yekong and the others, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yekong and these jonin are likely the leaders of that squad, for the Sand Village is not formidable enough to dispatch a 100-strong ninja unit led by 2 Kage-level ninjas. The remaining members are merely inconsequential pawns, posing no threat to him whatsoever. In light of this, it would be prudent to eliminate them all at once. After using fabric from Yekong and the others to patch his own attire, Fengye casually severed the heads of several jonin, sealing them away, and then employed a transformation technique to assume the appearance of one of them, hastening towards the Sand Ninja forces. Chapter 76, Suicide, the Land of Rain. Beneath a massive rock formation, a multitude of sand shinobi congregated anxiously. Where's Lord Yakura? Why has he not yet returned? One Nin remarked, casting a glance towards the direction where Yakura and his companions had pursued the rogue ninja, Fengye. Another nearby furrowed his brow and added, chasing a lone ninja should have concluded swiftly. If they had apprehended him, they would have returned by now. If they failed to catch up, They wouldn't squander time in pursuit. The prolonged absence, could it be an ambush? That seems plausible. A Chunin who remained with the group responded somberly. His gaze remained fixed on the path taken by Yakura and the others. That young ninja may indeed be a ruse, perhaps a bait. However, given the strength of Lord Yakura and his team, even if they fell into a trap, they should manage to return. At the very least, one should come back to inform us of the situation. Another Chunin frowned. Our operation should not have been detectable by Konoha. What are the odds that a ninja bait would appear in such a position? Hard to say, the initial Chunin replied gravely. For now, we must wait and see. If no news arrives in another quarter of an hour, we will set out to search for them. The assembly of Chunin and Nin behind him nodded slowly, their expressions tense. This raid was crucial, potentially pivotal to the outcome of the war. The unexpected turn of events, the discovery by an unidentified ninja, and the prolonged absence of Yakura and his team bore ominous implications. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time slipped away quietly. Rain continued to fall, cascading down the rocky cliffs. Both the sand shinobi sheltering beneath the rock to evade the downpour and those stationed above, surveying the surroundings, remained silent, waiting in anticipation. Suddenly, a ninja atop the rock scanned the horizon, his eyes flickering with recognition. After a moment's scrutiny, he leaped down, exclaiming, "Ninja sighted at 7 o'clock. It is Yuki." A Chunin. His announcement shattered the oppressive atmosphere. All sand shinobi turned their attention towards him, with some rushing forth to gaze in the indicated direction. The leading Chunin observed Yuki sprinting toward them, a gnawing sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. If Yakura and the others had dealt with that ninja, they would have returned together. Yet, only Yuki was approaching. Could it be that the earlier conjecture was correct, that the rogue ninja was indeed bait, luring Lord Yakura and his team into an ambush? Was Yuki returning to seek reinforcements? Others among the sand shinobi came to the same realization, and an air of tension enveloped them. This was a grave situation. Countless eyes fixated on the approaching figure of Yuki. 1,000 meters. 900 meters. 800 meters. Yuki drew closer, and among the sand shinobi, a sensory ninja who had been watching him suddenly froze, as if sensing something amiss. When Yuki's distance closed to within 500 meters, his expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted, "Beware." The figure before them was not Yuki. The sound reverberated instantaneously, causing the faces of all the sand ninjas to change dramatically. At that moment, the Jonin Yuki, who was charging towards them through the white smoke, abruptly transformed into a young ninja clad in tattered attire, with silver hair. Following this, the speed of the young ninja surged exponentially, nearly tripling in an instant as he rushed towards them with astonishing swiftness. So fast. Be cautious. Teams 8, 9, and 10, prepare your jutsu. Witnessing this scene, one of the Jonin among the sand ninjas bellowed, issuing commands as a dozen ninjas surged forward, their hands moving swiftly to form seals. As they began to seal, the chakra within Fingye surged, breaking through the third gate of life and enveloping him in a silver glow. He then shattered the fourth gate of wound, arcs of lightning intertwining within his silver hair. Whoosh! In an instant, his speed multiplied several times over. Under the watchful and horrified gazes of the sand ninjas, only a flash of silver light could be seen, akin to a bolt of lightning, traversing the battlefield and covering the last couple of 100 meters in a heartbeat. Wind release. Wind blade technique. Over a dozen sand ninjas shouted almost simultaneously. The wind blades unleashed by them intertwined in an instant, forming an expansive net of wind blades that swept towards Fingye. The commanding Jonin observed the scene with a grim expression. He was not overly concerned about this ninja. After all, they had over 100 elite fighters, and no matter how fast he was, it would be impossible for him to breach their combined large-scale wind release technique. The true concern lay in the dire circumstances. An enemy had disguised himself as Yuki to launch a surprise attack, and those who had pursued Yakura and the others had vanished without a trace, likely ensnared in an extremely perilous situation. As this thought flashed through his mind, his commands did not falter. Team 4, Team 5, flank from the right. Team 6, Team 7, flank from the left, encircle him. The Sand Village, adept in wind release techniques, held no fear of speed-oriented ninjas. Wind surpasses lightning. The slicing power of wind could tear through the defenses of lightning. and the range of wind release techniques could effectively restrict the positioning of speed-type ninjas, surrounding them in a lethal embrace. Fengye, gazing at the approaching network of wind blades ahead and the similar wind blades converging from both sides, maintained an unusually calm demeanor. Indeed, wind release techniques countered typical speed-type ninjas, but the key word was typical. For someone with the extraordinary defensive capabilities of the third Raikage, or for him, who could regenerate infinitely, wind release held no significant advantage. At that moment, looking down from above, one could see a flash of silver light charging directly towards the nearly 100-strong sand ninja formation that had begun to scatter. Before the shimmering silver radiance lay an intricate web of wind blades, flanked by 2 sand shinobi who were swiftly forming hand seals, poised to unleash the same ninjutsu to ensnare the silver light within their net. To presume that speed alone would grant you unbridled freedom in the presence of our sand shinobi is an egregious overconfidence. Your velocity is, in fact, your vulnerability. A glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of the Jonin from Tsunade. Swift movement also implies difficulty in altering one's course. Given Fengye's rapidity, if he could instantly pivot 180 degrees, he might evade the intricate grasp of the wind blade net. Yet, such a maneuver would be exceedingly challenging. Should he merely manage a hesitant turn, tracing a 90-degree arc, he would inevitably collide with the wind blade net unleashed from the flanks, rendering escape utterly impossible. Some still clung to life, yet he was already beyond salvation. The remaining sand shinobi, observing the rapidly evolving situation on the battlefield, reached the same conclusion and began pondering the uncertain circumstances surrounding Yekon. But at that very moment, a scene unfolded that took everyone by surprise. There stood Fengye, bathed in silver light, who, against the oncoming wind blade net, made no attempt to alter his trajectory, but instead charged directly ahead. What? This startling spectacle left all the sand shinobi in shock. In an instant, Fengye, enveloped in silver light, surged through the wind blade net. His form seemingly shredded into a mesh of fragmented pieces, torrents of blood gushing forth and leaving a crimson trail in the air. A profound astonishment enveloped the scene. Was this an act of self-destruction? Chapter 77. Total annihilation. Even the commanding shinobi was taken aback. Could it be that at such an astonishing speed, not even a slightest change in direction was possible? Indeed, excessive speed proved to be a double-edged sword, revealing a vulnerability. As this thought flickered through his mind, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. It was observed that the blood, which had been swept up by the wind blades, created a humanoid trail in the air, suddenly surged towards the direction of the silver light. Not a single drop of blood fell to the ground. All the blood that had flowed from the cuts made by the wind blades returned to the source of that silvery glow, which continued its trajectory unabated, darting towards the nearest cluster of people like a streak of silver lightning. In an instant, dozens of sand ninjas found themselves frozen in place, only to subsequently explode in a gory shower of blood. Impossible. What on earth was happening? The nearby sand ninjas were engulfed in horror, unable to react in time. Some grasped their kunai, attempting to defend against Fengye, but they could not even discern his trajectory. The commanding upper ninja's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his shock. This scene was entirely outside his expectations. How could one recover after being so ruthlessly cut by wind blades? It was not that the opponent's speed rendered him incapable of altering his course. Quickly, Teams 4 and 5 seal off his route. Team 2 provide support. As his complexion paled, he bellowed commands while drawing Itachi, directing his gaze towards the silver light traversing the battlefield, intent on aiding his comrades. Under his command, some of the astonished sand ninjas managed to regroup and unleashed another round of wide-ranging wind techniques to blockade Fengye's path. Yet, Fengye did not evade. Once again, he charged head-on through the wind blades, disregarding all harm. The Kusanagi sword in his hand, ensconced in arcs of lightning, cleaved through, leaving a dozen sand ninjas as lifeless corpses. Stay calm. Form a barrier. Barrier. Witnessing the total chaos that had engulfed the sand ninja ranks, the commanding upper ninja's face was a picture of despair as he shouted incessantly. Immediately, some sand ninjas attempted to employ barriers to thwart Fengye's advance. However, having previously encountered a barrier, Fengye was well prepared and simply circumvented its range. Although the barrier posed little threat to him, merely capable of temporarily ensnaring him, he sought destruction, not confinement. Swish, swish. The barrier failed once more, and the death toll under Feng Ye's Kusanagi sword rose by another 10. The sand ninjas were now utterly in disarray. Countless sand ninjas displayed expressions of shock and fear. They were the elite of Tsunade, unafraid of battle, willing to charge even against overwhelming odds. Yet, confronted by an opponent like Feng Ye, whose movements were so swift that they were barely perceptible, a sense of dread took root within them. It was nothing but instant death after instant death. From the moment Feng Ye charged into the crowd, the death toll among the ninjas has surpassed half. All the elite Chunin stood no chance against him, unable to endure even half a round. In a fleeting flash of silver light, lives were severed. There was no room for resistance, rendering the battle utterly futile. Damn it, he cannot be contained. The commanding Jonin, witnessing this scene, clenched his teeth in frustration, his gaze towards Feng Ye brimming with fury and panic, fully aware that this operation had irrevocably failed. Continuing the fight would only exacerbate their losses. Retreat. This command was excruciating for him to issue, as it was a critical mission that the village had placed immense hope upon, aimed at decisively determining the outcome of the conflict. The difficulty of giving the order, compounded by Feng Ye's rapid onslaught, resulted in nearly 10 more ninjas falling within mere seconds. They are finally beginning to flee. Feng Ye narrowed his eyes at the numerous sand ninjas who had received the retreat order. Having previously shattered the wind blade barrier, he was now devoid of clothing, his garments completely torn apart. Although enveloped in a silver glow and moving with blinding speed, making it difficult for anyone to discern his condition, he remained intent on sparing not a single one. The earlier slaughter was merely a prelude. The true test lay ahead. Once the sand ninjas scattered in all directions, even with his speed, annihilating them all would prove challenging. However, due to the inherent inertia of a ninja's thought process, the already disoriented sand ninjas did not immediately opt for the optimal retreat strategy, instead coalescing into a large group, fleeing in a singular direction. This was the very scenario Feng Ye yearned to witness. Without hesitation, he plunged into the throng once more, his sword rising and falling. In a relentless assault lasting nearly 10 seconds, several more sand ninjas perished beneath his Kusanagi. Split up. Do not retreat in one direction. Only then did the sand ninjas fully realize their predicament, scattering in various directions. By this point, however, the fallen had exceeded 80, leaving fewer than 20 remaining. The drastic reduction in numbers considerably diminished the difficulty of Feng Ye's pursuit. Swoosh, swoosh. Bathed in silver light, Feng Ye maintained his fourfold speed, with neither Chunin nor Jonin capable of lasting even a single exchange against him. After circling and systematically dispatching a dozen ninjas, the last 4 or 5 sand ninjas had fled hundreds of meters away, yet this distance was still insufficient to elude Feng Ye. The terrain was too open. Aside from the rocky shelter where the sand ninjas initially sought refuge from the rain, there was virtually no other complex geography nearby. It was a vast expanse. In a dense forest, where Feng Ye's sensory skills were less adept, a mere few hundred meters could provide a chance to escape. Yet in this open terrain, such a strategy was futile. They needed to flee at least 1,000 meters to employ basic concealment techniques, thwarting Feng Ye's line of sight and facilitating their escape in other directions. Whoosh, whoosh. Silver light darted through the rain-soaked air. The number of sand ninjas continues to dwindle. 5, 4, 3, ultimately approximately 2,000 meters from the initial battlefield. Feng Ye caught up with the last sand ninja, his Kusanagi sword ruthlessly piercing through the man's chest. You, demon. The sand ninja gazed at Feng Ye, fear evident in his eyes, as he trembled and uttered a single word before his consciousness began to fade. Feng Ye withdrew the Kusanagi sword, observing the lifeless body collapse into the rain-soaked earth, shaking his head. Demon? No. I am merely a human striving to survive until the end. After uttering this, Feng Ye turned to glance back at the battlefield. Even from a distance of 1,000 meters, he could barely make out the land, now stained crimson with blood. Corpses lay scattered across the field, rivers of blood flowed, resembling a hellish landscape. Chapter 78, Wind Shadow Raza, Land of Wind. On the front lines of the battlefield, The Sand Ninja Village has chosen an all-out offensive strategy, resulting in nearly all its ninjas being deployed to the forefront, leaving only a scant few behind in the village to safeguard the younger generation. This bold decision is not without justification. The arid desert environment of the Land of Wind presents a scarcity of resources, and ninjas unaccustomed to such terrain would face considerable challenges within its borders. Moreover, geographically speaking, the only potential threat capable of launching a surprise attack on the heart of the Land of Wind is the Rock Ninja Village from the Land of Earth. However, should the Rock Ninja Village expend significant military resources in an attempt to invade, the Cloud Ninja Village, ever watchful, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. These various advantages empower them to execute a comprehensive offensive. Within the camp, in the central tent, a Sand Ninja's voice broke the tense atmosphere. Lord Wind Shadow. Here are today's casualty statistics. We have lost 21 men, sustained 43 serious injuries, and 109 minor injuries. The report was handed to Raza, the fourth Wind Shadow, who, after a cursory glance, placed it on the table and solemnly declared, "No alterations to the operational plan are necessary. We shall proceed as scheduled tomorrow." Understood, the senior ninja acknowledged before exiting the tent. Inside, Raza was not alone. He was accompanied by the chief strategist, Hokage, and several other senior members of the Sand Ninja Village. In truth, prior to the assault from the Leaf Village, it would have been prudent to maintain a defensive stance to minimize casualties. However, doing so might arouse suspicion from Konoha. Hokage gazed contemplatively at a map laid upon the table. Raza nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, to prevent Konoha from becoming alert, we must maintain our offensive stance, even at the cost of some losses. Once the operation at the Leaf Village succeeds, we can immediately turn the tide of battle." Chio, her gaze penetrating, regarded Raza thoughtfully and remarked, "Let us hope for such smooth progress." Raza noticed a hint of unease in Chio's eyes, but chose not to respond. Instead, he urged, "It is growing late. Elder Chio, you should return to rest. It would be best if you led the next assault tomorrow." Chio offered no further words as she made her way out of the tent. Raza watched her retreating figure, a fleeting glimmer of something inscrutable flashing in his eyes. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Raza's prowess is considered among the weakest of all the shadows. Had the third Wind Shadow not met with misfortune in his prime, it would have been exceedingly unlikely for Raza to ascend to the position of fourth Wind Shadow. However, despite his hasty appointment and possessing far less control over his subordinates and village compared to the third, he has nevertheless secured his position as the fourth Wind Shadow. His reliance lies in his cunning strategies. Initiating a full-scale war against Konoha, igniting the Third Great Ninja War, is but one of his methods. The rhetoric of avenging the third Wind Shadow and demanding accountability from Konoha is mere pretense. Even the plundering of Konoha's resources is merely a secondary objective. His primary aim is to use the chaos of war to solidify his position as Wind Shadow, utilizing the ongoing conflict to weaken rival families and other high-ranking officials, while cultivating his own elite subordinates is the true essence of his actions. Thus, he remains indifferent to the so-called casualties. And even the outcome of this war holds little significance for him. Fengye's assessment of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, is that he is akin to Danzo. Yet in terms of foresight, he is significantly inferior. After all, Danzo at least harbored the ambition of unifying the ninja world. What has Raza accomplished? He foolishly instigated a full-scale war against Konoha, depleting the military strength of his own village in a bid to elevate his own power and secure his position as Kazekage. Subsequently, when Yakura achieved remarkable feats in battle and emerged as a hero, threatening his authority, Raza swiftly conspired with the hidden Mist Village to eliminate Yakura. He then expelled the esteemed Chio and Leazang from the decision-making circle, forcing both into retirement. Eventually, during the Chunin exams, he was eliminated by Orochimaru. One can assert that throughout history, this Kazekage has never undertaken a single action that genuinely benefited the Sand Village. Every deed has been aimed solely at solidifying his power and position. In a certain sense, Raza's methods are indeed formidable, managing to ascend from a hastily appointed Kazekage to a position of absolute dominance within the Sand Village. However, Fengye holds these manipulative political tactics in utter disdain. The rationale is simple: a limited perspective. This world is not one ruled by political machinations, but rather one governed by the supremacy of strength. In the presence of titans like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, engaging in so-called political maneuvering is utterly ludicrous. Both Chiyo and Ileazang are acutely aware of Raza's intentions, yet they are powerless to intervene, as Raza possesses the upper hand. Employing overt strategies that use the disappearance of the third Kazekage as a pretext to wage war against Konoha, a claim that cannot be refuted. Moreover, the deep-seated animosity between the Sand and Leaf villages has garnered the support of the entire village. Ileazang, you two should take a rest, Raza remarked. Turning to the elder who was intently studying the map, Ileazang traced his fingers over the map for a moment, then raised his head. A hint of worry etched on his face, stating, I fear I may not be able to sleep. For some reason, I have an ominous premonition. Ominous premonition? Raza inquired. Slightly puzzled, shaking his head. It is likely just a result of your fatigue. You should retire early. The subsequent battlefield arrangements will require your guidance. Perhaps, Ileazang sighed, rising to leave. However, at that moment, a figure burst into the tent, kneeling before Raza with urgency, reporting, Kazekage-sama, we have lost contact with the ambush unit. The tranquil atmosphere in the tent shifted abruptly. Ileazang's heart sank as he exchanged a glance with Raza. Raza's expression also shifted. Although the ambush unit was not his direct subordinates, and thus not a matter of great concern, receiving such news unexpectedly elicited a reaction. When did we lose contact? This afternoon. The liaison ninja urgently reported. According to the original plan, the assault team was supposed to contact us at noon, yet no news has been received. In the afternoon, the communication unit attempted to reach out, but by evening there was still no response. I have just received word from the summoning beast that the liaison ninja over there has perished. The expression on K.I.'s face turned grim. The ominous premonition had come to fruition. The liaison ninja held a position of significant importance within the assault team, being safeguarded at the heart of the unit. The death of the liaison ninja signified that grave troubles had befallen the assault team. Arshaw's demeanor also darkened, though much of it was feigned. The assault plan was K.I.'s decision. Should anything go awry, he would bear the brunt of the blame, resulting in a substantial diminishment of his standing, which, in a twisted sense, could be advantageous for him. Lord Windshadow, esteemed elders, what shall we do next? The liaison ninja anxiously inquired of Ursha and K.I.'s. K.I.'s inhaled deeply and replied solemnly, do not panic. The assault team has Yakura. Even if they encounter difficulties, they will manage. Their current predicament should be one of scattered disconnection. Dispatch a scout unit to investigate the situation and establish contact with them. Let us proceed with this plan. Ursha nodded in agreement, his voice steady. The liaison ninja acknowledged the command and swiftly departed the tent to relay the orders. Chapter 79. Return to the camp at the front lines of the Land of Grass, Konoha's encampment. After vanquishing the surprise assault team from Tsunade, Funya had no intention of further exploring the Land of Rain, although he was intrigued by Nagato's Rinnegan. It was not something he could afford to delve into at this moment. After all, Uchiha Madara was still alive, keeping a vigilant watch over the ninja world. And Nagato was equally under scrutiny. Prematurely uncovering the clandestine truths of this world was not prudent. Ah, it seems you have succeeded, Orochimaru remarked, engrossed in his research within the tent. Upon noticing the Kusanagi sword hanging at Funya's waist, a faint smile graced his lips. Funya nodded in acknowledgement. Your intelligence was entirely accurate, sensei. Orochimaru's gaze lingered on the Kusanagi sword for several seconds before he inquired, may I see that Kusanagi sword? Funya drew the sword and handed it to Orochimaru. With keen interest, Orochimaru examined the Kusanagi sword for a moment and infused it with a trace of chakra, attempting a few swings. Indeed, it is the Tenkari sword, he confirmed. Pondering, Funya asked, how many Kusanagi swords are there in total? Kusanagi is not merely the name of a single sword, but a collective term for many blades. He had heard of the Tenkari sword, which he believed to be the one held by Sasuke, as they appeared identical. Orochimaru's words validated his earlier assumptions. Orochimaru continued with a light chuckle. Legend has it that there are 11 Kusanagi swords in total. However, 8 have been lost to time, leaving only 3. The veracity of this legend remains unconfirmed, but we can ascertain the existence of three: the Tsumagari sword, the Tenkari sword, and the Tak sword. Fengye was not particularly surprised by Orochimaru's response, as he was already aware of this information. What did astonish him, however, was the realization that only the three swords mentioned in the original narrative were confirmed to exist. Orochimaru's smile persisted. The Tsumagari sword is in my possession, as you have witnessed, possessing the ability to freely morph and alter its length, manipulated at the will of its master. Your sword, the Tenkari, is characterized by its remarkable resilience and sharpness, ideally suited for channeling chakra, capable of adapting to virtually any ninjutsu. The final sword, the Tak, also known as the Sakagari sword, is documented to possess sealing abilities, capable of sealing all that it pierces. Fengye was already well informed about these details. He gently traced the blade's edge with his fingers among the three Kusanagi swords. The sealing technique of the Tak posed a certain threat to him, while the Tsumagari sword seemed somewhat ostentatious. Yet, the Tenkari sword, which he now held, was the one most fitting for him. From his battle with Yakura, he sensed that the Tenkari sword's capacity to channel lightning chakra surpassed that of the White Fang's ninja blade by a significant margin. The term capacity refers to its efficiency in utilizing chakra. Infusing a regular kunai with lightning chakra, due to the inferior material of the kunai, would result in the lightning chakra barely unleashing 2 to 3/10 of its full potential. When the blade of White Fang is infused with lightning chakra, it can nearly unleash 70 to 80% of its potential. Such an efficient utilization of chakra approaches the direct release of ninjutsu. The sword of Tenbu, however, is even more formidable, achieving an efficiency exceeding 90% with minimal expenditure. This explains why, despite the impact on his Kiki swordsmanship after acquiring this sword, Fengye was still able to execute the technique Radiant Flash. While his swordsmanship was affected, the efficiency of his chakra improved, resulting in a negligible change in his overall prowess. I see. Although Fengye was already aware of what Orochimaru had said, he still responded with a look of realization. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth as he remarked, "That Kusanagi sword perfectly complements your techniques. However, you may need to make some adjustments to your Kiki swordsmanship." Fengye nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, transitioning from a short blade to a long sword does require some adaptation. Nevertheless, as they belong to the same category of weaponry, making some modifications should not be overly challenging. The change from a short blade to a long sword is merely a matter of length, not a transformation into peculiar weapons like daggers or hammers. Thus, altering Kiki swordsmanship into Kiki swordsmanship does not necessitate a complete abandonment of prior experience, but rather requires some refinements in the details. Men are generally adept at manipulating variations in length. I believe, with your talent, you will soon master the improvements." Orochimaru chuckled lightly and inquired, "Did you encounter any other matters in the Land of Rain?" It was a casual question, as Fengye's swift return suggested a smooth journey without any unforeseen events. However, upon asking, he noticed Fengye deep in thought, seemingly organizing his words. "Well," he began after a moment. Orochimaru gazed at the pile of metallic plates on the table, his expression turning astonished. After Fengye tossed the metal plates onto the table, he spread his hands towards Orochimaru and said, "This is essentially the situation." A profound silence enveloped the tent. The two Konoha Jonin standing nearby were momentarily stunned. At a cursory glance, there were nearly 100 of these metal plates. If they were not fabricated, it implied that Fengye had single-handedly defeated nearly 100 Sand Shinobi. Even if they were all lower-ranked ninjas, such a number is quite daunting. If your assessment is correct, then your achievements this time surpass those of your previous battle," Orochimaru remarked after several seconds. Fengye, having single-handedly eliminated a Sand Shinobi reconnaissance unit attempting to bypass the Land of Rain and launch a surprise attack on the rear of the Konoha frontline camp, could be regarded as a hero for this feat alone. Fengye, however, did not display any signs of pride or arrogance, stating it was merely coincidental. For him, the accolades earned on this battlefield held little significance. The enhancement of his strength was the only matter of true importance. By the way, there is also this. As he spoke, Fengye tossed a scroll towards Orochimaru, stating, "I have collected a small sample of blood from that scorch-release ninja, which you might find intriguing. Typically, Orochimaru would exhibit great interest in samples of bloodline limits, but ever since he had learned of Fengye's capabilities, his desire to research other bloodline limits had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, he possessed a collecting obsession. The blood sample from the Scorch-release ninja was precisely one of the samples he lacked. Well done. I shall relay the situation to the village, Orochimaru remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. By the way, a day ago, the third Hokage issued an order regarding you. Dispatching you to the frontline camp in the Land of Wind, you may depart at once. Fengye shrugged in resignation, saying, without a moment's respite, I must once again be on the move. He was not particularly surprised by this command. Unless Minato Namikaze suddenly erupted, overwhelming Tsunade and delivering a decisive defeat. It was likely that he would be reassigned as long as the situation remained somewhat stagnant. In truth, he wished to temporarily vacate the battlefield and find a quiet place to cultivate for a while. However, doing so during wartime would be tantamount to defection. And he was not yet ready to abandon Konoha. On one hand, there was Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai to consider. On the other hand, the current threats in the ninja world were significant. Aside from the half-dead Uchiha Madara, the only other substantial threat remained Minato from Konoha, whose ability to combine the Reaper Death Seal with the Flying Thunder God technique was notably troublesome. Moreover, staying in Konoha allowed him to pursue some of his own plans. You have eliminated a surprise unit from Tsunade. Take a moment to rest while awaiting new instructions from the village. It is of no concern. Orochimaru added with a smile as he put away the scroll. Fengye exhaled, saying, Then I shall take my leave to rest. Having scarcely had a moment of restful sleep during his journey, he felt a slight weariness and needed to return to replenish his slumber. Chapter 80. Dans and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The intelligence regarding Fengye's annihilation of an elite sand ninja squad of nearly 100 in the Land of Rain sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Konoha. This included both Dans and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The source of their astonishment was not merely the destruction of a 100-man unit, but rather the insidious manner in which this sand ninja force had managed to infiltrate the rear of the Land of Rain. Had it not been for Fengye's intervention, the sudden assault on the encampment could have resulted in catastrophic repercussions, significantly altering the dynamics of the ongoing war. What appeared to be the mere extermination of 100 ninjas bore the potential to sway the outcome of the conflict itself. Following this revelation, a sense of trepidation emerged among the clan leaders, Dans and Sarutobi alike. While it was true that other ninjas could achieve remarkable feats, Fengye's youth was disconcerting. He was alarmingly young. In the conference room on the top floor of the Hokage Tower, Dans addressed Hiruzen with a grave tone. This transcends mere talent. Hiruzen, that child is possessed by a malevolent force. Just 10 years old, not yet 11. His extraordinary prowess displayed on the battlefield of the Land of Grass marks him as a prodigious talent, a rare gem in decades. Yet, this instance is different. Let us not overlook the coincidence of encountering the elite squad that infiltrated from the Sand Village. The mere fact that he single-handedly obliterated a 100-man unit is almost fantastical. Even you, Hiruzen, might find it difficult to accomplish such a feat. How shocking. The term malevolent force serves merely as a metaphor. He comprehended Danz's implication that something abnormal had transpired within Fengye, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. Such a transformation, capable of influencing the tide of war, could equally bring about significant losses for Konoha, rendering it a matter of considerable peril. He is the child of White Fang. Surely it cannot be so. Sitting beside them, Kurenai spoke up slowly, her eyes narrowing slightly. Mitogate Inazuma added solemnly, to label the child of such a resolute ninja as a threat seems rather hasty. Dans. No. Dans replied, shaking his head, his gaze heavy with concern. I do not define him as a threat. Rather, it is the peculiar changes occurring within him that warrant vigilance. A ninja of less than 11 years cannot achieve such levels of power without a significant anomaly at play. Hiruzen remained silent, his expression grave. The ninja world harbors too many forces akin to malevolent beings, such as the tailed beasts, which Konoha possesses in the form of the Nine Tails, a formidable deterrent, yet one that, if uncontrolled, could wreak havoc upon the village. This world is not devoid of monstrous threats that rival even the tailed beasts in their menace. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not harbor significant concerns regarding Fengye. He assessed that, despite possessing the mindset of an adult at such a tender age, Fengye bore no malice and posed no threat to Konoha. However, If there resided a monstrous entity within him, the situation would be entirely different. What do you intend to do? Sarutobi fell silent for a few moments before slowly addressing Danzo. Danzo narrowed his eyes and suggested, I recommend we exercise control over him to ensure no threats emerge. If indeed there is some malevolent creature residing within, we must promptly employ sealing techniques to restrict it. Control him at the earliest opportunity? Sarutobi pondered deeply. If there truly existed a possibility of jeopardizing Konoha, early intervention was warranted. Yet, he was reluctant to entrust this matter to Danzo, as it would only augment Danzo's power. At that moment, he recalled a peculiar point. Orochimaru, who ought to be the one making such judgments, had not mentioned these anomalies in his report. Funya is Orochimaru's disciple. Do you believe Orochimaru is entirely oblivious to this? Sarutobi suddenly inquired. Danzo squinted, responding, perhaps he is aware, but is undertaking something in the shadows, choosing not to report to you. Upon hearing Danzo cast suspicion upon Orochimaru, Sarutobi scoffed, you have also never fully disclosed your clandestine activities to me. He reached a decision. He would continue his dialogue with Orochimaru to glean more information about Funya and refrain from making hasty decisions against him, as he still held trust in Orochimaru as a mentor. Moreover, everything Funya had accomplished thus far was a testament to his prowess on the battlefield. To impose control over him based solely on unverified suspicions would undoubtedly incite unrest. In times of war, such turmoil must be avoided. Upon hearing Sarutobi's resolution, Danzo slowly remarked, it seems you still have considerable faith in your disciple. Thus, I have no further suggestions. As he spoke, he rose to depart, his silhouette gradually fading into the darkness. Over the course of 3 days, Sarutobi engaged in multiple discussions with Orochimaru, ultimately receiving startling information. Funya had awakened a certain bloodline limit. This bloodline limit, which enhanced speed, granted Funya extraordinary power, enabling him to display astonishing feats on the battlefield. All prior doubts dissipated. As one of the prominent figures in the ninja world, Sarutobi understood the significance of speed to a ninja. A bloodline limit that augments speed could greatly influence a ninja's capabilities, making it conceivable to contend against many foes simultaneously. The ability to enhance speed could render sea tactics ineffective, allowing for seamless maneuvering in challenging situations. It was no wonder Funya achieved feats that even he found difficult to accomplish. Is that the strength you bestowed upon your child, Tobirama? Holding the latest intelligence scroll transmitted by Orochimaru, Sarutobi gazed out the window, unable to suppress a murmured reflection. The will of the deceased can indeed exert influence after death, leaving behind certain abilities to safeguard their children. For instance, the sand that instinctively protects the body without deliberate manipulation is a phenomenon that has been documented on numerous occasions. Of course, it is also possible that Funya's spirit and physical form underwent some form of mutation, giving rise to a bloodline limit. Regardless of the circumstances, it is ultimately a fortuitous occurrence, for Funya is a ninja of Konoha. Possessing such formidable combat prowess can significantly impact the course of a war. Notify Orochimaru to maintain the previous directives and assign Funya to the frontline camp in the Land of Wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly reached a resolution, reaffirming the earlier decision to deploy Funya to the battlefield in the Land of Wind. However, while the previous mission aimed at providing support, this time the objective is to inflict damage, taking advantage of the devastation wrought upon the Sand Ninja Village's surprise attack. Funya will be dispatched once again to initiate a grand campaign, delivering a heavy blow to the strength of the Sand Ninja Village and utterly vanquishing them. Chapter 81. Funya and Orochimaru. Moments later, within the frontline camp of the Land of Grass, Orochimaru received instructions from Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a knowing smile directed at Funya, he remarked, it seems that teacher Sarutobi has come to trust you. Funya shrugged nonchalantly, responding, to possess such strength before the age of 11 indeed raises questions regarding the source of one's power. I must express my gratitude to you, Orochimaru-sensei, for your assistance in providing explanations and concealing the truth. In the information Orochimaru relayed to Sarutobi, he described a certain bloodline limit that enhanced speed, deliberately omitting any mention of the power of time. Funya was actually unconcerned about the exposure of his ability to accelerate time. The only power he felt compelled to keep hidden was that of time reversal, for it enabled him to address virtually any unexpected situation. Orochimaru's intentional concealment stemmed from his own subjective intentions. Fengye surmised that Orochimaru's motives were likely protective. Perhaps he did not mind being candid with Sarutobi, but he certainly wished to prevent Danzo from discovering his abilities. Given Orochimaru's covert collaboration with Danzo, he was likely acutely aware of the consequences if Danzo were to learn of his powers, hence his caution. Unless one has delved deeply into the study of the body, it is rather difficult to directly associate your performance with the manipulation of time. Claiming it to be a speed-related bloodline limit serves as a suitable cover. Even if your abilities are revealed, the enemy would still struggle to devise a countermeasure. However, should certain individuals become aware, it might lead to unnecessary complications, Orochimaru chuckled. Having spent considerable time in the company of Fengye, Orochimaru recognized that the boy's intellect surpassed that of a typical child of his age. He was a cautious, mature, and rational ninja. Thus, he subtly alluded to certain matters, confident that Fengye would comprehend. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Fengye sighed inwardly. If Orochimaru merely sought to protect his disciple without ulterior motives regarding his bloodline limit, it would indeed be quite touching. The implications of Orochimaru's statements were unmistakable. The distinction between time acceleration and a speed-enhancing bloodline limit was negligible in practical terms. Both pertained to alterations in velocity. This meant that if the enemy had strategies to counter speed-oriented ninjas, they could similarly contend with Fengye. Therefore, the impact of revealing this ability was minimal. The crux of the matter lay in the potential for unnecessary complications arising from such exposure, specifically, the complications associated with Danzo. Lord Danzo has always taken a keen interest in me, Fengye remarked with a light chuckle, candidly stating, when I first displayed a modicum of talent, Lord Danzo attempted to recruit me into the Root organization. With his current strength and status, he felt no need to conceal much from Orochimaru, as he had already attained the capability to engage with the highest echelons of the village's power, especially now that Orochimaru stood on the same side as him. Orochimaru let out a soft hmph and remarked, Danzo has always shown a keen interest in the young prodigies of the village, yet his primary concern lies with personal gain, disregarding any semblance of rules. Should you reveal your talents too early, it is likely that either you or Kakashi might fall into his grasp. I share the same sentiment. He'd replied with a shrug. He is likely still contemplating his schemes against me, but during wartime, he is unlikely to act recklessly. Orochimaru smiled faintly and said, There is no need to be overly concerned. Master Sarutobi will not allow him to act freely, especially against your interests. However, the current structure of the village has become somewhat decrepit and requires reform. If I were to become the fourth Hokage, with the recent events, Orochimaru recognized that Kid stood firmly aligned with him, at least until the power dynamics within Konoha shifted. Hence, he felt comfortable sharing his thoughts on the village's issues. I will support you, Master, Kid replied with a gentle nod. There was no connection between him and Minato Namikaze, and as they both vied for the position of fourth Hokage, he would undoubtedly side with Orochimaru. From any perspective, Orochimaru possessed the capability to assume the role of fourth Hokage. Even during this period, and particularly during the Chunin exams to come, Orochimaru still held feelings for Konoha. Otherwise, he would not have gazed at the village with moist eyes during the attack on Hiruzen Sarutobi. The reckless capture of Konoha's ninjas for human experimentation occurred only after Sarutobi chose Minato as the fourth Hokage, a decision that left Orochimaru utterly disillusioned with the village. Furthermore, Minato's methods were too gentle. In the original narrative, Minato's ascension to the role of fourth Hokage was not significantly tied to his accomplishments. For Orochimaru's achievements from the second to the third Great Ninja Wars were hardly inferior to Minato's, and his experience and qualifications far surpassed those of Minato. The reason Minato became the fourth Hokage was straightforward. He was easier to control compared to Orochimaru and posed no threat to the status of the Elder Council of Konoha. Were Orochimaru to assume the position, he would not willingly relinquish so much power to Danzo and the likes of Kohara Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. He would undoubtedly eliminate them one by one. It was precisely for this reason that the higher-ups of Konoha collectively supported Minato. Ultimately, the village's system had decayed significantly, as evidenced by the handling of subsequent events such as the Uchiha massacre. Kid was reluctant to leave Konoha, as it was home to many familiar faces. However, since he did not wish to depart, his presence would inevitably threaten the positions of Konoha's elite. He would either be marginalized or rise to become Hokage and undertake a thorough cleansing of the village. Becoming Orochimaru's disciple was an unexpected turn of events. He'd initially planned to become Hokage himself, cleanse Konoha, and then pass the position to Kakashi, retiring early to enjoy a peaceful life. He pondered what the scenario would be like if Orochimaru were to become the fourth Hokage, a thought that brought a gentle smile to his lips. On one hand, he must contend with the decaying Elder Council, while on the other, he is burdened with the exceedingly demanding affairs of Konoha, all the while needing to mediate the intricate relationships among the prominent clans. Should he undertake this colossal task? It is likely that even Orochimaru would find himself devoid of time to delve into the arcane techniques of impure world reincarnation and corpse reanimation, ultimately remaining in the position of the fourth Hokage until retirement. With your support, I am imbued with a greater sense of assurance, Orochimaru mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead in his quest for the Hokage title. The upper echelons of Konoha would likely oppose him en masse. The only fortuitous aspect was that both Jiraiya and Tsunade had little interest in the position. However, Jiraiya's disciple, Namake's Minato, was being groomed as the heir apparent. Lacking sufficient influence and power, Orochimaru's ascension to the role of fourth Hokage hinged solely on the opinion of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who must offer him unwavering support. Even a neutral stance would be inadequate. Now, with the backing of Fingya, he has gained a formidable ally, instilling a glimmer of hope. After all, Fingya has, in terms of both strength and merit, attained a stature within Konoha that commands a certain degree of respect and authority. Chapter 82. The Crisis of the Crimson Sunset. After parting ways with Orochimaru, Fingya ventured forth alone from the camp, making his way towards the frontline battlefield of the Land of Wind. However, this time he did not hasten towards the battlefield at full speed. Instead, he advanced while simultaneously honing his skills, placing little emphasis on the swiftness of his arrival. By traveling at quadruple speed, he could reclaim several days for training. During the 3 days he spent at the camp, he diligently practiced with the aim of adapting to the transition from short blades to long swords, familiarizing himself with the characteristics of the Tenbu Flow sword and transforming the Kiki blade technique into a style uniquely his own. The distinction between a short blade and a katana lies solely in their dimensions, rather than a transformation in weapon form. The crux of this dimensional difference resides in the point of force application. The points of force application for a short blade and a katana differ significantly. Wielding a katana with the grip of a short blade feels awkward, resulting in strikes that lack sufficient power, necessitating adjustments. In a secluded grove, the differences may appear subtle, yet they are indeed considerable. Nevertheless, the process of improvement proved less daunting than anticipated. Holding the Kusanagi sword, Fingya engaged in the most rudimentary sword swings. Over the course of 3 days of training at the camp, he accomplished approximately 80% of the modifications to the Kiki blade technique. As he progressed, the improvements became increasingly challenging. After 2 days of travel, he reached around 90% completion. The remaining work primarily pertained to pure proficiency, requiring him to practice the fundamental swings to refine his cleaving technique, gradually elevating his skill to its zenith. This mechanical practice was, paradoxically, the simplest for Fingya. Thanks to the existence of time acceleration, in a state of quadruple speed, he could train at a rate surpassing that of an ordinary person by fourfold. 2 days equated to 8 days of typical training. Previously, as he endeavored to master the Kiki blade technique from scratch to a proficient level, he executed roughly 1,000,000 sword swings over the span of nearly a month. At that time, he could only achieve a time acceleration of 1.5 times, and his physical and chakra capabilities were quite feeble, merely at the level of a genin. Now, however, he was entirely transformed. 1,000,000 swings. In a state of quadruple speed, he could likely reach completion in less than a week. Moreover, this figure was merely an estimation. Fingya had calculated it based on his average swings per minute, so it would likely not take as long, especially since he had already engaged in some training while at the camp. 3,281, 3,282, 7,776, 7,777, 20,000. How much was it again? Never mind. Fengye soon abandoned the count. He was aware that he had been incessantly practicing the fundamental cleaving technique within the grove for a full 3 days, during which he consumed 2 deer and 3 sheep. Ultimately, he reached a state of swinging the sword without any sense of awkwardness, achieving strikes equivalent to those of the Kiki blade technique. Swish. In a state of quadruple speed, Fengye suddenly swung towards the distance. A glimmer of white light flashed along the blade, and with a swift sound, the trees a dozen meters away were severed at their center, causing 7 or 8 more trees behind to crash down in a cacophony. The power had increased by at least 20% compared to when he wielded the White Fang. If he were to confront Yutsung again, he would have a genuine chance to breach her scorching defense directly, negating the need for a war of attrition or reliance on time reversal. Fengye exhaled softly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features as he beheld the fruits of his cultivation. Although he could not yet unlock the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia in the short term, any enhancement in his capabilities was a cause for joy, especially since it augmented his offensive prowess. For someone as swift as he was, endowed with the ability to reverse time, considerations of defense and evasion were rendered moot. Thus, attacking power constituted his paramount attribute. It was time to depart. Fengye sheathed his Kusanagi sword, gazing toward the direction of the Land of Wind, and in an instant, his form transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting through the forest en route to the frontline camp of the Land of Wind. In the Land of Fire, amidst a certain jungle, 2 groups of ninjas encountered one another and became embroiled in battle. One faction comprised the ninjas of Konoha, while the other hailed from Tsunade. Yui Kurenai's expression bore a hint of strain. What was intended as a reconnaissance mission had unexpectedly led to an encounter with the lurking ninjas of Tsunade. Although he found himself in no immediate peril, he was entangled with an enemy Jounin. On the other side, 3 lower-ranking ninjas from his team, including Kurenai, along with a special Jounin who had accompanied him on the reconnaissance, faced another Jounin from Tsunade. Despite the 4-to-1 advantage, the special Jounin from Konoha was a reconnaissance-type ninja, possessing limited combat capability, while Kurenai and her companions were still merely lower-ranking ninjas, barely approaching the level of Chunin. Thus, even when cooperating, they were at a disadvantage, struggling to hold their ground. This was becoming troublesome. Kurenai furrowed her brow. She now faced 2 choices. One was to continue the fight, attempting to eliminate the opposing Jounin first, which would allow her to rush to assist her daughter. However, it was uncertain whether she would achieve victory before Kurenai's team could no longer endure. The other option was to employ a wide-area Genjutsu to momentarily restrain the 2 Jounin from Tsunade, ensuring Kurenai and her team's safe retreat. Retreated as then. Ultimately, Kurenai made her decision. On one hand, Kurenai was his daughter, and her safety influenced his performance. Continuing the battle seemed perilous. On the other, the mission was reconnaissance, not combat. Such a confrontation was premature and far too hazardous for Kurenai and her team. Whoosh, whoosh. After deflecting an attack from his opponent, Yui Kurenai leaped towards Kurenai and her team's formation, speaking in a grave tone. Kurenai, Akamatsu. Retreat. Understood. Upon hearing Kurenai's command, Kurenai and her companions promptly began their withdrawal, while Kurenai remained in place to weave hand signs, casting a wide-area Genjutsu to affect the 2 Jounin from Tsunade. At this moment, despite being an accomplished Nin, Hinata felt an overwhelming pressure when faced with AJ Nin, even with her comrades nearby. The fabric of her right shoulder had been torn, revealing a streak of crimson, and had it not been for her ally's timely intervention, her injuries could have been far graver. Indeed, he was AJ Nin like her father. She inhaled deeply, her back drenched in cold sweat. Having been in a state of extreme tension while confronting the Nin, her companions mirrored her anxiety, the strongest among them dripping with sweat upon his brow. Clearly at the height of their own nervousness, an inexplicable thought crossed her mind, recalling Kid. Though they were classmates, she mused, if Kid were here, he surely would not be as flustered as they were. Just as her thoughts wavered and her focus momentarily faltered, a frantic voice called out from behind her. It was the voice of Hinata. Hinata. The urgency of that cry jolted her back to reality. Startled, she sensed a chill creeping from her right side. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a figure who had stealthily approached her. A kunai poised to strike with lethal intent, it was one of the two Tsunade Chunin. Panic surged within her. At such close range, evasion was impossible. That fleeting moment of distraction had proven to be a fatal error. Chapter 83, Emergence at the critical moment, the attacking Jonin abruptly froze in place, allowing her to narrowly evade the kunai aimed at her neck. This was the illusion technique hastily unleashed by Yuhi Shinku. However, this illusion came at a cost. Yuhi Shinku could not anticipate the attack from the sand shinobi behind him. Though he managed to barely avoid a fatal blow, the blade still grazed his shoulder. Run! Yuhi Shinku gritted his teeth against the pain radiating from his shoulder, urging Yuhi Red and the others. Having escaped the clutches of death, Yuhi Red quickly regained her composure and grasped the situation, her complexion paling as she realized that her momentary lapse had resulted in Yuhi Shinku's injury. No, it was not entirely her fault. The sand shinobi had initially conjured a rock clone and deceived Yuhi Shinku, remaining unaffected by his illusion technique. His true self had launched a surprise attack just as she became momentarily distracted. Had she been alert, she would have sustained only minor injuries while dodging the attack. Instead, Yuhi Shinku had taken the hit for her, and the situation had grown dire. Similar eyes. Indeed, you must be father and daughter. Now, neither of you shall escape, sneered the sand jonin who had wounded Yuhi Shinku. Had Yuhi Shinku remained unscathed, it would have been difficult for them to eliminate each other. Yuhi Red and her companions were merely burdens, their injuries or deaths inconsequential. Yet now, with Yuhi Shinku injured, the wound on his right shoulder would undoubtedly hinder his hand-sign speed, creating an opportunity to defeat this formidable Leaf Jonin. Killing a few low-ranking shinobi held no significance. Slaying a Leaf Jonin would grant their mission meaning. Even without any intelligence to bring back, it would suffice as a notable achievement. Go. Yuhi Shinku pressed a hand to his shoulder wound, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the two sand shinobi, continuing to shout at Yuhi Red and the others. Observing this, Yuhi Red bit her lip. Though engulfed in anxiety, she recognized that remaining would only hinder Yuhi Shinku further, prompting her to flee with her comrades. Yet the sand shinobi had no intention of letting them escape. While their primary objective was to eliminate Yuhi Shinku, these young shinobi were merely a hindrance. Attacking them could expose Yuhi Shinku to greater vulnerabilities. Whoosh! One of the Jonin charged toward Yuhi Red once more. He had discerned the familial bond between Yuhi Red and Yuhi Shinku. Even if they were not father and daughter, they were certainly close. Thus, attacking Yuhi Red became the most effective strategy. Ninjas stepping onto the battlefield must always be mentally prepared for death. Little one, the sand jonin growled, seizing the opportunity to instill fear with his words. He understood that the psychological resilience of these young shinobi was likely feeble, making them prone to revealing weaknesses. Indeed, amidst his menacing voice, Yuhi Red's gaze faltered, a flicker of fear crossing her features. After all, she was still a mere 10-year-old genin. The nearby companions, sensing the perilous situation, rushed to support Yuhi Kurenai, hurling an array of shurikens and kunai at the sand village Jainin. Strangely, the adversary did not evade. With a series of thuds, the weapon struck, and the sand Jainin froze in place, disintegrating into earth and rock. A mud clone. Witnessing this scene, Kurenai's body stiffened, a chill coursing through her. She managed to turn her head just in time to see the sand Jainin had somehow appeared behind her. Injured, Yuhi Shinkuro had caught sight of the unfolding events, but his wounds rendered him incapable of offering any assistance against the onslaught of the opposing Jainin. In that moment, time seemed to slow to an agonizing crawl. Kurenai could see the kunai in the sand Jainin's hand inching toward her back, yet she found herself unable to evade. It was a brief explosion of spirit in the face of death. Though her consciousness seemed to sharpen in that instant, her body could not keep pace, leaving her helplessly watching the lethal weapon draw nearer. Am I to perish? A fleeting thought crossed Kurenai's mind. Red. Shinkuro's anguished cry reverberated through the air. The nearby onlookers gritted their teeth, their expressions frozen in shock as a sudden, imperceptible silver light swept across the battlefield. And Kurenai's form vanished without a sound. The sand Jainin's pupils constricted sharply. He turned abruptly to see, perched upon a nearby treetop, a figure bathed in silver light, cradling the vanished Kurenai in his arms. Stunned, Kurenai stood there, gazing at the silver-haired figure before her, vaguely recognizing it to be Kiryuru. Momentarily unable to process the situation. Have I already met my end? Almost. He'd smiled gently and assured her, but I will not allow you to die. He had been passing nearby when he sensed the battle and decided to investigate, never anticipating he would arrive just in time to avert Kurenai's crisis. Logically, Kurenai should not have encountered such a dire threat here. Had he not been present, she would have become a lifeless corpse in the next moment. Has my presence begun to alter the course of fate? He'd mused inwardly, his figure flickering as he descended to the ground, setting the still-dazed Kurenai down before turning to face the two sand ninjas. Under the weight of his gaze, the two sand ninjas felt their hair stand on end, sensing an overwhelming threat, as if death loomed just moments away. Let us go, one of them decisively declared without hesitation. The speed at which Kid had rescued Kurenai was nearly incomprehensible, and the chakra emanating from him was terrifying, definitely beyond their capability to confront. Can they truly escape? As Fengya whispered softly, his left hand formed a seal while his right hand extended outward, intertwining bolts of lightning that erupted with the cries of 1,000 birds. In an instant, he surged forward, a flash of silver darting across the battlefield. The two elite shinobi, caught in the wake of that silver streak, found themselves immobilized, their left chests and hearts seemingly erased, as if obliterated by some unseen force. Shock and disbelief flickered in their eyes as they struggled to gaze toward Fengya, yearning to discern the figure bathed in silver light. Yet, darkness swiftly enveloped their vision, and consciousness faded away. Thud, thud. With the sound of two bodies collapsing to the ground, Fengya, now a short distance away, felt the silver glow that enveloped him, and the arc of lightning entwined around his right hand gradually dim and dissipate as he turned around. Witnessing this scene, both Yugao and Inuzuka Kiba, along with others, fell into a profound silence, their gazes fixed in stunned disbelief upon Fengya. Just moments ago, what was that? Chapter 84. Kakashi's growth. As Akatsuki and the others found themselves momentarily frozen in disbelief, a figure suddenly materialized in the midst of the scene. With short, golden hair, he landed with agility and immediately hurled 6 or 7 shurikens, only then realizing the gravity of the situation. It appears you are all safe, sighed Minato Namikaze, noticing the two lifeless bodies on the ground. He straightened his posture and inquired, are they scouts from Tsunade? The patrol missions were not solely assigned to Akatsuki's team. Minato's squad was also nearby. Such missions typically served to train the lower-ranking ninjas, as they were not yet suited for direct combat. These tasks were usually led by Ch-Nin, with J-Nin supervising when not engaged in other duties. No, replied Akatsuki, visibly relieved at Minato's arrival. These are two J-Nin from Tsunade. It seems there is more to their presence than mere reconnaissance. He paused, glancing at the approaching figure of Kaido Kid. You are Kaido Kid, correct? Thank you for your timely assistance. What brings you here? I was dispatched to the Frontline camp by Lord Hokage, Kid explained, having fortuitously passed nearby and sensed the battle unfolding. The situation was indeed perilous. Kid approached and examined the wound on Akatsuki's shoulder. How is your injury? It's manageable, Akatsuki assessed, believing it was not too severe since he retained feeling in his right arm. At this moment, the others began to regain their composure and rushed over. Akatsuki first ran to check on Akatsuki's injury, feeling somewhat reassured before turning his attention to Kid. Meanwhile, Kid and Minato were engaged in conversation. Do you have any orders from Lord Hokage? Minato inquired, gripping a kunai infused with the Flying Thunder God technique, maintaining a watchful demeanor. He had yet to witness Kid's defeat of the two Tsunade J-Nin and could not fully ascertain his identity. Kid, unfazed, produced a small scroll and tossed it to Minato, who did not examine its contents but instead formed a hand seal, causing the scroll to emit a faint glow. My apologies. Minato finally relaxed his guard, offering Kid an apologetic smile. Kid nodded in understanding. No worries, this is a battlefield. I would do the same to confirm identity. However, Minato, why are you alone here? After verifying the special scroll and covert signals, Minato confirmed Kid's identity. Yet, Kid had recognized Minato from the outset due to his signature body flicker technique and the swift deployment of multiple kunai. Notably, Kid observed that Minato's kunai were not limited to those he had thrown. Several more were embedded in the nearby treetops, remnants of a prior engagement. It is no wonder that even the creator of the Flying Thunder God technique, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, considers Minato's version superior, executed with greater swiftness. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, addressed Kaguya, stating, "No, I was patrolling nearby with Kakashi and the others. Kakashi tends to be a tad slower, but they should be arriving shortly." "I see," Kaguya nodded in understanding. At that moment, Yugao finally found an opportunity to interject, yet she momentarily found herself at a loss for words, gazing at Kaguya with wide eyes. Since Kaguya's graduation, their interactions had diminished, particularly with the onset of war and their respective missions, causing some memories to fade. However, this recent event was indelibly etched in her heart, impossible to diminish. Her mind replayed the moment Kaguya saved her, along with the breathtaking sight of him, bathed in silvery light, dispatching two Sannin in an instant. It was utterly staggering. She had previously been lost in thought, contemplating that perhaps Kaguya would not have faced such a predicament with such disarray. Yet, he appeared in a nearly dreamlike fashion, effortlessly eliminating two Sannin as if they were mere ordinary foes. One of them had posed a significant challenge to their quartet. It had indeed been a perilous situation. Noticing the intensity of Yugao's gaze fixed on him, Kaguya smiled warmly and spoke up, although he was somewhat unclear about the circumstances preceding this moment. The appearance of Minato left him slightly bewildered. He surmised that even in Minato's absence, as long as Yugao avoided critical injuries to her heart, she could endure a punctured major artery, and Minato would have swiftly dispatched the two Sannin. Moreover, with a medical ninja in their squad, immediate assistance could prevent fatality. Of course, this outcome is undeniably better, he reflected. After all, Minato would have been a fraction too slow, and even if Yugao survived, she would have sustained grave injuries, rendering the situation perilous. "Thank you so much." Yugao looked at Kaguya, a plethora of words swirling in her mind, yet in the end, she hesitated and could only utter her gratitude. Yukimaru, standing nearby, cast a glance at Kaguya, observing his daughter's demeanor. He could easily infer the nature of their relationship and held no opposition to it. In fact, he was somewhat astonished by Kaguya's previously displayed speed. The instantaneous defeat of the two Sannin indicated that he too would struggle to withstand Kaguya's velocity. Despite his youth, Kaguya had already become an extraordinarily formidable ninja. "You're welcome. I'm just glad you're unharmed," Kaguya remarked with a gentle smile upon seeing Yugao's expression. At present, she seemed to have just turned 10, bearing a striking contrast to her future mature and alluring self, leaving him curious as to when she would grow a bit more. Witnessing familiar figures grow and change was indeed a unique joy. With these thoughts in mind, Kaguya turned his gaze toward a certain direction, where sounds began to emerge from the thicket, soon followed by three figures weaving through the trees and landing on the ground. "Where are the enemies?" Uchiha Obito grasped a kunai firmly, prepared to engage the moment he landed. Kakashi rolled his eyes, noting that the sounds of battle had already faded from this vicinity. And it was evident that Minato Namikaze had arrived ahead of schedule. The conflict had clearly reached its conclusion. To his surprise, not only were Minato and several familiar Leaf ninjas present, but also a long-absent figure, his elder brother, Kakashi Hitaki, staring in astonishment at Kageyuki. He had not anticipated encountering him here. "Kageyuki, what brings you to this place?" The question was posed not by Kakashi, but by a pleasantly surprised Rin Noera. Kageyuki greeted Rin with a smile, replying, "I happen to be passing by." Whoosh. As his words faded, Kageyuki vanished without a sound, reappearing behind Kakashi, a hand gently resting on his head. Kakashi, sensing Kageyuki's sudden disappearance, instinctively ducked and swiftly turned, launching a punch backward. Slap. Kageyuki effortlessly caught Kakashi's fist. "It seems you have grown quite a bit, Kakashi." Chapter 85. Arrival at the Konoha Camp. Feng Yi, grasping Kakashi's fist, offered a faint smile, remarking, "You've grown taller, even in just a few months." Could it be the effect of the cellular activation technique? Although he had merely utilized a fourfold speed without engaging the 8 gates, Kakashi's ability to barely react indicated that he was gradually surpassing the realm of a Ch-nin. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi would have become a J-nin at the age of 12. However, with Feng Yi as his elder brother guiding him, coupled with his practice of the cellular activation technique and the Chidori he had learned from Feng Yi. It could be said that he was now nearly equipped with the strength of a Chunin, albeit lacking in combat experience and other aspects that still fell short of Chunin standards. Perhaps Kakashi tilted his head, revealing a somewhat listless gaze. But the gap between us is ever widening. It seemed as though he had evaded Feng Yi's attack, yet in reality, it was Feng Yi's assault launched from a distance, allowing Kakashi a reaction time. The crux of the matter lay in Feng Yi's previous accomplishments on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, where he had dispatched numerous Chunin, highlighting a qualitative difference in strength between them. You are growing and I am training. Achieving parity with me is not an easy feat. Feng Yi released Kakashi's fist with a smile. Not far away, Minato Namikaze cast a surprised glance at Feng Yi. Although Feng Yi had not employed the 8 gates, the speed he displayed was indeed astonishing. It was no wonder he had achieved such remarkable feats on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. Obito was somewhat displeased. Originally, he had intended to showcase his prowess on this mission, but upon encountering Feng Yi, all attention had shifted towards him. Approaching the bodies of 2 Tsunade shinobi, he examined them briefly and remarked in astonishment, based on the chakra traces, these should be Chunin from Tsunade. Were they all dispatched by you, Teacher Minato? In an instant? From the moment he sensed the conflict to Minato's use of the body flicker technique to inspect the scene, and finally to their arrival. No more than a few seconds had elapsed. To eliminate 2 Chunin in such a brief span of time, despite already being somewhat familiar with his teacher's strength, Obito could not help but feel a sense of awe. No. Minato shook his head. It was not my doing. At this juncture, he turned to gaze at Feng Yi. Given that even with several Chunin, it would be quite challenging to eliminate 2 Chunin from Tsunade, and considering the brevity of time from when he heard the commotion to his arrival, it was most likely Feng Yi's handiwork. If he was correct in his assumption that the battle had concluded in an instant, then Feng Yi's prowess indeed ascended to another echelon. Such prowess was insufficient to stir his emotions, for he too possessed similar capabilities. What truly unsettled him was the fact that Feng Yi was significantly younger, an age at which a ninja had yet to reach their zenith. The recent events were indeed astonishing. Feng Yi, what was that technique you employed? Yue Hong inquired, her heart gradually regaining composure. Feng Yi smiled and responded, are you referring to that state? It could be classified as a secret technique that merges lightning release with physical combat. I call it 8 gates lightning release. At this point, he couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Minato Namikaze. The name 8 gates lightning release was a spontaneous creation, intended to prevent Minato from subsequently bestowing upon it an extravagant title like Silver Flash Ultra Will Dance Roar. At this moment, Obito felt a twinge of rigidity. He had not anticipated that the 2 Jonin from Tsunade had been defeated by Feng Yi. Minato had arrived a touch late. He had intended to divert everyone's attention. The group refrained from further idle chatter, and after handling the corpses and sealing the severed heads within scrolls, they collectively made their way back toward the Konoha camp. As they walked, Yue Hong turned to Feng Yi and asked, the Hokage has dispatched you here, which implies that you will be executing missions with us moving forward. Uncertain. Feng Yi shook his head, replying, it depends on the Hokage's orders and Jiraiya-sensei's directives. However, it is likely that I will be undertaking solo missions. At this juncture, Feng Yi glanced in Minato's direction, who was likewise observing him. Their gazes briefly intersected in the ether before being withdrawn. Minato offered a faint smile. From Konoha's perspective, Feng Yi's presence on this battlefield was advantageous for the overall war effort, given the commendable feats he had achieved in the Land of Grass. As for Feng Yi being a disciple of Orochimaru and arriving on this battlefield, it instilled a sense of competitive rivalry, though Minato was not particularly concerned. He believed he could excel further on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Furthermore, his aspiration was to become Hokage. The ninjas who were qualified to be Hokage, such as Orochimaru and Tsunade, were his true competitive targets. Feng Yi would merely be a contender of the next generation, not warranting excessive concern. 2 hours later, Feng Yi and Minato, along with the others, returned to the front lines of Konoha. Proceeding to the largest tent at the camp center to report to the commanding officer, Jiraiya. I understand. I will entrust the task of gathering intelligence to Jonin Haichi. Jiraiya acknowledged after listening to their accounts. nodding as he took the scroll containing the sealed head of the Tsunade Jonin from Yueying Hong. He then turned his gaze towards Fengye. Although Fengye was a disciple of Orochimaru and considered a nephew in that regard, the relationship between him and Orochimaru was one of both camaraderie and rivalry. Now, with Sarutobi Hiruzen assigning Fengye to this battlefield, Jiraiya felt somewhat helpless. Originally, Orochimaru and Fengye had resolved the conflict in the Land of Grass, while he was engaged in combat alongside Minato Namikaze here, a situation that seemed perfectly balanced. However, with Fengye now reassigned to this battlefield, it imparted an unsettling notion that he and Minato were incapable, necessitating Orochimaru to dispatch a disciple for assistance. It felt decidedly peculiar. Yet, there was no possibility of halting this development, as Fengye had already intervened in the fray. The news of Fengye annihilating a nearly 100-strong elite unit of sand shinobi circumventing the Land of Rain reached him, causing a cold sweat to break out upon his brow. Had the enemy executed their plan as intended, launching a surprise attack on the rear camp during a full frontal assault, Konoha would have faced not only a potential defeat but also severe devastation. What astonished him most was the fact that Fengye had single-handedly dispatched nearly 100 elite sand shinobi. The disciple Orochimaru had taken under his wing was nothing short of a monster. Chapter 86. Shock and Seriousness. Maple Knight, I am fully aware of your situation. You are now a direct special jonin of the frontline troops. Please return to rest. You will be assigned a mission when the time is appropriate, Jiraiya said to Maple Knight. Although he was hesitant to rely on Maple Knight's strength, he possessed a broader perspective and could not allow such a formidable force to remain idle, thereby depleting Konoha's combat capabilities. Therefore, he intended to formulate a comprehensive battle plan, launching a decisive confrontation against the Sand Village. With Maple Knight's presence and the disruption of the enemy's ambush plan, their chances of victory would be significantly enhanced. Understood. Maple Knight nodded. He was equally eager for rest after a long run from the Grass Country's camp, during which he had saved Kurenai Yuhi. While his physical state could be rejuvenated through time reversal, the exhaustion of his spirit was not so easily alleviated. He needed time to recuperate. As Maple Knight exited the tent, Jiraiya turned to Minato Namikaze and suddenly shook his head. In the upcoming battle, you must not be outshone by him, Minato. Maple Knight, being Orochimaru's disciple and younger than Minato, posed a potential threat if he were to outperform Minato in the forthcoming events. Jiraiya's thoughts were quite straightforward. He had no desire to become Hokage and was aware that both Orochimaru and Minato aspired to the position. One was his disciple, and the other was his comrade. He did not care much about who ultimately became Hokage, but he was concerned about whose disciple would emerge as the more exceptional. Minato smiled and replied, "He is an outstanding ninja, but he will not surpass me. Perhaps in the future, but for now, he is still too young." "No," Jiraiya said, looking at Minato and shaking his head. "Do not underestimate him due to his age. Just recently, he single-handedly annihilated a detachment of sand shinobi that was attempting to ambush our elite forces from the Rain Country." This intelligence had only recently reached Jiraiya, and Minato was taken aback upon hearing it. A detachment from the Rain Country attempting to ambush our elite forces? The size of such a unit should not be too large, as excessive numbers would risk exposure, yet they should not be too few either, or they might struggle to breach our defenses. Kakashi, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara, who had yet to depart, were equally astonished by Jiraiya's revelation. As they were unaware of this information, what was the size of that unit? Minato asked, his expression turning serious. Jiraiya's gaze deepened as he replied, nearly 100 individuals, with at least 10 jonin among them. How was that possible? Minato could not maintain his composure, his mind racing with turmoil. To single-handedly eliminate a 100-strong elite unit, including 10 jonin, would be a feat achievable with the Flying Thunder God technique, yet without practical experience. He found it difficult to ascertain the likelihood. The critical question remained, how did Maple Knight accomplish this? To annihilate this multitude of ninjas single-handedly, one must adhere to a fundamental principle, the ability to render all adversarial attacks and constraints ineffective. Relying on the Flying Thunder God technique, he can achieve this. However, how does Fengye manage it? He does not appear to possess exceptionally high defensive capabilities, and while his speed is remarkable, it does not reach the level necessary to nullify all ninjutsu and limitations. Could it be that Fengye also employs the Flying Thunder God? I am uncertain of his methods. Yet the outcome is undeniably real. Jiraiya turned to gaze in the direction where Fengye had vanished, his eyes deep with contemplation as he remarked, "Such feats are beyond even my capabilities." Thus, despite his youth, Orochimaru's disciple is undeniably a formidable anomaly. Do not regard him as an ordinary ninja. His words served as a caution to Minato, urging him not to underestimate Fengye. As for the claim of impossibility, it is true that he could not achieve it alone. But should he summon the two sages of Myobokuzen in Intersage mode, the scenario would be entirely different. He could indeed eliminate hundreds of elite ninjas. However, even if this were considered his own strength, it would bear little significance, for he is of the same generation as Orochimaru. Defeating Fengye would be expected. The crux lies in Minato not allowing himself to be outshone by Fengye in performance. That would be rather embarrassing. "I will take this seriously, Master Jiraiya," Minato nodded, a glimmer of determination illuminating his calm eyes. He had become earnest. Previously, upon hearing of Fengye's exploits on the battlefield of the Land of Grass, he had merely taken an interest in him. However, after learning of this particular achievement, he fully grasped the gravity of the situation and recognized his prior misjudgment of Fengye. Fengye was not a fledgling ninja still in need of growth, but rather an individual who, at such a young age, had already caught up to him. Beside them, Kakashi, Obito, and others stood momentarily dumbstruck, at a loss for words. Jiraiya's statements sounded like an incomprehensible script, filled with references to encounters with elite sand ninjas and tales of a single individual vanquishing nearly 100 elite warriors. Chunin, what on earth was all this? Even Kakashi, still some distance from achieving Chunin status, felt the weight of the revelation. Obito and Rin were still mere genin. Even Kakashi, who shared the closest bond with Fengye, was momentarily stunned, forcing himself to regain composure, a wry smile creeping onto his face. He no longer feared confrontations with Chunin. He had nearly bested one in battle before, yet he found himself incomparable to Fengye now. Fengye is extraordinarily powerful. Rin's eyes mirrored the shock, and after a prolonged silence, she could not help but murmur, feeling as though she were trapped in a dream. Meanwhile, at the frontline encampment of Tsunade, within the central tent, after days of reconnaissance, the scouts dispatched by the sand found traces of the leaf ninjas in the Land of Rain. However, these traces yielded little in the way of actionable intelligence. The sole certainty was that the leaf ninjas, including Yazong, were likely annihilated. As of now, not a single survivor has been encountered, even if one individual were still alive. They ought to have made contact by now. Regrettably, no news has returned. The entire tent has succumbed to a stifling atmosphere. How can this be? A hint of incredulity flickers in Hai Lao Tsang's eyes. He is acutely aware of Yi Tsang's prowess, leading an elite force of nearly 100. Yi Tsang's combat capabilities are extraordinarily formidable. Even if Konoha were to dispatch double the number of shinobi, they might not be able to annihilate Yi Tsang's troops entirely. To eradicate them completely, ensuring that not a single soul escapes, would likely require 3 times the number of elite shinobi. A feat that Konoha could not possibly achieve without detection under their very noses. Were this the case, the war would have long been unnecessary. Chapter 87. Who is it? Chiyo's expression darkened as she spoke. Could it be that a support unit has been dispatched from Konoha? Yet, we have received no intelligence either. It is inconceivable that a ninja force exceeding 300 could arrive silently in the Land of Rain, especially one that would head directly towards Yakura's unit. Ibiz shook his head, his countenance equally grim. Although the infiltration of Konoha's scouts into Tsunade is limited and the transmission of intelligence poses considerable challenges, the mobilization of over 300 ninjas could not escape notice, even if Konoha's scouts remained oblivious. There are numerous locations along the route where their own scouts would be stationed, just as they, when dispatching a 100-man unit, must circumvent the Land of Rain and take a long detour to remain undetected. It is unfathomable that a force 3 times that size could achieve the same. Could it be that the Rain shinobi have allied with Konoha? The 4th Kazekage, Raza, proposed solemnly. The incident occurred within the borders of the Land of Rain. If the Rain village and Konoha were indeed cooperating, such a scenario might be feasible. No, Ibiz countered, shaking his head once more. While the Rain village possesses the capability to annihilate Yakura's unit, it would necessitate almost their entire force, which is improbable without making noise. Moreover, that cautious fellow, Hanzo of the Salamander, would never easily mobilize all his men. With several hypotheses dismissed, the possibilities narrowed significantly. Firstly, Konoha did not deploy a substantial number of ninjas. And secondly, the incident transpired within the Land of Rain. Could it be an ambush? Chiyo spoke slowly. This reasoning seemed to hold water. Yakura and his comrades fell into a trap and were overwhelmed by a small contingent, with their escape routes effectively blocked. Ibiz had already arrived at this conclusion but refrained from voicing it, for being ambushed and subsequently overwhelmed by a larger force are entirely different matters. An ambush resulting in a small force defeating a larger one carries accountability. As the commanding Chunin, Yakura would bear significant responsibility, especially since he was directly appointed to lead this unit by none other than Ibiz himself. It appears this is the only plausible scenario, Raza stated gravely, casting a peculiar glance at Ibiz. With such substantial losses of elite personnel, you must take responsibility for this attack, Elder Ibiz. The atmosphere in the tent became oppressive. Many elite Chunin from Tsunade wore somber expressions, just as Raza had prepared to shift blame. Stripping Ibiz of his authority and undermining Chiyo's influence, a sand ninja abruptly entered the tent. Report to Lord Kazekage. We have discovered new leads from the Land of Rain. Raza furrowed his brow. The sand ninja, head bowed, quickly relayed, we have found additional traces on the battlefield, along with documents detailing the movements of Chunin Yakura. He swiftly recounted the intelligence gathered. There are two main pieces of intelligence. Firstly, the incident did not occur along the route taken by Yazong and his companions. Rather, it veered slightly off course. Not far from the bin lies a small town, which they thoroughly scoured, discovering that it had once housed ninjas. Furthermore, on the very day of the incident involving Yazong and his team, an unfamiliar ninja had arrived in the town. The second piece of intelligence, derived from the severely damaged scene, utilized secret techniques to deconstruct and analyze the remnants left behind. The conclusion drawn was that the causes of death for all involved were almost entirely linked to lightning-style ninjutsu, and a ninja had left behind a fragment of information through a summoning beast just before meeting their demise. One person. Kuzunagi's sword. Lightning. Speed. Based on this scan information, coupled with the data acquired after thoroughly overturning the small town, they reached a conclusion that was somewhat hard to believe. A certain ninja had visited that town and, having stolen a Kuzunagi's sword from another ninja hidden within, subsequently encountered Yazong and his forces. As for what transpired during that encounter, it remains elusive. The final outcome was that Yazong's elite unit was completely annihilated. This was inconceivable. Chiyo immediately refuted this conclusion. If Yazong and his companions had fallen into an ambush, it would be understandable. However, the notion that a single ninja could single-handedly obliterate Yazong's entire unit was utterly absurd. Even if that ninja possessed terrifying strength, enough to defeat Yazong's elite forces, it was implausible that not a single individual escaped. Everyone perished. This analysis was based on all available intelligence. Cold sweat dripped from the forehead of the ninja. He recognized that this conclusion was indeed rather extraordinary. Yet it aligned perfectly with all the intelligence and clues. Other interpretations were difficult to substantiate. Impossible. Rasha also shook his head. The idea of a lone individual annihilating Yazong's forces was a fantasy, unless that individual were the legendary god of the ninja world, Shinju Hashirama, who had ended the Warring States period. However, he had long since passed. If he were still alive, Konoha would not be secretive, and no one in the ninja world would dare to provoke Konoha or instigate war. Yet the question remains. Even if the total destruction of Yazong's forces was not solely attributable to that ninja, he must have played an extraordinarily significant role, potentially even defeating Yazong himself. Yazong's prowess is acknowledged by many within the Sand Village. He is a powerful ninja endowed with the bloodline limit, which is why he became the captain of the surprise assault unit. Thus, the question arises, who was that ninja? The one who single-handedly decimated Yazong's elite forces and likely defeated Yazong himself? Was he perhaps a ninja from Konoha? The only confirmed information regarding that ninja is that he employs lightning-style ninjutsu and wields a Kuzunagi's sword. There is no further intelligence available. Regardless, that ninja is undoubtedly in opposition to us. irrespective of which village he hails from. Obito inhaled deeply, his gaze darkening as he spoke. The annihilation of the ambush troops is indeed a dire misfortune, and now, with an unknown ninja standing before the opposing side, the battlefield's prospects have grown exceedingly grim. However, retreat is not an option. Should they withdraw, Konoha would undoubtedly pursue them. After expending such significant military resources to engage in battle with Konoha, surrendering and passively signing an unequal treaty is out of the question. In the face of war, the situation is decidedly bleak. Elder Hayo, your accountability shall be addressed post-conflict. Do you possess any current battle strategies? Rosa narrowed his eyes as he regarded Hayo. This predicament is indeed a severe blow to the entirety of Tsunade. Yet for him personally, it serves as a fortuitous event, substantially undermining Haya's reputation and alleviating his concerns regarding the potential usurpation of the Kazekage position. The sole concern lies with the enigmatic ninja wielding the Kusanagi sword. All information pertaining to this individual remains unknown, and their appearance on the battlefield could prove to be quite troublesome. Proficient in lightning release. Could this be a ninja from Kumogakure? If Kumogakure were to ally with Konoha, the situation would undoubtedly be dire. However, it seems illogical for the Cloud Ninja to bypass the Land of Earth to collaborate with Konoha in attacking their forces in the Land of Rain. Though I remain unaware of your true identity, you have indeed rendered me a significant service. A glimmer of light flickered in Rosa's eyes. Next, he would engage in a symbolic confrontation, allowing some opposing ninjas to perish. After that, even if he were to surrender to Konoha, it would matter little. As long as he can secure his position as Kazekage, this war would be deemed a victory for him. What he truly yearns to uncover is the identity of the ninja who single-handedly obliterated the ambush troops at Yakura. Chapter 88. A visit to Tsunade. The tent assigned to Kazuki was situated in the rear section of the encampment. That young man is Kazuki, is it not? Has he already attained the rank of J-nin? One of the ninja remarked, a hint of astonishment in his voice. This is the frontline battlefield of the Land of Wind, teeming with ninjas, starkly contrasting the encampments set up in the Land of Grass. Even Ch-nin do not qualify for their own tents. Many still remember Kazuki, the prodigy who previously gained considerable fame in Konoha. Yet it seems only recently he passed the Ch-nin exams. How could he ascend to J-nin so swiftly? It seems improbable. Another ninja nearby chimed in with surprise, suggesting perhaps he is a special J-nin. This explanation was somewhat acceptable. While both J-nin and Special J-nin enjoy nearly identical privileges, they are fundamentally distinct. J-nin are individuals whose abilities are well-rounded, equipped with leadership skills to command and direct numerous ninjas. In contrast, Special J-nin are typically Ch-nin with exceptional talents, such as those skilled in sensory perception or interrogation. Given Kazuki's genius, it would not be unusual for him to possess unique capabilities in decoding codes or reconnaissance, thus achieving a rapid promotion to Special J-nin during wartime. The first ninja nodded in agreement. He was merely a Ch-nin. If Kazuki were indeed a J-nin, that would place him in a position of authority over him, potentially leading their next mission, requiring him to obey Kazuki's commands. Such a scenario was difficult to accept, for it was hard to trust a leader so young, raising significant doubts about his judgment. However, as a Special J-nin, their paths would not cross directly. Even in joint operations, they would likely belong to different divisions, coordinating without interference. Inside the tent, Kazuki had finished tidying up and chose to rest. He remained in repose until dusk approached, at which point he awakened, rubbed his eyes, and stepped out to fetch water. The camp featured temporarily dug wells scattered across various areas. Having glanced over a rough layout of the encampment, Kazuki made his way toward the nearest well. Kazuki. Just as he began drawing water, a voice filled with surprise rang out. Kazuki recognized the voice, though he could not immediately place it. Turning slightly, he was taken aback to see. Is that you, Shizen? What brings you here? Shizen, who was supposed to be training with Tsunade, now appearing in this camp, sparked a sense of intrigue in Kazuki. I came with Lady Tsunade to practice medical ninjutsu, Shizen replied, jogging toward him with a water jug in hand. Kazuki filled his own container and then poured water into Shizen's jug before asking, is Lady Tsunade also here? Her condition was not ideal. Although she was unable to engage in combat, she could still provide guidance on medical techniques to the healing ninjas. Albeit with some limitations, as she could not come into direct contact with blood and could only offer advice based on symptoms. At this point, Tsunade paused, a hint of surprise flickering across her face as she inquired, "How do you know about Lady Tsunade's condition?" The fact that Tsunade suffered from hemophobia was not exactly a secret, yet few were aware of it. Only her closest disciple and a select few elite jonin were privy to this knowledge. It was reasonable to assume that Kid would not be aware of such a matter. Kid replied, "My father once mentioned Lady Tsunade." Tsunade's affliction with hemophobia had arisen towards the end of the Second Great Ninja War, so Kakashi's father, White Fang, would undoubtedly have known about it, as would Orochimaru. Blaming anyone for this would be plausible, but attributing it to White Fang seemed most fitting. Tsunade had heard some stories about White Fang from Kid, and upon hearing his response, she displayed a look of realization and sighed. Lady Tsunade's condition is indeed concerning. There are severely wounded patients she cannot treat personally. Otherwise, with her medical expertise, she could expedite their recovery. Kid handed the filled water container to Tsunade, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Where is Lady Tsunade currently? I would like to pay her a visit." Hemophobia, at its core, is a psychological affliction. In his previous life, Kid had specialized in psychological treatment and had even studied hypnosis, which essentially served as a form of psychological guidance, distinct from the illusions of this world. He had previously treated Kakashi with notable results, and he believed a similar approach could be attempted with Tsunade. Tsunade looked at Kid with some surprise and nodded. "Lady Tsunade is resting in the tent over there. I am fetching water for her. Just follow me." After a brief pause, Kid vanished with a swift motion, only to return moments later, having placed the water container back in his own tent. Following Tsunade through a large expanse of tents, they quickly arrived at a more spacious one. Tsunade entered the tent while cradling the water container and announced, "Lady Tsunade, the water is here. Just place it over there." Tsunade replied wearily. Due to her hemophobia, her ability to treat patients had been significantly restricted. Ailments that would normally require little effort to remedy now drained her considerably. Her presence on the battlefield was partly due to the repeated requests from Hiruzen Sarutobi, which she could not decline, and partly to mentor Tsunade in her medical skills. Mastery in medical techniques requires practice alongside study, and the battlefield is the ideal environment for honing the skills of a healing ninja. As one does not need to seek out patients, the injured arrive in continuous waves, allowing Tsunade to rapidly improve her abilities. "By the way, Lady Tsunade, Kid wishes to pay you a visit." "Kid? That little brat? Isn't he with Orochimaru?" Tsunade tilted her head, uncertain of Kid's purpose for visiting her. However, she was keen to meet this young prodigy and casually draped a garment over her shoulders, saying, "Come in." Having encountered Lady Tsunade, Finge entered the tent, offering her a polite smile as he greeted her. "I had the opportunity to meet you previously, but I did not manage to extend my greetings. Upon hearing that you were here, I felt compelled to come. Teacher Orochimaru often speaks highly of your medical skills." Tsunade's gaze swept over Finge, assessing him. Your demeanor is quite commendable. There is no need for excessive formality. You are a disciple of that rascal Orochimaru and the son of Kakashi, whose affairs I bear some responsibility for. Had I been in the village at that time." Her tone carried a hint of regret. Kakashi was slightly older than the three legendary ninjas, having achieved fame before them. Both Orochimaru and she had once collaborated with him on missions and had received his assistance. When the incident concerning Kakashi transpired, she had been indulging in reckless gambling in a small town within the Land of Fire. And by the time she learned of the situation, it was too late to amend it. It is my father's fiery temperament that led to this. Even had you been in the village, Lady Tsunade, perhaps little could have been salvaged, Finge replied, shaking his head. By the way, Lady Tsunade, I have heard that your condition seems to be rather poor. When my father passed, Kakashi was in a terrible state as well. During my efforts to console him, I devised some methods for alleviation. Tsunade paused, taken aback for a moment, before a hint of amusement flickered across her features. You wish to offer me treatment? Under different circumstances, she might have dismissed someone else outright for broaching such a topic, as it was one she preferred to avoid. Yet, given Finge's youth and her slight sense of guilt towards him, coupled with the fact that she had mentioned White Fang first, She allowed the conversation to linger. Chapter 89. Treating hemophobia with a nod, Fingye remarked, only those who have experienced pain and suffering can truly comprehend how to alleviate distress, especially if they have managed to extricate themselves from it and assist others in doing the same. Tsunade fixed her gaze upon Fingye for several seconds before shaking her head. Those wounds cannot be erased. The best one can do is to attempt to ease them through forgetfulness, though it yields little effect. The duty of a ninja is to endure what ordinary individuals cannot bear. Every ninja carries the burden of pain, whether from the loss of comrades or the death of loved ones. Thus, the emotional scars and methods of healing are realms untouched by ninjas. Even I have scarcely ventured into them. What can a mere boy of 10 accomplish? In also expressed surprise. She had not anticipated that Fingye sought to heal Tsunade's hemophobia, a task deemed impossible even by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and all other medical ninjas. Yet, she had longed to cure Tsunade's affliction and had been searching for solutions while studying medicine. After a moment's hesitation, she could not help but say, Lady Tsunade, perhaps Fingye truly can alleviate your symptoms? He has emerged from such suffering and even comforted his brother Kakashi. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable trust in Fingye. Tsunade cast a displeased glance at her, but merely shrank back before biting her lip and meeting Tsunade's eyes, prompting Tsunade to shake her head in resignation. Turning her attention back to Fingye, Tsunade crossed her arms and said calmly, Very well, let me see what methods you possess. Fingye sat before Tsunade, adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, I beg your pardon, Lady Tsunade. From this moment on, please regard me as your healer and yourself as the patient. Do not resist the treatment. Observing Fingye's expression, Tsunade found it somewhat amusing. All right, she replied, genuinely curious to witness Fingye's techniques. After establishing the necessary rapport between them, Fingye commenced verbal guidance and subtle suggestions, employing the psychological techniques he had previously mastered. Remarkably, the treatment proved extraordinarily effective. Perhaps due to Tsunade's own state of fatigue, she soon succumbed to slumber following the soothing session. Hush. Fingye signaled to Ian as he beheld the sleeping Tsunade. Understanding immediately, Ian nodded and cautiously approached to assist Fingye in gently laying Tsunade down and providing her with a pillow. As they settled Tsunade, her loose nightgown inadvertently revealed glimpses of what could be construed as holy light. Fingye remained composed, considering it merely a reward for the arduous treatment. Maintaining his demeanor, he collaborated with Ian to cover Tsunade with a blanket before exchanging a quiet farewell and departing the scene. In a previous life, one has undoubtedly encountered countless scenarios. Thus, one would not be easily startled by minor occurrences. However, it must be acknowledged that the reality of living beings is incommensurable with those fictional representations. Speaking of which, if he were to continue unabatedly employing time acceleration to hasten his growth, he would likely attain the physique of an 18-year-old by the age of 12 or 13. In contrast, individuals such as Hinata and her companions would remain under the age of 12 at that time, presenting a rather vexing predicament. After all, this is no longer an era where the average lifespan hovers around 30 years, and even the age for marriage among ninjas has generally shifted to post-18. From his observations, it appears that in the world of Naruto, precocious young ninjas typically experience romantic relationships between the ages of 9 and 14, fall in love from 15 to 18, and marry and bear children around 18 to 20. Fingye preferred to embrace local customs, aligning himself with the prevailing worldview of each realm, valuing the experience above all. Thus, he remained in the ninja academy until the age of 9 before graduating. In truth, my disposition could be rather unsavory. As Fingye approached his tent, he suddenly chuckled softly. Perhaps due to a lifetime of anonymity and neglect, he found himself rather enjoying the attention from Hinata, Rin, and Shizen in this new world. Yet, reflecting on it, it seemed that there was nothing particularly wicked about it. He merely maintained the facade of a normal, vibrant, and charming genius ninja. Viewed from another angle, it might be the young ladies, like Hinata, who were the more audacious ones, each one captivated by his presence. Upon returning to his tent, Fingye contemplated his course of action. He resolved to adhere to his original plan, utilizing time acceleration to swiftly mature to the age of 20, thereby reaching the pinnacle of his physical state. With the ability to reverse time at his disposal, he harbored no concerns about shortening his lifespan. Indeed, he could maintain a youthful age indefinitely. The following day, Tsunade awoke, stretching luxuriously, having not experienced such a refreshing slumber in quite some time. Remarkably, the dream she had last night was not a nightmare. As her thoughts coalesced, she quickly discerned an anomaly in her condition. And reflecting on the events of the previous day, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. That boy's healing truly bore fruit? Her willingness to cooperate with Fingye stemmed partly from her perception of Shizen's desire to assist her and partly from curiosity about what Fingye could demonstrate. To her surprise, Fingye's treatment did indeed yield some results. She could distinctly sense that the emotional turbulence associated with recalling her traumas was not as intense as it had once been. Tsunade-sama, you're awake. Shizen, returning from fetching water, spoke softly upon seeing Tsunade sitting up. She felt a sense of relief that Fingye managed to lull Tsunade to sleep during the treatment. Regardless of its efficacy, it at least prevented her condition from worsening. Indeed. Tsunade nodded, a thoughtful glimmer in her eyes. It seemed that Fingye possessed some genuine skills. As for a young individual who has never been exposed to medical ninjutsu, one might wonder how they could possess such therapeutic techniques. However, she could indeed deduce a plausible explanation. After enduring profound psychological trauma, it is conceivable that one could emerge from it and find solace for a similarly afflicted sibling, ultimately formulating certain methods. This is indeed possible, albeit quite rare. Perhaps only Fengyi possesses such knowledge. It seems that Shizen's description of him was not an exaggeration. Tsunade, while dressing, remarked to Shizen, "That young man does indeed possess some talent." Though she claimed he had some ability, in reality, she had already categorized Fengyi as a genius. As a renowned medical expert, she understood the intricacies of such therapeutic techniques. It would likely require countless skilled healers to analyze the psychological aspects, exploring various avenues and persistently experimenting to tentatively establish a cohesive theory and methodology. Perhaps Fengyi merely stumbled upon the most accurate path by chance. Yet, such serendipity is not something just anyone could achieve. At the very least, Fengyi's psychological maturity far exceeds his outward appearance, for otherwise, such feats would be unattainable. Although graduating as a Chunin at the age of 9 is not particularly extraordinary, and being taken as an apprentice by Orochimaru is likewise unremarkable. In the realm of treating psychological ailments, Fengyi is undeniably a prodigy. Even you, Lady Tsunade, acknowledge this, Shizen said with a smile upon hearing Tsunade's words. Tsunade huffed lightly and replied, "It is still too early to speak of acknowledgement. Gaining my satisfaction is no simple task. Tell him to come by tonight." Understood. Shizen responded cheerfully. Chapter 90. The prelude to the final battle, the encounter between Fingye and Tsunade, was merely a fleeting interlude in the grand narrative of the war. With only Shizen privy to the intricate details, the annihilation of the Sand Ninjas by the surprise attack had irrevocably determined the trajectory of this conflict, rendering it unstoppable. The war continued to escalate towards an all-out eruption. After Fingye had provided treatment to Tsunade for several days, Jiraiya finally completed the comprehensive battle plan and preparations. 3 days later, within the central command tent of the Konoha encampment, Jiraiya gazed at the sand table map adorned with various small flags. With a firm hand, he struck the edge of the map, then lifted his gaze to survey the multitude of elite jonin gathered within the tent. Thus, our full-scale counteroffensive shall officially commence tomorrow. Next, let us discuss the operational plan. Jukyu and Haichi, you shall lead the 1st and 2nd combat units to maneuver around the southern hills and strike at the enemy's flank. Upon hearing Jiraiya's directives, Jukyu and Haichi responded steadily. Turning his attention to the right, Jiraiya addressed Minato. "Minato, you will lead the 5th and 6th combat units to circumvent from the north and confront the enemy's right wing." Understood, Minato replied with calm assurance. The arrival of the decisive battle stirred the emotions, yet, as a remarkably confident and skilled ninja, he maintained his composure even in the face of such imminent confrontation. "The 3rd and 4th combat units shall follow me for a frontal assault." Jiraiya continued to issue commands. The medical units will accompany the main force, maintaining a safe distance, ready to tend to the wounded at a moment's notice. "Yes," the leader of the medical unit acknowledged. After the personnel distribution was nearly complete, Jiraiya turned to Fingye, saying, "Fingye, you will accompany my unit." "Understood," Fingye replied, his demeanor serene. His current status as a special Jonin directly under Jiraiya, a unique presence among the elite, warranted his inclusion in the frontline strategy meetings. Upon hearing Jiraiya's instructions, the assembled Jonin cast sidelong glances at Fingye, with several pairs of eyes reflecting a flicker of skepticism. The majority present were high-ranking officials from the frontline encampment, either elite Jonin from Konoha or those holding significant positions as team leaders. They had all heard whispers of Fingye's exploits in the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain, yet doubts lingered. After all, Fingye was exceedingly young. And while the battle in the Land of Grass could be rationalized with the involvement of powerful figures like Orochimaru to distract the rock ninjas, the notion of single-handedly vanquishing nearly 100 elite sand ninjas was utterly preposterous. Many speculated that there might be more to the story, a hidden conspiracy suggesting that Konoha had deployed Fingye in collaboration with the Rain Ninjas for a covert operation, while publicly presenting it as a solo endeavor by Fingye. Alternatively, it is also possible that Fingye is acting in conjunction with the Umbu ninjas, as their operations are typically not documented, but rather concealed. "The disciple of Lord Orochimaru," someone murmured, gazing at Fingye. For those who have already touched upon the power dynamics of Konoha, it is evident that the fourth Hokage will soon emerge. However, the identity of the successor remains uncertain. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru is a leading candidate. Considering this, Fingye's astonishing achievements in the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain may carry profound implications, perhaps indicative of Orochimaru's ambition to ascend as the fourth Hokage. Narashikaku also cast a discerning glance at Fingye. The selection of the fourth Hokage is not solely determined by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The opinions of various clans in the elite shinobi of Konoha are equally significant. Regardless of the level of support, the opposition must not exceed half, or else ascending to the position becomes exceedingly difficult. If Fingye possesses the exceptional abilities as reported, he would undoubtedly garner substantial backing. Even if he does not reach the heights described, a commendable level of skill would still be acceptable. However, should his abilities prove mediocre, it would be an affront to them. The ninjas present are already the upper echelon of Konoha, some even representing their clans. Such mockery is intolerable. Finally, the 7th Division, with the intelligence unit tasked with securing the base. Jiraiya concluded the final operational directives, his chakra surging within him, accompanied by a surge of momentum. He stepped forward and proclaimed, "That is the general situation. Now, I entrust tomorrow's battle to you all." The many ninjas within the tent inhaled deeply, fully aware of the battle's significance. This confrontation would determine the pivotal outcome, and while it may not conclude the war entirely, it would undoubtedly shape the future course of conflict. Just as those present were about to respond, a voice suddenly rang out. "Don't leave me behind, Jiraiya." This voice momentarily halted Jiraiya, whose commanding presence as one of the legendary Sannin faltered in surprise as he glanced towards the entrance of the tent. There stood a figure adorned with a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, her face graced with a gentle smile. It was none other than Tsunade, another of the legendary Sannin. "Tsunade, how did you?" Jiraiya, astonished, gazed at her and stammered, "Aren't you?" Tsunade raised her thumb to indicate her cheek and replied confidently, "That no longer holds much influence." After a few seconds of shock, Jiraiya's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. "That is splendid. With that, victory in this war is assured. Tsunade, you will accompany the main forces." "Absolutely," Tsunade responded with a resounding voice. The numerous ninjas present, after a brief moment of astonishment, displayed expressions of renewed vigor, with the formidable Tsunade joining the fray. Their chances of victory had significantly increased. In a moment when everyone was somewhat invigorated, only Feng Yi, standing not far away, twitched the corner of his mouth, casting a resigned glance at Tsunade. Coincidentally, Tsunade was also looking at him, her lips curving slightly into a subtle arc. It would be a lie to say there were no issues. Feng Yi was acutely aware of Tsunade's current condition. Although her hemophobia had markedly improved after 3 days of psychological therapy, from severe to mild, its effects still lingered. Engaging in battle on the battlefield would likely remain beyond her capabilities. At best, She could gaze upon blood without succumbing to paralyzing fear, managing to muster a fraction of her strength and chakra. However, to expect her to exhibit the prowess of a high-ranking ninja would be overly optimistic. It appeared as though they had gained an exceptionally powerful ally, yet in reality, it bore little practical utility. Very well, everyone may return to your preparations, Jiraiya announced, prompting the multitude of ninjas in the tent to disperse. Leaving only Tsunade and Fengyi, who was not tasked with commanding and acted independently. Jiraiya approached Tsunade with a smile, saying, "I suppose you overcame your fear of blood because you were concerned about me facing the battlefield alone?" Smack. Tsunade, her expression unchanging, delivered a sharp slap to Jiraiya's face, halting his advance. "Spare me," she retorted coldly, pushing him away before turning to Fengyi, declaring, "I am merely worried for Fengyi's safety and wish to witness his performance firsthand." Chapter 91. Outbreak of War Cough. Jiraiya, nearly propelled out, managed to maintain his balance and landed at the edge of the tent, eyes wide as he gazed at Tsunade. What nonsense is this about worrying for Kaguya's safety? Kaguya is a disciple of Orochimaru. How does Tsunade have any ties to him? Noticing Jiraiya's gaze, Tsunade raised her hands in response, saying, "I received much assistance from Senior SH back in the day. It is only right, and just that I do not neglect his child." Jiraiya's lips twitched slightly. Kaguya, feeling helpless, remarked, "In truth, Lady Tsunade, there is no need for you to concern yourself with my safety. I shall be fine." He could comprehend Tsunade's actions. After 3 days of treatment, not only was he a healer, but his relationship with Tsunade had also deepened significantly. She was indeed somewhat concerned for his well-being. If he were to perish on the battlefield, not only would Tsunade's hemophobia remain untreated, but the progress made thus far could also be lost. "Just be quiet." Tsunade shot a glare at Kaguya, retorting, "I've heard such words countless times, yet the majority of those who utter them encounter unforeseen mishaps, making me even more apprehensive about you." Aside from Shizune, no one else reported on Kaguya's condition, and Shizune had been with her for the past year, her understanding of Kaguya remaining at a level akin to that of a year prior. Throughout these days of interaction, she had confirmed that Kaguya's chakra was approximately at the level of AJ Nin. While this level of power is indeed formidable for his age, the title of genius does little to ensure survival on the battlefield. Even elite J Nin have met their demise in such dire circumstances. She could not stand idly by and watch Kaguya fall in battle. Thus, with Shizune remaining at the camp, she resolved to partake in this war. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Kaguya felt the urge to retort that he was not like others. Given the current state of the Sand Shinobi, even summoning Shikaku would not pose a challenge to him, unless someone like Uchiha Madara or Sage of Six Paths were to suddenly appear. However, after some contemplation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, realizing it could lead to complications. Ultimately, he resignedly raised his hands and said, "As long as you are pleased." Jiraiya glanced between Kaguya and Tsunade, his concern surfacing as he asked, "Are you truly all right?" "Yes, I am basically fine," Tsunade replied, turning to Jiraiya. "I would not joke about such matters." Jiraiya exhaled, relieved. "That is good." The following day, under a clear sky, a significant number of Leaf ninjas departed from the camp, almost as if an entire hive was mobilizing, forming multiple groups as they surged towards the Sand Village's encampment, initiating a full-scale assault. Such a commotion could hardly go unnoticed. Approximately 20 miles from the Leaf Force's departure point, scouts from the Sand Village swiftly relayed the information back to the front lines, causing a stir throughout the encampment. However, the esteemed Elder Tsunade had long foreseen that Konoha would undoubtedly launch a comprehensive assault within the past fortnight. Consequently, the Sand Shinobi's response was remarkably swift. The entire camp of ninjas was mobilized with great urgency. Under the leadership of Kazekage Raza and Chiyo, they surged forth to the battlefield in a grand procession. This marked the most monumental clash since the inception of the Third Shinobi World War. The Sand Village committed over 3,000 ninjas, led personally by Kazekage Raza. And aside from not deploying the tailed beast Jinchuriki, they essentially unleashed their entire elite force. Similarly, Konoha summoned over 2,000 elite ninjas. Although this number pales in comparison to the total of the Sand Village, these warriors were predominantly of the highest caliber, with very few lower-ranked ninjas among them. Figures such as Uchiha Obito and Yuhi Kurenai remained stationed at the camp, not participating in the frontal combat, while only the Chunin Kakashi received orders to accompany the battalion into battle. The battleground was situated in a hilly terrain, characterized by relatively gentle slopes, with the highest and lowest points merely 100 meters apart. From the vantage point of the highest elevation, one could behold a vast expanse, with countless ninjas racing from both directions. One faction donned the green uniforms of Konoha, while the other was shrouded in white headscarves that shielded them from the desert winds, unmistakably indicating their adaptation to the arid environment. Report: the 1st and 2nd Divisions have encountered the enemy. Report: the 5th and 6th Divisions have encountered the enemy. The units on the left and right flanks clashed with the Sand Shinobi, immediately engaging in combat, and the intelligence regarding the skirmishes on the flanks swiftly reached Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya stood on a high point, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of approaching sand ninjas, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Kazekage Raza, Elder Chiyo, these two paramount figures of the Sand Village, the most formidable ninjas, were evidently present on the front line. They had seemingly relinquished the flanks. No, their directive for the flanks was merely to withstand the onslaught, intending to concentrate their combat strength at the front and break through from there. In an instant, Jiraiya comprehended the strategic intentions of the Sand Village. Given their preparations, he recognized that altering his strategy to recall Minato to the front line was no longer feasible. The crux of victory hinged on whether the enemy's flanks would collapse first or if their central forces would falter. Contemplating this, a cold smile crept across Jiraiya's face. Were Tsunade not present, facing off against the formidable Kazekage Raza and Chiyo single-handedly would indeed present considerable challenges, leaving the outcome of the war shrouded in uncertainty. However, with Tsunade at his side, one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya was acutely aware of her prowess. The front line would be more than capable of withstanding the onslaught of the Sand Ninjas. As for the flanks, he entrusted them to you. Unleash your full potential. Minato. A spark of brilliance flickered in Jiraiya's eyes, and after taking a deep breath, he bellowed, 3rd Division, 4th Division, prepare for fire release ninjutsu. With Jiraiya's command, approximately a dozen Konoha ninjas surged to the forefront of the formation, their hands weaving through hand seals with remarkable speed as fire chakra surged within them. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Dragon fire is a linear flame technique. However, when numerous strands intertwine, it transforms into a colossal jutsu reminiscent of a raging sea of flames. Due to the geographical characteristics of the Land of Wind, there are few ninjas skilled in water release among the Sand Ninja. At this moment, faced with Konoha's fire release, the foremost Sand Ninja halted in their tracks. Yet, in the next instant, the earth ahead surged violently. The verdant ground, once adorned with grass, was utterly shattered and reduced to dust, instantly morphing into a cascading waterfall of sand that surged forth to meet the inferno. Well done. The 4th Kazekage cast a glance at his wife, Karura, and with a resounding shout, pressed his hands against the ground, activating his magnet release. A torrent of metallic sand surged forth, charging towards Konoha's ranks. One cannot ascend to the position of 4th Kazekage solely through political maneuvering to achieve such a rank. One must possess formidable strength that surpasses countless ninjas. The deluge of metallic sand rushed in, and despite Konoha's ninjas unleashing fire and earth release techniques, they were unable to halt its advance. Soon, several were engulfed, their anguished cries piercing the air. Truly, the new Kazekage of Tsunade lives up to his reputation. Jiraiya's eyes glimmered with determination as he suddenly charged towards Rasha. He could not allow Rasha to wreak havoc with such widespread jutsu, otherwise no one among Konoha's ninjas could withstand his capabilities. Upon seeing Jiraiya approach, Rasha's gaze flickered coldly, unperturbed. He manipulated the metallic sand, transforming it into countless sharp spikes that intertwined and shot towards Jiraiya. This was no mere skirmish, it was a decisive battle. There were no tentative attacks. It was a direct confrontation between the Kazekage Rasha and Jiraiya, the leaders of their respective forces. As Jiraiya and Rasha clashed, it signified that the war had fully entered its most intense phase. Thousands of ninjas from both sides erupted with overwhelming momentum and chakra, colliding with great ferocity. The entire hill became a battlefield, Chapter 92. Hatred on the Chaotic Battlefield. A thunderous sound echoed as Tsunade's complexion turned somewhat pale. With a sudden, forceful punch, she shattered a massive boulder that had been hurled towards her. From an unknown direction on her right, a kunai bound with explosive tags was launched at Tsunade. But Kaguya swiftly extended his hand, intercepting the weapon midair and sending it flying towards a sand ninja. "Tsunade-sama, how are you faring?" Kaguya inquired. Concern etched on his face as he observed her pallid countenance. As he had anticipated, Tsunade was still unable to remain entirely unscathed amidst the turmoil of the battlefield. "I am well enough," Tsunade replied, taking a deep breath. Though her face bore a hint of paleness, she had not succumbed to despair or fear. It was merely the flow of chakra that had been somewhat disrupted. Kaguya glanced over the battlefield, poised to speak, when suddenly a figure darted towards him with remarkable speed. Twisting in midair and unleashing a barrage of arrows, enveloping both him and Tsunade within the attack's radius. "Be careful," Tsunade warned sharply, mustering her strength as she struck the ground with a forceful blow, dislodging a large rock that formed a protective barrier above them, shielding them from the relentless rain of arrows. At that moment, several more figures surged from various directions, their chaotic onslaught predominantly consisting of diverse hidden weapons. With a swift movement, Tsunade and Kaguya emerged from beneath the rock, taking positions on either side. It was then that they discerned the assailants. None were true humans, but rather grotesque puppets. A total of 10 puppets surrounded Kaguya and Tsunade. And not far from this menagerie of automatons stood a figure whose presence was both elusive and formidable, gazing intently at Tsunade. It was Chiyo, the elder of Tsunade, renowned as a master puppeteer. "Your condition appears to be somewhat amiss," Tsunade, Chiyo remarked, her gaze cold and indifferent. The two had clashed during the Second Great Ninja War. Her puppet techniques had earned her a formidable reputation throughout the ninja world. At that time, Tsunade's strength had not matched hers. Yet she had successfully countered Chiyo's lethal poisons with her medical ninjutsu, significantly mitigating the devastation caused by Chiyo during the war. Chiyo had long harbored a desire to eliminate Tsunade, but her efforts had been thwarted by the intervention of the White Fang of Konoha. In that battle, the White Fang had slain her son and daughter-in-law, defeating her directly and thereby solidifying his status as a hero of Konoha. It could be said that the two individuals she loathed most were the White Fang and Tsunade herself. Upon noticing Tsunade's position, she deftly commanded her puppets to advance. At this moment, Chiyo's state and combat experience were at their zenith, even though Tsunade had experienced considerable growth since the war. Chiyo was confident in her ability to vanquish her. "Is that so?" Tsunade acknowledged her own precarious state, surprised by how rapidly Chiyo had located her. However, she betrayed no trace of fear, only a sardonic smile. Chiyo, from the corner of her eye, caught a glimpse of Kaguya and a glimmer of coldness flashed in her gaze. That boy, could he be the son of the White Fang? "Be cautious." Tsunade's heart tightened, and without hesitation, she rushed to warn Fingye. Almost instantaneously after Chiyo's words fell, several puppets launched a coordinated assault on Fingye. The metallic scorpion tails and various spiked arrows were coated with a layer of eerie light, evidently infused with the potent poison meticulously crafted by Chiyo. In the face of this sudden onslaught from multiple puppets, Fingye remained remarkably composed. He leaped into the air like a fallen leaf, weaving through the chaotic barrage of attacks, ultimately landing on one of the puppets before performing a graceful somersault and settling down a short distance away. Quite impressive, Chiyo narrowed her eyes. Compared to Tsunade, she harbored a deeper desire to eliminate Fingye, for the animosity she felt towards him, stemming from her vendetta with White Fang, far surpassed her grudge against Tsunade. She longed for White Fang to experience the anguish of losing a son before meeting his own demise. Alas, White Fang was already dead. Nevertheless, killing White Fang's son would still serve to alleviate some of her pent-up resentment. "Drink!" Tsunade bellowed, unleashing her monstrous strength as she charged forward, intent on attacking Chiyo. Chiyo deftly maneuvered a puppet to raise a shield, positioning it in front of her. Tsunade's fist collided with the shield, producing a thunderous sound. Yet it was barely held back. "Indeed, your condition is problematic." Witnessing this, Chiyo let out a peculiar laugh. Although she was uncertain whether Tsunade was injured, it was evident that her state was compromised. Even one of her puppets could easily withstand Tsunade's frontal assault. This was truly a divine opportunity for her revenge. She had White Fang's son and the injured Tsunade right before her. Scorpion, observe the suffering you endure. I shall ensure they pay in kind. Chiyo's gaze glinted with a chilling light, her demeanor becoming unsettling. She commanded her puppets to confront both Fingya and Tsunade simultaneously. Having previously engaged with Chiyo, Tsunade was acutely aware of her strength. Given her current condition, she would require at least 4 or 5 elite ninjas to assist her, along with perfect coordination. To contend with Chiyo, the direst aspect was that Chiyo had 2 puppets restraining her, while the remaining 8 were charging towards Fingya, clearly intent on swiftly eliminating him. If 7 or 8 puppets were to attack her, she could withstand them using the 100 healings technique. However, with just 2 puppets detaining her in her weakened state, there was no way for her to escape. This is troublesome. Tsunade gritted her teeth, clenching her fists as she struggled to control her unstable chakra due to her hemophobia, barely managing to employ her monstrous strength in an attempt to repel the 2 puppets. Yet, the 2 puppets controlled by Chiyo were of a supportive nature, possessing minimal lethality but formidable hindering capability, especially under the influence of her phobia, rendering her incapable of breaking free. Meanwhile, Chiyo, commanding her 8 puppets, had effectively sealed off all of Fingya's possible escape routes, trapping him in the center. White Fang's son, perish, go to hell, and reunite with your father. In Chiyo's eyes, a surge of murderous intent welled up as she unleashed a chakra thread that ensnared Fingya's body, restricting his movements. She then commanded the 2 closest puppets to strike with their blades aimed at him. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade, not far away, paled, sensing that a past tragedy was poised to unfold once more before her eyes. However, in the very next moment, a flash of silver light erupted. Like stars igniting in a darkened sky, the brilliance expanded abruptly. This silver radiance burst forth from Fingya's chest, enveloping his form in an instant. As a torrent of violent chakra surged through him, effortlessly severing the chakra threads that Chiyo had wrapped around him. Bathed in the luminous silver glow, Fingya's gaze remained impassive as he swiftly drew the Kusanagi sword from his back, executing a horizontal sweep with fluid grace. The sword's edge, enveloped in the silver light, resembled a moonbeam slicing through the void. Clang! The silver arc flashed. The 2 puppets, flanking him and wielding their blades, were cleaved in twain under the might of this single strike, reduced to mere splinters like decaying wood.